In Gujing Village, at the southern entrance, the evening glow of spring has sprawled across the western sky. By the meandering brook stood a little girl of about 7 or 8, her gaze fixed intently on the gently rippling waters. Her slender frame remained motionless, as if she were ensnared in time, unaware of how long she had stood there. Yun Ling cast another glance at the brook, which, as always, flowed crystal clear without a hint of anomaly. Slowly, she turned and made her way back to her home in the village, the radiant evening hues stretching her silhouette, accentuating her solitude. Oh, what a clever little girl. Gazing at the stream, every day she must be enchanted by it, remarked an old woman, also heading home. After taking a few steps, she seemed to recall something, her barely discernible brows knitting together as she shook her head and sighed. Alas, what a pity. Yun Ling had grown accustomed to the villagers' sighs, for her origins were no secret in Gujing Village. An orphan, with her biological parents unknown, she had been discovered by her adoptive parents by the brook. Her adoptive parents, having been married for years without a child, named her Yun Ling, inspired by the gentle sound of the brook, and treated her as their own. However, their bliss was short-lived, for within half a year, her adoptive mother unexpectedly became pregnant. After 10 months, their biological daughter, Yun Ling, was born, and 3 years later, they welcomed their son, Yun Jin. The villagers whispered that Yun Ling had brought good fortune to the Yun family, drawing forth their own children. Yet, human hearts are naturally inclined towards affection, and the bonds of kinship inevitably differ as the children grew older. Yun Mu's affection was increasingly directed towards her 2 biological children, leaving her distant from Yun Ling, reducing their relationship to mere superficiality. Yun's father, a teacher at the village academy, enjoyed a relatively prosperous life compared to ordinary villagers, with their small courtyard of blue bricks and dark tiles prominently situated in the southern part of the village. When Yun Ling returned home, her family was already gathered in the hall, preparing to dine. In truth, she was not late, it was still earlier than their usual mealtime. It was likely that Yun Ling was once again clamoring about her hunger, urging for an early meal. "Elder sister, please take a seat," Yun Jin said, shifting along the long bench to make space for her. He pushed a small bowl of rice towards her, saying, "Sister, eat." "Humph, you have to be so obsequious just to eat." 7-year-old Yun Ling shot a glance at her brother, clearly displeased with Yun Jin's address of Yun Ling as elder sister. If their parents had not adopted Yun Ling, she would have been the eldest daughter of the household, Yun Jin's only sister. "Lianer, we do not speak while eating." Yun's father, as a teacher, placed great importance on etiquette and decorum for his children. "Be good and heed your father's words. Eat more, your mother has specially prepared fish for you today," Yun Mu gently encouraged, serving each of her children a piece of sweet and sour carp. Yun Ling silently consumed her portion, feeling a sense of affection for her father. It must be said that under Yun's father's guidance, despite their tender ages, the children of the Yun family maintained commendable dining etiquette. The evening meal concluded in tranquility. After dinner, just as she was about to assist Yun Mu with the dishes, Yun's father summoned the 3 siblings to the study. "Liner, Lianer, Jinner, tomorrow marks the vernal equinox. Have you heard the significant news circulating in the village these past few days?" inquired Father Yun. "Father, is it true what the village chief said? Will the immortal truly come to select disciples tomorrow?" Yun Ling exclaimed with excitement. "Father, if I become a disciple of the immortal, will I be able to soar through the skies like a bird, just as Brother Xiaoyu said?" Yun Jin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Xiaoyu was the child from the neighboring house who often played with Yun Jin. "Indeed, the immortal shall arrive tomorrow. Today, I shall share with you the tale of the immortal selection of disciples. Our ancient well village, along with the surrounding hamlets, lies at the foot of Xuanling Mountain. Xuanling Mountain is a sacred abode, and every 15 years, the immortal descends to our village to gather disciples. Any child under the age of 15 may partake in the assessment. and those who are found to possess the aptitude for immortality shall be taken as disciples. Father, did you undergo the assessment as well? Yun Ling asked further. I did, yet alas, I was found lacking in talent. 30 years ago, our village produced 5 disciples, but in my generation 15 years ago, there were only 3, Father Yun said with a gentle smile. He continued, our ancient well village thrives near the sacred mountain, nourished by its essence, and even after decades, we have only seen a handful of disciples emerge. In other regions, they are even rarer. I share this with you in advance to prepare your hearts. Whether or not you're chosen by the immortal is determined by your innate abilities. Should you not be selected tomorrow, do not weep or lament in desperation. Father Yun sought to fortify his children's spirits, as the village chief had previously cautioned every household to prevent the children's cries from inciting the immortal's displeasure. The ancestral teachings of the village warn that provoking the immortal is a grave transgression. Father, how are immortals assessed? Yun Ling inquired. When I was young, my memories are rather vague. You shall learn tomorrow. Lianer, Jiner, go speak with your mother Linger. Stay here, replied Yun's father, gesturing for Yun Ling and Yun Jin to depart, urging the 2 curious children away. Yun Ling pouted, eager to ask further questions, yet ultimately refrained from disobeying her father's wishes. She took Yun Jin by the hand, intending to gather more information from their mother. Linger, keep this safe, Yun's father said, retrieving a piece of purple cloth from the drawer of his desk and handing it to her. You are a perceptive and intelligent child. The whispers that have circulated in our village over the years must have revealed your origins to you. Yun Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Her adoptive parents had never broached the subject, but the playful banter of the village children, the hushed murmurs of the women and children when they laid eyes on her, and her mother's demeanor towards her in recent years had already unveiled the truth. Now that you are 8 years old, it is time you were informed, regardless of whether you become a disciple of an immortal tomorrow. Yun's father sighed. When I found you, this cloth was wrapped around you as you floated in the stream. In the years that followed, I kept it safe, fearing you would misplace it in your playful adventures. Tomorrow, as you prepare for the immortal apprentice test, should you be chosen, you will depart with the immortal. It is time for you to take responsibility for it. Father, Yun Ling hesitated, longing to clarify her origins. Yet, pondering her status as a foundling, she wondered how her father could possibly know. Seemingly understanding her unspoken queries, Father Yun candidly replied, after discovering you years ago, the village chief and I followed the stream upstream, inquiring at numerous neighboring villages about any missing children, yet we uncovered no leads. The only anomaly was the ancient tree village near the stream's source, which has inexplicably vanished over the years, with its inhabitants seemingly evaporated into thin air. We have not encountered a single soul who could shed light on this matter, leaving us perplexed about the events that transpired. We suspect you may be a child from the ancient tree village. Upon hearing this, she could not help but feel anxious. How could I possibly find them? From a state of ignorance to a gradual awakening, Yunmu had always held a sense of gratitude towards her adoptive parents, particularly for the equitable treatment bestowed upon the 3 siblings in their education. Father Yun never neglected their learning, imparting knowledge and wisdom with diligence, and Yunmu found that her basic needs were met without excessive deprivation. As she passed by the main house, she distinctly heard Yun Ling's laughter. Mother, if I am chosen to be the disciple of an immortal, I shall find elixirs for you to consume, and you shall attain eternal life. Oh, foolish child, I desire no such elixirs. If you are selected, simply embrace your role as the immortal's disciple and aspire to become an immortal yourself. If not chosen, just grow up healthy and stay by my side. Mother, you are truly wonderful to me. A scene of maternal affection and filial piety unfolded. Yun Ling vaguely recalled moments when she had also nestled in Yun Mu's embrace, playfully seeking affection. Despite countless reassurances to herself to remain unperturbed, an undeniable wave of melancholy surged within her the sudden spark of hope ignited within her heart. Her father had mentioned the possibility of her being from the ancient tree village, despite the fact that its inhabitants had vanished overnight, never to reappear over the years. Yet perhaps one day they would return, or she might be chosen as a disciple of an immortal, learning the ways of celestial magic. In that moment, she could seek them out, discovering parents as gentle and loving as her former foster mother. As this thought crossed her mind, her young heart brimmed with radiant light. The night passed in silence. As dawn's first light began to break, Yun Ling rose early to tidy up, awaiting her father in the courtyard. Today, an immortal was set to arrive, and the village chief had advised the villagers to refrain from kindling fires for breakfast, suggesting they subsist on some dry rations instead, lest the smoke offend the celestial visitor. By the time Yun Ling and Yun Jin awoke, the family had consumed a few pieces of the flatbread prepared the day before, and they hurriedly made their way to the village entrance. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the mystic spirit. At this moment, the villagers were bustling towards the village entrance. By the time of the Chin hour, all the villagers had gathered, except for the elderly who were too frail to walk. The villagers awaited eagerly, for the arrival of a celestial being not only meant the selection of disciples, but also the bestowal of miraculous elixirs to cure ailments. Villages surrounding the Celestial Mountain were all granted this opportunity. Typically, the elixirs were entrusted to the village chief for safekeeping, should any family suffer from an incurable affliction. The chief would dispense the elixir for treatment. Thus, the triennial recruitment of disciples was a significant event for every village. As the Chin hour approached, two figures descended gracefully at the entrance of the village. The previously lively crowd fell into an immediate hush, bowing their heads in reverence, fearful of disturbing the celestial beings. Young Yun respectfully greeted the two immortals, expressing gratitude for their journey. The village chief hurriedly stepped forward, bowing in respect. Over 50 years of age, he had witnessed the selection of disciples thrice before, and thus he was well versed in the protocols of receiving celestial visitors. There is no need for excessive formality. We are disciples of the Xuanling sect, here to recruit new students, which is our duty. Let us not speak of hardship. Are the children under the age of 15 present? It is getting late. Let us begin. The speaker was a celestial maiden adorned in an elaborately embroidered yellow gown, her voice gentle and soothing. Yun Ling discreetly lifted her gaze, captivated by the maiden's radiant beauty, reminiscent of the early spring flowers blooming at the village entrance. Celestial beings are indeed so enchanting, she thought, as she overheard Yun Ling whispering nearby. Yun Mu quickly covered her little mouth to silence her. Fortunately, the maiden did not seem offended. She smiled warmly at the group of children, her smile akin to the boundless charm of springtime. Throughout history, women have always cherished compliments about their beauty, and it appeared that even cultivators of immortality were no exception, Yun Ling mused. Gujing Village is a modest settlement, home to a mere 200 inhabitants, comprising primarily of the Yun clan alongside a handful of migrants from other regions. Among the villagers, only 49 individuals meet the age criteria, marking the highest number in recent years. The youngest, a little boy named Xinhua, merely a year and a half old, stands at the forefront of the line, cradled in his mother's arms. At the rear, the elder Song brothers await, while the Yun family's 3 siblings are separated by several other children. Before them lies the spirit-testing rainbow stone. A male cultivator approaches Xinhua's mother, conjuring a pristine white square stone in the palm of his hand. He instructs her to place her hand upon it. Should a child possess celestial aptitude, the stone will emanate a spectrum of colors. Trembling, Xinhua's mother gently places her son's small hand upon the stone, which instantly radiates with a dazzling array of hues. The previously hushed villagers begin to murmur in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, the first child possesses celestial potential. Those with celestial potential should remain." The cultivator gestures for Xinhua and his mother to stay in line before moving on to the next child, a timid 3-year-old named Xuexing. Do not be afraid. Simply place your hand upon it. Regrettably, the stone does not glow for Xuexing. While many aspire for their children to excel and achieve greatness in the realm of cultivation, There are also those who wish for their offspring to grow up close by, cared for and protected, longing only for a life of safety and joy. The cultivator continues down the line, testing each child. Thus far, aside from Xinhua, the 8 other children tested have shown no signs of celestial aptitude. Yun Ling begins to feel a sense of unease. The thought of lacking celestial potential fills her with dread. As her turn approaches, she feels a wave of panic. When it is finally Yun Jin's turn, the white stone once again emits a radiant glow, marking him as the second child in this line to possess celestial aptitude. When it was Yun Ling's turn, her palms were damp with sweat. Fortunately, the white stone emitted a radiant spectrum of colors, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In the crowd, Yun Ling, upon witnessing her celestial aptitude, suddenly burst into tears, rendering even Yun's father's gentle reprimands futile. Watching her retreating figure, Yun Ling felt a pang of sadness, the earlier joy dissipating significantly. The test concluded swiftly, revealing only 6 individuals from Gujing Village with celestial potential: Shenghua, Lu Ziqian, Yun Ling, Yun Jin, and the twin brothers Song Xiaoyu and Song Xiaoai. This marked the highest number in decades. The village chief beamed with delight, his gray beard bristling as a smile bloomed on his aged face like a chrysanthemum. The greater the number of celestial apprentices, the more attention the immortals would bestow upon Gujing Village. As expected, the female cultivator in yellow, satisfied with the results, nodded approvingly. 3 jade bottles of white, green, and yellow appeared in midair before the village chief. He promptly expressed his gratitude, carefully receiving the 3 bottles. This year's rewards surpassed those of previous years significantly. The fee in incense had never been bestowed before. The female cultivator nodded lightly, gracefully taking Xinhua from his mother's embrace and cradling him gently in her hands. A male cultivator stepped away from the crowd, his fingertips releasing a flicker of red light towards the open ground, where a 5 or 6 meter long ebony boat materialized. Before Yun Ling and the others could marvel at this wondrous sight, they were swiftly transported aboard the vessel. The villagers came forth to bid farewell, with the relatives of the children weeping sorrowfully. Even Yun's father, usually composed, had reddened eyes as he looked at her and advised, "Take care of yourself and your younger brother." Yun Ling nodded, her grip on Yun Jin's hand tightening as she choked back tears. "Father, do not worry. I shall take good care of my brother." As soon as the words escaped the male cultivator's lips, he guided the ebony ship into a gentle ascent. The other 5 children, unable to contain their sorrow, burst into tears, calling out for their parents. The male cultivator remained unperturbed, gradually elevating the ebony vessel until the crowd below appeared as diminutive as ants, before accelerating swiftly towards the city. After a short while, the children, wearied from their tears, began to succumb to their youthful curiosity, peeking over the edge of the ship with wide eyes and gasps of astonishment. The undulating green mountains rushed by, some resembling human figures, others taking the form of tigers. A voice among them exclaimed, "That mountain looks like a fish." Instantly, the young ones forgot their sorrows, engaging in animated discussion. Yun Jin nestled closely against Yun Ling's sister. He murmured. She gently caressed his small face, reassuring him, "Fear not. I shall always be by your side." An hour later, the ebony ship descended steadily onto the square of Xuanling City, where dozens of cultivators and hundreds of children awaited. As they landed, another vessel arrived, carrying only 3 children, including senior sister Hiyu and junior brother Lin Fei. A female cultivator clad in pink approached to offer her greetings. "Sister Kalan, which village did you visit?" "6 children. How remarkable. I only have 3. It was merely a coincidence. In previous years, there were not so many." "What of your junior brother accompanying you on this journey?" Hiyu inquired. Amid their light-hearted exchanges, several other cultivators joined them in the square, accompanied by gifted children. Upon concluding their words, the male and female monks closed their eyes to meditate, while the children patiently settled beside them, awaiting the next event. As the clock struck noon, a colossal vessel descended slowly from the heavens, hovering above the center of the square. The ship, shimmering with a silvery hue, stretched 1,000 feet in length, its prow adorned with a magnificent deer head sculpted from purple crystal with antlers ablaze in a fiery red, crafted from an unknown material. The entire vessel dazzled the eyes, emanating an ethereal aura. Numerous doors on the ship's body swung open, and a luminous cloud ladder extended downward. The monks, accompanied by the children, leaped aboard, while Lin Fei and He Yu used their magical abilities to lift several children swiftly into the cabin. Yun Ling felt a gust of wind beneath her feet, and in mere moments, she found herself in a corner of the cabin. This is the swift movement technique. You will learn it once you formally begin your training. He Yu elucidated. The cabin doors soon sealed shut, and the vessel ascended rapidly, soaring through the skies, rendering the outside scenery indistinguishable. Yun Ling felt as if she were traversing through a realm of fog and clouds. After an indeterminate passage of time, the deer-headed flying ship finally came to a halt, and the children were escorted off by the monks. Upon disembarking, Yun Ling noticed several other vessels moored alongside the deer-headed ship. These ships were equally splendid, albeit slightly less impressive. Directly ahead, a massive rock formation loomed at the entrance of the mountain steps, inscribed with the ancient and powerful characters of Xuanling's sect. Raising her gaze, she beheld the mountains shrouded in mist, the stairway seemingly merging with the sea of clouds. An unprecedented sense of grandeur washed over her. So, this is the abode of those who cultivate the path of immortality. Chapter 3. The Spiritual Root Examination at this moment. For pure white stone screens stood in parallel at the expansive entrance of the mountain gate. Beside each stone screen stood 3 monks clad in azure robes, diligently maintaining order among the lines formed before each screen. He entrusted the child, Yun Ling, to the awaiting cultivators, instructing his diligent junior disciple to take the child to the nursery for care. Rest assured, dear sister, this year there are many young children, and the caretaker of the nursery has already recruited staff who will attend to them with utmost care. Hence, the Xuanling sect has established a nursery to uniformly care for these children, registering their names and places of origin until they reach the age of 5, at which point their spiritual roots will be tested and further arrangements made. Lin Fei brought Yun Ling and the others into the line before the 3rd stone screen, advising them to queue patiently for the spiritual root assessment before he mingled with the fellow disciples who had escorted the children. The children queuing before the 1st and 2nd stone screens were mostly adorned in splendid attire and appeared remarkably charming. In stark contrast to those at the 3rd and 4th stone screens, the disparity was palpable. The children sensed this difference and began to whisper among themselves. "Look over there. They seem different from us," remarked a child from the 3rd group. "Indeed, they are all so beautiful, and their clothes are exquisite. My uncle said they are children from prestigious cultivation families, unlike us, who were chosen from the mundane world." "Yes, my fairy sister said the same. And she also mentioned that I could look just as lovely in the future," a young girl replied with a delightful nod. "Humph, country bumpkins," scoffed a delicately featured girl from the 2nd group, clearly overhearing the conversation. She rolled her eyes at the children in the 3rd group with evident disdain. The softly murmuring group fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They have just begun to explore the realm of cultivation, filled with curiosity about everything. Yet they wish to avoid appearing overly unsophisticated, lest they be looked down upon. After several waves of cultivators and children arrive, the mist surrounding the mountain gate dissipates, revealing several layers of steps. A middle-aged male cultivator stands above, holding a book. "Dear friends," he proclaims, "today marks another auspicious occasion for our Xuanling sect, as we welcome new disciples every 15 years. Thanks to the legacy left by our founding ancestors, we are blessed with over 2,000 new entrants this time. This is the heavenly way's blessing upon our Xuanling sect." Though he stands at a distance, his voice resonates clearly, as if whispered directly into one's ear. Some disciples have already begun their journey into the celestial path and are aware of their spiritual roots, while many newcomers remain oblivious to their own. Today, our sect will conduct a reevaluation. The multicolored spirit testing stones can only determine if you possess spiritual aptitude, whereas the 4 large stone screens before you, known as the true spirit testing stones, will reveal the nature of your spiritual roots. He pauses momentarily before continuing. Each disciple will step forward in turn, placing their palm upon the stone screen, which will manifest the image of your spiritual roots. After the testing, you will wear our sect's spiritual talisman to participate in the trials. Those who excel in the trials will have the opportunity to be accepted by the masters of our sect under the 5 peaks, potentially even becoming personal disciples. I urge you all to strive diligently. With that, the male cultivator vanishes into the mist of the mountain steps. As the spiritual root assessment commences, gasps of astonishment arise from the first and second groups before the stone screens. Dual water and earth spiritual roots. Dual gold and water spiritual roots. Heavenly fire spiritual roots. The exclamations from the first 2 groups leave the children in the third and fourth groups exchanging bewildered glances. They were all selected from the villages and towns near Xuanling Mountain and were not well versed in the significance of the words. A middle-aged cultivator, seeing the children's ignorance, smiled heartily and patiently began to explain. It turns out that what cultivators value the most is the quality of their spiritual roots, which is determined by the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these, the single-element spiritual root, known as the heavenly spiritual root, along with the mutated spiritual roots derived from elements such as wind, ice, and lightning, represents the pinnacle of quality, allowing for remarkable progress in cultivation and a smooth path towards immortality. Those possessing such roots often become exceptionally talented individuals, celebrated by the world. Next are the dual spiritual roots, referred to as earthly spiritual roots, which are composed of 2 attributes from the 5 elements and are also considered excellent. If the 2 roots are mutually supportive, such as the water-wood spiritual root, the speed of cultivation is exceedingly rapid, only slightly inferior to that of single-element roots. However, there can be exceptions. For instance, with water-fire roots, if one of the roots is significantly stronger, it may be manageable to choose the more potent attributes cultivation methods. Yet, if one is unfortunate enough to possess 2 conflicting roots in perfect balance, it becomes quite regrettable. This is because overcoming the conflicts between spiritual roots leads to slow cultivation progress and arduous advancement. Such roots are exceedingly rare, and most who possess them do not survive long enough to cultivate. Among 10,000 dual-root cultivators, one may scarcely emerge. The 3-root configuration, consisting of 3 attributes from the 5 elements, is generally regarded as possessing ordinary quality. However, if one has a triad of harmonious roots, such as water, wood, earth, it can be quite commendable. When paired with suitable cultivation techniques, the speed of advancement can rival that of ordinary dual roots. Indeed, within the Xuanling sect, there exists a Yun Ling cultivator who embodies this type of spiritual root. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners with 4 or 5 spiritual roots seldom succeed in forming their elixirs, unless fortune smiles upon them with extraordinary opportunities. Otherwise, their path is fraught with challenges, often relegating them to the status of mere auxiliary disciples within the Xuanling sect. However, should the heavens bestow their grace, granting immense opportunities or rare treasures, one might ascend to immortality in a single bound. As time progressed, it was their turn, and half of the group donned their spiritual talismans, stepping onto the mountain steps to partake in the trials. The brothers Song Xiaohai and Song Xiaoyu, both of ordinary 5 spiritual roots, alongside Lu Ziqian and Yun Jin, who possessed 3 spiritual roots, prepared themselves. When Yun Ling placed her palm upon the center of the stone screen, it emitted a dazzling azure light, distinct from the corresponding colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the wind spiritual root. Just as she felt a wave of anxiety, she overheard the astonished exclamations of several nearby practitioners. Previously, these cultivators had maintained their composure in the presence of single spiritual roots. After all, while rare, a few could still be found among each recruitment cycle. However, the existence of a unique spiritual root was even more exceptional than that of a heavenly spiritual root. Over the past century, the 8 major sects had accepted fewer than 10 disciples with unique spiritual roots, all hailing from esteemed cultivation families. This young girl, appearing to have emerged from the mundane world, possessing such a rare spiritual root, was indeed astonishing. Nearby practitioners subtly gestured, dispatching a flurry of communication talismans to alert others. "Junior sister, here is your jade talisman. Do not misplace it," said the recording practitioner, whose cherubic visage broke into a charming smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Thank you," Yun Ling replied, uncertain of how to address him, graciously accepting the jade talisman while expressing her gratitude for his kindness. Lin Fei, accompanied by Yun Ling and others, made his way towards the mountain gate. This stroke of fortune allowed him to discover a disciple with a rare spiritual root, signifying that he and senior sister He would reap considerable rewards from the sect. Holding Yun Jin's hand, Yun Ling whispered reassuringly, "Do not be afraid, dear brother. I shall wait for you at the end of the path. Once you complete your journey, you will see me." Following her companions, she ascended the mountain steps. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on a narrow winding path, devoid of any other presence, utterly alone. The trail was slender and elongated, its end shrouded in distant mist, obscured from view. Flanking the path were various flora, resplendent in bloom, their vibrant colors and delightful fragrances attracting a multitude of colorful butterflies, creating an ethereal ambience that beckoned one to linger. She traversed the pathway with ease, but as she advanced a few more steps, the scene abruptly transformed. The enchanting realm morphed into a parched desert under the scorching sun. Remembering Lin Fei's words that the path of trials was but an illusion, Yun Ling pressed onward. At the front of the mountain gate, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Inside the mountain gate, the celestial selection platform atop the 5 peaks was equally bustling with activity. At this moment, dozens of golden core cultivators surrounding the platform had shed their usual ethereal demeanor, many sporting scowls and puffed cheeks. This was due to the fact that among the newly initiated disciples, those who performed exceptionally would be showcased one by one in the jade mirror of the celestial selection platform, and all aspired to recruit the most promising talents to their respective peaks. The uncles, as they were known, were accustomed to this selection process, seemingly unfazed by the exertion. In the distance, the disciples serving the various cultivators exchanged knowing glances and quiet laughter. "This disciple possesses a commendable temperament, perfect for my seeking sun peak. I shall take him," declared a male cultivator, pointing to the first disciple emerging from the trials in the mirror. "Humph, what a commendable temperament. It is evident that you have merely observed his spirit talisman, which is of the heavenly fire's spiritual root. Such exceptional aptitude should rightfully belong to my Xinqing peak. Master Zhongmen, do you not agree?" spoke the esteemed South Jin of Xinqing Peak. "I trust that Master Zhongmen will handle this matter with fairness. If there are any disciples among the new entrants possessing the heavenly gold spiritual root, should not Xinqing Peak also accept them? The heavenly gold spiritual root, of course, belongs to my Liuguang Peak. What business do you, Xuanyang Peak and Xinqing Peak, have in this matter?" retorted the unyielding Master Qianjing of Liuguang Peak. The current head of the Xinying sect, Master Nanyang, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Each time the sect recruits disciples, these fellow cultivators engage in endless disputes, showing little regard for the bonds of brotherhood. Whenever their arguments reach an impasse, they expect him to adjudicate, which is indeed a source of great frustration. Yet, who could blame him for being the sect leader? Resignedly, Master Nanyang uttered the oft-repeated words that echoed every 15 years. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, should any disciple find themselves at a loss regarding their chosen path, sect regulations state that they may select their own destination. Why argue? The traditions of our forebears remain intact." Chapter 4. The Mountain Gate Trial. The Xinying sect boasts a legacy of 5 peaks: Xinqing Peak, Yuzhua Peak, Liuguang Peak, Xuanyang Peak, and Lingmu Peak. Among them, Xinqing Peak has historically been the lineage of the sect leader, with disciples predominantly possessing fire and earth spiritual roots. Xuanyang Peak specializes in fire-based techniques and favors disciples with fire spiritual roots. Yuzhua Peak exclusively admits female disciples, with their techniques primarily derived from the water and wood elements. Nearly all disciples of Liuguang Peak possess golden spiritual roots, while Lingmu Peak's disciples are mostly aligned with water, earth, and with spiritual roots. These are the general requirements for disciple spiritual roots for each peak, though they are not rigidly fixed. For instance, the great-grandson of the esteemed Xilangenren from Lingmu Peak, named Rongjue, possesses a celestial gold spiritual root yet has chosen not to ascend to Liuguang Peak, instead opting for Lingmu Peak, where he became the second disciple of his illustrious ancestor, Xilangenren. While the masters of each peak engaged in fervent debate, they were suddenly interrupted by messages from their disciples. The content was largely similar. During this trial, a young girl with a wind spiritual root had emerged. The masters, in unison, ceased their previous discourse and swiftly searched the Bayou Mirror, for such a rare spiritual root is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Oh, it appears this young girl does not come from a prominent family and is yet to begin her cultivation at such a tender age. Her character seems commendable, and she is indeed progressing rapidly. But what of her aptitude? The esteemed Xuanling Jinren pointed to a minuscule corner of the jade mirror, and upon hearing this, all present turned their gaze. The wind spiritual root belongs to her. A few masters had already discerned the information recorded by the spiritual talisman. Indeed, there is already a disciple with a heavenly fire spiritual root. This girl represents another rare variant root, and our Xianxing sect is fortunate to welcome such promising new disciples. Nanyang Jinren beamed with joy. Brother Nanjing, did you not seek to claim the disciple with the heavenly fire spiritual root? This young wind spiritual root disciple is still a child and not of noble birth, thus mentoring her may pose challenges. Dear junior brother, please take the effort to bring her to our Xuanyang Peak. The first to propose claiming a disciple, the Jinxing Jinren from Xuanyang Peak, interjected again. I am in need of a true successor. Let her join my Liuguang Peak. Before Nanjing Jinren could voice a rebuttal, Qianjun Jinren from Liuguang Peak interrupted. Your Liuguang Peak's cultivation methods are ill-suited for her wind spiritual root. It would be better for her to join my Lingmu Peak. Nonsense. Even with Rongju's superior endowment of a golden spiritual root, he was still inducted into your spirit-nurturing peak. Yet at that time, your spirit-nurturing peak sang a different tune. Moreover, the extensive repository of scriptures in my Grand Spirit sect possesses a plethora of suitable techniques for disciples to select from. Boomed the irascible Zhen Yan, a master of the thunderous Sun Peak. Absurd, countered another. Rongju is the great-grandson of Uncle Xilan, and thus rightfully belongs to my spirit-nurturing peak. If you possess descendants of comparable aptitude, feel free to gather them all to your thunderous Sun Peak. We shall raise no objections. Zhen Yan was incensed. The procreation of offspring is arduous for cultivators, and his lineage is dwindling, with few children of late exhibiting promising celestial endowments. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its vital point, and do not expose another's shortcomings. To sprinkle salt on another's wounds is unconscionable. Junior brother headmaster also holds a position for a true disciple. Why not have her join my profound clarity peak? She ought to join my peak. This maiden should be inducted into my jade cleansing peak. Amidst the clamor, 2 more female cultivators arrived at the heavenly selection platform. The one who spoke was a female immortal adorned in a fiery red flowing cloud brocade gown, possessing a countenance of captivating beauty and vibrant allure. Senior Sister Minjing. Junior Sister Mingshuang, you have also arrived. Master Nanyang stepped forward to exchange greetings, inwardly lamenting. His fellow disciples had yet to conclude their debate, and now these 2 formidable individuals were joining the fray. His position as headmaster was proving exceedingly arduous. Greetings, headmaster. Today marks a momentous occasion for our sect. How could my jade cleansing peak be absent? The red-clad Minjing responded. The white-clad female cultivator performed a Taoist salute, remaining silent on the sidelines. Humph. Junior sister Minjing has likely received a message from a disciple within the peak, Jinxing remarked with a snort. If senior brother can receive word, so can I, Minjing retorted, raising an eyebrow. The slots for true disciples among the esteemed peaks remain unfilled. Senior sister, you and junior sister Mingshuang have no vacancies under your guidance. And those true disciples already accepted possess exceptional talents. Would it not be more prudent to allocate some to us? Master Qianjun spoke, and all the masters nodded in agreement, deciding to present a united front. It is hardly surprising that they feel this way. The longer the fellow disciples of the same peak interact, the deeper their bonds become, naturally leading to the formation of partnerships. However, every time disciples are recruited, the Yuzhu peak invariably vies for the most talented female disciples, particularly in recent years. Since the sisters Minjing and Mingshuang assumed the administrative duties of Yuzhu peak, their tenacity has only intensified, and all exceptionally gifted female disciples have entered Yuzhu peak. This has rendered the other 4 peaks' female disciples scarce, not to mention that they have trained their disciples to be pure-hearted and single-minded in their pursuit of the Tao. Consequently, the male disciples from the other 4 peaks, enamored by the likes of Xiao Ai, often find themselves facing closed doors, leading to much lamentation. How unreasonable! Junior sister Mingli had intended to point out that Master Mingli had long since passed away, making it impossible for her to accept disciples. However, she caught sight of Master Mingshuang beside her, summoning her life-bound treasure, the Duanyun sword, which floated menacingly behind her with an icy demeanor, as though poised to strike the moment a word was uttered. This fierce woman was known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and he truly could not withstand such a confrontation. Thus, he could only flick his wide sleeves in frustration and retreat to the side, visibly aggrieved. Master Nanyang hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Senior Sister Minjing, the matter concerning Junior Sister Mingli is a pain for our Xuanling sect. If we could accept a true disciple in her stead, it would be a means of passing on her legacy, and the sect would certainly devote itself to her cultivation. The Luo family from Lianhu has recently sent a young woman to Yuzhu Peak, requiring your and Junior Sister Mingshuang's diligent guidance. Although this girl possesses remarkable talent, she is still quite young and will require significant nurturing. Would it not be better to assign her to another peak? Indeed, Senior Sister, please do not overexert yourself." Many of the esteemed masters echoed this sentiment. One voice of reason is commendable, and 2 voices are even more persuasive. My fellow disciple, Ming Shuang, and I shall endeavor to give our utmost. Furthermore, after a moment of contemplation, the revered Master Ming Ying smiled gracefully and conveyed that our esteemed master has emerged from seclusion. Today, he has specifically instructed us to select a disciple of exceptional potential to be placed under the tutelage of my junior sister, to accompany the young lady of the Luo family. She will surely provide meticulous guidance and leave a legacy for my junior sister." At that moment, the assembly found themselves at a loss for words, as this was indeed the request of the Yuzhua Peak's nascent soul master. The other masters began to ponder whether they should also communicate with our master, questioning if this might be an overreaction, considering it was merely a preliminary selection for the sect. After all, exceptional talent does not guarantee a smooth journey in the path of cultivation. The results of the sect's minor competition would ultimately be the decisive factor for accepting disciples. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing such a rare spirit root was a heavy burden on their hearts. Amidst their hesitation, Master Ming Ying continued, stating, "This young woman will be taken under the wing of my junior sister. Henceforth, my junior sister shall only have the young lady of the Luo family and her as disciples, with no others." Just moments ago, our master recalled the untimely demise of my junior sister and was filled with sorrow. I hope all esteemed brothers will lend their support. After speaking, Master Ming Ying performed a gesture of respect towards the assembly, her demeanor shifting to one of humility and sincerity. With this young woman under my junior sister's guidance, this year, Yuzhua Peak shall not accept any other inner disciples with dual spirit roots or higher. The previously silent Master Ming Shuang suddenly spoke up. The esteemed masters recalled the matter of Master Ming Li and felt their hearts soften. Upon hearing this, they were instantly filled with joy. Though the wind spiritual root is a rarity, there are quite a number of promising disciples among the newly initiated. The exchange of a single wind spiritual root in return for the cessation of competition for female disciples with dual spiritual roots at Yuzhua Peak this year is indeed a fortuitous arrangement. The esteemed elders unanimously expressed their approval. Ming Ying and Ming Shuang exchanged glances, laden with meaning. In recent recruitments, nearly all the exceptionally gifted female disciples have gravitated towards Yuzhua Peak, leaving the other 5 peaks increasingly discontented, with several elders discreetly hinting at this matter. Initially, they intended to accept a disciple of decent aptitude and then broach this issue under the pretense of necessity. Unexpectedly, they encountered a new disciple with a wind spiritual root. An unforeseen delight. 2 blossoms have bloomed simultaneously, each showcasing its own beauty. Yun Ling traversed the vibrant flower path in just a quarter of an hour, yet spent an entire day and night navigating the desolate sandy expanse. The journey grew increasingly arduous. Stepping from the scorching desert under the intense sun into the eerie shade of ancient trees, she felt disoriented and dizzy, requiring a lengthy rest to regain her composure. This forest, with its towering ancient trees, rendered her directionless. After 2 days of wandering, she felt as though she was merely treading water, helplessly recalling a tale recounted by her elderly neighbor about an immortal. It is said that a certain mortal inadvertently offended a cultivator, who, in retribution, ensnared him within a formation from which he could not escape, no matter how he tried within a mere few zhang. Only after he wearily wept and acknowledged his mistakes did the cultivator reveal the secret, to close his eyes and walk with his heart, trusting not his eyes. For sincerity brings forth spiritual insight. Following this advice, the mortal indeed found his way out of his predicament. In a desperate bid for resolution, she resolved to experiment with this method. She broke off a small branch to serve as a walking stick, closed her eyes, and, with the branch guiding her, slowly began to step forward. A pitch-black mire obstructed her path, its depths unknown, while slender water snakes slithered menacingly through the inky waters. Overwhelmed by trepidation, she hesitated to step forward. After much contemplation, she smoothed the purple fabric hidden in her sleeve and reassured herself that fear must not conquer her. If she could not traverse even this swamp, how could she aspire to find a mentor or fulfill her deepest desires? Master Lin Fei had once proclaimed that all was but an illusion. If that were the case, then surely no danger lurked ahead. Using a branch to gauge the mire's depths, she cautiously waded forward, pretending not to notice the serpents writhing on either side. As she progressed, the pain in her feet intensified, as if countless insects were burrowing into her soles. Her pace slowed, and upon halting, she realized that the pain subsided entirely. Yet, the moment she moved, a sharp agony would return, leaving her trapped in the mire's center. After a brief respite, Yun Ling resolved that enduring prolonged suffering was less desirable than confronting it head-on. Her father had once said that a single surge of effort could yield results. But if one faltered, their strength would dwindle. Casting aside the branch, she sprinted towards the far end of the mire. Time lost its meaning as she ran. Her feet long since numb, her blood gradually cooling. Yet her heart raced with a singular thought: run. Hours may have passed, or perhaps a day. In a trance-like state, she finally emerged from the swamp. Before her stood a stone table, adorned with her favorite osmanthus cake, warm and exuding an enticing fragrance. Suddenly, Yun Ling felt an overwhelming hunger, despite recalling the elixir given to her by Master Yu that promised a month without hunger. Was this yet another trial to endure? She swallowed hard, suppressing her hunger as she walked forward with unwavering focus, only to find herself in an entirely different realm. Chapter 5. Entering the Jade Jia. In the next moment, Yun Ling found herself in the square of Xianqing Peak, facing the magnificent edifice of the Xuanling sect. The characters Xuanling Hall were inscribed in a robust and ancient style, with dragon eaves at each corner intricately carved to depict dragons spitting pearls, their heads raised as if soaring into the heavens. Above the hall, celestial cranes danced gracefully, their melodious cries echoing through the air. In the square, several disciples who had completed their trials were already present, their attire suggesting they hailed from prominent families. Upon seeing Yun Ling emerge from the trials so swiftly, they regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. It was not that they looked down upon her. Rather, her attire clearly marked her as someone from the mortal realm, distinctly different from their own backgrounds as scions of cultivation families. They had prepared for entrance into the Xuanling sect since childhood, and this minor entry trial was merely a trifling matter for them. This girl, coming from the mortal world without the guidance of elder relatives, perhaps even unaware of what cultivation techniques entailed, had astonishingly managed to emerge so quickly, which was quite extraordinary. Junior sister, you emerged so swiftly. How impressive. A young boy approached Yun Ling, his cherubic face still retaining its youthful innocence. Sienner, you may not be older than this junior sister, remarked another young man in a green robe. Junior sister, my name is Yu Wuqian, and this is my younger brother, Yu Wuxian. I am Yun Ling. Greetings, senior brothers. As they conversed, two cultivators approached the Yu brothers. One of the purple-clad cultivators addressed Mo Xuanyu first, stating, Esteemed junior brother, you are the first to emerge from the Mountain Gate trial, possessing the rare heavenly fire's spiritual root and exceptional talent. Your future is limitless. Today, both the Xuanyang Peak and the Xianxing Peak expressed their desire to take you as a disciple. The sect leader specifically entrusted me to inquire which peak you wish to join. Mo Xuanyu pondered for a moment before turning to the visitor and asking, Which peak is my elder brother heading to? A white-robed cultivator promptly stepped forward, saying, This junior brother also possesses an excellent dual fire and earth spiritual root. Our Xianxing Peak wishes to accept him as a disciple. Very well, then I shall join Xianxing Peak as well, Mo Xuanqing casually remarked. Excellent, excellent. Please follow me. Esteemed junior brothers. With that, the white-robed cultivator swiftly took hold of the two and hurried away, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Alas, the purple-clad cultivator stood in shock, unable to intervene in time. One by one, other cultivators arrived to escort the children away from the square, and after a while, only a few remained. Yun Ling felt a twinge of melancholy. Was there truly no one interested in her? Was it said that her qualifications were commendable? Fortunately, it wasn't long before a female cultivator approached her. Junior sister, I am Du Ruo from Yuzhua Peak. Please accompany me to pay respects to our ancestral master. Ancestral master? Thank goodness, I am still eligible to be accepted by a mentor. Relieved, she obediently followed the approaching female cultivator. The cultivator led her out of the square, then produced a bright yellow silk handkerchief, using it to fly her towards Yuzhua Peak. Having experienced the journey aboard the ebony ship, Yun Ling felt no fear. After a brief tea time, they arrived at a pavilion. Within the Xuanling sect, only the sect leader and those who have attained the Yuanian cultivation level may construct lofts as their abodes. Others can only carve out stone caves atop the peaks for their practice. I report to you, ancestor, Du Ruo has brought the person here. Come in, replied a voice from within, gentle and melodious. As the words fell, the grand door in front of the loft opened of its own accord. Du Ruo led Yun Ling around the enormous screen in the hall and bowed respectfully, saying, Du Ruo pays her respects to ancestor, master, and uncle master. Before Yun Ling could discern the figures present, she mimicked Du Ruo's gesture of greeting, offering her respects to the esteemed elders. No need for excessive formalities. Rise, said the elder female cultivator, her gaze lingering on Yun Ling. This child is indeed quite exquisite. The elder continued, Master, this little girl is a rare spirit root that emerges only once in a century. My junior sister and I have put forth considerable effort on her behalf. You must commend us well. Even those who have achieved the golden core stage can still be so mischievous. The female cultivator chuckled lightly, her tone laced with affection. Yun Ling raised her gaze to the elder, who sat gracefully upon a jade chair, clad in a white robe adorned with golden phoenix patterns. Her ethereal beauty was beyond description. She seemed otherworldly, as if descended from a realm beyond. On either side of her, two female cultivators occupied guest seats, one in crimson, the other in white, each radiating celestial grace. The red-robed cultivator had just spoken. Behind her stood a young girl, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she studied Yun Ling. I am willing, Yun Ling replied without hesitation. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Throughout her journey, She had heard far too much about the distinctions between true disciples and those from the inner peaks. The true discipleship is the aspiration of every apprentice who enters a sect, and to become a true disciple of Yuzhu Peak is the cherished dream of many female cultivators. The only regret seems to be that the master is no longer in this world. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the second disciple of my little apprentice, Mingli. Though your master is absent, both I and your senior uncle Minjing, along with senior uncle Mingshuang, shall diligently guide you. The esteemed Qingwei Zhenjuan spoke with a gentle smile. Little Linger, this is your senior sister Ninghuan. She is the eldest disciple of your master and has recently ascended to Yuzhu Peak, indicated Minjing Zhenjuan, gesturing towards the girl beside her. Greetings, junior sister. The girl exclaimed with a radiant smile, stepping forward to take her small hand. Minjing, please take them to pay their respects to the master and settle in. Minjing Zhenren led Luo Ninghuan and Yun Ling to a secluded cave. After deftly unlocking the restrictions, she guided them to a meditation mat. This is the cave where my junior sister once cultivated, and this mat was her customary seat. You two shall bow and pay your respects here, should the opportunity arise in the future. She paused, seeming to be overcome with emotion, and left her words unspoken. Yun Ling and Ninghuan bowed down to the mat 9 times, thus completing their formal apprenticeship. After they had officially become disciples, Minjing Zhenren entrusted them to do Ruo, saying, please take them to find a cave residence beside you. All matters regarding their initiation shall be your responsibility. Ninghuan has already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Ensure she diligently practices. As for Linger, she is yet to draw qi into her body and, having come from the mundane world, is quite unfamiliar with cultivation. In the coming days, I ask that you and your junior sisters take care to teach her, so she may soon begin her journey of cultivation. Yes, master. I shall remember, replied Du Ruo. Minjing Zhenren then addressed the two. Now that you have entered Yuzhu Peak, you must earnestly devote yourselves to cultivation without neglect. In times of need, one may seek the assistance of the esteemed senior sisters. The two responded affirmatively. Though Luo Ninghuan had arrived at the peak a few days earlier, she had been closely following Du Ruo and had not yet acquired a personal cave dwelling. Thus, she and Yun Ling chose adjacent caves, conveniently located near Du Ruo, ensuring mutual support in the days to come. Subsequently, the duo paid their respects to other senior sisters. Master Mingying's 3 esteemed disciples were Du Ruo, Qing Chu, and Hiyu. Senior sister Qing Chu was currently in seclusion, striving to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Hiyu, who had previously guided Yun Ling, was now to be addressed as senior sister. Master Ming Shuang's 3 senior sisters were Meng Qi, Zhu Fei, and Yun Shu. Senior sister Meng Qi was away on a journey and had yet to return, whereas both Zhu Fei and Yun Shu were lively and cheerful, a stark contrast to their more serious master. After exchanging courteous greetings among themselves, Zhu Fei assisted senior sister Du Ruo in escorting Luo Ninghuan to the cave they had chosen. Yun Shu volunteered to go to the Peak Affairs Pavilion on behalf of Du Ruo to fetch 2 sets of robes for Yun Ling. The sky blue robes were elegantly simple, adorned only with delicate light blue water patterns at the collar and cuffs, signifying the identity of a disciple from Yuzhu Peak. The robes could adapt to the wearer's physique, accommodating both large and small forms while also providing protection from dust. Once Yun Ling donned the garments, Yun Shu styled her hair into twin buns, embellishing them with pale blue ribbons. The transformation was remarkable, rendering her as exquisite as a sculpted jade figure, soft and adorable. Yun Shu playfully tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "You look utterly charming in this attire, junior sister." Du Ruo nodded in agreement. Embarrassed, Yun Ling shyly touched her hair ribbon and lowered her gaze, contemplating her father's adage that one is judged by their attire, much like a horse is judged by its saddle. As tomorrow marks the quinquennial disciple selection ceremony of the Xuanling sect, Du Ruo advised her to retire early, for she would come to fetch her at dawn. In the stillness of the night, Yun Ling felt a tinge of worry for her younger brother and found herself unable to sleep. Suddenly, she heard a gentle call from outside the cave. "Junior sister, are you asleep?" It was Luo Ninghuan, who had stealthily come to visit. Senior sister, come in. I am still awake, she beckoned. Junior sister, I cannot sleep, so I thought I'd come to see you. Shall we share a bed? Yun Ling responded eagerly, relieved to have company in this unfamiliar place. At this moment, Luo Ninghuan had also donned the attire of Yuzhu Peak. The two, of similar age and appearance, with their youthful features yet to fully mature, felt as though they were gazing at reflections of themselves, quickly becoming acquainted. Junior sister, I heard from senior sister Zhu Fei that you were already 8 years old. In which month were you born? My birthday was just this past February, she replied. Well then, junior sister, in the realm of cultivation, age holds little significance. It is one's cultivation level and the timing of entry that matter. Since I entered before you, I am your senior sister. Are you also 8? In which month were you born? Yun Ling inquired with a smile. June. Luo Ninghuan stammered, her large eyes fixed intently on her. She quickly added, since senior sister entered before me, you are indeed my senior sister. Yun Ling thought to herself how the little junior sister reminded her of the mischievous Yu Wuxian. That makes perfect sense. Luo Ninghuan, upon hearing this, flashed a cunning smile, her charm akin to that of ice and snow. Through their leisurely conversation, Yun Ling learned that, according to worldly customs, the little junior sister ought to refer to Master Mingli as auntie, as both hailed from the Luo family of Lianhu Lake, a lineage that was affiliated with the Xuanling sect. Due to the influence of the esteemed Mingli Zhenren, her elders directly entrusted her to the Yuzhua Peak, hoping that the revered Qingwei Zhenjuan would extend his benevolence towards her. Considering the connection with the Mingli Zhenren and the Luo family, upon encountering Luo Ninghuan, Qingwei Zhenjuan was struck by her resemblance to his former disciple, instantly feeling a surge of affection. Regrettably, he had already filled the quota for his direct disciples with Minjing and Mingshuang, and he mused that had Mingli been alive, she would undoubtedly have taken her niece, Luo Ninghuan, as her apprentice. After considerable contemplation, he decided to take on disciples in honor of Mingli Zhenren, a rather extraordinary notion. Minjing and Mingshuang, believing that one disciple was acceptable and two would be a delight, promptly included Yun Ling as well. This young girl possessed extraordinary talent, and having her as a disciple of their little sister would not be deemed a disgrace. The two of them devoted themselves to her instruction, fulfilling their bond as sisters. After some playful banter, their youthful exhaustion gradually overtook them, leading them into slumber. Chapter 6. Successfully attracting qi in matters of significant importance within the sect, such as the upcoming disciple ceremony. All practitioners, regardless of their cultivation level, were required to don the sect's ceremonial robes as a sign of reverence. The Xuanling sect held the color blue in high regard, with each peak adorned in blue robes, distinguished by unique patterns at the cuffs and hems for identification. Yuzhua Peak bore a subtle azure water pattern. Xianqing Peak was marked by a black earth motif. Liuguang Peak showcased a golden design. Xuanyang Peak displayed a crimson flame pattern, and Lingmu Peak was characterized by a deep green wood texture. The outer disciples of Luoxiao Peak were unadorned robes at the cuffs and were numerous, forming an orderly line behind the 5 major peaks. In the plaza, the 5 peaks lined up in formation, with all disciples present and accounted for, except those in seclusion or away on journeys. At the forefront stood the golden elixir true man, followed closely by his esteemed disciples, with the foundational disciples trailing behind, and subsequently the other inner peak disciples. Yun Ling observed that in addition to her 2 masters at the front of the procession, there were also 2 golden elixir female immortals, both donned in the robes of Yuzhua Peak, their expressions solemn and dignified. Moments later, a middle-aged cultivator emerged from the temple doors, accompanied by 8 other practitioners, including the esteemed Master Qingwei. Salutations to the sect leader, greetings to the peak masters, and respects to all elders. The assembly performed their respectful gestures in unison. By the grace of the heavenly Tao, our Xuanling sect has newly accepted over 2,000 disciples, of which more than 1,800 have entered the Falling Clouds Peak as external disciples. Furthermore, there are 6 disciples with heavenly spiritual roots who have taken oaths at various peaks as true disciples. The disciple of the heavenly fire root, Yu Wuxian, and the earth root disciple, Zheng Yi, have both joined Xuanling Peak, with Yu Wuxian as the third disciple of Master Nanjing and Zheng Yi as the third disciple of Master Nanyao. The Wind Root disciple, Yun Ling, has entered Yuzhua Peak, becoming the second disciple of Master Mingli. The Heavenly Fire Root disciple, Qin Fij, has joined Xuanyang Peak as the second disciple of Master Jinyan. The Golden Root disciple, Yin Xing, has entered Liuguang Peak, serving as the second disciple of Master Qianjun. Lastly, the Heavenly Wood Root disciple, Zhong Lihei, has joined Lingmu Peak as the eldest disciple of Master Shuriwa. At this juncture, the current sect leader, Master Nanyang, burst forth in hearty laughter. Congratulations to the sect leader. Congratulations to all the peak masters. We shall diligently heed the teachings of our leader. The disciples in the square all performed their gestures of respect, their collective spirit soaring. Following the conclusion of the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, Du Ruo and Zhu Fei escorted Yun Ling and Luo Ning to the Tianqing Pavilion atop Tianqing Peak. The Xuanling sect comprises 7 grand mountain peaks and 81 smaller ones. The smaller peaks have largely been transformed into spiritual fields, cultivating spiritual grains, herbs, and fruits, where the aura is relatively weak, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation and habitation. Among the 7 majestic peaks, 5 are distinguished: Xinqing, Yuzhua, Liuguang, Xuanyang, and Lingmu. These 5 peaks are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, serving as the very veins of the sect's legacy. And the disciples residing upon them are known as the inner peak disciples. The remaining 2 peaks possess lesser spiritual vitality. One of these is the Luoxia Peak, the dwelling and training ground for the outer peak disciples. The other is the Tianqing Peak. Tianqing Peak is characterized by its flat terrain, featuring the Tianqing Platform, the Tianqing Hall, and the Tianqing Pavilion, making it the most vibrant peak within the Xuanling sect. The Tianqing Platform is designated for competitions among disciples. Each month, the Tianqing Hall hosts lectures from a Golden Core cultivator and numerous foundation establishment practitioners, imparting essential insights on cultivation and addressing the inquiries of junior disciples. The Tianqing Pavilion functions akin to a miscellaneous affairs hall, responsible for the registration of all disciples' identity jade tokens, overseeing the management of vital blood jade plaques, and distributing rewards for entry, cultivation advancements, and other merits. It also handles the issuance of sect tasks and the subsequent reward settlements upon their completion. Thus, Tianqing Peak is perpetually bustling, with a constant flow of visitors. The rewards for the true inheritance disciples and inner peak disciples upon entry are identical: a blue storage pouch containing a cultivation exchange token, a vial of 30 spirit-quelling pills, 10 chi-attracting pills, a vial of 30 spirit-consolidating pills, 10 bone-washing pills, 200 spirit stones, and a substantial tome titled Record of Immortal Cultivation in the Dragon's Favor. This book elucidates fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm, evidently tailored for disciples emerging from the mundane world. Each elevation and rank permits the disciples to claim sect rewards at the Tianqing Pavilion. As Luo Ninghuan has reached the second layer of qi refinement, she is entitled to receive 2 additional vials of spirit-quelling pills, 2 vials of qi-consolidating pills, and an extra 300 spirit stones. Concerned for her younger brother Yunjin's whereabouts, Du Ruo assisted Yun Ling in inquiring with the disciples responsible for registration at Tianqing Pavilion. She then led her to the disciples' teaching hall at Lingmu Peak. Lu Shidi, the second disciple of Master Shi Yu at Lingmu Peak, was responsible for caring for the new disciples. He was initially explaining how to channel qi into the body when he noticed Du Ruo's arrival and came out to greet her. "My junior sister Yun is worried about her younger brother and has come to visit," Du Ruo explained. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qi returned with Yun Jin. Upon seeing his sister, Yun Jin was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he tightly grasped Yun Ling's hand. "Sister, I have been searching for you. I heard your name this morning. You went to Yuzhua Peak, but I am here at Lingmu Peak. I did go to Yuzhua Peak. Are you well here?" Yun Ling embraced him, gently patting his frail back to console him. "The senior brothers here are all very kind. Can I stay with you, sister?" Yun Jin gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Having suddenly left home at such a young age, and with his sister not by his side. He felt utterly helpless for quite some time. Yun Ling also wished not to part with Yun Jin, but since Yuzhua Peak did not accept male disciples, she could only encourage him, saying, "Jiner, be good. I will ask senior sister to bring me to see you more often. I will also strive to cultivate diligently, so that I may progress like the senior sisters and visit you more easily. While you are here, make sure to listen to your senior brothers and practice hard." The distance between the 5 peaks is insurmountable for those who have yet to cultivate. Only those who have established their foundation can manipulate spiritual tools for flight. Disciples in the Qi refining stage can only traverse between the 5 peaks by using flying crane talismans or by swiftly walking across the suspended bridges connecting them. Both individuals moved at a leisurely pace, requiring considerable effort. Though Yun Jin was merely 5 years old, perhaps due to her innate spiritual roots, she exhibited a greater understanding than Yun Lian. As she had yet to draw energy into her body, she was unable to access her storage pouch. Du Ruo assisted her by retrieving the elixirs and books contained within, placing them upon the stone bed. The remaining spiritual stones were left in the pouch for her future use. Subsequently, Du Ruo began instructing her in meditation, guiding her to practice drawing energy into her body. Yun Ling sat upon the stone bed, consuming an energy-drawing pill. Following Du Ruo's advice, she quieted her mind and gradually attuned herself to the surrounding spiritual energy. As one of the 5 great peaks of the Xuanling sect, Yuzhua Peak was naturally abundant in spiritual energy. As a true disciple of the Golden Core stage, the spiritual essence within her cave dwelling was more potent than that of ordinary disciples in the inner peaks. Slowly, she sensed the emergence of numerous flickering light points around her, each varying in hue. Du Ruo had mentioned that, as a wind spirit root, she should focus on feeling the pale blue light points, which represented the essence of wind. With unwavering concentration, Yun Ling cautiously reached out to touch these luminous points. Gradually, an increasing amount of wind spirit energy began to coalesce around her. Her spirit felt like a small boat gently swaying amidst the spiritual energy, as if it were a solitary vessel anchored under the serene moonlight, drifting with the currents. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber. Du Ruo chuckled softly, unwilling to disturb the little one. When Yun Ling awoke once more, the moon had ascended to its zenith. Remembering her earnest vow to Yun Jin earlier in the day to diligently practice her cultivation, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at having fallen asleep while preparing to draw energy into her body. She opened the nearby tome, Dragon's Blessing, a guide to cultivation. The text boldly proclaimed, "For all with spiritual roots, the first step to transcendence is to draw energy into the body. The second step involves circulating the energy according to the prescribed techniques." The process of drawing qi into the body refers to the influx of spiritual energy through the fingertips and crown of the head, flowing along the meridians into the 5 internal organs and 6 viscera. Ultimately, this energy travels downward and then upward, traversing the 3 major dantians of the human body, thereby creating a small circulatory system where the spiritual energy operates and resides, nourishing the mortal body, transforming it towards an immortal form. She steadied her mind and once again sat cross-legged, attuning herself to the surrounding spiritual energy. This time, as the ethereal wind energy began to coalesce around her, she consumed a qi-drawing pill, carefully guiding the energy to gather at her fingertips. Gradually, a warm and inviting stream of energy spiraled in through her fingers, meandering slowly along the meridian of her arms to her heart channel. She remained vigilant, striving to draw in more spiritual energy at her fingertips, allowing it to circulate within her body and coalesce in the middle dantian. As the energy in the middle dantian thickened, she directed it downward to the lower dantian, subsequently gathering additional streams of energy and propelling them towards the upper dantian. Ultimately, with the increasing influx of energy, a cyclical flow was established between the meridians of her arms and the energies within the 3 dantians and heart channel. She had succeeded. Yun Ling became enraptured by the sensation of the energy circulating within her, a feeling of profound comfort that made her forget herself. until the foul odor emanating from a layer of sticky filth brought her back to reality. The texts state that upon successfully drawing qi into the body, one should consume a cleansing pill to expel impurities as much as possible, facilitating better cultivation in the future. After taking the cleansing pill, within a mere quarter of an hour, she was overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. Having grown up consuming grains and cereals, she now felt like a mere clay figurine. A thick layer of grime enveloped her, and with a mere dig of her fingers, she could unearth a pill from the muck. It was undeniably filthy. Hastily, she made her way to the nearby pool beside her cave dwelling, drawing several buckets of crystal-clear spring water cascading from the summit of Yuzhua Peak to cleanse herself. After meticulously scrubbing away the filth, she felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her body, a delightful benefit of cultivating her skills, she mused with satisfaction. At that moment, as dawn's light began to break, Du Ruo arrived at her cave. Congratulations, junior sister Yun, on successfully channeling the vital energy. Du Ruo beamed with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Du, for your guidance. Du Ruo had always taken great care of her, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude. Upon her successful channeling, the surrounding spiritual energy had surged, prompting their master to take note and send word to me, urging an early visit to the Xianqing Peak's scripture pavilion for the exchange of techniques. Yun Ling and Luo Ning Huan's nominal master, the esteemed Master Ming Li, possessed dual spiritual roots of water and wood. Luo Ning Huan, sharing the same origin, hailed from the Luo family of Lianhu and possessed identical spiritual roots, thus commencing her training in the ancient techniques of Ming Li long ago. However, Yun Ling's circumstances were distinct. She would need to seek alternative methods for her cultivation. Chapter 7. Taiyin Floating Wind. Most of the female disciples of Yuzhua Peak were endowed with both water and with spiritual roots. Prior to Yun Ling's arrival, the peak's historical records had never documented a disciple with wind spiritual roots. Within the library affiliated with Yuzhua Peak, including those of Master Ming Ying and true monarch Qing Wei, there existed no techniques suitable for Yun Ling's training. Consequently, she could only venture to Xianqing Peak to exchange her technique tokens for the necessary methods. Since its inception, Xianqing Peak had remained the principal summit of the Xuanling sect, housing a repository that contained all techniques and texts from ancient times to the present. The path of cultivation for a practitioner is inextricably linked to their spiritual roots, techniques, and opportunities, each element being indispensable. As the second largest sect in the Longyu realm, the Xuanling sect does not hesitate to impart its teachings for the enhancement of its strength. Whether one is a true disciple or an ordinary inner peak disciple, they are afforded the opportunity to select cultivation methods that best suit their individual needs. All inner peak disciples, including true disciples, may seek out the sutra repository if their peak masters do not provide suitable techniques or if they find the bestowed methods unsatisfactory. The sutra repository houses the Tianyuan bookshelf, which possesses its own sentience, presenting the most fitting cultivation methods in the form of jade tablets according to the disciple's aptitude and spiritual energy. Each disciple is granted but a single opportunity in their lifetime to utilize this resource. Initially, outer peak disciples may only practice the cultivation methods contained within the library of the Luoxia Peak. This is not to imply that the methods of Luoxia Peak are inferior. Rather, those who begin their journey there typically possess 4 spiritual roots or pseudo-spiritual roots, relegating them to the status of ordinary servitors. At the outset of their training, the cultivation techniques of Luoxia Peak are simply more appropriate for those without a clear affinity for a specific spiritual root. Once an outer peak disciple successfully establishes their foundation and transitions to an inner peak disciple, they will have gained a clearer understanding of their cultivation path. At that juncture, selecting methods from the Xianqing Peak Sutra repository that align with their spiritual roots becomes increasingly suitable. This approach also ensures that certain precious techniques do not become commonplace. Due to the limitations imposed by their spiritual roots, outer peak disciples are often regarded as servitors within the Xuanling sect, and indeed throughout the entirety of the Longyu cultivation world. This demographic constitutes a significant population. In a realm where the survival of the fittest prevails, acts of robbery and plunder are commonplace, leading to numerous fatalities among cultivators each year. It is undeniable that a considerable portion of these fallen cultivators are those of inferior aptitude and low cultivation levels, predominantly comprising these servitors. Under the guidance of Du Rua, Yun Ling arrived at the Sutra repository nestled within the Xianxing Peak. The repository is vigilantly guarded by disciples assigned specifically for its protection, comprising a total of 6 levels. The first level contains books and scriptures accessible to disciples in the Qi refinement stage for consultation and replication. The second level can only be entered by those who have attained the foundation establishment stage. Access to the third level is restricted to practitioners at the Golden Core stage or higher. The fourth level is reserved solely for true monarchs of the nascent soul. The fifth level houses an accumulation of various secret arts, divine abilities, magical treasures, and confidential records amassed by the Xuanling sect over generations, accessible only to the sect master and the heads of each peak. The sixth level remains locked to all but those who have reached the transformation stage, and its contents are beyond Yun Ling's current qualifications to comprehend. The Heavenly Fate bookshelf is located within the innermost chamber of the first level of the repository. At the entrance stand 2 foundation establishment practitioners, who, after verifying Yun Ling's jade tablet, collected the method exchange token. Together, they unleashed an intricate array of prohibitions. And after the passage of half an incense stick's time, the door finally creaked open. The Heavenly Fate bookshelf stands in the very center of the room, its form resembling that of the bookshelves found in the library atop Yuzhu Peak, albeit constructed from materials of a more extraordinary nature. Yun Ling observed it for a while, unable to discern the type of spiritual wood from which it was fashioned. The bookshelf is divided into 5 tiers, and at that moment, each shelf lay barren. Following the instructions of the 2 guards at the entrance, Yun Ling concentrated her spiritual energy at her fingertips and gently pressed her hand against the bookshelf. In an instant, the entire structure radiated with vibrant colors, streams of ethereal light swirling up and down the shelves. After approximately a quarter of an hour, countless azure points of light appeared on the topmost tier of the bookshelf. These luminescent dots began to coalesce and move with grace, as if they were painting, illustrating an expansive scroll of the Milky Way. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the luminous points gradually dissipated, leaving behind a jade tablet inscribed with the Ta Yin floating wind technique. By the time the 2 of them arrived, the esteemed Ming Ying and Ming Shuang were also present. The venerable Qing Wei Jinjun, after inquiring about her acquired skills, expressed his satisfaction. According to the records of our sect's history, the 6th disciple of our founding patriarch, the Wind God, diligently practiced this very technique in his time. Subsequently, as disciples with wind spiritual roots became exceedingly rare, the transmission of this technique gradually ceased. It is indeed fortuitous that you have formed a bond with it today. This is your destiny. Take heed to cultivate diligently. Yun Ling nodded in agreement. Ming Ying, Ming Shuang, in the coming days, I shall embark on a journey to Tian High Pavilion to meet with the esteemed Jing Lu Zhenjun, venturing to the overseas Tian Su Island in search of opportunities. This journey may last anywhere from a year to several years. I entrust all matters concerning Yuzhua Peak to you. Ensure they are managed with care. Should you encounter matters that require discernment, do not hesitate to consult your martial uncle. If I enter seclusion, I shall communicate with the sect leader and the elders. Ming Ying and Ming Shuang acknowledged her instructions one by one. Ning Ling, remember that in the path of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. You must both strive diligently and not grow complacent. Should you have any doubts during your practice, seek guidance from your respected martial uncles. Before my departure, I shall entrust Ming Ying with items intended for you. She will present them to you once your cultivation shows some progress. Qing Wei Jinjun advised Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan. Thank you, esteemed master. We shall certainly cultivate diligently. The 2 responded in unison, their faces alight with joy. The gifts bestowed by the Xuanling Jinjun are indeed extraordinary. It is only reasonable that they be presented once the 2 have made some progress in their training. It is often said that the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. Sometimes, the true terror lies not in the ferocity of beasts, but in the hearts of men. They understood well the adage that possessing a treasure can invite calamity. Only upon reaching the first layer of chi refinement does one truly embark on the path of immortality. The so-called Great Transformation numbers 50, of which 49 are utilized. When divided into two, it symbolizes duality. When one is added, it represents the ternary, when measured by 4. It signifies the 4 seasons. Returning to the odd number symbolizes the leap year, where every 5 years there is an additional leap. Heaven is 1, earth is 2, heaven 3, earth 4, heaven 5, earth 6, heaven 7, earth 8, heaven 9, earth 10. The heavenly numbers total 5, the earthly numbers also 5, with the harmony of the 5 positions yielding mutual benefits. The heavenly numbers amount to 25, while the earthly numbers total 30, making the total count of heaven and earth 55. This is the foundation for transformation and the manifestation of spirits. The Great Transformation Floating Wind Technique, as its name suggests, is a unique art exclusively attainable by those with wind spiritual roots, emphasizing the variability and speed of techniques. With experience in guiding qi into the body, the practice of the floating wind technique progressed smoothly. Step by step, she opened the vital points throughout her body according to the method. Utilizing spiritual energy, she connected these points in a specific sequence, forming a delicate and intricate web of spiritual power, outlining the framework of the technique. After 5 time segments, she was able to independently operate a grand circulation as described in the method. Subsequently, after condensing spiritual energy and executing several grand circulations, the floating wind technique within her began to operate autonomously. Even without intentionally gathering qi, she could absorb the power of wind from the surrounding spiritual energy, albeit in minuscule amounts, far less than when she actively concentrated her mind to gather energy. Following this, she consumed a cleansing marrow pill, once again executing the floating wind technique. The pill possessed profound medicinal potency, continuously expelling impurities from her body, while the operation of the technique became increasingly smooth, and the previous stagnation of spiritual energy flow in her meridians gradually vanished without a trace. She reveled in the sensation of being washed by the ethereal energy, continuously cultivating her spiritual essence, feeling her soul grow increasingly pure and clear. On the midnight of the 3rd day, with the moon at its zenith, she finally attained the first layer of qi refinement, formally stepping into the realm of immortality. All her wishes and dreams would commence from this very moment. Chapter 8. Journey to Gujing Mountain. In the mountains, there are no records of time. One cannot discern the passing of years amidst the chill. Yun Ling had been cultivating at the Xuanling sect for 6 years, and now she had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Though she had long entered this stage, her internal spiritual energy overflowed, yet she showed no signs of a breakthrough. Thus, she accepted a task from her sect to venture to Gujing Mountain in search of the Xuanling fruit, intending to undergo a modest trial and seek an opportunity for advancement. Gujing Mountain lies to the southwest of the Xuanling sect, not far away. It is more accurately described as a hilly range stretching for thousands of miles. The mountains are predominantly filled with low-tier spiritual trees and herbs, and a jade river flows through, abundant with a type of water jade that aids those with water spiritual roots in their cultivation. The Xuanling sect regularly dispatches disciples to mine its treasures. The mountain is sparsely populated with demonic beasts, mostly of the 1st tier. As long as one does not venture into the depths, disciples above the 6th layer of qi refinement can traverse it with ease. Therefore, Gujing Mountain is a favored destination for disciples in the lower stages of qi refinement. Recently, Luo Ninghuan had been in closed-door cultivation, asserting that Yun Ling was progressing too rapidly and that she must embody the role of a senior sister, vowing not to emerge until she reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Thus, she resolved to journey alone. 100 miles southwest of Gujing Mountain lies a small depression. 3 years prior, during a training excursion with her fellow disciples, she had discovered a patch of Qingyu grass here. Qingyu grass is the primary ingredient for refining the pill of abstinence. After harvesting the mature spiritual herbs, they had left many seedlings behind. when Yun Ling arrived. The herbs had already flourished, adorned with blossoms of pale green and white, exuding a serene beauty. Fortunately, no one had beaten her to them. Joyfully estimating the value of these spiritual herbs, Yun Ling gazed upon them as if they were precious stones beckoning her. Alas, her financial situation was dire. Luo Ninghuan received annual provisions from her family, yet often found herself in need. In contrast, Yun Ling had no familial support and relied solely on the rewards from her sect for her cultivation. However, the deeper her cultivation, the more elixirs she required. Thus, despite being a direct disciple, occasionally receiving assistance from her esteemed elders, she remained exceedingly impoverished. The path of cultivation was indeed a relentless drain on her spiritual stones. After carefully harvesting the mature Qingyu grass, Yun Ling placed them into a jade box, which would preserve the herb's spiritual essence for a century. Nearby lay a demon beast, its body riddled with countless wounds, drenched in crimson blood that soaked its fur. It was discernibly a white Rinyo, its once formidable horns now reduced to mere stumps. A pitiful sight indeed. The white Rinyo was a first-tier demon beast unique to Gujing Mountain, known for its docile nature and tendency to dwell in groups. Yet, at this moment, it lay alone, lifeless and drenched in blood. Before long, an answer presented itself. The edge of the pit revealed a treading cloud red wolf, which approached with measured steps, ready to savor its prey, only to discover the presence of a human within the pit. The wolf and Yun Ling exchanged startled glances, and in the next instant, both launched their respective assaults. Her fortunes were decidedly unfavorable. The treading cloud red wolf was among the most ferocious of the myriad demon beasts inhabiting Gujing Mountain, boasting astonishing combat prowess among first-tier beasts. It was the last creature any cultivator visiting Gujing Mountain wished to encounter. It can unleash fiery arrows, possessing immense power. Should a cultivator inadvertently be struck, they must promptly cleanse the wound with spiritual water. Otherwise, the flame's essence will spread, leaving the body as if scorched by fire. The cloud-treading scarlet wolf predominantly appears in the deepest recesses of Jade Courtyard Mountain, and it was unexpected for Yun Ling to encounter it here. With a fierce howl, the wolf directed a fiery arrow towards her. Yun Ling deftly tapped her toes, employing the ascendant step to evade, countering with a gale blade directed at the wolf. The beast leapt to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack, its crimson eyes narrowing as it unleashed 3 consecutive fiery arrows. In haste, she summoned the Cloud Veil umbrella to shield herself from the onslaught, tossing several water stagnation talismans at the wolf's body. Subsequently, a gale blade tore through the wolf's fiery fur, revealing the pink flesh beneath. With a pained howl, the cloud-treading scarlet wolf sustained a minor injury, its ferocity intensifying as it fixed its gaze upon her. Suddenly, it leapt into the air, its massive form lunging directly at her. Yun Ling had not anticipated that this wolf possessed the cultivation of great perfection at the first stage, a level that enabled the cloud-treading scarlet wolf to fly short distances. Caught off guard, her arm was scorched by the flames expelled from the wolf's mouth, inflicting excruciating pain. In her panic, the Cloud Veil umbrella withstood dozens of the wolf's strikes, its brilliance dimming. Fearing its destruction, Yun Ling retracted the umbrella and employed the ascendant step to retreat, prioritizing her escape. However, the cloud-treading scarlet wolf, now infuriated, relentlessly pursued her. The ascendant step, a swift movement technique recorded in the tie-in floating wind formula, harnesses the advantages of wind's spiritual roots to enhance speed. As one cultivates deeper, the footwork becomes increasingly agile, allowing for greater swiftness and short-distance movement. Since she advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement and acquired this technique, she had diligently practiced it daily in the back mountains without a moment's respite. This diligence was precisely why the cloud-soaring red wolf could not catch up to her in such a short span of time. Curse that wretched wolf, Yun Ling lamented, swallowing another spirit-replenishing pill in deep frustration. She had been relentlessly pursued by this tenacious wolf for half a day, and both their spiritual energies were severely depleted. Yet, that obstinate creature showed no signs of surrender. The moment she paused, the wolf would be upon her. Along the way, she had consumed several spirit-replenishing pills. The injury on her arm was progressively worsening, and if she did not deal with this wolf soon, the fiery poison could invade her heart veins, putting her life in jeopardy. After struggling for a considerable time, the cloud-soaring red wolf, seeing her resort to the same artifact, a parasol, sneered with its blood-red eyes and unleashed a fiery arrow from its mouth. She instinctively raised the parasol to defend herself, exposing a flaw at her side. The wolf, elated by this opportunity, lunged at her. Its jaws snapped open, sharp teeth glinting ominously as they aimed for her delicate ivory neck. With a thud, the wolf's body suddenly erupted, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Exhausted of spiritual energy, Yun Ling collapsed onto the ground. In the moment when the wolf's jaws were wide open, she had thrown a second-tier burning sky talisman. This was a protective gift from Master Ming Ying, of which she possessed only 5, each capable of delivering the offensive power of a foundation establishment cultivator, requiring substantial spiritual energy to activate. The thought of using one on this beast pained her deeply. As a disciple of Yuzhu Peak, she naturally had an abundance of spiritual water. She first cleansed her wounds with the water from Yuzhu Spring and ingested a fire-clearing pill for healing. Following that, she consumed 2 more spirit-replenishing pills and entered a meditative state to circulate her energy. After 2 hours, Yun Ling had barely managed to restore half of her spiritual energy. The flesh of the cloud-treading scarlet wolf was utterly obliterated, leaving only its head and sharp claws intact. It was a pity that its intellect was so lacking. It believed that Yun Ling Qian had exhausted all her means to contend with it, and thus chose to flee. Little did it know that she still possessed a spiritual talisman, and in its negligence, it squandered its life. Chase! I command you to chase. In a fit of rage, she struck the wolf's head a few times and stored its remains in her spatial pouch. By then, night had fallen. For cultivators, day and night are of no consequence. Their eyes and spiritual senses remain equally astute in the dark. She wandered aimlessly through the forest. Along her path, Yun Ling discovered about 10 firepine fruits before continuing deeper into Jade Court Mountain. Fortuitously, she stumbled upon a firepine tree that was over 3 times sturdier than its counterparts, bearing more than 20 ripe fruits. Just as she was about to harvest them, she caught a glimpse of a faint purple glow flickering in the distance. A treasure? She leapt down from the branches and cautiously sliced through the vines obscuring the purple light. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be a purple paulownia grass. This diminutive and inconspicuous plant blooms only once every century, and its blossoms last a mere 6 hours. At this moment, the purple paulownia was in full bloom, its violet petals shimmering with hints of rosy light, signifying its ripeness. The mature purple paulownia flower is a 3rd-grade celestial herb, one of the key ingredients for refining foundational elixirs. Such prized herbs are typically guarded by fierce beasts, and Yun Ling dared not recklessly gather it. She meticulously scanned her surroundings with her spiritual sense, but found no sign of any beasts, just as she was engulfed in confusion. She noticed a scattering of fiery red wolf fur not far from the flower, and further away lay a fragment of a white rhinoceros horn. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. The previous white rhinoceros and the cloud-treading scarlet wolf must have been the guardian beasts of this purple paulownia flower. Unexpectedly, just before the blooming, another demon beast arrived to vie for supremacy, ultimately leading to the defeat of the white-horned bull. Just as it faced its demise, it fortuitously encountered her. As she fought while retreating, she inadvertently drew nearer to the celestial herb. It was no wonder that the cloud-treading red wolf relentlessly pursued her, mistaking her for a competitor. By a twist of fate, the purple paulownia flower ultimately belonged to Yun Ling. After spending several days in the mountains, she successfully gathered 100 fire spirit fruits and unearthed numerous low-grade herbs, encountering a few demon beasts along the way. With a resolute determination to waste nothing, she meticulously collected every part, skinning and storing them in her storage bag. During this time, she cleverly evaded several groups of cultivators who ventured forth, exercising caution amidst the complexities of human nature. Once her 2 storage bags were nearly filled to capacity, she departed from Gujing Mountain and arrived at the marketplace of Xuanling City. Xuanling City is governed by the Xuanling sect. The city is divided into eastern and western districts, delineated by the Xuanling Square. The western district is relatively tranquil, adorned with lodges and caves available for rent to disciples from other sects or wandering cultivators. In contrast, the Eastern District is much livelier, home to the Wuxian Tea House, a haven for cultivators to rest. Here, lang of individuals congregates, and the air is thick with rumors and whispered secrets. Surrounding the tea house are stalls, where, upon paying a spirit stone, one may set up a stall for a day. The prices at these stalls are generally lower than those in the marketplace, and bartering is not uncommon, providing great convenience. Given Yun Ling's bountiful harvest in recent days, she had an abundance of items to sell. To avoid drawing too much attention, she opted to proceed directly to the easternmost part of the marketplace. The first shop in the marketplace is known as Xuanling Pavilion, a property of the Xuanling sect. Here, disciples of the sect sell materials at market prices, and purchasing elixirs and artifacts comes with significant discounts, making it a favored trading spot for the sect's disciples. Chapter 9. The name of Qianyu in the Xuanling workshop. There were dozens of shopkeepers, each possessing varying levels of cultivation. As Yun Ling was merely a nascent soul cultivator, the shopkeeper who attended to her was a middle-aged male cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He glanced at the identity jade slip at Yun Ling's waist and the bulging storage bag, and with a warm expression, inquired, "Are you perhaps a disciple of Yuzhua Peak? I am Han Yi from Xinqing Peak. Is it your intention to sell materials today, junior sister?" "Yes, Han senior brother. I am indeed a disciple of Yuzhua Peak. And my surname is Yun," Yun Ling affirmed with a nod. The male cultivator then led her to a private room nearby, gesturing towards the empty space within. "Junior sister Yun, please feel free to present all the materials you wish to sell, aside from the Zitong flower." Yun Ling emptied the contents of her recent harvest from Gujing Mountain onto the table. She intended to retain the Zitong flower, as it might prove useful in the future. After all, third-grade spiritual herbs are quite rare. The Zitong flower is not only essential for crafting foundation establishment pills, but can also be used for other spiritual medicines. After examining the items for a moment, Han Yi remarked, 29 stalks of Qingyu grass, each valued at 12 spirit stones, 3 stalks of Longya grass, each at 60 spirit stones, 1 stalk of Baimandala, valued at 50 spirit stones, 5 pieces of Leviuan fruit, each at 20 spirit stones. The eyes of a tanned and red wolf, priced at 200 spirit stones, a set of its teeth at 120 spirit stones. Its slightly damaged limbs calculated at 90 spirit stones, a skeleton of a giant crow monkey at 80 spirit stones, and Baisheng grass. The total amounts to 1,732 spirit stones. Will junior sister Yun be acquiring any other elixirs or magical artifacts from our store? Yun Ling nodded and inquired, "Are there any magical artifacts suitable for nascent soul cultivators?" Previously, during her battle with the Tanyan Red Wolf, her Yun Luo umbrella, while formidable in defense, lacked sufficient offensive power. The need to purchase an offensive magical artifact had become urgent. "Junior sister Yun, please follow me," Han Yi said, gesturing towards the display. "On this rack, you will find various magical artifacts sold by the disciples of our sect. Behold this exquisite Handan Palace fan, crafted by a senior who was at the foundation establishment stage. In battles, its surface can unfold several red lotuses that encircle the user, providing exceptional defensive capabilities." Yun Ling shook her head, silently shifting her gaze to the next artifact. While the fan was indeed beautiful, it was not an offensive weapon. She already possessed the Yun Luo umbrella given by Master Ming Shuang, which would enhance her defensive power as her cultivation progressed. After examining dozens of artifacts, she found none to her satisfaction. Some required specific spiritual energies to activate, while others demanded an excessive amount of energy. With her current cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, attempting to wield such artifacts while using the Yun Luo umbrella would undoubtedly strain her abilities. Perhaps you might consider this. Han Yi pointed to a slender white needle nestled in the corner of the lower right shelf. This artifact is known as the Qianyu needle, forged from the bones of a second-tier demon beast from the East Sea. When infused with spiritual energy, it can split into several needles, up to 9 in total. Though small in size, it is incredibly sharp and requires minimal energy to activate. Of course, The power it yields still depends on the amount of energy expended. Yun Ling picked up the white needle. Indeed, it was petite, yet possessed a reassuring weight. As she held it in her palm, she felt a chilling essence permeating her very bones. Satisfied, she nodded and inquired, "What is the price?" "This artifact has been consigned to our store for 2 years by a craftsman from Tianhai Pavilion. It is said that both the materials and the crafting process are quite arduous, so it is priced at 3,000 spirit stones, with a consignment fee of 10% of the sale price. If the junior sister were to purchase it, a discount could be arranged. How about 2,800 spirit stones?" 2,800 spirit stones. This is exceedingly expensive. Adding to the spirit stones obtained from the sale of materials, her total wealth amounts to less than 4,000 spirit stones. This is the entirety of her savings accumulated over 8 years since joining the sect, including the stipends provided by her ancestors and masters. To part with 70% of her assets in one go leaves Yun Ling feeling quite pained. Yet, it is imperative to acquire the magical artifact. A craftsman must sharpen his tools to excel in his work. One must be alive to earn more spirit stones. After acquiring the 1,000 ghost needle, she also purchased several vials of elixirs. Upon settling the payment, she found herself left with fewer than 700 spirit stones. She sighed inwardly. Seclusion and arduous cultivation were no longer feasible. Elixirs and magical artifacts necessitate a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. The spirit stones provided by the sect are but a drop in the ocean, and one cannot forever rely on the generosity of senior sect members. The path of cultivation must ultimately be traversed independently. Alas, henceforth, she could no longer afford to retreat into seclusion. She must engage in more practical experiences alongside her training. Slaying demon beasts and seeking medicinal herbs are all avenues for acquiring spirit stones, she silently contemplated. Upon returning to Xuanling Mountain, Yun Ling first visited the Tianqing Pavilion atop Tianqing Peak. She handed over 100 fire spirit fruits to the disciple managing the tasks, in exchange for 200 spirit stones and a vial of spirit condensing elixir, thus increasing her sect contribution by 100 points. Accumulating enough sect contribution points allows one to exchange them for elixirs, magical artifacts, and other rewards, a benefit granted to disciples by the sect. Subsequently, she went to Lingmu Peak to find Yunjin. After several years of cultivation, Yunjin had reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Compared to the other disciples with 3 spirit roots who entered the sect at the same time, his progress could be deemed swift. This is attributed to his possession of 3 talents and spirit roots, his diligent practice, and the occasional elixirs Yun Ling provided him. Although her supply of spiritual medicine was limited, she was determined to share what she had with Yunjin. After all, they were siblings, and during their time in the mundane world, Yunjin had treated her as his own elder sister. Moreover, she had promised Yun's father to take good care of her brother. Assisting Yunjin in his cultivation was her responsibility. In preparation for future ventures, she visited the library to replicate a compendium of celestial herbs and a bestiary of demonic beasts. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she dedicated herself to cultivation for an entire day. Once her internal spiritual energy was replenished, she commenced the refinement of the Qianyu needle. Drawing from her previous experience with the refinement of the Yunluo umbrella, this endeavor felt relatively familiar. Given the protective barriers surrounding the sect and her cave, she was assured of her safety. Throughout the refinement process, she abstained from consuming any spiritual restoration pills. When her spiritual energy was depleted, she ceased the refinement, entering meditation to replenish her energy before resuming the task. This cycle continued until she successfully refined the Qianyu needle, which took over a month. As Yun Ling sensed her mental connection with the Qianyu needle and was about to conduct a preliminary test of its capabilities, a sudden surge of spiritual energy within her indicated a potential breakthrough. Thus, she withdrew into seclusion to focus on her cultivation. After half a month, her cultivation finally reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Junior sister, once you emerge from seclusion, come find me. I shall take you to a delightful place. The verdant messenger bird, with its bright yellow beak, emitted a sound message, unmistakably carrying the charming and lively voice of Luo Ninghuan. Yun Ling chuckled softly. Practitioners of immortality typically utilized simple paper talismans for communication, as long as they could convey sound. Her senior sister possessed a remarkable talent in talisman crafting, producing symbols with evenly distributed spiritual energy, yielding a potency superior to those created by others. Yet, she eschewed the conventional path, preferring to experiment with enchanting little artifacts. For instance, this talisman has been crafted into the charming shape of a little kingfisher, rendering it far more lively and engaging than ordinary paper talismans. And it is greatly cherished by the sisters on Yuzhua Peak. Upon seeing Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan feigned a pout of annoyance, pretending to pinch her porcelain-like face. "Senior sister, I was wrong. Next time, I shall ensure you are kept warm for an extra couple of days." Having grown up together on Yuzhua Peak, they trained and sparred in their magical arts, both under the same master, forging a profound bond. It had been several months since they last met, and after sharing laughter and merriment, Yun Ling inquired with curiosity, "Senior sister, you mentioned taking me to a wonderful place? I wonder where it is." With a temperament akin to Yu Wuxian, she had previously undertaken sect missions alongside him, and by fortunate coincidence, had become friends. "Are we the only two invited?" Yun Ling asked, puzzled. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, hunting is no easy feat. It necessitates a collaborative effort. Senior brother Wu Xian mentioned that they have invited senior brother Jun Ruoming from Xinqing Peak, and another is junior brother Lu Yin from Liuguang Peak. Although he is merely at the 7th layer of qi refining, his expertise in formations is quite remarkable. The formations he sets up would pose a challenge even for those at the 10th layer of qi refining to decipher, Luo Ninghuan elucidated. Including her and her senior sister, their party would consist of 6 individuals, making it manageable to tackle a small group of unicorn monsters. They agreed to convene at the market entrance in the city, setting off at the auspicious hour of the next day. "Here, take these talismans. There is no need to purchase more. Should you run low, I shall provide you with additional ones," Luo Ninghuan said, producing a stack of talismans and handing them to her. "Senior sister, this is too much. I still have some with me," she replied, noting that the thick bundle contained at least 100 sheets. Given that senior sister has attained the 8th level of qi refinement, her spiritual energy is limited, allowing her to draw no more than 5 or 6 talismans each day. These talismans, I estimate, must have taken her quite some time to accumulate. "Here, take them. Master Mijing has praised me, saying that I possess a natural talent for drawing talismans. I assure you, I completed these in just a few days. So you need not worry," Luo Ninghuan said with a smile, her eyebrows raised. Yun Ling couldn't help but chuckle as well. Master clearly remarked upon her being unproductive. Yet senior sister only hears the first half of his statement. Luo Ninghuan pressed the talismans into Yun Ling's hands, pushing her towards the cave entrance without allowing her any chance to decline. "Then I shall see you tomorrow." "Thank you, senior sister." Luo Ninghuan was always generous, sharing any treasures she had. Aware that Yun Ling needed to support her younger brother, she often gifted her some medicinal pills offered by the Luo family. Such kindness is exceptionally rare in the realm of cultivation. In her heart, Yun Ling had already regarded Luo Ninghuan as a sister. She silently vowed that on the path of cultivation, they would support one another, sharing both fortune and misfortune, life and death together. Chapter 10. The Beast Hunt. At the break of dawn the next day, when Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan arrived at the entrance of the marketplace, they found that Moon Wuqing and 3 others were already present. "Apologies for being late, senior brothers," she said politely, offering a bow. Although it was not yet the exact hour of the rabbit, they were indeed the last to arrive, and it was only right to express her regret. After all, in a team endeavor, unity of purpose is paramount. Any discord would be unfortunate. "Junior sister Yun, you are too courteous. We arrived early to procure medicinal pills and talismans, so there is still ample time before the hour is upon us," Moon Wuqing replied, his demeanor gentle and refined. As a named disciple of the esteemed Nanyang Zhenren, he shares a temperament akin to that of his master, embodying a demeanor of steadfastness and reserve. Many senior brothers and sisters within the sect hold him in high regard. Once he achieves commendable results in the upcoming internal competition, he shall formally become a true disciple under the tutelage of his master. Fortunately, having arrived early, the marketplace was not overly crowded. Otherwise, with our alchemical preparations in place, you would likely still be waiting. Currently, Yu Wuxian has blossomed into a vibrant youth. Under the care of his elder brother, despite having attained the 9th level of qi refinement, his character remains carefree and unrestrained. Allow me to introduce my fellow senior brother from the same peak, Junruoming. This is Lu Yan, a disciple of Shi Shizhenren from the Liuguang Peak. Yu Wuxian gestured towards the other 2 male cultivators as he made the introductions. Junruoming, possessing the 10th level of qi refinement, wields a flying blade with remarkable proficiency and is a named disciple of Nanfuzenren. Like Yu Wuxian, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is a foregone conclusion that he will ascend to the status of a true disciple following the internal competition. Lu Yan, on the other hand, hails from the illustrious Lu family, a vassal lineage of the Xuanling sect, distinguished for his exceptional array formation abilities. Greetings to you, senior brother Jun and junior brother Lu. Junior sister Yun and junior sister Luo. The group exchanged courteous salutations. The journey to Xuanling Mountain from the Xuanling sect is quite extensive. All present are at the qi refinement stage, rendering them incapable of employing flying implements. The ordinary flying crane talismans are too slow for travel. Thus the group made their way to the city's transport station, much like the Xuanling workshop. The transport station in Xuanling City is also an asset of the Xuanling sect, where numerous drivers, mostly foundational disciples seeking to earn spirit stones, congregate. However, not just anyone can serve as a driver. The acknowledgement and assurance of several esteemed elders from the sect regarding one's character are imperative. Furthermore, an oath must be sworn to never engage in the plundering of passengers as a prerequisite for qualifying to serve as a coachman in the bustling inn. A gathering of individuals availed themselves of a sturdy ebony vessel belonging to a foundational stage elder for the price of 300 spirit stones. The slender and lightweight ebony ship is well suited for carrying multiple passengers through the skies, representing one of the unique flying artifacts of the Xuanling sect. Such flying contraptions are rather costly within the market. However, disciples of the Xuanling sect at the foundational stage and above may procure one at half the price from the Tianqing Pavilion, reflecting the sect's benevolence towards its disciples. Sister Luo, the attacks from the unicorn beast carry a slight venom. This vial of antidote pills is a surplus I have acquired, meant for you and Sister Yun, to be kept for self-defense. On their journey, Yu Wuxian presented a bottle of antidote pills to Luo Ninghuan, ever thoughtful, ensuring that the 2 women were prepared, lest they waste time on detoxification. Thank you, Brother Wuxian. Luo Ninghuan graciously accepted the gift and then produced around 10 talismans, saying, "These are my newly crafted water stasis talismans. If brother does not mind, please accept them and distribute them among our fellow disciples." Wuxian often remarked on Sister Luo's exceptional talisman crafting skills, and upon witnessing her work today, it was indeed extraordinary. The water stasis talismans in her hands displayed evenly balanced spiritual energy, with fluid strokes that exuded clarity, embodying the essence of a fine talisman. It is notably rare for someone of Luo Ninghuan's qi refinement level to create such remarkable talismans. Yu Wuxian distributed the talismans among the other attendees, praising their quality. Even the usually taciturn Jun Ruoming expressed his admiration. With few female cultivators within the sect, predominantly residing at Yuzhu Peak, the female disciples of his Qingjing Peak were scarce, and most possessed delicate temperaments, which he had never favored. Initially, he was not in favor of the invitation extended by the Yu brothers to 2 disciples from Yuzhu Peak, both at the 8th level of qi refinement. However, upon closer inspection of the talismans drawn by Luo Ninghuan, which surpassed the ordinary water stagnation talismans in quality, a sense of admiration began to blossom within him. Their group attracted little attention, as they did not linger in the small town but made their way directly up the mountain. Xuanling Mountain was characterized by its desolate flora, predominantly steep cliffs, and rugged terrain. At the foot of the mountain, one could find an array of ordinary small animals imbued with weak spiritual energy, while the more formidable beasts resided higher up in the midsection of the mountain. Yu Wuchen's sect mission involved hunting 200 unicorn beasts. The sect frequently issued tasks to locate these creatures, rewarding the delivery of 200 unicorn corpses with 20,000 spirit stones and several bottles of spirit-replenishing elixirs, in addition to over 1,000 contribution points to the sect. With their party of 6, upon completion of the mission, each member could expect to receive more than 3,000 spirit stones and a bottle of the replenishing elixir. The unicorn beast bore a resemblance to a leopard, its body a rich yellow adorned with black spots. A striking golden horn protruded from its forehead, resembling a razor-sharp dagger aimed skyward. The unicorn beast was incapable of flight but possessed remarkable speed in its run. Its teeth and claws were laced with venom, capable of inducing temporary paralysis. Should a cultivator fail to consume an antidote, a wound inflicted by the beast could result in a brief but perilous state of paralysis. The unicorn's sharp horn could not only breach the spiritual barrier of chi refinement practitioners, but could also unleash a force akin to sharp metal, inflicting significant harm. Yu Wuchen devised a meticulous hunting strategy. Upon encountering a group of unicorn beasts, Lu Yin, skilled in formation deployment, set up a fog formation from a distance and presided over the array. Yun Ling, adept at short-distance flight, took the lead, guiding the unicorn beast into the foggy trap. Once they were within the array's perimeter, Luo Ninghuan promptly cast the aquatic spell, Water's Lull, to decelerate the unicorn's advance, granting Lu Yin ample time to activate the formation. With the array in motion, Yu Wuchen, Yu Wuxian, and Jun Ruoming immediately launched their assault, while Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan provided support, striving to prevent the unicorns from harming the trio and aiming to swiftly dispatch them, thus conserving Lu Yan's spiritual energy. Fortune smiled upon them as, 2 days later, they discovered a small pack of unicorns numbering 12 in total. Compared to the hordes of hundreds, resolving this modest gathering of demonic beasts should prove relatively straightforward. Exercising caution, the group ingested detoxifying pills and initiated their plan. After Lu Yin completed the array's setup, Yun Ling gradually approached the unicorns. The others held their breath in anticipation, ready to assist should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Descending from above, she hurled a flaming talisman into the midst of the feeding unicorns and swiftly employed the soaring step to retreat towards the array. Incensed by the fiery assault, the unicorns charged in pursuit with incredible speed. Yun Ling sprinted with all her might, leading them into the array, thereby accomplishing the first stage of their plan. Subsequently, Luo Ninghuan unleashed the wide-ranging spell Water's Lull, transforming intangible water into translucent strands that ensnared the unicorn's limbs, significantly impeding their velocity. Yun Ling continued to circumnavigate within the array, and Lu Yin promptly activated the formation. A dense fog arose, severing the unicorn's communication, and the remaining 3 swiftly entered the array to hunt. Yu Wuchen had commenced his cultivation prior to entering the sect and, like Jun Ruoming, currently possessed a cultivation level of the 10th level of chi refining. His offensive magical artifacts were a pair of twin rings known as mountain Shatterers. The shimmering blade danced amidst the beasts, swiftly slicing through the air. Before long, several of the horned beasts, their limbs wounded to varying degrees and bleeding profusely, had lost their ability to move. Jun Ruoming wielded his knife with precision, each strike targeting the vital points of the creatures. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxian, armed with a fire-infused setting sunbow, unleashed arrows that struck true, each one a fatal blow. Soon, the 12 horned beasts fell silent. Yu Wuchen promptly gathered the spoils, leading the group away from the scene to avoid attracting more beasts with the scent of blood. The team worked harmoniously, celebrating their resounding victory after a successful first hunt. Upon returning to the camp, the usually taciturn Jun Ruoming unexpectedly shared his cherished spirit wine with the group, indirectly expressing his satisfaction with the team. Chapter 11. Encountering robbers with only 20 more horned beasts needed to fulfill their task of capturing 200, the group worked seamlessly together. Aside from Yu Wuxian sustaining a minor injury due to carelessness, the hunting expedition had been surprisingly smooth. That night, as everyone sat in meditation to recuperate. A sudden voice broke the tranquility. Junior sister Yun, junior brother Lu, someone is tampering with the formation. Cease your training immediately and prepare for battle. Yun Ling, engrossed in her practice of the Tai Yin floating wind technique, opened her eyes to see that the others had awakened from their meditative states. Brothers and sisters, someone has breached the concealed formation I established, and their cultivation levels seem to surpass mine, Lu Yin said with resignation. I cannot hold them off for long. The formation is on the verge of being dismantled. Yun Ling focused her gaze towards the perimeter of the formation, noticing 5 cultivators attempting to break through. Based on their cultivation levels, they appeared to be a hunting team she had encountered previously, and she had sensed then that they were not to be trifled with. She quietly invoked her observation technique to glean further insights. Among the 5 individuals, 3 are cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 9th level, and another at the 8th level. Despite their small number, their overall prowess surpasses that of the 6 of them, placing them in a precarious position should a confrontation arise. Yu Wuchan noted this as well, and a grave expression broke through his usually composed demeanor. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke solemnly. These 5 possess greater strength than us. We must devise a strategy to incapacitate one of them first. Junior brother Lu, how much longer can your formation hold? I can sustain it for about the duration of a tea session with my current spiritual energy, Lu Yin replied, his array flags constantly shifting in his grasp. Although he was exceptionally talented in array formations, he was still limited by his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Against cultivators at the 10th level, he could not afford to delay for long. A tea session was already his limit. We must eliminate one of them first. My suggestion is for junior brother Lu to use the formation to shield us as we approach the one on the periphery. We 4 will unleash our most formidable techniques to strike him, aiming for a decisive hit. Even if he does not perish, we must ensure he is rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Otherwise, once the formation dissipates, facing them directly could spell our doom. What do you all think? Yu Wuchan proposed. Yun Ling and the others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Given that this group had intruded upon their formation in the dead of night, it was evident that they were well prepared and stronger than they were. If they did not leverage the formation's concealment to swiftly eliminate one of the opponents, it was likely that their lives would be forfeit here. Lu Yin swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill and waved his array flag, causing the mist within the formation to rise once more. He called out loudly, "Friends outside the formation, which sect do you belong to? And why have you breached our array in the dead of night? Oh dear, brother heir, it seems we've been discovered." Among the 5 individuals outside the formation, the sole female cultivator chuckled sweetly, "Sister, there is no need for concern. Do you doubt our elder brother's ability to breach the formation? That young lad cannot hold out for long." The second brother, clad in gray and devoid of any sect insignia, smirked ominously and shouted into the formation, "You there? Surrender your magical artifacts and storage bags, and we might spare your lives." "Ha, young man. It would be wise to forge a good relationship now." The black-clad middle-aged man, who was fervently dismantling the formation, merely laughed, undeterred by the taunts. With his long blade aimed directly at the heart of the formation, he wreaked havoc without restraint. 2 of the 5 cultivators exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Yun Ling and her companions had stealthily approached the nearest individual, the very first to speak, the female cultivator, who possessed the weakest cultivation among them. Seizing the opportunity while the group's attention was fixated on the heart of the formation, Moon Wuchen commanded, "Strike." Yun Ling's 1,000 ghost needles, Jun Ruoming's flying slashing blade, Moon Wuchen's shattering mountain ring, Luo Ninghuan's water sky rui, and Moon Wuxian's setting sun arrow all surged toward the female cultivator's heart in a concerted assault, each delivering a devastating blow. The female cultivator felt several waves of spiritual energy assail her, and before she could react, she was grievously injured and collapsed to the ground. The 2 brothers howled in anguish. These 3 were siblings born of the same mother, hailing from a family of rogue cultivators of the Western Dragon spirit pulse. Since childhood, the female cultivator had accompanied her brothers in their cultivation and adventures, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed. Little did she expect that after a lifetime of hunting geese, she would fall victim to their beaks, meeting her demise on this day. As the formation shattered and the mist dissipated, the positions of all became unmistakably clear. Elder brother, kill them. Avenge our sister. The two male cultivators glared fiercely, unleashing their magical artifacts in a direct assault on Lu Yan. Jun Ruoming and Yu Wuchen stepped forward to obstruct their advance, resulting in a stalemate among the four, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the remaining four, including Yun Ling, faced off against the other two cultivators, the tension palpable as neither party dared to strike first. Observing this standoff, the man in black called out, "Taoist Zhu, Taoist He, what are you waiting for? You have already disregarded the principles of the 8 great sects by joining us to break the formation. Are you hesitating now, contemplating an end with us in the abyss?" Truly, the spirit-taming sect lives up to its reputation as one of the lesser sects, indecisive and incapable of achieving greatness. Are you perhaps intimidated by the Xuanling sect? The man in gray joined in the provocation. The two male cultivators from the spirit-taming sect, one at the 10th level of chi refinement and the other at the 9th, were close friends who had embarked on this journey together, fortuitously joining the trio of siblings along the way. However, unbeknownst to them, these siblings possessed considerable strength but harbored a penchant for violence and plunder. Upon realizing their identities had been exposed by the brothers, the two from the spirit-taming sect understood that remaining passive would only lead to enmity from both sides. Thus, they set aside any sectarian ties, recognizing that assisting in overcoming the Xuanling sect would be the wisest course of action. Otherwise, should the two brothers be defeated, they would likely face dire consequences as well. Although the cultivators from the spirit-taming sect were not particularly strong in combat, they excelled in nurturing spirit beasts. From the moment their disciples began their cultivation journey, they would select a spirit beast to accompany them, fostering a bond as they grew together. In contrast, cultivators from other sects typically contracted spirit beasts only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, as they lacked the time and energy to nurture them during the chi refinement period. The cultivator at the 10th level of chi refinement from the spirit-taming sect was surnamed Zhu, and his spirit beast shared the same surname, signifying a deep connection between them. It is a crimson beast, adorned with gills along its spine, capable of launching water spheres as a form of attack. Although Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan possess only the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refinement, their extensive array of talismans and exceptional techniques, cultivated together since childhood, have forged an unbreakable bond between them. They are intimately familiar with each other's methodologies, allowing for a seamless collaboration. Even when faced with an opponent of the 10th layer of chi refinement accompanied by a first-tier spirit beast, they remain impervious to harm in the short term. However, the situation for Lu Yan is far less favorable. Yu Wuxian is tasked with protecting him as they confront the cunning He Daoren, who has reached the 9th layer of chi refinement. Unbeknownst to them, He Daoren, fully aware of his inability to contend with Yu Wuxian, skillfully coordinates with his spirit beast, evading Yu Wuxian while seizing every opportunity to command the Iron-Head Snake to attack Lu Yan. Lu Yan, having expended much of his spiritual energy in maintaining the formation, is rendered defenseless. After several vicious bites, his complexion turns ashen, the venom invading his bloodline, placing him in dire peril. Yun Ling realizes that if this stalemate continues, they will soon find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to their demise. It is imperative to discover an opening. She casts her gaze upon the Iron-Head Snake, which is darting between Yu Wuxian and Lu Yan, and a strategy forms in her mind. "Senior sister," Yun Ling calls softly. Their eyes meet, and an unspoken understanding passes between them. The two of them, with Yun Ling taking the lead, begin to maneuver closer to Lu Yan while fending off their adversary, Zhu Daoren, who relentlessly pursues them. As the Iron-Head Snake prepares to strike at Lu Yan once more, Yun Ling diminishes her control over the Yun Luo umbrella, summoning the Qian Yu needle. The needle splits into two. One darts toward He Daoren as a feint, while the other stealthily conceals itself, targeting the vulnerable spot of the Iron-Head Snake. At this moment, Taoist Zhu arrived before Yun Ling, shielding his companion from the onslaught of the 1,000 ghost needles. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ninghuan hurled a multitude of talismans at him. Such a barrage of talismans, meeting head-on, was bound to inflict damage. In a hurried attempt to evade the attack, he swiftly darted to the right, inadvertently exposing the iron-headed serpent, which was then struck directly by the talismans. Hiss! The needle pierced its vital point, causing the talismans to explode. Due to Taoist Zhu's oversight, the iron-headed serpent let out a wretched cry, severely wounded, and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Brother! The Taoist, bound to it by blood contract, felt the repercussions of his spirit beast's injury, causing a tumult in his inner energy. After spitting a mouthful of blood, he staggered back, retreating in disarray. Moon Wuxian seized the advantage, unleashing 5 arrows from the setting sun bow, aiming straight for his vital points. Caught unawares, he fell victim to a single arrow, meeting his demise. Meanwhile, the remaining Taoist Zhu from the Spirit Tamer sect, sensing the dire situation, prepared to flee. However, Moon Wuxian relentlessly pursued the Zhu Jiao beast. In no time, the Zhu Jiao beast, heedless of caution, followed in the footsteps of the iron-headed serpent. The techniques of the Spirit Tamer sect were intertwined with the life force of their spirit beasts. When a spirit beast suffered grave injuries, its master would undoubtedly experience a surge of turmoil within, resulting in a significant depletion of their spiritual energy. Ultimately, he was unable to escape the pursuit of Yun Ling and her companions, meeting his end alongside his junior brother. Over there, Moon Wuxian had first dealt with the second brother among the 3 siblings, then joined forces with Jun Ruoming to slay the eldest. Thus, the fierce battle finally came to a close. Though all had sustained varying degrees of minor injuries, everyone felt invigorated, having significantly improved their combat skills. Indeed, practical experience is the most effective catalyst for a cultivator's growth. The group began to clear the battlefield, each claiming several storage bags. Fearing that the earlier commotion might attract unwanted attention, they swiftly retreated from the campsite to a secluded cave. The cave was an accidental discovery made while hunting demon beasts, remarkably concealed and utilized by these creatures as a nurturing ground for their young. By a twist of fate, they seized this opportunity, transforming it into a sanctuary for healing. Chapter 12. Uncertainty of life and death. For 10 days, Yun Ling and her companions recuperated within the secluded cavern, their injuries nearly mended. Fortune smiled upon them. After a day of searching, they stumbled upon a small pack of 21 unicorn beasts, sufficient to fulfill their mission's requirements. However, what was intended to be a seamless operation took an unexpected turn after they exterminated this group of unicorn beasts. Perhaps the scent of blood attracted another pack. Or perhaps the 16 slain unicorns were part of a larger horde. The unforeseen influx consisted of over 100 unicorn beasts, presenting a formidable challenge. An even greater threat loomed in the form of a mutated unicorn beast, significantly larger than its common counterparts. Its body a pristine white adorned with a golden-hued horn, clearly the leader of this menacing assembly. Ordinary unicorns remained stagnant at the first tier throughout their existence, with only a select few breaking through to advance. Yet this aberrant unicorn had ascended to the second tier, possessing foundational cultivation that rendered them, in their chi refining stage, utterly inadequate as adversaries. The unicorn horde lingered before the misty formation, seemingly searching for the source of the blood scent. Before long, they initiated their advance. Under the command of their formidable leader, the horde dispatched 5 beasts as an advance unit into the fog. After Moon Wuxian and his companions dealt with them, no further beasts dared to enter. Yet, they did not retreat, remaining on the periphery of the mist, locked in a tense standoff. The mist formation, such as this one, consumes an increasing amount of spiritual energy the longer it is maintained. Lu Yen, presiding over the formation, incessantly swallowed spirit-replenishing pills, and with the infusion of energy from those nearby, he managed to hold on for 3 hours, reaching his limit. He was already drenched in sweat, his form swaying precariously. The range of the mist diminished progressively, and it seemed that the formation was on the brink of collapse. The leading unicorn beast appeared resolute in its intent to guard this spot, proudly directing the horde of beasts to linger in place, unwilling to retreat. Such a massive group of monsters was already a formidable challenge, compounded by the presence of the leader possessing foundational cultivation. The hearts of the group sank to the depths of despair. This time, the prospects seemed dire. Brother Jun, I will hold the formation. You take the junior disciples and retreat directly. Save whoever you can, Yu Wuchen said solemnly. Junior brother Yu. Jun Ruoming sighed, understanding Yu Wuchen's intent. Yu Wuchen aimed to sacrifice himself to stall the beasts, buying them time to escape. As the eldest and most accomplished among the six, it was indeed his responsibility. However, his relentless pursuit of the grand path had not been an easy journey, and facing the leading unicorn beast alone meant certain death, something he was unwilling to accept. Yet, he could not bear to let Yu Wuchen face this alone, not only because they were fellow disciples of the same peak, but also because through their time together, they had forged genuine friendships. Brother, I will stand with you. Together, we shall fight. If we cannot prevail, we shall perish here as one. Mo Xian protested vehemently against this arrangement. Wu Xian, have you forgotten the oath we made before entering the sect? Be obedient. When the formation breaks, you must exert every ounce of strength to break through. The Yu family cannot afford to lose both you and me. You are the hope of the Yu family. Yu Wuchen gently patted his brother's shoulder, his tone laden with earnestness. The once toddling child had grown up, nearly as tall as him now. Elder brother, be obedient. Yu Wuchen's expression turned solemn, his gaze profound. Junior brother, I shall accompany you. As fellow disciples, let us carve a bloody path together. If we succeed, my life shall not be in vain. Two elder brothers, how could I possibly be absent from such an endeavor? Have you forgotten my water's embrace? With it, this horde of demonic beasts will find themselves unable to flee. Let us strike fiercely together. Luo Ninghuan chimed in, her playful spirit undeterred even in the face of great danger. Yu Shixiang, Jun Shixiang, Luo Shiji, Lu Yin, though the least skilled among them, refused to be a coward. We cannot allow our elder brothers to sacrifice themselves for our survival. If that were to happen, it would only nurture our inner demons, hindering our cultivation. Instead, let us confront these demonic beasts together and accept whatever fate awaits us. Lu Yin urged, fervently waving the formation flags. Yun Ling observed them, each speaking in turn, feigning a valiant front against the looming threat of death. How could one remain unperturbed in the face of mortality? It was simply because their hearts were as pure as the moonlit sky, unwilling to sacrifice others for their own survival. To encounter such comrades was a stroke of fortune for her, Yun Ling. This path of cultivation was far from over for her, and she believed her companions felt the same. Casting one last glance at her senior sister's snow-like visage, she resolved with determination. Success is imperative. She must survive, as must her senior sister and the others present. I shall divert the leader's attention. Senior sister and the brothers must swiftly break free and remember to take care. Yun Ling pressed a swift-moving talisman against herself and resolutely stepped outside the formation. Sister Luo. The crowd within the formation gasped in alarm. But it was too late to intervene. Yun Ling hurled several explosive talismans towards the direction of the horned beast leader. After wounding a few of the demonic creatures, she lightly tapped her feet and darted outward. However, she soon realized that the leader remained unmoved, steadfastly guarding the formation while dispatching dozens of demonic beasts to pursue her. Are the beasts so cunning? Sister, hurry. Go. Don't worry about us. Luo Ninghuan urged loudly, having discerned Yun Ling's intentions. Previously, when Yun Ling failed to lure the horned beast leader, she had hoped that her sister, with her remarkable agility, could escape. Little did she expect Yun Ling to return. Her current actions were akin to striking a stone with an egg, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Channeling her chi to activate a second-tier talisman consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy. The horned beast leader roared, rallying a significant number of its minions to chase after Yun Ling, intent on tearing her apart to vent its fury. Sister, upon witnessing this, Luo Ninghuan and the others immediately exited the formation to offer assistance, only to be surrounded by the remaining horned beasts. After exerting considerable effort to rid themselves of the creatures, they found that Yun Ling had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Yun Ling was fully utilizing her swift-moving technique, leading the horned beast leader towards a desolate cliff, intending to evade it. The leader of the unicorn beast commanded his subordinates to scatter and take positions on various cliffs, forming a tightening encirclement. With no regard for her own safety, she reluctantly began to slide down toward the base of the precipice. The unicorn beast followed closely, its sharp claws repeatedly raking across her body, inflicting several deep gashes that exposed bone. Her blood flowed ceaselessly. Indeed, the leader of the unicorn beast possessed a rudimentary intelligence. It could have easily ended her life with a single strike, but chose instead to toy with her, much like a cat plays with a mouse. She had severely overestimated her own abilities. Against a second-tier beast, she was utterly defenseless. Xuanling summoned the meager remnants of her spiritual energy and sped toward the cliff's base. As her blood continued to drain, the detoxification pill could no longer neutralize the increasing paralysis that coursed through her wounds. She felt her steps growing heavier, her vision blurring, rendering her directionless. Suddenly, she spotted a fiery red figure charging toward her. Her pupils constricted as she recognized the second-tier beast, the Baifeng bird, one of the most perilous creatures in the valley of Xuanling Mountain. As if the heavens conspired against her, she found herself at the end of her strength, with the Baifeng bird in front and the unicorn beast behind, leaving her no chance of survival. The Baifeng bird let out a sharp cry, unleashing a fireball that hurtled directly toward Xuanling, who lacked even the slightest strength to evade it. The excruciating pain, combined with the searing heat of the flames, plunged her consciousness into darkness. Was she to perish in this manner? A sense of reluctance washed over her. She had yet to visit the ancient tree village. Junior sister, Cloud junior sister, Yu Wuchen and the others had searched the mountains for a day and a night, yet there was still no trace of Xuanling junior sister. Junior sister, my senior is utterly useless. She failed to protect her. Luo Ninghuan sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Throughout this day and night, she had been engulfed in self-reproach, lamenting her inability to prevent Yun Ling from embarking on a perilous journey alone. Her junior was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, yet, for their sake, she had single-handedly diverted a formidable creature akin to a Foundation establishment stage leader. Now, so much time had elapsed without any sign of her junior, leaving Luo in a state of acute anxiety and concern. The dread and worry threatened to overwhelm her. Junior sister Yun possesses extraordinary talent. I firmly believe that fate will safeguard her. Moreover, her exceptional Fuyao steps are unparalleled among the qi refinement disciples within the sect. Our inability to locate her at this moment may simply be due to her leading that beast far away. I have already sent a message to our master to inform him of this matter. The sect will surely dispatch a Foundation establishment elder to assist us. Luo, you must not despair excessively. Gather your spirit and continue the search for junior sister Yun. Perhaps she is waiting for us to come to her aid, whispered Yu Wuching, who remained steadfast in his belief that Yun Ling was not destined for an early demise. Indeed, I must also send word to my uncle and senior sisters, imploring them to assist in the search for my junior sister. She must be in some place healing, awaiting our arrival. Upon hearing this, Luo Ninghuan wiped away her tears, steeling herself to continue the search for Yun Ling junior sister. Where on earth are you? Chapter 13. The Enigma of the Cliff. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yun Ling awakened from the darkness. The searing pain throughout her body served as a stark reminder that she was still among the living. Where am I? All she recalled was being struck by a fireball from the Baifeng bird, after which her memory faded into obscurity. Was there anyone who saved her? It did not seem so, for she found herself utterly alone. The remnants of the venom from the mutated unicorn still lingered within her body, her vision clouded and indistinct. As if she were ensconced within a cavern, she had sustained grave injuries, barely managing to open her storage pouch to retrieve and consume an antidote and a vitality-replenishing pill. Exhausting all her spiritual energy, she only managed to dissipate a fraction of the medicinal power before succumbing once more to a deep slumber. A newly arrived qi refining practitioner observed dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators hastening up the mountain, puzzled by the sight. The assembly of so many Foundation establishment practitioners at once seemed exceedingly unusual. Is this the sixth wave this month, my friend? Have you not witnessed it before? It is not due to the appearance of any extraordinary treasures. I heard from a friend at the Xuanling sect that one of their qi refining disciples has gone missing on the mountain. Hence, the Xuanling sect has dispatched numerous foundation establishment cultivators to search for him, explained a nearby practitioner. A qi refining disciple? What a joke! Does the grand Xuanling sect truly concern itself with such a trifling disciple? There are numerous souls from the 8 great sects that have perished on this mountain. Yet I have never seen such a grand effort to seek someone, exclaimed a skeptical cultivator, scoffing in disbelief. Do not dismiss it. I have heard that this is no ordinary disciple, but the true successor of Master Mingli. True successor? No wonder the Xuanling sect is taking it so seriously, remarked another cultivator, his face filled with envy. Wait a moment. Was Master Mingli not tragically killed over a decade ago? I heard he only left behind a son. But nothing about a disciple, a young male cultivator interjected, astonished. My brother, you must have just emerged from seclusion to be so uninformed. 7 years ago, the esteemed Master Qingwei, mentor to the illustrious Mingli, took in 2 disciples of profound promise, one of whom has now gone missing. This fellow cultivator possesses a wealth of knowledge. Please, enlighten us further. She has meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of this mountain, yet still finds no trace of Yun Ling. Were it not for the fact that Yun Ling's blood jade token remains within the sect, she would be compelled to suspect that Yun Ling may have met with misfortune, perhaps even perishing within the belly of a demon. Master, the blood jade token of my junior sister is intact. She must still be alive. Perhaps she is merely injured, hiding away in some secluded place to recuperate. I shall continue my search. It is possible that tomorrow will yield a clue. Luo Ninghuan shook her head resolutely, unwilling to depart easily. As long as Yunling's blood jade token persists, it signifies her survival. They owe her a debt of gratitude and must find her. Rest assured, Master. We shall undoubtedly locate our junior sister Yin. Jun Ruoming concurred. His injuries were indeed grave. To linger would likely only burden others with the weight of his care. Were Yunling to hear Luo Ninghuan's words at that moment, she would surely exclaim in admiration of her elder sister's wisdom and plead for her assistance. Previously, she had been in a state of delirium. Throughout the past month, she had awakened intermittently, striving to dissolve the residual potency of the restorative pill, only to succumb once again to a deep slumber. At last, she had roused to find herself in excruciating pain, every part of her body aching, and half of her bones creaking as if on the verge of collapse. The physical form of a cultivator grows ever more formidable with practice. Barring the loss of limbs or head, even the most grievous injuries can be gradually mended, provided that the meridians remain intact. The healing pill of Yuan is indeed a revered elixir for the qi refinement stage, justifying its price of 1,000 spirit stones per pill. It is an essential remedy for any adventurer. Yun Ling surveyed her surroundings, only to discover she was ensconced within an impenetrable cave. The walls were composed entirely of stone, devoid of any exit. How had she entered this place? Rising to investigate, she suddenly heard a clattering sound, and at her feet rolled a white stone sphere. The oval-shaped orb was remarkably hard, reminiscent of neither jade nor stone, and despite several attempts to probe it with her spiritual energy, she could ascertain nothing of its nature. After wiping away the blood she had inadvertently smeared on its surface, she casually tossed it into her storage pouch, resolving to first locate the cave's exit. Yun Ling scoured her surroundings, but found no discernible mechanism. The stone walls were smooth and barren of any adornment, resembling an empty, sealed stone box. Yet, she had managed to enter. While cultivating, the spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly as if connected to the outside world. Something was amiss, or perhaps it was an illusionary formation. At that moment, she heard the clear call of a bifong bird, so close it seemed to emanate from her left side. Approaching the stone wall to listen more intently to the external sounds, she was astonished to find that her fingers could penetrate the wall as if it were insubstantial. This stone held secrets. She examined the edges of the surrounding walls, finding them all steadfastly solid. Only in this particular area, approximately 7 feet high and 1 foot wide, did her hands encounter mere emptiness. The sect scriptures recorded that a masterful formation could mimic the surrounding environment with indistinguishable shapes or objects. This must be a formation. As daylight bathed the cave, her long-neglected eyes felt a slight sting from the brightness. This must be the exit. Yun Ling had not yet had the chance to revel in joy when a clear, piercing cry echoed from afar, prompting her to hastily retreat into the cave. This valley was likely the nest of the Baifeng birds. Judging by the sound, there must be quite a number of them soaring and roosting here. Yet, she could not ascertain whether her senior sisters were safe. In the realm of cultivation, there existed high-grade sound transmission jade. By inscribing unique spiritual energy marks on the jade, individuals could convey messages to one another. However, such jade was exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of a mere qi refining disciple like her. Moreover, one needed to know the direction and location of the other party to send a message. As for Luo Ningwan's whereabouts, she was utterly unaware, making it apparent that contacting her senior sister would be impossible in the near future. Thus, she resolved to make the best of her situation. Yun Ling was acutely aware of her own cultivation level. Venturing out now would undoubtedly render her a meal for the Baifeng birds. Furthermore, her injuries had yet to fully heal, so it would be wiser to focus on cultivating and recuperating before making further decisions. Chapter 14. The spirit-gathering jade Yun Ling had been diligently cultivating within this cave. After half a year of recuperation, her injuries had finally healed. Previously, she and her team had defeated 5 intruders during the midnight ambush, and they had seized over 10 storage bags. When it came time to divide the spoils, she had casually selected 2 bags. Engaged with hunting beasts thereafter, she had yet to examine them, and now was the perfect opportunity to take stock. One of the storage bags belonged to a disciple of the Spirit Tamer sect. Its contents were predominantly materials from magical beasts, herbs, and a few ordinary elixirs. However, among them was a jade slip of some value. This slip, titled Supplement to the Bestiary, was evidently authored by a golden core practitioner of the Spirit Tamer sect. He meticulously detailed the habits and weaknesses of the 1st to 4th tier demon beasts he encountered, based on the Demon Beast Chronicles. He also recorded the locations of demon beast lairs within various mountain ranges, which proved beneficial for hunting these creatures. The owner of another storage bag was one of the wandering cultivators. His storage bag was of superior quality, boasting a space considerably larger than Yun Ling's. Inside, it was chaotically filled with numerous demon beast materials and herbs, as well as around 30 bottles of various low and high-tier elixirs, including 8 precious healing pills, renowned for their efficacy during the qi refinement stage. Additionally, there were 7 magical artifacts and a myriad of miscellaneous texts. In an instant, the destitute Yun Ling found herself unexpectedly wealthy. Although these 3 siblings were indeed wandering cultivators, lacking the support that disciples from sects enjoyed, they had surprisingly amassed such wealth through their plundering endeavors. It is no wonder that a humorous saying circulates in the cultivation world: 100 years of herb gathering in the mountains is not worth a couple of days of robbery. Nevertheless, Yun Ling held disdain for such acts of murder and theft. However, if she were to encounter others who provocatively presented their storage bags, she would not hesitate to accept them. With the aid of these elixirs, Yun Ling successfully broke through to the 9th level of qi refinement. In the following month, she diligently practiced the Fuyo step while simultaneously seeking an escape route. She observed the feeding habits of the Baifeng birds outside the cave, intending to grasp their general patterns before seizing the opportunity to escape. However, over the course of nearly a month, she noticed that the melodious calls of the Baifeng birds had dwindled significantly, with only faint distant calls, and for the past few days, not a single bird had chirped. Quietly, Yun Ling stepped outside the cave, extending her consciousness to search for any signs of the Baifeng birds, but found none. What more reason did she have to linger? A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. She wished to linger not a moment longer near the lair of the demonic beasts. Yun Ling swiftly rose and hastened towards the cliff. Yet halfway there, a sudden query surged within her. Why had the formation at the cave entrance persisted for half a year? Observing the conditions within, it was evident that this formation had endured for more than just a few years. Any formation in existence necessitates spiritual energy for sustenance, and typically, there are 3 scenarios for its establishment. The first involves cultivators employing formation plates and flags to manipulate the formation using spiritual power, as exemplified by Lu Yan's mist formation. Clearly, the cave entrance did not adhere to this method. The second scenario utilizes objects imbued with profound spiritual energy, such as mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and superior spirit pearls, allowing the formation to endure for decades or even centuries until the spiritual energy is depleted. The third scenario employs treasured artifacts capable of self-absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Such rare treasures can continually draw in spiritual energy from the surroundings to sustain the formation, remaining unbroken unless discovered and dismantled. It remains uncertain which of the latter 2 types this particular formation belongs to. Diligence bears fruit. After delving 3 feet into the ground at the formation site, Yun Ling unearthed a formation plate. At the center of the plate lay a jade piece the size of a fist, surrounded by spiritual energy that continuously coalesced into mist, seeping into the jade, which shimmered with a lustrous radiance. This was unmistakably the spirit-absorbing jade recorded in the treasures of cultivation lore. The spirit-absorbing jade, devoid of life, possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy from the cosmos, a naturally occurring rarity of extreme scarcity. During confrontations, cultivators can also draw upon the spiritual energy stored within the spirit-absorbing jade to replenish their own expenditures. Although this application is predominantly utilized by those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, the adept has achieved the golden core, entering the ranks of high-level cultivators. With meridians and physical strength several times greater than during the foundation building stage, their profound reservoir of spiritual power relies on techniques, magical artifacts, and the assistance of high-grade elixirs during combat. For them, the spirit-absorbing jade is more suitable for crafting magical treasures. The potency of artifacts capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual power is evident. Consequently, the price of spirit-absorbing jade at the auction house is not only exorbitant but often subject to scarcity, requiring diligent searching. To encounter it here is truly unexpected. As the saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune may harbor misfortune. A severe injury has yielded this spirit-absorbing jade. It is worth it. I wonder who possesses such wealth to arrange this materialization formation with the spirit-absorbing jade. Without this individual, she might have long since perished in the belly of a beast. Grateful to this unknown senior, she notes that the cave is now devoid of anything, suggesting that the formation's concealment is unnecessary. Yun Ling places the spirit-absorbing jade and the formation plate into her storage bag, causing the formation to dissipate. Without the obstruction of this materializing stone wall, she dares not linger and hastens up the mountainside, encountering no hindrances along the way. At this moment, the cliff is strewn with dried dark red bloodstains interspersed with fiery red feathers. It is no wonder that the sound of birdsong has been absent lately. It appears that there has been rampant hunting of the mythical bifong birds. Various traces of cultivators' spells and the remnants of beastly carcasses are evident. With scarcely any visible demonic beasts along the path, only a few inconspicuous lesser beasts of little value. It seems that significant events have transpired in Xuanling Mountain. The scene below is no longer as it was before her ascent. Numerous cultivators hurry upward, and the stalls have formed a long queue, bustling more than before. "Fellow cultivator, you must be from afar," remarked a vendor selling talismans, casting a glance her way. "Indeed," she replied. She nodded ambiguously. "Xuanling sect? May I inquire about the name of this disciple?" Yun Ling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. On that day, she had diverted the attention of the leader of the unicorn beasts, believing that her senior sisters could handle the remaining beasts, and thus she had not worried about their safety. Could it be that they encountered unforeseen circumstances afterward? "This young friend, come here, let me tell you. This lad knows far less than I do. I have been around for years, and there is hardly anything I am unaware of. I have a plethora of gossip and rumors. Allow me to share." An elderly man interjected from behind the vendor. "Grandfather, why not discuss the matters of the Xuanling sect with this fellow cultivator instead of rambling on about gossip?" The vendor sighed, knowing well that his grandfather's penchant for meandering conversations could never be changed. Seeing Yun Ling nodding attentively, the vendor, unable to showcase his knowledge any further, continued. The Xuanling sect immediately dispatched several Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators in search of her, but they returned empty-handed. Subsequently, every month, Foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanling sect came to inquire about her whereabouts. After several fruitless attempts, the sect's master issued a bounty. If anyone possesses information regarding this disciple, the Xuanling sect is willing to reward them with 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, should any cultivator manage to rescue her, an additional generous reward awaits. Just look, 10,000 spirit stones for merely a piece of information. If they manage to find her, the reward will be even greater. Were it not for my old age, I too would ascend the mountain. May I ask, good sir, does this disciple bear the surname Luo or Yu? Could you kindly disclose her name? Yun Ling interjected, her anxiety escalating as she interrupted the elder's lengthy discourse, deeply concerned for Luo Ninghuan and the others. Do not fret, take a deep breath. The elder reassured, not of the surname Luo, nor of the surname Yu, but of the surname Yun. Her name is Yun Ling. Is she your acquaintance? At this moment, the elder discerned the look of panic on her face and promptly revealed the name. Initially, he presumed that the missing disciple of true lineage was either Luo Ninghuan or Yu Wuxian, but to his astonishment, it was indeed she. Yun Ling's heart trembled with shock. What merit or capability did she possess? As a mere disciple in the Qi refining stage, utterly alone, how could the Xuanling sect treat her in such a manner? As Yun Ling turned, her gaze fell upon Luo Ninghuan and the others. Luo Ninghuan and Yu Wuxian led the way, while Jun Ruoming and Yu Wuchen followed behind. The four bore expressions of indifference, their eyes betraying a hidden disappointment. Looking at these familiar yet considerably haggard faces, Yun Ling found herself at a loss for words. Sensing her presence, the four simultaneously turned their attention towards her. Junior sister. Upon seeing her, Luo Ninghuan blinked in disbelief. After confirming that she was not an illusion, she rushed forward and enveloped Yun Ling in a tight embrace. People often say that cultivators transcend the mundane after their training, rendering them indifferent to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yun Ling felt this notion to be flawed. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, obscuring her vision. Senior sister, do not cry. I am perfectly well. Yun Ling gently patted Luo Ninghuan's frail back, her voice choked with emotion. Since entering the sect, apart from periods of seclusion, this was the longest and most perilous time she had spent apart from Luo Ninghuan. Junior sister Yin? A familiar feminine voice shattered the reunion of the group. It was senior sister Zhu Fei, accompanied by another female cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage whom Yun Ling had never encountered. Chapter 15. Enlightenment at the Mountain Gate. Entering the Xuanling sect at the tender age of 8, she harbored little emotional attachment to the sect, nor did she dare to cultivate too deep an affection. To her, the sect was merely a place for cultivation, a sanctuary for rest. From a young age, her origins were shrouded in mystery, yet she was fortunate enough to be taken in by the Yun family, where her basic needs were met without concern. As a child, she yearned for familial affection, but the indifference of her adoptive mother deeply wounded her heart, transforming what was once a home into a mere shell of one. Eventually, she became a disciple of the late master on Yuzhu Peak. Her grandmaster and uncles guided her, while the elder sisters of the same peak showered her with care due to her tender age. She regarded them as elders, friends, and intimate companions. Yet she never envisioned Yuzhu Peak as her true home. In her heart, only relentless cultivation mattered, as she aspired to find the ancient tree village and her blood relatives. For only there could she truly call it home. The efforts of her uncles and elder sisters, along with the support bestowed upon her by the Xuanling sect for a mere disciple in the Qi refinement stage, made her realize she was not merely a dispensable being. At that very moment, her emotions were intricately intertwined with the place and the time. Though she lacked a master, she had a grandmaster, uncles, and elder sisters. While she was devoid of blood relatives, she was blessed with friends who entrusted their lives to her. Without a family to rely on, she stood firmly supported by the entire Xuanling sect. She was not an abandoned insect amidst the throng of humanity. She possessed a sect, mentors, and friends who treated her with sincerity. No longer would she belittle herself in silence. She would resolutely pursue her path of cultivation without surrender. Cultivators refine both heart and body, contending with heaven and earth. One day she would undoubtedly shine brightly, and all her aspirations would come to fruition. As her heart resonated with deep emotion, the primordial energy of the universe surged toward Yun Ling, enveloping her in a mist of azure spirit. This was unmistakably a sign of enlightenment. The female cultivator whom Yun Ling had not encountered before was none other than her senior sister, Qingqiu, who happened to be in seclusion when she entered Yuzhu Peak, and the second disciple of the esteemed Master Minjing. Qingqiu signaled to the others to remain silent and depart first. She then stood guard beside Yun Ling, ensuring that they were not disturbed by the disciples entering and leaving the mountain gate. On Xuanling Peak, beside the blazing sunstone, two elderly gentlemen were engrossed in a game of chess. The blazing sunstone, connected to the central fire vein of Xuanling Peak, emanated a potent aura of fire spirit energy. Any ordinary cultivator approaching would suffer burns before even getting close. Yet the two men sat beside the sunstone, unscathed and at ease. Clearly high-level cultivators in the nascent soul stage. My senior brother's chess skills have become increasingly exceptional. I find myself at a loss for moves, said Dongji Zhenjuan, holding a white piece and gazing at the board in despair. Dongwang Zhenjuan, toying with a black piece, burst into hearty laughter. Ah, has this game truly stumped you? It seems my recent studies of new strategies have not been in vain. Is it true that my senior brother has acquired a new chess manual? No wonder your tactics today differ from the past, Dongji Zhenjuan responded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. My disciple Xinyan presented it to me a few days ago, apparently procured by a young member of the Qin family. Knowing your passion for the game, I had a copy made. If you play through this match with me, I shall gift it to you, Dongwang Zhenjuan remarked with a teasing grin. His junior brother, devoted to chess, delighted in collecting various manuals. With my senior brother's command, how could I dare to disobey? Dongji Zhenjuan replied. Is this young member of the Qin family not the favored disciple of my disciple Xinyan? The little girl with the blazing fire spirit root from the Qin family? Indeed, she is, came the reply, and in a century. The Qin family has only produced such a remarkable offspring. The entire clan has dedicated themselves to nurturing her with an abundance of spiritual herbs and stones. The young girl has indeed shown remarkable determination, achieving the 10th level of qi refinement in just a few short years. However, her temperament is rather prideful, making her susceptible to breaking under pressure. Suddenly, as Dongwang Zhenjuan was speaking, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy at the mountain gate. Junior brother, look at the mountain gate. Could it be that someone has attained enlightenment? Indeed, someone has reached a moment of clarity, as evidenced by the gathering of spiritual energy in the azure hue. Could it be? Dongji Zhenjuan wore a look of skepticism as he exchanged glances with Dongwang Zhenjuan. The azure hue signifies the presence of wind spiritual energy. Within the Xuanling sect, there is but one disciple with such a spiritual root, that being the young disciple from Yuzhu Peak. Hadn't it been said that she was missing? The sect had spent considerable effort searching for her for over half a year, yet she remained unfound. Observing the age of the one who attained enlightenment, it must indeed be that young disciple. Where lies the path? Where's home? Just a moment ago, Yun Ling was lamenting her return to the sect, and in the next instant, a voice echoed incessantly in her mind, posing questions. The inquiries resonated in her ears. Nevertheless, she steadied her thoughts and articulated her answers. Where lies the path? Wherever the heart directs, there lies the path. Where's home? Where my heart finds peace, there is home. As the spiritual mist gradually dissipated, the voice in her mind receded as well. Awakening from her moment of enlightenment, Yun Ling felt her spirit clear and her entire being relaxed. Her meridians felt as if they were branches nourished by water, strong and vibrant, radiating with life. Thank you, senior sister Qingqiu. Yun Ling expressed her gratitude to the guardian standing beside her. She nodded in agreement. Disciple pays respects to master. Disciple pays respects to uncle master. There is no need for excessive formality, Chi-Chu replied. Your senior sister is preoccupied with the affairs of the peak. You should assist her. I have matters to discuss with Linger. Understood, Chi-Chu acknowledged before taking her leave. I heard from Zhu Fei that you attained enlightenment on the stone steps at the mountain gate. Master Ming Ying gazed at the returning Yun Ling, who had once been a tender and shy girl when she left the sect. Yun Ling recounted the events she encountered after leading away the unicorn-headed beast, leaving nothing concealed, including the spirit absorption jade. Master, this is the spirit absorption jade I found in that cave, Yun Ling said, retrieving the jade from her storage pouch and presenting it to Master Ming Ying. Now her state of mind had transformed. Having entered the Xuanling sect and taken residence in the Yuzhu Peak, she belonged to this peak. Unless it pertained to extremely private matters, there was little to conceal. Moreover, while the spirit absorption jade might hold allure for ordinary golden core cultivators, it was of little significance to someone like Ming Ying, a disciple of a major sect and the head of a peak, who managed its affairs as a golden core master. Even if Master Ming Ying were to request it, she would willingly offer it, trusting that her master would not treat her unfairly. Linger, you must understand the principle of bearing the burden of possessing treasures. Keep the spirit absorption jade safe, and do not display it casually. Although cultivators are known for their steadfast hearts, sometimes it merely takes a lack of external temptation for them to remain resolute. Otherwise, the world would not be rife with those who bully the weak and seize by force. In the future, you need not divulge your opportunities to others. Even I and your fellow disciple Qing do not require every detail, Master Ming Ying cautioned. This foolish child, who once appeared wise and courteous, was actually distant and cold within, sharing her heart only with Luoning Huan. Yes, Master, I understand, Yun Ling replied, unaware of Master Ming Ying's true thoughts. Lest she faint from shock, she was not foolish. She merely reserved such behavior for those she held dear. Moreover, Ming Ying's expression was solemn as she conveyed, this time, you diverted the attention of the unicorn beast to protect your senior sister and the others. My master shall not comment on the right or wrong of the matter. One thing you must remember is that you must always prioritize your own safety and only act when you possess absolute certainty. I hope such occurrences do not repeat in the future. Have you understood? Disciple will remember. A warm sensation filled her heart. Chapter 16. Hearing of the minor competition the following day, Yun Ling and Luo Ning Huan arrived as promised at the Wenchen Tea House in Xuanling City. As Moon Wuchen and the others had yet to arrive, they paid 30 spirit stones for a small private room on the second floor. Just as Yun Ling settled into her seat, she overheard a loud-voiced cultivator downstairs proclaiming, "Did you all know that in 1 year, the Longyu secret realm shall be opened?" The opening of the secret realm? She leaned in attentively, appreciating the benefits of spending spirit stones. In the private room, they could hear the discussions of those outside. Yet those outside could not glimpse anything within. Senior brother, I have recently joined the sect. Could you elaborate on this secret realm? Are you familiar with the legends of our Longyu realm? That is a lengthy tale. Haha, such a slow explanation. I possess a record of the Longyu secret realm, which not only includes an analysis of the realm's opening, but also marks the locations of spirit herbs discovered by previous seniors. It is available for merely 5 spirit stones each. Would esteemed friends be interested? A young cultivator produced a handful of jade slips, clearly prepared to sell them in the tea house. I'll take a copy. I want one too. Yun Ling and Luo Ning Huan each requested a copy, perusing the records as they awaited the arrival of Moon Wuchen and the others. The realm of Longyu is said to derive its name from a legendary event that transpired millions of years ago, when a divine dragon sacrificed its own flesh and bone to create the Longyu spiritual vein. This vein is formed in a circular shape, coiling around the body of the dragon, exuding a rich aura that attracted the establishment of the 8 major sections. The dragon's tail transformed into a slender dragon-shaped spiritual vein, which was subsequently occupied by numerous scattered cultivators who did not align with the 8 sections. These families united to form the gathering of Immortals Alliance. Upon the demise of the divine dragon, its blood converged within the Longyu spiritual vein, giving rise to two secret realms, one large and one small. The smaller realm is known as the Longyu Secret Realm, while the larger is referred to as the Dragon Spirit Land. Within these secret realms, spiritual herbs flourish and spiritual beasts abound. In those times, the esteemed cultivators recklessly harvested the spiritual herbs and hunted the spiritual beasts, nearly leading to the desolation of both realms. Eventually, the 8 major sects collaborated to seal the secret realms, allowing them to recuperate. And only after thousands of years did they reopen. They also divided the key to the secret realms into 9 pieces, with each sect claiming one portion, and the Gathering of Immortals Alliance receiving one as well. The Dragon Spirit Land opens once every 200 years, allowing entry to those from the Chi refinement stage up to the nascent soul stage. Disciples from the 8 major sects and scattered cultivators from the Gathering of Immortals must participate in the Wushuang Conference. Disciples at the Chi refinement stage must place within the top 100. Those at the foundation establishment stage must rank within the top 300. And those at the golden core stage must be among the top 1,000. However, those at the nascent soul stage may enter without competition. In contrast, the Longyu Secret Realm, while permitting only Chi refinement stage disciples, imposes fewer restrictions. Every 30 years, each sect selects their top 100 Chi refinement stage disciples and 100 scattered cultivators from the Gathering of Immortals to enter the smaller secret realm in search of opportunities. "You too are late," exclaimed Yu Wuxian, bursting into the small room with great enthusiasm. "Do you have the jade slips containing the accounts of the Longyu Secret Realm?" As Yu Wuxian stepped through the door, a few jade slips in hand, he exchanged nods with Yun Ling and the others. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "I stumbled upon someone selling these at the market and thought my 2 junior sisters and brother June might find them useful, so I purchased a few extra. Little did I know, they were available here at the tea house as well. Brother, hand them over. I shall sell them to the junior disciples within the peak." Yu Wuxian said, accepting the jade slips from Yu Wuxian and tossing them into his storage pouch. In the meantime, Jun Ruoming, also holding a jade slip, understood the situation. The group exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter, leaving Jun Ruoming puzzled. It appeared that practitioners of the cultivation world and those of the mundane realm shared a common trait in their pursuit of business. They would seize every opportunity to profit. Given the number of jade slips in hand, it seemed unlikely that Yu Wuxian could sell his few remaining ones. "Brother Yu, do you not think this is a bit excessive?" Yun Ling inquired, astonished at the contents of the storage pouch. By her calculations, her share of the reward should have been a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills and 3,000 spirit stones, yet she found over 6,000 stones, double her expected amount. "Junior sister Yin, this is what you are owed. Alongside the unicorn beast, I also sold the other magical beasts we hunted at the market. Even accounting for the other beasts, the total should not amount to this much," Yu Wuxian explained. Yun Ling recalled the number of magical beasts they had captured before their separation, and it seemed implausible that they could be worth so many spirit stones. "Junior sister, during the 6 months of your absence, we captured many magical beasts while searching for you. This sum is the result of selling those beasts together. It is not an excess given to you, so do not overthink it," Jun Ruoming clarified, fully aware that, like him, Yun Ling did not hail from a prestigious family and understood the strong sense of pride inherent in individuals of their kind. "However, I did not participate later." She continued to refuse. "Junior sister Yun," Yu Wuxian called her earnestly, his usual gentle smile replaced by a serious demeanor. "Do not turn us down. This was a consensus we reached together. Had it not been for your noble act that day, we might not even be able to enjoy tea here. We shall forever be grateful for your kindness, junior sister. These spirit stones are not merely our token of thanks. They were acquired from other demonic beasts. And junior brother Lu has received some as well." Upon finishing his words, the other 4 bowed in gratitude towards Yun Ling. Flustered, she hurriedly returned the gesture. "Since you all say so, I shall not refuse your kindness. I feel quite ashamed." She found it difficult to decline further, contemplating the opportunity to repay them in the future. "Indeed, it is quite a windfall." Luo Ninghuan chimed in, and everyone burst into hearty laughter. "Junior sister, Let us head to the market to prepare for our seclusion and the upcoming competition. Luo Ninghuan took Yun Ling by the hand, and they left the tea house, heading straight for the Xuanling workshop. As expected, upon their arrival, the workshop was bustling with disciples engaged in trade. A vast quantity of elixirs and talismans had been purchased, leaving the stock of various elixirs alarmingly low, with some items even out of stock and requiring a month for replenishment. Senior sister, I will first attend to some unnecessary materials and will join you shortly. Yun Ling agreed with a nod. The art of alchemy does not guarantee success each time. One must account for potential failures and the fees for the alchemist. From the storage bag of that rogue cultivator, Yun Ling sold 4 out of 7 unclaimed magical artifacts. She kept the remaining 3 for herself, Luo Ninghuan, and Fang Jin, each receiving 1. After selling these artifacts and materials from the demonic beasts, her spirit stones increased substantially. Considering the ample supply of elixirs remaining, Luo Ninghuan procured an equivalent quantity of spiritual herbs alongside some blood from spiritual beasts for talisman crafting and blank talisman paper. Sister, is it not a bit insufficient? Luo Ninghuan inquired hesitantly. She typically had access to the elixirs provided by the Luo family, especially with the impending sect trial competition, which would likely result in further contributions from her family. Thus, she did not purchase a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. This endeavor, accompanied by Yun Ling, to acquire herbs and subsequently commission a familiar individual to concoct elixirs, was merely an attempt to assist her junior sister. The pursuit of reaching the 10th level of qi refinement within a year would necessitate a considerable quantity of elixirs, and Yun Ling's acquisitions were far from 1/3 adequate. Sister, do not fret, Yun Ling replied in a hushed tone. I have gathered a substantial amount previously, and with these, the elixirs will suffice. Upon hearing this, Luo Ninghuan felt reassured and led Yun Ling to Xuanling Peak, intending to seek out an acquaintance for elixir refinement. However, the journey did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Chapter 17. Discrepancies at Xuanling. Luo Ninghuan visited 2 of her friends' abodes in succession, only to find them unreachable in seclusion. Upon arriving at the 3rd location, she finally encountered a living soul, yet the senior brother hesitated, expressing that he had little time lately and might not be of assistance, suggesting there were underlying circumstances. Luo Ninghuan did not press the matter, assuming he simply wished to focus on his cultivation and avoid distractions before the competition. After bidding farewell, she sought out Brother Lin, who was on duty at the Xuanling Peak's administrative hall, hoping he could help her find another brother to take on the elixir refinement task. Upon explaining her intent, Brother Lin appeared conflicted. Sister Luo, perhaps you and Sister Yin might consider seeking other brothers from different peaks? There are many at Xuanling Peak who excel in the art of alchemy, he suggested after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Brother Lin, why are the disciples of Xuanling Peak unwilling to assist in alchemy? Is there some unspoken reason, or is there something else amiss? Luo Ninghuan inquired. These individuals are not exhibiting their usual demeanor. They typically vie to help me with alchemy. Xuanling Peak possesses a fiery vein, and the spiritual energy within the disciples' abodes is abundant, making it exceptionally suitable for alchemical practices. Most of the disciples on the peak have fire spiritual roots, and many are eager to learn the art of alchemy. They are generally happy to accept commissions from disciples of the other 4 peaks, yielding considerable amounts of spirit stones and elixirs. With a year remaining before the minor competition within the sect, there is no pressing need to focus solely on cultivation and forego alchemy. Junior Sister Luo, this matter pertains to my peak. Sister Qing, Brother Lin stammered, his face flushed as he vaguely alluded to the circumstances. Is it that Qin Fij is preventing you from assisting me in alchemy? Luo Ninghuan recalled the recent news from her clan, which mentioned the prodigious talent, Qin Fij, who had captivated the Yuaning elders of Xuanling Peak. This young woman entered the sect at the same time as her and had now attained the pinnacle of qi refining. The Qin family was flourishing, subtly extending its influence towards the Lianhu, where the Luo family had established roots. Her elders had previously advised her to concentrate on her cultivation and refrain from meddling in other affairs. It was intolerable that the Qin family would not only create difficulties for the Luo family outside the sect, but also seek to undermine her within it. Junior sister Luo. I. Brother Lin observed the unmistakable flush of anger on Luo Ninghuan's face, and he too felt a cold sweat. Typically, the disciples of the Five Peaks maintained amicable relations, and he had never encountered such a situation. Both junior sister Luo and junior sister Qin were true disciples, making it difficult to offend either side. Alas, Qin Shimi is a disciple of the esteemed Jinyan Jinren from Xuanling Peak, where female disciples are a rarity. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her the new jewel of Xuanling Peak. Although she may often exhibit a touch of pride, she has never taken advantage of the ordinary disciples among them. However, a previous incident has led to the current situation. A disciple of Xuanling Peak had once eagerly assisted Luo Shimi in refining a batch of elixirs. Upon discovering this, Qin Fij subtly remarked that the Luo family monopolizes Lianhu and possesses an abundance of elixirs, rendering the attentions of Xuanling Peak's disciples unnecessary. Subsequently, the alchemist was ensnared in a scheme and assigned to hunt the soil garment beast. This creature, true to its name, possesses minimal offensive capabilities but boasts formidable defenses, making it a challenging quarry. The unfortunate disciple toiled for 3 months, yet barely managed to slay 100. Had it not been for the clandestine assistance of his friends, he might have continued his struggle for several more months. Following this incident, the disciples of Xuanling Peak became aware of the discord between Qin Fij and Luo Ninghuan, and none dared to act as cannon fodder again. I initially wondered who was making such a commotion. It turned out to be Luo Shimi. What brings her to seek the alchemical services of my senior disciples at Xuanling Peak once more? Clad in a flowing crimson gown. Her pronunciation of the term Shimi was deliberate and laden with significance. Qin Fij. There are countless disciples within the sect skilled in alchemy. It is not solely the province of Xuanling Peak. I refuse to believe that you can extend your influence to other peaks. Luo Ninghuan retorted coldly. Engaging someone for alchemical services benefits both parties. What is there to object to? You imply that the disciples of Xuanling Peak must be beseeched to provide their alchemical expertise? Luo Ninghuan countered. Upon hearing that Sister Luo had recently purchased a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs at the market, one cannot help but wonder if the disciples of Xuanling Peak have chosen not to assist you with alchemy, prompting you to seek the aid of the brothers from Xianshan Peak or perhaps another peak. Surely, you do not intend to solicit the disciples of Yuzhua Peak, do you? It is well known that the disciples of Yuzhua Peak excel in the art of weaving and embroidery, surpassing even the skilled seamstresses of the mortal realm. However, I have yet to hear of anyone whose alchemical prowess matches such talent. Qin Fij mocked with a contemptuous smile, her demeanor one of disdain. You go too far. Luo Ninghuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Qin Fij. The practitioners of cultivation are inherently noble. To compare the disciples of Yuzhua Peak to mere mortal seamstresses is to demean all those affiliated with Yuzhua Peak. Such an affront is intolerable. Sister, Yun Ling interjected, restraining the furious Luo Ninghuan. Engaging in a private altercation within the sect is a grave offense. Moreover, we are in Xuanling Peak, where neither of us would gain any advantage. If we were to fight and suffer defeat, that would only serve to tarnish the reputation of Yuzhua Peak. Your flattery is misplaced, Sister Qin. Which of the 5 peaks does not owe its robes of doubt to the craftsmanship of Yuzhua Peak? Furthermore, every robe crafted by the disciples of Yuzhua Peak, from the esteemed sect leader to the newly initiated disciples, is made with the utmost care and attention. This is our tribute to the respect we hold for our sect. In matters of great importance to the sect, all disciples are required to don the same ceremonial robes. This was the first occasion in many years that Yun Ling had encountered the grown Qin Fij, having only briefly met her in childhood. While the rumors within the peak spoke of her haughty and arrogant demeanor, little did they know her words could be so piercingly sharp. The entirety of Yuzhua Peak comprises female cultivators. The female cultivator has always possessed a remarkable talent for garment making, which led the sect to assign the task of crafting the sect's robes to Yuzhua Peak, necessitating the annual submission of a stipulated quantity of robes. Little did they know that this task of robe-making was being maliciously disparaged by her, Qin Fij. You are Yun Ling. Qin Fij scrutinized Yun Ling from head to toe. Luo Ninghuan had a close companion, and hearing this girl refer to Luo Ninghuan as senior sister made it abundantly clear that she was indeed the one. I am, Yun Ling replied earnestly. Since her entry into the sect, being a female cultivator and a true disciple, she was often compared to the two from Yuzhua Peak, as well as Zhongli Bei from Lingmu Peak. Among the three, she had always regarded Yun Ling, who hailed from the mundane world, with disdain. All the elders of the various peaks were aware of this and secretly admired her, which resulted in her master summoning her for a lengthy reprimand, leaving her feeling gloomy and quite dissatisfied. No need for senior sister to worry. Us disciples of Yuzhua Peak are more than capable of alchemy, Yun Ling stated, pulling Luo Ninghuan away, unwilling to continue a war of words with Qin Fij. Although Yuzhua Peak predominantly housed disciples with wood spiritual roots, there were also several with fire spiritual roots, and she was aware that a few senior sisters in the foundation establishment stage were adept in alchemy. Perhaps it would require Sister Du's introduction. So, you can refine elixirs, Qin Fij remarked coolly from behind, feigning ignorance. To think one without fire spiritual roots would attempt alchemy in the Qi refinement stage is truly laughable. Even utilizing a spirit fire alchemy furnace would not only squander a significant amount of spirit herbs but also yield inferior quality pills. This Yun Ling certainly lacks the resources to indulge in such extravagance. While one may lose the battle, one must not lose the spirit. She may not possess the skill now, but she could certainly learn. Cultivators, aside from pursuing the path of cultivation, also require a skill to rely upon. She lacked the talismanic talent of Luo Ninghuan, and her skills in the art of talismans were rather mediocre. Unlike those senior sisters within the peak, she had no inclination to craft fashionable and exquisite garments for sale, as she lacked such aptitude. Instead, she chose to study alchemy. What if she did not possess the fire spirit root? What if her spiritual fire was inferior to that of the disciples blessed with fire spirit roots? What if her alchemical attempts were less than satisfactory? She firmly believed that one day she would ascend to the realm of the Golden Core True Master. The mere act of alchemy could hardly pose a challenge for her. Chapter 18. The Essence of Alchemy. Junior Sister, are you truly intent on learning alchemy? Luo Ninghuan inquired with a look of concern directed at Yun Ling. Do not fret, senior sister. I am merely engaging in a rudimentary study for now. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall procure a fine furnace to practice with. I shall not be inferior to those brothers from Xuanling Peak. Senior sister, our immediate priority should be to diligently cultivate in seclusion. Qin Fij has already attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, and should we encounter her in the sect's minor competition, Yun Ling aimed to encourage her senior sister, who, despite her exceptional talents and the generous support of her family, had grown somewhat weary of cultivation, barely managing to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement. In contrast, Qin Fij had continuously consumed elixirs and had proven herself diligent, achieving the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage. You are right. I must earnestly devote myself to seclusion and cultivation. I shall not allow that Qin to look down upon me, Luo Ninghuan declared indignantly. Junior sister, take these herbs and practice with them. Whether you succeed or not is of little consequence. If you are concerned about waste, seek assistance from Sister Du and the others. See if there are any senior sisters within our peak who can concoct them. Acquiring more materials is not a problem. However, do not approach disciples from other peaks. We must not allow ourselves to be belittled. She handed a storage bag filled with spiritual herbs to Yun Ling. Rest assured, senior sister. Yun Ling replied with a light laugh. Indeed, this is for you. The two spoke in unison. Yun Ling produced a pin-like magical instrument, its body a deep azure, crafted from water element materials. The tip, a pristine white and remarkably resilient, appeared to be made from the fur of an unknown beast. In contrast, Luo Ninghuan held a violet hairpin resembling an orchid, which served as an offensive magical tool. As their gazes met, the two erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the earlier gloom that lingered atop Xuanling Peak. Upon returning to Yuzhua Peak, Luo Ninghuan commenced her seclusion for cultivation. Meanwhile, Yun Ling ventured to the internal library of the peak to replicate a comprehensive alchemical text. This tome was the most extensive compendium of alchemy in the Longyou realm, meticulously detailing various procedures for potion making, the interrelations of spiritual herbs, and recipes for an array of ordinary elixirs from chi refinement to nascent soul stages. After diligently studying the alchemical manual, she visited the market and expended 2,000 spirit stones to acquire a small spirit fire alchemy furnace. This furnace would enable her to transform her spiritual energy into fire energy, facilitating her potion-making endeavors. Recognizing her status as a novice, Yun Ling procured 50 sets of materials for the basic fasting elixir to practice her skills. The fasting elixir, renowned for its simplicity, required only 3 ingredients, each aged 10 years, Qingyu grass, Chiding vine, and Huangzhu fruit. With a limited variety of herbs and straightforward procedures, one merely needed to place the 3 herbs into the furnace, sealing it, and using spiritual energy to eliminate impurities and amalgamate them into pills. As a beginner, Yun Ling successfully crafted fasting elixirs on her 5th attempt, producing 6 brown pills, which significantly bolstered her confidence. It is noteworthy that the yield of any given potion can vary, typically ranging from a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 9. Most alchemists achieve a yield of 5 or 6. Even the most adept alchemists occasionally encounter a setback, with only legendary masters able to surpass a certain threshold. In her subsequent endeavors, she successfully crafted 3 elixirs from 10 attempts. Had it not been for her waning spiritual energy, the last attempt likely would have succeeded as well. The number of successful concoctions varied between 4 and 6, suggesting a degree of consistency. It appeared that she possessed a latent talent for alchemy, which filled her with quiet delight. After a period of meditation to restore her spiritual energy, she commenced the creation of the Spirit Convergence Pill. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed through the air. Yun Ling gazed at the alchemical furnace, now belching black smoke, and offered a rueful smile. This marked her 19th attempt at crafting the Spirit Convergence Pill over the past week, and like the preceding 18, it had ended in failure. Indeed, her earlier optimism had been premature. The Spirit Convergence Pill, being the most commonly used elixir during the chi refining stage, necessitated 12 distinct spiritual herbs, and the process was considerably more intricate than that of the fasting pill. The first 3 attempts faltered due to her unfamiliarity with the proper sequence of herb placement, causing her to miss the critical timing and resulting in premature failures before the furnace could be sealed. The subsequent attempts adhered correctly to the order and timing of herb integration. Yet once the furnace was sealed and she endeavored to channel the fire spirit's power for the alchemical process, an array of complications arose. She had underestimated the challenge. Lacking a fire spirit root, her spiritual energy, once transformed into fire spirit energy by the furnace, was excessively drained, and her sensitivity to the integration of the herbs was alarmingly feeble. Unlike her peers, who possessed fire spirit roots and could directly perceive the changes in the herbs, she could not. This dilemma could only see slight improvement upon reaching the foundation establishment stage and would remain unresolved until she attained the core formation stage. Many cultivators devote their entire lives to achieving the golden elixir, yet even those who succeed often find their lifespan significantly diminished, spending the majority of their time in undistracted cultivation. Unless endowed with extraordinary talent, it is rare for cultivators to commence their alchemical studies post the formation of their golden core. The art of alchemy encompasses a vast array of knowledge, with thousands of recipes extant within the dragon's favor realm. Each concoction varies in its requirements, such as the nature of the spiritual herbs, the methods of extraction, the procedural steps of alchemy, the control of spiritual energy during fusion, and the secrets of pill collection. To become a competent alchemist, even those with exceptional innate abilities must embark on this journey from the very beginning, progressing through diligent exploration, for mastery is achieved solely through practice. There are no shortcuts. For Yun Ling, the formation of her golden core feels somewhat distant, yet there are pressing matters to address. The alchemical scriptures conclude with the note that many prodigious alchemical masters, despite lacking the fire's spiritual root, have nonetheless achieved remarkable success in the field. Indeed, nothing in this world is insurmountable, provided one possesses determination. She pondered that it would be unwise to remain ensconced in isolation. Seeking the wisdom recorded by her predecessors and absorbing their alchemical insights would be far more beneficial. Due to the specific nature of the disciples at Yuju Peak, those distinguished in alchemy are exceedingly rare. Within the repository of Yuju Peak, she discovered scant materials on alchemical insights. After dedicating 3 days to eliminate the majority of redundant records, she finally perused through all available accounts. Remarkably, she unearthed a valuable jade slip, chronicled by a golden core cultivator known as Master Mingxin. His surname, Ming, aligns closely with that of her master, Ming, suggesting they entered the sect around the same period. He recounted an encounter during an expedition with a master alchemist, whose golden core prowess enabled him to produce pills of the nascent soul tier. This alchemist's skills were exceptional, notably as he possessed a water spiritual root rather than a fire one, resulting in his elixirs being distinct from those crafted by others. Typically, elixirs, when ground, become powdery. However, the concoction he crafted possessed a distinctive hue and form, resembling beads that transformed into a frothy liquid upon being crushed. It dissolved instantly upon contact, proving to be far more easily assimilated than ordinary elixirs, with some even unleashing their efficacy without the need for spiritual energy catalysis, yielding remarkable effects. This master imparted to her that this was the ancient art of Qindan, long thought to be lost. Many of the spiritual herbs listed in elixir recipes had vanished from the Longyu realm, or their names had been altered, rendering the crafting process considerably challenging. After fortuitously acquiring the legacy, he became enamored with it and devised numerous methods for concocting elixirs. The two forged a bond through their shared experiences, appreciating each other's talents and becoming confidants. Aware of Mingxin Junren's desire to learn this Qindan technique, he generously provided Mingxin Junren with a small treatise on Qindan. He meticulously explained the intricacies of this art, accompanying it with several recipes and methods for refining elixirs during the qi refinement stage, as well as 3 foundational recipes for those beginning their studies. Unfortunately, Mingxin Junren's aptitude for alchemy was limited after studying the Qindan technique. Her success rate in producing elixirs remained disappointingly low, leading her to ultimately abandon the pursuit. 8 decades passed after their parting in the crucible of experience, and Mingxin Junren never again heard tidings of him. The relentless march of fate led her to suspect that her friend may have perished. Lamenting the loss of such exquisite Qindan skills, he had once expressed his intention to widely disseminate the Qindan techniques upon discovering more recipes suitable for the current age, to benefit countless cultivators devoid of fire spiritual roots. Mingxin Junren admired his noble aspirations and recalled that most disciples within the peak possessed water spiritual roots, akin to that masteress. Thus, she inscribed this jade slip, attaching the small treatise on Qindan bestowed upon her by that individual, hoping that it may find its way to a fated successor who could carry forth the legacy of this art. Indeed, it is said that when one dozes off, someone will provide a pillow. Chapter 19. The essence of Qindan. The essence of Qindan is documented as follows. Qindan refers to the process of extracting the essence from various spiritual herbs and subsequently infusing it into spiritual water, where it is meticulously refined and combined using spiritual energy until it forms bead-like pills. In this process, the spiritual water serves merely to neutralize and store the medicinal properties. It does not constitute the formulation of the pills, unless one is concocting special elixirs that require specific types of spiritual water. The creation of ordinary pills necessitates only spiritual water imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Naturally, the purer the spiritual energy, the better. During the Qindan process, the most crucial aspect lies in the extraction of the spiritual herb essence and the manipulation of spiritual energy while forming the pills. The purification of spiritual herbs demands a high level of skill from the practitioner, as it is essential to eliminate all impurities and retain only the essence. A moment of negligence in over-extraction can diminish the medicinal efficacy. Conversely, if impurities are not thoroughly removed, the Qindan process will inevitably fail. The control of spiritual energy during the pill formation is exceptionally delicate. Each type of pill has its specific refining sequence and the requisite force, which the practitioner must explore and master through personal experience. In truth, while the art of Qindan is considered a boon for those without fire spiritual roots, it poses an even greater challenge than conventional alchemy. For instance, when crafting the pill of abstinence, traditional alchemy involves sequentially placing Qingyu grass, chiding vine, and Huangzhu fruit into the alchemical furnace, where spiritual energy is employed to eliminate impurities before merging them into a cohesive pill. In contrast, the Qindan process diverges significantly, beginning with the extraction of essence from these three spiritual herbs. Subsequently, one must immerse the essences of the red vine and yellow bean fruit simultaneously in the spiritual water of the alchemical furnace, gently rotating and kneading them with spiritual power until they amalgamate into a singular medicinal essence. Following this, the essence of the azure herb should be added, continuously refining the two components. Once their medicinal properties coalesce and the potency is achieved, one must swiftly distribute the elixir uniformly using spiritual energy. Throughout the refining process, it is imperative to consistently utilize one's spiritual awareness to perceive the subtle fluctuations in the medicinal properties. Even the slightest misstep could lead to utter failure, rendering the task exceedingly arduous. However, the quantity of the elixir produced is predetermined. For instance, the fasting elixir yields precisely 8 pills, a considerable increase compared to the conventional alchemical methods, with superior efficacy as well, perhaps in consideration of novice scholars. The essential techniques for extracting the 3 types of spiritual herbs required for the fasting elixir are meticulously documented. After exhausting dozens of azure herbs, Yun Ling successfully eliminated all impurities, extracting the essence of the entire plant, and the purification of the red vine and yellow bean fruit followed suit. There was no shortage of spiritual water, as she received 10 vials from the Jade Washing Peak each year. The most challenging aspect remained the final refinement. During her first attempt, she placed the essences of the red vine and yellow bean fruit in the spiritual water, activating her spiritual power to rotate and knead. However, midway through their fusion, excessive spiritual force scattered the medicinal properties, resulting in failure. In her second attempt, she successfully integrated the essences. Yet, after introducing the azure herb essence, the spiritual power applied was insufficient, causing the 2 medicinal properties to rotate and intertwine for a while before failing to penetrate each other's essence, ultimately dissipating. In her third endeavor, she absorbed lessons from her previous trials, delicately sensing the changes in the medicinal properties with her spiritual awareness and carefully manipulating her spiritual energy. She successfully refined the elixir's potency. At the moment of dividing the elixir, due to insufficient spiritual power differentiation, the attempt to evenly distribute the essence failed, resulting in varying potencies of the medicinal properties necessary for the formation of the elixir, leading to chaotic spiritual energy and a direct explosion. However, in the fourth attempt, success was finally achieved. Gazing at the 8 deep green pills in her palm, Yun Ling was overwhelmed with excitement. This time, it was not a matter of anxiously controlling the alchemical furnace and hoping for a favorable outcome, but rather a deeply personal journey where every step, from refinement to division, was guided by her own spiritual awareness and manipulation. It was akin to the profound satisfaction of cultivating a spiritual plant that has blossomed and borne fruit. Upon swallowing a pill of starvation, its medicinal properties radiated through her abdomen immediately, requiring no waiting for the pill to dissolve. Yun Ling could somewhat comprehend the master's enchantment with the art of elixir crafting. Despite the challenges involved, the rewards were astonishing. After a day of rest and meticulously studying the purification techniques and fusion sequences for the spirit-condensing pill, Yun Ling commenced her next endeavor in elixir creation. Crafting the spirit-condensing pill necessitated the refinement of 12 varieties of spiritual herbs, 4 of which shared identical refinement techniques, while the remaining 8 varied significantly, highlighting the hierarchical nature of the elixirs, which were considerably more complex than the pill of starvation. In her initial attempt, She expended a substantial amount of spiritual herbs before successfully extracting the 12 essences. The process of crafting the elixir was fraught with difficulties. During the initial step, the 12 essences had to be simultaneously fused in 3 distinct streams of medicinal properties. The first stream consisted of 2 essences, the second stream comprised 3, and the third reached as many as 5. In the subsequent step, the remaining 2 essences had to be separately integrated into the first and second streams, necessitating not only swift completion of the fusion but also the careful encapsulation of the 3 streams' medicinal properties to prevent any contact until the successful transformation of the first and second streams. Only then could the 3 be combined to achieve the desired elixir. The energy required for the fusion of spiritual power varies considerably, with even the slightest discrepancy potentially rendering previous efforts futile. Yun Ling has always possessed a tenacious spirit, and not to mention the discarding of spiritual herbs during the purification process. She has faced failure in the refinement of the Qi Dan over a dozen times. With only one final batch of spiritual herbs remaining, regardless of success or failure, she must procure more from the market. After restoring her spiritual energy, she took a deep breath and commenced the production of the last batch of condensed spirit pills. With focused intention and unwavering concentration, she successfully refined all the herbs. During the Qi Dan process, she emptied her mind, diligently attuning herself to the subtle changes in the properties of each medicinal ingredient. As if she were immersed in a stream of spiritual water, becoming one with it. She kneaded, fused, and fused again, eventually achieving the transformation into pills. It was as if she had become a spiritual herb, completing the entire cycle from sprouting and growth to harvest and refinement. Her mind was clear and serene. Yun Ling sensed a significant enhancement in her control over spiritual power. She discovered that the 1,000 Ghost Needle could split into 3, launching in different directions. Now, however, she could divide it into 6, sending it forth towards 6 distinct paths, while also mastering the speed of its flight, a delightful surprise. After purchasing a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs from the market, she also acquired several bottles of spiritual water from the Peak Affairs Hall of Yuzhua Peak. Each disciple of Yuzhua Peak is entitled to receive 10 bottles of Yuzhua spiritual water annually, and as a true disciple, she has the privilege to purchase additional quantities with flower spirit stones. Once everything was prepared, she continued her journey of refining the Qi Dan. Armed with her previous successes, Yun Ling could typically produce a batch of pills from every 2 furnaces. This was not solely due to her innate talent in the art of Qi Dan, but also owing to the unique characteristics of her wind spirit root, which enabled a rapid circulation of spiritual energy, allowing her to swiftly catalyze and control the fusion of the pills, thus averting failures that might arise from delays in the fusion process. In the future, as her cultivation progresses and her mastery over the subtle intricacies of spiritual power enhances, it may indeed elevate her success rate, which is nothing short of exhilarating. Subsequently, she concocted several other elixirs suitable for the Qi refinement stage, apart from the relatively low success rate of the Yuan supplement pill. The success rates of the other elixirs were notably high. One contributing factor to the Yuan supplement pill's low success rate was the exorbitant cost of the required spiritual herbs, limiting her ability to procure sufficient quantities for practice without extravagance. Another reason lay in the overly complex process of refining the Yuan supplement pill. Her current reserves of spiritual energy barely sufficed to produce a single batch, depleting her completely. A month later, Yun Ling proudly presented Luo Ning a Ling formation pill, which she had crafted using the intricate technique of Qi infusion, delighting in the fact that it was her own handiwork. Luo Ning stood momentarily transfixed. The Ling formation pill in her hand was a vibrant emerald hue, more translucent than the ordinary variant. Upon consuming one on the spot, she discovered that this pill contained a surfeit of spiritual energy, surpassing that of the typical Ling formation pill by a measure or 2. Initially, she had thought that her junior sister's foray into alchemy was merely a whimsical declaration. Yet she was astonished to discover her success and the exceptional quality of the elixir. With her sister's alchemical prowess assured, her mind was thoroughly at ease, allowing her to devote herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. In the ensuing months, Yun Ling immersed herself in the arduous cycle of alchemy, expending her spiritual energy and subsequently rejuvenating it through cultivation. Through relentless refinement and perseverance, she ultimately broke through her bottleneck, advancing to the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The internal competition was soon upon them. Chapter 20. The internal competition. The registration for the internal Qi refinement competition had commenced. Only cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and above were eligible to enroll, with a registration period lasting for half a month. Additionally, those with a bone age exceeding 160 years were barred from participating, a measure instituted to ensure the equitable allocation of cultivation resources. In the realm of Qi refinement, practitioners are limited to a lifespan of merely 200 years. Those who exceed the age of 160 find their spiritual energy gradually dissipating, their bodies beginning to age, leaving them with little to no possibility of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Throughout the annals of cultivation history, there have been but a handful of fortunate individuals who, having surpassed 160 years, managed to successfully establish their foundations. Upon Yun Ling's emergence from seclusion, she discovered that less than 3 days remained to register at Tianqing Peak. The registration jade token she received bore the number 999, whereas Luo Ninghuan, who registered at the very last moment, was assigned the token numbered 1200. This clearly indicates that a remarkable count of 1,200 practitioners met the criteria to participate in the minor competition, solidifying Xuanling sect's reputation as the second most prestigious sect in the Longyu realm. The minor competition spans 30 days, during which the top 100 contenders will qualify for entry into the Longyu secret realm. Upon the successful return of these 100 individuals from the secret realm, the sect will bestow upon them foundation establishment pills. The top 10 exceptional participants will also receive a divine ability jade tablet, granting them access to select one secret technique for cultivation from the 5th level of the sect's scripture repository. Furthermore, the top 3 will have the privilege of choosing an additional treasure after their foundation establishment. Thus, this minor competition, held once every 30 years, is a highly anticipated event among the disciples of the Xuanling sect. From the 1st to the 10th day of the competition, 6 arenas will be established at Xuanling Square. Each arena will host 10 rounds of contests daily, from which 600 individuals will emerge victorious from the initial pool of 1,200. Given that this is a friendly competition among sect members, the use of second-grade talismans or higher is prohibited, and malicious harm is strictly forbidden. Moreover, participants are not allowed to consume pills that replenish spiritual energy to prolong the battles. If any round of competition exceeds 1 hour, a golden core stage referee will adjudicate the outcome to prevent delays caused by the familiarity between the contenders. The second round of contests will take place from the 11th to the 15th day, narrowing the field down to 300 from the 600 remaining participants. The third round of competition spans from the 16th to the 18th day, during which half of the 300 participants will be eliminated. From the 19th to the 21st day, in the 4th round, only 3 arenas will remain, with the remaining 150 competitors evenly distributed among them to vie for the opportunity to advance, ultimately selecting 75 individuals for the next round. The other 75 eliminated contestants will have 25 chosen as defenders at the start of the 5th round, while the remaining 50, not selected, may challenge the defenders, with each participant allowed a single challenge and each defender subject to just 1 challenge, the duration extending until the conclusion of the 5th contest. The 5th round will take place from the 22nd to the 23rd day, wherein 75 cultivators will compete, with 1 receiving a bye, resulting in 37 victors, and thus a total of 38 cultivators progressing to the next contest. In the 6th round, on the 24th day, 19 cultivators will emerge victorious. A day of rest will follow on the 25th, and on the 26th, during the 7th round, 1 participant will receive a bye, directly advancing to the top 10. While among the remaining 18 cultivators, 9 will secure their place in the top 10. After a 3-day respite, the 8th round is scheduled for the 30th day. The top 10 will enter a special competition set up by the sect, utilizing spirit orbs to determine the top 3 positions based on the number of orbs knocked down. Yun Ling's fortune proves favorable, as her first contest is set for the 4th day against a female disciple from Lingmu Peak, who possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Despite her 9th layer status, this female disciple appears to have little experience in combat. When Yun Ling's Qianyu needle suddenly shattered into 3, launching attacks in 3 directions, the disciple faltered in her footwork, cried out in surprise, and fell from the arena, leaving her utterly speechless. It is perplexing how this female cultivator managed to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, as she seems rather weak. The sect intentionally pairs contestants for the duels, ensuring that in the initial match, disciples at the 10th level of Qi refinement and those at the peak of Qi refinement face off against disciples at the 8th or 9th levels. This strategy aims for a decisive victory to conserve strength for subsequent matches. In the days leading up to the competition, there are rarely any evenly matched and thrilling battles. Thus, apart from Yun Ling's attendance to cheer for her senior sister Luo Ninghuan, the rest of the time is spent in the cave dwelling, cultivating. At Xuanling Peak, Luo Lai. At Usual Peak, Yun Ling. In the second round, Yun Ling is scheduled for the 12th day, facing Luo Lai, a male disciple from Xuanling Peak, who also possesses a 10th level of Qi refinement. Upon realizing that the female practitioner before him is a direct disciple of Usual Peak, he refrains from underestimating her. As the match commences, he unleashes his full force in a bid for a swift victory. His spear technique is exceptionally fierce, and Yun Ling's defensive wind shield is nearly cleaved apart. Fortunately, she adeptly employs her Fuyo step to evade the attack just in time. Luo Lai specializes in fire-based martial arts, believing in the principle that sheer strength can overcome finesse. Yet, he finds himself unable to close the distance to the agile female practitioner, whose movements resemble a fish gliding through water. His successive full-force assaults are effortlessly neutralized by her delicate maneuvers. Growing increasingly frustrated, he channels the remainder of his spiritual energy to execute a series of 3 fiery strikes. The spear, enveloped in blazing flames, soars through the air toward Yun Ling, the 3 strikes coming almost without pause. She narrowly avoids the first strike, deflecting the second with her Yun Luo umbrella, but the third is unavoidable, prompting her to summon the Qianyu needle. The tip of the needle aligns with the spear's point, both radiating lethal energy. Just as the 2 magical artifacts engage in a fierce standoff, the Qianyu needle suddenly splits into 2. The second small needle pierced through the flames, directly striking Luo Lai. He had not anticipated that, after unleashing a furious 3-hit combo, Yun Ling would still manage to divert her attention to wield an attacking artifact while he was preoccupied with defense. Although the attack was not particularly potent, he was caught off guard and was directly pierced in the left leg. Staggering a few steps, he half knelt upon the arena. "Thank you for your consideration," Yun Ling remarked softly. He believed he could place within the top 150, yet he encountered Yun Ling. This woman possessed remarkable footwork that effectively countered his marksmanship, and it was simply his misfortune to face her. What a pity. In the third match, Yun Ling confronted a disciple from Liuguang Peak. The disciples of Liuguang Peak were adept at forming arrays to fend off enemies. However, Yun Ling launched a fierce offensive from the outset, forcing him to throw out several talismans in an attempt to buy time for setting up a formation. To his dismay, he discovered that the talismans she hurled back at him were significantly more powerful, leaving him no time to establish his array before he was charred and disheveled by a first-grade fire talisman. Overwhelmed, he was unable to cope, and Yun Ling seized the opportunity to press her advantage, ultimately knocking him off the arena. "May I inquire, senior sister, what kind of talisman were you using?" The disciple clearly sensed that the power of the talismans Yun Ling had cast surpassed his by a measure or 2. They were not second-grade talismans, otherwise the officiating cultivator would have halted the competition. "It is a first-grade fire talisman drawn by my senior sister, Luo Ninghuan." Yun Ling recalled a day when her senior sister whimsically decided to sell talismans to earn spirit stones, prompting her to retrieve a talisman from her storage bag to show this disciple. Promoting her senior sister as talents would undoubtedly make future sales easier. In the 4th match, she faced a disciple from Lingmu Peak, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, named Lu Biji. For instance, the sharp vines and the pollen laden with potent toxins, the techniques of Lingmu Peak can instantaneously stimulate their germination and growth to assail foes. A power not to be underestimated. Thus, as Lu Biji incessantly urged the spiritual seeds to attack her on the arena, she dared not let her guard down. Continuously unleashing blades of wind, she severed all the vines that had yet to sprout their sharp thorns, and then withdrew the purple orchid hairpin gifted by Luo Ninghuan from her hair, using its body to spin and assault Lu Biji. As Lu Biji retreated, Yun Ling pressed forward. Unbeknownst to both, they circled each other several times within the arena. When Yun Ling once again closed in at the center of the stage, panting heavily, Lu Biji offered her a radiant smile. In that moment, alarm bells rang in her heart. Before she could distance herself, the arena transformed into a tempestuous scene. What a masterful ploy to lure one into a trap. At that moment, she found herself enveloped in a sea of floral illusions, fragrant waves wafting around her. The mist curling gently, and Lu Biji's figure had vanished. It was evident that during their pursuit, aside from casting vines to obstruct Yun Ling, Lu Biji had quietly sown lowly spiritual flower seeds to set up her formation. Preoccupied with destroying the towering vines, she had overlooked the delicate blossoms. Thus, in her carelessness, Lu Biji had completed her array. Outside the formation, Lu Biji summoned her greenwood bow, its string drawn as if the autumn moon traversed the heavens. Arrows, glimmering with a verdant light, soared through the air, aimed directly at Yun Ling. Chapter 21. Seeking victory amidst peril, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air rang in her ears. Yun Ling deftly sidestepped with light footfalls, but was still grazed by the arrowhead, leaving a deep, crimson gash on her left shoulder. Upon the high platform, the esteemed master Xianqing pointed at the second arena and praised, "Brother Shiyu, your disciple here is truly remarkable. Even before establishing her foundation, she can skillfully arrange formations using flower seeds in combat, displaying a cleverness far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. I wonder which fortunate senior brother will take her under his wing." Although the identity tokens of direct disciples and ordinary disciples bear a resemblance, a glance is sufficient for a golden core master to discern the subtle differences. This young woman, named Lu Biji, stands out among the new generation of our Lingmu Peak. Sister Shijin has already designated her as a direct disciple, offering her guidance frequently. Upon the return from the Lanyu secret realm, she will be formally accepted as a disciple. Master Shiyu regarded Lu Biji with a subtle nod of approval. "Oh, she bears the surname Lu? Is she from the Lu family, known for their commendable skills and formations? Why did she not join Liuguang Peak?" inquired the curious Master Jinhui from Xuanyang Peak. Master Shiyu cast a glance at Master Qianjing, responding with pride. "She is from a collateral branch of the Lu family. When she entered the peak, Liuguang Peak did not select her. Besides her exceptional formation skills, her proficiency in wood-based techniques is also commendable. With Sister Shijin's guidance, she is bound to achieve great success." Master Qianjing appeared disheartened. His frustration was not unfounded. Liuguang Peak typically favored disciples with metal spiritual roots, focusing on the cultivation of metal-based offensive techniques while supplementing their studies and formations. However, in recent years, most disciples within the peak have strayed from their foundational practices, becoming overly engrossed in the study of formations and neglecting the essential path of combat. This has led to increasingly poor performances in the recent sect competitions, with the number of Liuguang Peak disciples in the top 100 continually dwindling. It is indeed lamentable that such a disciple, endowed with commendable foundational skills and formations and adept in combat techniques, could not be taken under the peak's tutelage. As several true immortals engaged in conversation, Yun Ling narrowly evaded a second arrow. It appears that the young disciple from Yuzhu Peak is destined to suffer. Realizing the disparity, Master Nanjing surmised that the realm of great perfection in qi refinement surpasses the 10th level of qi refinement, not only in cultivation level, but also in the richness of spiritual energy. Should this young disciple from Yuzhu Peak fail to swiftly break the formation, and continue to exhaust spiritual energy, defeat is inevitable. It is regrettable that this disciple with a commendable wind spirit root may not advance to the 5th round of the competition. My disciple, Fij, entered the sect on the same day and has now achieved the great perfection stage in chi refinement. Barring unforeseen circumstances, securing a place in the top 10 is nearly guaranteed. Master Jinyan cast a glance at the expressionless Master Minjing and, with a sense of schadenfreude, remarked, Sister Minjing, you must diligently supervise your disciple's cultivation. I have heard that Master Mingli's eldest disciple only managed to break through to the 10th level of chi refinement just a day before the competition. You previously coveted disciples but failed to guide them adequately. Look at the results. None have distinguished themselves, and this one even went missing for a time. Meanwhile, your diligent disciple, Fij, is obedient and devoted to her training, being the first to reach the great perfection stage in chi refinement. Were it not for the consideration of the minor competition within the sect, she would have already prepared for foundation establishment. Lingo, having entered the sect at the tender age of 8, has now progressed to the 10th level of chi refinement by merely 28 years of age. Even if she were to lose today, what of it? Her future accomplishments shall undoubtedly surpass those of her peers, and besides, it is not certain that she will indeed be defeated. Master Minjing sneered. What is there to be proud of in achieving great perfection in chi refinement through the excessive use of elixirs? Jinyan is quite shameless. The true immortals fell silent, their focus drawn to the contests taking place on the various arenas below. Ming Ying, the true master, remarked that among the recently accepted true disciples, the majority hailed from esteemed cultivation families. Of the mere 4 female true disciples, 3 possessed remarkable backgrounds, having commenced their training at a tender age. With ample resources in elixirs and magical artifacts at their disposal, only Yun Ling emerged from the mundane world, devoid of familial support. Yet, in a mere 8 years, she attained her current level of cultivation, a pace that far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners, which is indeed a formidable feat even for one of exceptional talent. However, it is merely a minor stage of chi refinement, and there is no need for excessive concern. They have become overly attached to their perceptions. In a fleeting moment, she had endured 16 assaults, her body marred by 3 wounds inflicted by Lu Biji's azure wooden arrows, blood ceaselessly seeping from her injuries. She recognized her inferior cultivation compared to Lu Biji, and to withstand the onslaught would inevitably lead to the depletion of her spiritual energy and eventual defeat. It was imperative to break the formation at once. Junior brother Liu Yin had previously stated that every formation possesses a core and several supporting nodes. To dismantle it, one may employ 3 methods. The first method involves enduring within the formation until the array caster's energy wanes, contingent upon one's spiritual power being more profound than that of the array's creator, which was evidently not applicable at this moment. The second method entails directly locating and shattering the core based on the formation's inherent patterns, necessitating a profound understanding of formations, one that could at least rival that of the array caster, a capability she currently lacked. Thus, she opted for the third method, the most arduous of all, to disrupt the nodes. This floral illusion formation requires at least 6 nodes to converge with the core, facilitating the flow of spiritual energy. Disrupting a single node would not significantly impair the formation, as Lu Biji could readily restore it at any moment. One must identify and simultaneously strike at a sufficient number of pivotal points, thereby preventing Lu Biji from mending the formation, thus shattering it. Any misstep could lead to utter failure. Outside the formation, Lu Biji's wooden arrows incessantly assail, while Yun Ling deftly evades them, using her spiritual awareness to sense the energies within the formation. The pivotal points must converge with the heart of the formation, causing fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. Perhaps due to her recent practice of refining pills with the Qindan technique, Yun Ling's spiritual awareness has become remarkably acute, and she swiftly locates a pivotal point. After a few breaths, as another wound is inflicted upon her back, she finally identifies 6 key locations within the flower seed illusion formation. Another arrow hurtles towards her. She gracefully leans back to evade it, and her Qianyu needle splits into 6, piercing the 6 pivotal points. In an instant, the flower seed dissipates, and Lu Biji's figure reappears. Seizing the moment while Lu Biji is still drawing her Qingmu Bao, Yun Ling advances with a swift step, her Xylan hairpin aimed directly at her face. Lu Biji hurriedly adjusts to evade, but with the flower seed vanished, there are no barriers left. As Yun Ling closes in, she realizes she has no time to invoke her spiritual seed and can only summon her defensive artifact to shield herself, leaving her in a precarious position. Understanding that victory hinges on a swift resolution, Yun Ling unleashes her Xylan hairpin with all her might, striking at Lu Biji's most vulnerable point with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Lu Biji's defense falters, and the hairpin embeds itself in her left shoulder. As Lu Biji's movements slow due to her injury, Yun Ling reaches her side and softly utters an apology before using a blade of wind to push her off the stage. In the next moment, Yun Ling leaps down from the platform, assisting the fallen Lu Biji with a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, Senior Sister Lu." Compared to the injury she bore, Lu Biji's condition was considerably more severe. "There is no need for you to apologize, Junior Sister Yun. Injuries on the arena are an inevitable occurrence," Lu Biji said with an elegant smile before taking her leave. "Yuzhua Peak, Yun Ling wins," declared the Golden Core Master overseeing the competition. Fortunately, although her wounds were numerous, none had inflicted critical damage. After consuming a healing pill, she merely needed to meditate and cultivate for a few days, and her injuries would heal on their own. The following morning heralded Luo Ninghuan's match, and Yun Ling arrived early to observe. Luo Ninghuan was fortunate, facing a male cultivator from Xuanling Peak who was severely injured. After a prolonged skirmish, the male cultivator's condition worsened, compelling him to concede defeat by stepping down from the arena. In the 5th match, Yun Ling encountered a senior brother from Xuanling Peak, who possessed both fire and earth spiritual roots, boasting remarkable defenses and fierce attacks, not to mention his complete mastery of the Qi refinement stage. Ultimately, her Xylan hairpin was utterly destroyed, and after expending a significant portion of her wealth on talismans, she narrowly achieved victory, sustaining considerable internal injuries. During the 6th match, she faced another senior brother from Xuanling Peak, who also stood at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Believing her defeat to be inevitable, she was taken aback when her opponent, upon entering the arena, spat blood and collapsed, requiring assistance from his peers to exit the stage. Yun Ling considered this to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Little did she know, an even greater fortune awaited her. Chapter 22. A fortuitous bypass in the 6th match. 19 contestants emerged victorious. These 19 would compete in the 7th match to determine the top 10. Before the 7th match commenced, each participant would draw new battle tokens. Number 1 would face number 18, number 2 would face number 17, and so forth. Any blank tokens would automatically grant advancement to the top 10, and Yun Ling was among these fortunate individuals. As she caught the envious gazes of her fellow disciples, she fled in distress. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yu Wuxian along the way. "Ling Junior Sister, what a splendid opportunity," Yu Wuxian remarked with a smile. Having always shared a close bond with Yun Ling, his playful nature often bringing lighthearted banter. "What a coincidence! I am on my way to observe Brother Wuqian's competition." Yun Ling pleaded for mercy. During the 6th match, Yu Wuxian lost to a senior from Liuguang Peak. It was merely a stroke of misfortune. His opponent had achieved great mastery in the Qi refinement stage, having dedicated a century to studying formations with a wealth of combat experience. His defeat was not entirely unjust. Observing Yu Wuxian's cheerful demeanor, it seemed his spirits remained unaffected. "We shall go shortly. First, let me take you to a delightful place. Follow me." In the once inconspicuous bamboo pavilion on the back mountain, 2 male cultivators at the foundation establishment stage sat, surrounded by dozens of cultivators engaged in fervent discussion. 100 spirit stones. I wager on Brother Jun Ruoming for first place. 300. I bet on Brother Yuwichin. 2,000 spirit stones. I stake on Brother Meng Haisha. 500 spirit stones. I put on Senior Sister Qin from Xuanling Peak. Brother, Why are you backing a female cultivator? Though senior sister Qin has won several matches, does she truly deserve the top spot? A nearby cultivator scoffed dismissively. It is a well-known fact that female cultivators have always been scarce, and in recent years, no female disciple has claimed victory in the qi refinement competitions of the Xuanling sect. Another cultivator retorted, but you are mistaken. Senior sister Qin hails from the Qins of Tanshan. The Qin family is a prestigious lineage in Tanqing, and it is said they have bestowed numerous valuable gifts upon her prior to this competition. Moreover, senior sister Qin is the beloved disciple of Master Xinyan, who must privately bestow upon her formidable magical artifacts. Did you not observe how effortlessly she triumphed over her equally ranked counterpart from Xinqing Peak? Your reasoning holds merit. However, I find greater promise in senior sister Zhong Li Bei from Lingmu Peak and senior sister Luoning Huan from Yuzhua Peak. Let us wager 300 spirit stones each. They are both female cultivators. May I inquire why you do not hold confidence in senior sister Yun Ling from Yuzhua Peak? I would like to place a wager of 100 spirit stones on her. A young cultivator expressed his confusion. Dear junior brother, you seem unaware. Although senior sister Yun Ling is indeed a prodigious talent, she hails from the secular world. After several competitions, I have yet to see her wield any formidable artifacts. Her previous victory was merely fortuitous, as her opponent was severely injured. Otherwise, she would not have prevailed. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment, a nearby cultivator advised earnestly. I see the young cultivator realized with clarity. As the subject of concern, Yun Ling acknowledges that it is indeed wise not to place a wager on her. She lacks the strength to claim victory. The two senior uncles seated in the pavilion are overseeing the bets for this competition, and I have already placed my wager on my elder brother. Would you care to participate as well? Yu Wuxian whispered beside her, his words tentative, having likely overheard the previous conversation, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. In that case, I shall wager on senior brother Wuxian as well. Since I am here, I might as well join in. To quote a neighborly uncle from my days in the secular realm, a little gamble brings joy. On the betting board, the odds favor a win for Yu Wuxian, with over 100,000 spirit stones accumulated, offering a return of 2 for every wagered stone. The implication is that by wagering 100 spirit stones on the victory of Yu Wuxian, should he ultimately triumph, the bettors stand to gain 120 spirit stones. Qin Fij possesses a substantial sum of 20,000 spirit stones, with a ratio of 1:2. The remaining individuals each hold varying amounts. Yun Ling discovered, to her surprise, that she was not the least among them. As she possessed 3,000 spirit stones with a ratio of 1:50, though she remained unaware of which fellow disciple had placed the bet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by this unexpected consideration, she noted that the least fortunate was Yin Xing from the Liuguang Peak, who had merely invested 1,000 spirit stones, with a ratio of 1:200. This clearly indicated the lack of confidence in him. Yin Xing was the disciple with the heavenly golden spiritual root, accepted as a true disciple by the esteemed Qianjun Jinren when he entered the sect alongside Yun Ling compared to the others. He had remained inconspicuous within the sect over the past few years. Reports of his performances in several competitions revealed nothing remarkable. He sustained considerable injuries each time, and merely enduring until the end was a noteworthy feat. It was rumored that the wager of 1,000 spirit stones was placed by his senior brother out of pity for his dismal standing, so as to preserve the dignity of their Liuguang Peak. After placing a bet of 500 spirit stones on the victory of brother Yu Wuxian, Yun Ling thought of Yin Xing. Having shared similar experiences, she understood the challenges he faced and felt a sense of camaraderie. Observing his meager 1,000 spirit stones, she decided to add 300 spirit stones to his stake, as a gesture of fellowship among disciples. It was not until it was time for Luo Ninghuan's match that she emerged from her cave abode to witness the contest. Fortunately, Luo Ninghuan displayed commendable strength and fortuitous luck, facing a disciple from Liuguang Peak. Before the opponent could complete their formation, a barrage of talismans was unleashed, securing a swift victory. Junior sister, talismans are indeed effective, albeit rather extravagant in their use. After descending from the arena, Luo Ninghuan lamented with a pained expression. These talismans were all her painstaking creations from recent months, each a work of dedication, synergizing exquisitely with her spells. Alas, each match consumed a considerable number, barely securing her a place in the top 10. She should not have been indolent in her daily cultivation. The earlier matches were manageable, but the subsequent rounds pitted her against formidable opponents. Some fellow disciples had lingered at the zenith of the chi refining stage for an extended period, hesitant to establish their foundation, all for the sake of the dragon's blessing mystic realm journey. Senior sister, fret not. There are still 3 days until the competition. Rest well and create some more. Yun Ling gently consoled her, having made no achievements in the realm of talismans. Given that the top 10 disciples had sustained injuries to varying degrees in the preceding matches, the sect decided to postpone the top 3 contests for 3 days. Neither Yun Ling nor Luo Ninghuan were particularly competitive, harboring no great ambition for the championship. This was also because their strength was somewhat inferior to that of other fellow disciples at the zenith of the chi refining stage. Securing a place in the top 10 was already fortunate, and they dared not harbor excessive expectations. Real person Minjing had already cautioned them both, emphasizing that the internal sect competition should not be taken lightly, but neither should they be overly assertive. The path of cultivation is long, and such things as rankings are not worth dwelling upon. To live powerfully, is the purpose of their cultivation. Considering that they were all fellow disciples who would later venture into the dragon's blessing mystic realm, they must not injure themselves in duels and impair the sect's strength. Therefore, during a competition a millennium ago, a certain nascent soul true lord crafted a specific magical artifact to determine the top 3. This artifact has been in use ever since, and is known as the Spirit Orb Arena. 3 days hence, the competition shall commence. Chapter 23. The Spirit Ball Arena. The Spirit Ball Arena diverges remarkably from ordinary platforms. At its center stands a specially crafted, towering 12-tiered tree, its trunk ascending vertically and adorned with a myriad of intertwining branches. A total of 100 spirit balls flourish upon these branches, 30 on the first tier, 15 on the second, 10 on the third, 9 on the fourth, 8 on the fifth, and so forth, diminishing progressively, with the pinnacle tier bearing but a single orb. Only upon the complete harvesting of the spirit balls from one tier shall the branches of the subsequent tier bear new ones. The essence of the competition lies in the pursuit of the greatest number of spirit balls, for the victor shall be crowned the foremost disciple of the sect. Though this may seem straightforward, the endeavor is, in truth, exceedingly intricate. The difficulty of extracting the seemingly identical spirit balls varies significantly. Some may yield to a single strike, while others may resist even after 100 attempts. A total of 10 contenders have qualified. Among these, the number of representatives from each peak varies, interwoven with both camaraderie and personal ambitions, rendering the situation exceedingly complex. This trial not only tests cultivation but also encompasses numerous fortuitous circumstances, presenting an array of challenges within this minor sect competition. From the Yuzhu Peak, only Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan have entered the arena. The Xianxing Peak boasts the most disciples with 3 participants, Yu Wuchen, Jun Ruoming, and Zheng Yi. The Xuanyang Peak is represented by Qin Fij and Yu Jing, while Lingmu Peak has Meng Haisha and Zhong Li Pei. Liuguang Peak is represented solely by Yin Xing. Among the 10, aside from Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan, Yin Xing, and Zheng Yi, who are all at the 10th level of Qi refinement, the remaining 6 are at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. In terms of numbers, Xianxing Peak appears most poised to seize the top honor. The trial begins. At the command of the venerable Qianjun, the 10 individuals beneath the colossal tree swiftly pluck the spirit orbs surrounding them, maintaining a respectful distance and refraining from any rash actions. After the burning of a stick of incense, the spirit orbs on the lower tier of the tree had been entirely harvested, prompting the group to ascend to the second tier, where fresh orbs awaited. However, there were only 15 spirit orbs on the second tier, and after each participant claimed one, the remaining count was insufficient for equitable division. With a cunning glint in her eye, Qin Fij signaled her companion Yu Jing to take action against Luo Ninghuan. As an inner disciple of Xuanyang Peak, Yu Jing had been instructed by the esteemed Jinyan 3 days prior to assist Qin Fij in securing a commendable ranking. With a flourish of his blazing sun spear, he unleashed a fiery assault aimed at Luo Ninghuan's abdomen. Startled, Luo Ninghuan relinquished her grasp on the spirit orb and dodged aside, retaliating with several Earth-type talismans to thwart Yu Jing's onslaught. If she could just buy a few more moments, she would be able to seize the orb at her side. Unexpectedly, while Luo Ninghuan was evading, Qin Fij seized the opportunity to snatch the spirit orb beside her. Without delay, she dashed towards Yun Ling, intent on employing the same tactic. Qin Fij, Luo Ninghuan exclaimed in exasperation, unleashing a torrent of talismans at Yu Jing, who barely managed to shield himself from the barrage, nearly tumbling off the platform. At that moment, Yun Ling had just retrieved a spirit orb, tossing it into her storage pouch. Summoning her ethereal companion, Xinyu, she directed a strike at the advancing Qin Fij, piercing through her energy shield and leaving a crimson mark by her right ear. Qin Fij had not anticipated Yun Ling's swift reaction, and with Luo Ninghuan in hot pursuit, she decided to divert the chaos towards Zhongli Bei, darting towards her for cover. The scene was painted with exquisite artistry, as a cold snort escaped Luo Ninghuan's lips. The Ningbo brush in her hand, infused with spiritual energy as ink, conjured a magnificent water lily that surged toward Qin Fij. This was a skill she had mastered through her fervent dedication to the art of talismans, enabling her to transform the techniques of her Yuanmu method into talismanic form, thus amplifying their potency. Unexpectedly, this strike inadvertently affected Zhongli Bei, who stood behind Qin Fij. The explosive force of the lotus petals sent the spiritual orb she had been plucking flying through the air. Coincidentally, this orb landed in the hands of Yin Xing, who seized the opportunity to gain an unexpected advantage. Zhongli Bei's already frosty expression darkened further as she drew her wooden whip, aiming it at the two culprits responsible for her loss. In concern for Luo Ninghuan, Yun Ling stepped forward to assist. In an instant, the four women found themselves engaged in a chaotic skirmish. Being fellow junior disciples, Yu Wuchen and others hesitated to intervene, opting to feign ignorance. Yu Jing, wishing to lend a hand, grappled with the propriety of involving himself in the conflict among the four female cultivators, especially in the presence of their peers and esteemed elders. After observing for a moment, he gritted his teeth and withdrew, choosing instead to gather his own spiritual orb. Even if his lack of assistance to junior sister Qin might draw the ire of Jinyan Jinren, he set aside such concerns. Maintaining the dignity of Xuanling Peak was paramount. At the base of the grand hall, 7 fragrant jade chairs were arranged, upon which sat the 7 Yuanying true monarchs, each flanked by several Jin Dan true persons, their disciples. Although this was merely a small contest among the Qi refinement stage disciples, the stakes were high, as it pertained to the succession of the sect. The 10 individuals present were the Cr Mi de la Cr Mi of the new generation, poised to become the backbone of the sect's future. Thus, apart from the reclusive Zidong Jinjuan and the wandering Qinglan, all the Yuanying Zenjins of the Xuanling sect have gathered. The young lady's temperament is indeed quite formidable, Zishan Jinjuan of Liuguang Peak remarked, pointing at the 4 individuals engaged in relentless combat. His disciple, Yin Xing, wisely kept his distance, aware of his relatively short cultivation time and the prowess of the others. He chose instead to bide his time quietly, fortuitously securing a spirit orb with ease. At this rate, he was bound to secure a place among the top 3. The early actions of Xuanling Peak have unjustly affected our Bayer, Xilan Jinjuan retorted. Zhongli Bei, being the niece of his deceased junior, Master Shi, shared a connection with him. This young lady, endowed with exceptional talent and diligent in her studies under Shiryu, garnered respect from all within Lingmu Peak. In response, Dongwang Jinju encountered, this spirit orb arena was established precisely to determine the top 3, who decreed that the first to claim it holds exclusive rights. Only the one who retrieves it can truly claim it. You too were not above competing with me in the past. While he might harbor disdain for his own disciple, he would not tolerate it from others, for he was renowned for his protective nature. His decision to take in Jinyan Jinren stemmed from the fiery temperament of Jinyan, reminiscent of his own youthful exuberance. This brings to mind the competition from a millennium ago. At that time, Xylin and Dongwang, much like the 10 present competitors, had participated in the Spirit Orb contest. They were once close friends, yet during the spirited contest, Dongwang struck first, leading to a fierce rivalry, and ultimately, neither managed to secure a place among the top 3. Though this matter has not tarnished the bond of brotherhood, the quarrels between the two have persisted for centuries. Who would you say is akin to a common pest? The esteemed Dongwang Jinjuan, upon hearing Xilin's remarks regarding the atmosphere at his Xuanyang Peak, furrowed his brow and cast a stern gaze. After all, he is a former sect leader and deserves a measure of respect. Both Xylin Jinjuan and Dongwang Jinjuan snorted in unison, falling into a silence. Unexpectedly, Qingwei Jinjuan glanced at the two and, raising an eyebrow, remarked, "I am not in a hurry. Why must you two brothers engage in such a dispute?" With that, she turned her attention back to the duel on the arena, disregarding the two. Her implication was unmistakable. Luo Ninghuan faced off against Qin Fiji, while Yun Ling contended with Zhong Li Bei, both pairs consisting of practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement against those at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. The disparity in their realms was minimal, merely a single level, yet it still meant the weaker faced the stronger. While she, as the ancestral master, did not mind. These two old men were at each other's throats. A dignified Yuaning Jinjuan behaving like a petty child from the streets. Their cultivation of qi was truly lackluster. At this moment, on the arena, half of the spirit orbs had already been claimed by others, having squandered too much time entangled with Luo Ninghuan. Qin Fiji realized her dreams of victory were dashed and thus committed herself fully to the battle. Zhong Li Bei had initially intended merely to teach Luo Ninghuan and Qin Fiji a lesson, but found herself ensnared by the overly eager Yun Ling. Although Yun Ling's realm was inferior, her agile movements brought a sense of exhilaration as they exchanged blows. Consequently, Zhong Li Bei chose to disregard the contest for the spirit orbs and focused entirely on her struggle with Yun Ling. Zhong Li Bei wielded a long whip, known as Mu Ying, as her magical artifact. She cultivated the wood-based martial arts, and when her whip lashed out, it exuded a chilling aura of wood spirit. The lengthy whip, in conjunction with her formidable technique, manifested a myriad of thorns, moving with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly blocking Yun Ling's Xuanfeng blade. The Qianyu needles, after several fissions, found the whip adeptly repelled. The 5 elements are interdependent, with wind stemming from wood. Typically, Yun Ling could harness the wood spirit's energy to invoke the power of the wind spirit. Alas, with Zhong Li Bei's strength surpassing her own, the equilibrium was disrupted. The abundant wood spirit energy not only failed to awaken her wind spirit power, but instead restricted her at every turn. Were it not for her extraordinarily rapid energy circulation and the continuous execution of her techniques, she would have undoubtedly faced defeat. As the ancients often remarked, the whip cannot reach far. However, Yun Ling found this adage somewhat misleading, especially for the individual currently enduring the whip's relentless strikes. The Muing whip was a high-level magical artifact, and Zhong Li Bei wielded it with exceptional skill. The whip lashed out several times, swift, fierce, and precise, with an overwhelming offensive. Had she not been so agile, she would have long since been struck countless times. Yet, merely evading was not in Yun Ling's nature. She retrieved the Qiuguang Ling from her storage pouch. This was a new magical artifact she acquired after the Xylin hairpin was rendered useless. However, due to its shorter refinement period, it was not as instinctive to wield as the Qianyu needles or the Yun Luo umbrella. Nevertheless, it was perfect for the current moment. Generally, silk-type artifacts possess binding capabilities, and the Qiuguang Ling was no exception. The bright yellow silk firmly ensnared the dark green Mu Ying whip, with Yun Ling and Zhong Li Bei each holding an end. The two were locked in a standoff, leveraging their strengths as they twirled mid-air, their empty jade hands continuously forming incantations. In an instant, their spells surged forth, and spiritual light scattered, resulting in a battle of equal prowess. However, it is said that although Luo Ninghuan's strength is not on par with Qin Fiji's, the element of water prevails over fire, granting her a significant advantage in the realm of sorcery. Moreover, her talismans are slightly more sophisticated than those of Qin Fij, rendering it impossible to determine a clear victor in their contest. The attention of their fellow disciples was entirely captivated by the four of them, leaving little regard for the situation of Yu Wuqing and his companions as they vied for the spirit orbs. In this scenario, while the four engaged in a relentless struggle, 6 others were preoccupied with the collection of the spirit orbs. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, there remains but one orb." The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, turned their gazes towards the top of the towering tree. At that moment, the last spirit orb, shimmering with golden light, hung from the crown of the tree. Yu Wuqing and his companions soared upwards, collectively employing their sorcery to strike at the point of attachment of the orb. Before long, with exceptional fortune, Yin Xing emerged victorious, delivering the decisive blow that caused the spirit orb to fall, thus rightfully claiming it for himself. The arena permits mutual contention over the spirit orbs. Yet the decision to assign ownership based solely on the final strike stemmed from the cautionary tale of Yun Ling and her companions, rather than engaging in endless rivalry, which might ultimately lead to none securing a prize. It was wiser to adopt the ancient practice of their predecessors in the sect, whereby the last strike would determine ownership. This approach preserved the camaraderie among disciples, while the top 3 positions were left to chance. The journey of a cultivator towards ascension relies not only on diligent practice, but also heavily on fortuitous encounters. As the competition concluded, the esteemed Master Qianjun observed the last spirit orb being claimed and announced the end of the contest. He then waved his long sleeves to part the still clashing four, admonishing them, "You reckless ones, engaging in combat here. Given that this is your first offense, I shall impose a mild penalty. Starting tomorrow, you shall tend to the spirit fields at the back mountain until the dragon's favor secret realm is opened." The Pearl of Sanfeng, however, could not be overly punished. After speaking, Master Qianjun instructed everyone to take out the spiritual orbs they had obtained one by one. The onlooking disciples curiously gazed at the 10 individuals on the stage, pondering which 3 senior brothers would ascend to the top ranks. The results were swiftly revealed. Yin Xing from Liuguang Peak claimed first place with a total of 21 orbs. Yu Wuqing from Shuqing Peak and Meng Haisha from Lingmu Peak followed closely behind, securing second and third places with 20 and 18 orbs, respectively. This outcome left the crowd in utter astonishment. They had never anticipated that Yin Xing, who usually remained inconspicuous and almost transparent, would emerge victorious. The 2 Foundation establishment uncles who had hosted the gambling table recently, upon witnessing Yin Xing's triumph, nearly spat blood on the spot. With a payout ratio of 1 to 200, they had received 2,000 spiritual stones in bets, now facing a staggering payout of 40,000 spiritual stones. 40,000 spiritual stones. A lifetime's fortune vanished in an instant. Could they possibly flee? In this minor competition within the sect, the previously subdued Liuguang Peak basked in newfound glory thanks to Yin Xing's victory. It was said that his senior brother, who had spent 1,000 spiritual stones for the sake of face, now walked with an air of dignity. He would praise his junior disciple to anyone who would listen, proclaiming him to be a person of great fortune and deep opportunities, which in turn benefited him as a senior. Besides the 300 spiritual stones wagered by Yun Ling, the other 700 were rumored to have originated from a perceptive senior brother at Liuguang Peak. Of course, the majority of the disciples who lost their bets held a contrary belief, unanimously asserting that this was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. In any case, Liuguang Peak was filled with jubilance. Meanwhile, Qin Fij, who had instigated the turmoil, was not faring as well. After the competition concluded, the furious voice of the East watching true monarch rebuked the Xinyan real person, echoing throughout the entire Xuanling Peak. Spoiling a disciple is akin to killing one's own child. Indulging a student is tantamount to their destruction. Look at the years of your laxity. What have you molded your once promising disciple into? She has become arrogant and domineering, coercing the disciples of Xuanling Peak to refuse assistance to Yuzhu Peak in their alchemical endeavors, as if I were unaware of it. Now that she has entered my Xuanling sect, Qin Fij is a disciple of our sect. Yet she still fixates on the petty disputes between the Qin and Luo families outside the sect. With such a narrow-minded disposition, disregarding the bonds of our sect, and relishing in verbal sparring, what achievements can she possibly attain? Look at the one from Yuzhu Peak, lacking a fire spiritual root. She was provoked into self-teaching the art of alchemy, and I hear her success rate is remarkably high. Yet what of her? She possesses a celestial fire spiritual root, yet cannot even master the fundamentals of alchemy. Is this how you instruct your disciples? It was with the aid of medicinal pills that she was able to advance prematurely to the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. In terms of diligent cultivation, she pales in comparison to Zhang Lipei of Lingmu Peak. Why do you parade about with such pride? With her substantial cultivation, she only knows how to brawl on the spiritual ball arena, completely disregarding the pursuit of victory. She has truly brought disgrace to Xuanling Peak. She ought to serve as a menial worker in the herb fields to temper her overconfidence. And I say the punishment should be even harsher. If you continue to plead for leniency, do not blame me for including you in the punishment. These heart-wrenching words of the East-watching true monarch were overheard by other disciples passing by Xuanling Peak, and now they spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xuanling sect. This time, Qin Fij has lost all face. Chapter 25, Punishment in the Herb Fields. As the saying goes, in the struggle for survival, the fittest prevail, the world must progress. Surpassing the present. Historically, the purpose of the sect's minor competitions has never been solely to assess the strength of the disciples. Instilling a sense of urgency and competition within them can unveil their latent potential, compelling them to face the arduous journey ahead with unwavering resolve. The 5 peaks of the Xuanling sect, when presenting themselves to the outside world, naturally stand united, thriving together in prosperity. Yet, within their internal affairs, there often exists a subtle rivalry, with each peak vying for its own glory. It is precisely this spirited competition among the peaks that sustains the vitality and enduring legacy of the sect. Concerning the punishment of the 4 individuals, Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan, Qin Fij, and Zhang Lihei, by the esteemed Qianjun Jinren, not a single voice of dissent arose from their respective peaks. Even the usually indulgent Zhenyan Jinren, who harbored affection for Qin Fij, refrained from interceding under the admonition of her master. Before the watchful eyes of the public, the 4 acted without restraint, engaging in brawls and losing sight of their initial purpose. Such folly warranted a lesson. The tasks assigned in the medicinal fields, though lacking in danger, are indeed cumbersome and intricate, making them quite suitable as a form of reprimand. The steward of the medicinal fields is an astute individual, possibly guided by Qianjun Jinren's wisdom, intent on tempering the dispositions of these young practitioners. The assignments given to the 4 were deliberately chosen from areas in which they were least proficient, with the care of the spirit fields unexpectedly situated on the same small peak, Qinqing Peak, specifically at its designated site. Luo Ninghuan's duty was to tend to the dodder grass, known as the flame grass, a second-grade spiritual herb imbued with fire attributes, typically flourishing in areas rich with fire spiritual energy. Should it be planted in a medicinal field devoid of a fire spiritual array, it necessitates daily infusions of fire spiritual energy from the cultivators. As Luo Ninghuan possesses water and wood spiritual roots and has yet to establish her foundation, she can only employ spiritual fire talismans to manage her fields. Such a vast expanse of dodder grass requires the consumption of 3 spiritual fire talismans each day. As she summoned the fiery essence of the spirit fire talisman, she had to meticulously control the intensity of the flame's power. A moment's carelessness could scorch the delicate spirit herbs. Within a mere few days, this task had become an arduous trial for her. On this day, after infusing the dodder grass with the fiery essence, Luo Ninghuan collapsed onto the ground, breathless. In the distance, she spotted Qin Fij, dejectedly uprooting the dead fragrant vine and attempting to replant it. The fragrant vine, classified as a first-tier spirit herb, lived up to its name with its frail and demanding nature. During the critical period from sprouting to the emergence of its 3rd tender bud, it required vigilant care. Shielded from wind and rain, and must never come into contact with the fiery essence. Otherwise, it would perish. Over the past few days, Qin Fij had been beset with the trials of tending the spirit field, her former haughty demeanor replaced by a disheveled appearance. "Oh, it seems quite a few fragrant vines have met their demise," Luo Ninghuan remarked, noting Qin Fij's predicament. The disciples of Xuanling Peak prided themselves on their alchemical prowess. Yet it appeared they could not even nurture spirit herbs properly. Witnessing Qin Fij's misfortune brought Luo Ninghuan a measure of joy. In days past, such a comment would have provoked a sharp retort from Qin Fij. However, now she lowered her head in silence, focusing intently on replanting the fragrant vines. The words of her master had struck her deeply, and she sensed a shift in her master's attitude, which had grown more stringent. Before arriving here, her master had cautioned her to diligently care for the spirit field and engage in self-reflection, warning her against causing any disturbances, lest her master impose punishment. She had contemplated her master's words, finding them entirely reasonable. Her pride would not allow her to admit her mistakes, so she stifled her frustration and concentrated on the care of the spirit field. Noticing that Qin Fij was unresponsive, Luo Ninghuan felt a sense of boredom and decided to assist Yun Ling in her herb field, where Yun Ling was currently overwhelmed with tasks. In her spiritual field, she cultivated over a dozen enchanting apple spirit trees, which were now laden with ripe fruit, reaching the peak of their maturity. The unique characteristic of these apples is that once they are fully ripe, they fall from the branches and dissipate upon touching the ground. It is common for several, even dozens, of these apples to drop simultaneously, leaving even the adept Yun Ling unable to catch them all in time. After assisting Yun Ling for a while, Luo Ninghuan felt her spiritual energy waning. While consuming a restorative elixir, she caught sight of Zhongli Pei, who was meditating not far away. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. "Senior sister Zhongli," Luo Ninghuan approached her, softly calling out. Zhongli Pei opened her eyes to see Luo Ninghuan standing beside her with a beaming smile. Although she harbored some discontent toward the person before her, she cautiously inquired, "Do you need something?" "Senior sister Zhongli, a few days ago, when I was in a duel with Qin Fij, I inadvertently caused you trouble, resulting in your punishment alongside mine. I have come to express my apologies," Luo Ninghuan said with a conciliatory smile. "It's nothing to worry about. It was I who later chose to engage in combat with junior sister Yun, so you are not to blame," Zhongli Pei replied. It seemed that despite being renowned as the cold beauty of Lingmu Peak, Zhongli Pei was still a reasonable individual. Observing her expression soften, Luo Ninghuan seized the opportunity and remarked, "I have heard that your technique, Fong Yin 1 LV, is truly remarkable, though I regret not having witnessed it yet. As it is not yet the hour of you, the sunset flies you intend to deal with will not appear. Would you be willing to use Fong Yin 1 LV to assist my junior sister in harvesting the enchanting apples? Once the hour of you arrives, my junior sister can help you tackle the sunset flies. That is certainly feasible, but I wonder what junior sister Yun thinks of this arrangement." Zhongli Bei harbored no ill will towards Yun Ling. On the contrary, after their recent encounter, Yun Ling, despite being at the 10th level of qi refinement, managed to hold her own against Zhongli Bei, who had attained the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. This sparked in Zhongli Bei a desire to forge a friendship. However, being somewhat taciturn by nature, and Yun Ling not being particularly loquacious either, the two had merely exchanged nods as a form of greeting while tending to the spiritual fields nearby over the past few days. Cultivators are naturally perceptive, and moreover, when Luo Ninghuan conversed with Zhongli Bei, they did not speak in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, Yun Ling promptly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister Zhongli, for your willingness to assist. I shall exert every effort regarding the matter of the sunset flies. The spell known as Fragrant Shade of Endless Vines requires a spiritual seed called Boundless Vine for its execution." Zhongli Bei, a shining star of Lingmu Peak, summoned forth her pure wood spiritual energy, causing the boundless vine seed to thrive in the wind, transforming into countless tendrils that entwined the entire spiritual forest. Zhongli Bei possessed a natural affinity for wood spiritual energy due to her heavenly wood spiritual root, allowing her to perceive it uniquely. Numerous spiritual vines delicately brushed against the fragrant apples on the trees. When these spiritual fruits ripen and are ready to detach from their branches, the spiritual vines ensnare them, preventing their fall to the ground. Thanks to Xuanling Bei's assistance, within a mere hour, a significant number of fragrant apples were harvested, with the expectation that in 3 days, all the fruits would reach maturity. At that point, Yun Ling's task would be deemed complete. Furthermore, after executing the spell once, Xuanling Bei only needed to maintain it with her spiritual energy for 12 hours, a feat far more effortless than what Yun Ling would have to endure while harvesting. As the hour of Yu approached, Yun Ling made her way to Xuanling Bei's medicinal field to intercept the sunset flies that sought to feast on the nectar of the purple vine flowers. Once the buds of the purple vine flower mature, they bloom solely at the hour of the rooster, opening for just 1 hour each day. This cycle of blooming and withering must occur 10 times before fruit can be born. When the flower unfurls, it emits a distinctive fragrance that attracts a diminutive creature known as the sunset fly, which feeds on its nectar. The sunset fly is an exceedingly tiny beast, possessing little magical power, yet its reproductive abilities are remarkably potent. Despite concerted efforts to eradicate them, many persist, lurking in shadows and waiting to feed on the nectar of the spiritual flowers. Their minuscule size and skillful concealment render them exceedingly difficult to detect. Only when they indulge in the nectar of the purple vine flower do they reveal their forms. Moreover, their feeding rate is alarmingly swift, if not swiftly dispatched. The nectar-drained purple vine flower cannot bear fruit and thus loses its worth. The sunset flies are numerous, and Xuanling Bei, preoccupied with her task, finds the delicate petals too fragile for forceful handling. Her attempts at capture are laborious, making Yun Ling an ideal substitute. In no time, countless sunset fly corpses litter the spiritual ground. Yun Ling and Xuanling Bei exchange knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Observing this, Luo Ninghuan contemplates the spiritual field she must tend to the following day, lamenting internally. Casting her gaze upon the equally disheartened Qin Fei Go, she grits her teeth, muttering, "Very well, I shall rise above it and grant her this favor." She strides over to Qin Fei Ge's spiritual field, exuding an air of arrogance, and proclaims, "Qin Fei Go, shall we strike a deal?" The following day, the steward of the medicinal fields gazes contentedly at the 4 individuals who have exchanged tasks, discreetly relaying this information to the elders of each peak. Their mission has been accomplished, restoring harmony. Chapter 26. The opening of the secret realm in the blink of an eye. The day for the opening of the Longyu secret realm arrives. The entrance to the secret realm lies within a forbidden area of the Sword Sect, vigilantly guarded by its disciples throughout the year. The Sword Sect is situated at the head of the Dragon's Vein, a considerable distance of tens of thousands of miles from the Dragon Ridge, where the Xuanling sect resides. Fortunately, when the secret realm was sealed years ago, the 8 great sects and the Gathering of Immortals Alliance established a network of teleportation arrays among themselves. The ordinary teleportation arrays between the cities of the Dragon S realm can accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals per transport. In contrast, the arrays within the major sects can transport hundreds at once, though they require the combined efforts of at least 2 nascent soul, true monarchs to activate. On the day the secret realm is opened, the Sword Sect activates this teleportation array to welcome trial disciples from the other sects and wandering cultivators from the Gathering of Immortals Alliance. For this expedition into the Dragon S secret realm, the Xuanling sect is led by the true monarch Qianjun and the true monarch Mingshuang, who are responsible for escorting the victorious disciples from their internal competitions. As the true monarchs from Liuguang Peak and Lingmu Peak began their incantations, Yun Ling stepped into the teleportation array alongside the others. The formation activated, and the luminescent veil began to whirl. She felt a tumult in her chest, struggling to suppress a wave of nausea. Some of her companions, lacking composure, began to retch right there. Fortunately, before long, the true monarch Qianjun's treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, unfurled in the air, enveloping them all. It mitigated much of the pulling force caused by spatial compression, alleviating their discomfort. Focus your mind and maintain your composure. Do not move recklessly. After approximately half an hour, just as Yun Ling was on the verge of succumbing to the dizziness, they finally arrived at the sword sect. Surveying her surroundings, she found themselves nestled in a valley, with towering peaks reaching toward the sky. At the foot of the great mountains to the east and west stood two stone doors, standing in opposition to one another, both firmly closed at that moment. On the left stone gate, a colossal dragon is intricately carved, coiled in slumber, with the characters Dragon's Blessing inscribed on the lintel. The right stone gate features the same dragon, but depicted soaring majestically into the sky, with the words Dragon's Spirit elegantly etched above. This must indeed be the entrance to the realm of Dragon's Blessing and the land of Dragon's Spirit. At this moment, several hundred individuals occupy the open space. Observing their attire, apart from the disciples of the sword sect who are already present, it appears that they belong to the three factions of Danxiao Valley, Chengdu Gate, and Xianing Palace. Yun Ling, having spent most of her time cultivating within her sect, had seldom ventured out for trials. Even during her rare excursions, she primarily accompanied her fellow disciples of the Xuanling sect, seldom encountering members from other sections. Seizing this opportunity, she began to scrutinize her surroundings in detail. The sword sect venerates the sword above all else, and every disciple within its ranks is invariably equipped with a sword case, concealing a long sword, all embodying an elegance akin to the pine and crane. They don pristine white robes, distinct from the voluminous sleeves of the Xuanling sect, with their cuffs tailored to be snug, facilitating ease of swordplay, thus exuding an air of sharpness. The practitioners of Chengdu Gate are clad in robust attire, their slate-gray short garments revealing their well-defined physiques, a testament to their formidable physical cultivation. The disciples of Danxiao Valley, aside from their crimson robes, bear a striking resemblance to those of the Xuanling sect. In contrast, Xianing Palace, renowned for its dual cultivation, presents a captivating sight. Their disciples, evenly divided between genders, defy the trend of other sects where female practitioners are few. While the female disciples of Qianing Palace don garments of purple, the shades vary widely, from pale lavender to deep violet, smoky purple to lilac. Yun Ling had previously been unaware that such a rich spectrum of purple could be achieved, resulting in dozens of distinct hues. Not to mention the exquisite and intricate garments adorning these female disciples, whether elegantly refined, splendidly opulent, or gracefully ethereal, complemented by the jade hairpins and pearls nestled in their coiffures, exuding an enchanting fragrance that veils their delicate presence. They resemble not practitioners of the mystical arts, but rather the enchanting consorts found within the pages of a romance novel set in a royal palace. Surprisingly, the male disciples of Qianing Palace defy the rumors that depict them as frail and bewitching, mere appendages to the female cultivators. Upon witnessing them today, however, one finds the reality quite different. Clad in grayish-purple robes, they exude a remarkable charm and an extraordinary demeanor, devoid of any trace of powder or paint. It appears that rumors should not be taken at face value. After waiting for yet another hour, the Zhuxian Alliance, Yuling sect, and Chonghua Temple arrived in succession. At the very last moment, the disciples of Tianhai Pavilion arrived tardily. As the most distant sect from the sword sect, it is likely they lingered longer within the teleportation array. The disciples of Tianhai Pavilion bore expressions of daze and weariness, reminiscing about her own experiences in the teleportation array. Yun Ling regarded them with sympathy, clicking her tongue softly in private. The leading Golden Core Master from Tianhai Pavilion stepped forth from the teleportation array, bowing respectfully with both hands towards the other masters, apologizing for their delay and expressing his regret. The one responsible for hosting this gathering on behalf of the sword sect was Master Zhichuan, who promptly stepped forward to say, "Not at all, esteemed Taoist Wushui. Your journey has been arduous." After exchanging pleasantries, Master Zhichuan got straight to the point, declaring that time was of the essence and that they should now commence the opening of the Longyu secret realm. Upon hearing this, the leading cultivators of the Zhuxian Alliance and other sects promptly retrieved the keys to the secret realm from their storage pouches. 9 keys, crafted from glacial mystic crystals, were sequentially placed upon the dragon scales embedded in the stone door. The master Jichuan lightly touched the dragon horn, and the stone door gradually opened, revealing a passage. At the end of the passage, ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding it in an enigmatic haze. Subsequently, another golden core master from the sword sect set up a formation at the entrance. Beside it, he arranged a stone table, upon which lay a towering stack of over 1,000 talismans. The golden core master pointed to the stack of talismans and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "These are teleportation talismans, connected to the formation at the entrance. Before entering the formation, each of you should take one. Should you encounter peril within the secret realm, simply crush it, and you will be transported out." After a brief pause, he continued, "The secret realm will close 30 days after its opening, and it will not reopen for another 30 years. You must shatter your talisman before the realm closes. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Be sure to safeguard your talismans. If you happen to lose one, return promptly by the same route and exit before the realm seals." Having spoken, he stepped aside, casting a glance toward Master Jichuan. Understanding his cue, Master Jichuan turned to the assembly and declared loudly, "The secret realm is now open. Please form a line and enter in the designated order." In the cultivation world, strength dictates hierarchy. 1 sword, 2 mysteries, 3 danxia, countless ways returning to the heavenly sea. The distant west points to Chengdu, with the temple before the palace and the gate behind. This popular verse from the Longyu realm delineates the ranking of the 8 major sects. The sword sect, without a doubt, holds the first position, followed by the Xuanling sect and Danxia Valley in second and third place. The Tianhai Pavilion and Chengdu sect occupy the 4th and 5th spots, while the Zhonghua Temple, Qianyin Palace, and Yuling sect are ranked 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively. The order of entry into the secret realm by these 8 sects follows this very ranking, with the members of the Gathering Immortals Alliance entering last. After all the disciples of the sword sect entered the secret realm, Yun Ling, along with the members of the Xuanling sect, acquired talismans and ventured into this unknown territory. Chapter 27. By Li Xiaoran, within the mountains lies a world beyond imagination. Traversing a narrow passage, the group officially stepped into the Longyu secret realm. Towering peaks and lush bamboo forests greeted them, revealing an entirely new domain. The sword sect disciples who had entered the secret realm ahead of them had long vanished, presumably in pursuit of opportunities. The members of the Xuanling sect scattered hastily, either alone or in pairs. The strongest disciples of the sword sect had entered a stick of incense earlier. If they did not hasten, what would remain of the spiritual herbs and magical beasts? They needed to catch up quickly. However, one fellow disciple held a different perspective. He seized the departing Yin Xing and implored, "Senior brother Yin, you are blessed with fortune. Please guide your junior brother and indicate which direction holds the most treasures." Yin Xing, the rest of the group. This prompted some individuals, who were initially at a loss about which way to proceed, to pursue Yin Xing with inquiries. The atmosphere became quite boisterous. Luo Ninghuan casually selected a direction, and Yun Ling smiled as she followed suit, the two of them embarking on their journey together. The Longyu secret realm experiences a cleansing every 30 years, leaving few ferocious beasts or malevolent creatures behind. Thus, there is little need for large teams to traverse together, lest they encounter precious spiritual herbs and face the dilemma of sharing scarce resources. This wisdom is also recorded in the experiences of the predecessors in the extensive records. The aura within the secret realm is rich and reminiscent of ancient times, nurturing countless rare spiritual herbs and magical beasts of the present age. Their purpose in entering was to gather as many rare materials as possible to present to their respective sects in exchange for substantial rewards. Although this Dragon's Favor secret realm was referred to as a minor secret realm, its vast expanse was teeming with spiritual flora. The powerful beings who sealed this realm possessed profound wisdom and established 3 fundamental rules. Only cultivators at the chi refining stage were permitted entry. Juvenile beasts were not to be harmed, and young plants were not to be plucked. Thanks to these regulations, despite countless raids over the millennia, the secret realm remained vibrant and full of life. Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan were fortunate, venturing into an uncharted direction unclaimed by others. In just 2 short days, they had discovered numerous rare spiritual herbs and captured several young demon beasts, yielding a bountiful harvest. One day, they stumbled upon a secluded valley. The valley, though narrow, was carpeted with flourishing yin grass, a significant portion of which had matured, its blossoms radiant. The yin flower served as the primary ingredient for concocting the everlasting youth pill, a substance of considerable value. The Xuanling sect was annually tasked with seeking it, offering generous rewards. Yet, it remained an unfulfilled quest, primarily due to the fact that outside the secret realm, the yin grass could only survive, never blooming. In auction houses, a century-old everlasting youth pill could fetch no less than 100,000 spirit stones, often resulting in a frenzied scramble upon its appearance. Who would not desire eternal youth? Cultivators of the female persuasion from across the realm were irresistibly drawn to it. The recent string of successes and the alluring temptation before them caused the two to lower their guard. Having conducted only a cursory investigation without detecting any nearby beast activity, they eagerly commenced the gathering of the yin flowers. Junior sister, these flowers are for you. My everlasting youth pill relies on your efforts. The delighted Xuanling had even arranged for the fate of these spiritual flowers, unaware that danger was quietly encroaching. As Yun Ling became aware of her surroundings, she and her companion found themselves encircled by dozens of enormous celestial silk spiders. These creatures silently descended from the cliffs of the valley, spinning their silken threads without a sound. Raising her gaze, it became evident that a vast web had been spun at the entrance of the gorge, indicating a firm intention to ensnare them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spiders emitted calls, seemingly summoning their kin. Before long, in the depths of the valley, a steady stream of smaller spiders emerged from the earth, numbering in the thousands, sending shivers down their spines. These smaller spiders, no larger than a palm, possessed feeble magical power. A single gust of wind could easily dispatch them, posing no threat to either Yun Ling or Xuanling. However, their overwhelming numbers, combined with the larger spiders, wove an intricate web that obstructed the duo's escape. The silk spun by the celestial silk spiders was remarkably resilient. Ordinary magical tools struggled to sever it, often being utilized in the crafting of robes and spirit ropes, making it a rare and valuable material for refinement. The two women pressed on, laboriously cutting through the web, while the celestial silk spiders continued to weave their silk in relentless pursuit. Their progress was arduous and fraught with difficulty. Yet, time within this secret realm was of the utmost importance, and they knew they must depart swiftly. Yun Ling and Xuanling deliberated on the possibility of using a spirit fire talisman to incinerate the silk. However, doing so would inadvertently harm the yet undeveloped yin grass. If the valley were to be ruined as a consequence, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. The adage "those who plant trees enjoy the shade" echoed in their minds. Perhaps in 30 years, other disciples of the Xuanling sect would come to this place. It would be one thing to not plant trees for others, but to uproot the land itself seemed excessively unfair. Just as they were deep in discussion, a voice inquired from the entrance of the valley. In the valley, it is said that a fellow cultivator is ensnared by a spirit spider. The voice, deep and resonant, belongs to a male practitioner. Upon hearing this, Yun Ling hastily responded, "Indeed, may I inquire from which sect this esteemed cultivator hails?" Before the secret realm was opened, all parties had been warned repeatedly against private conflicts within, for any loss of life would incur severe punishment. Yet, the allure of wealth stirs the hearts of men. Each expedition into the secret realm inevitably witnesses disciples vanishing without explanation, either devoured by beasts or meeting their demise at the hands of others, making it impossible to ascertain the truth. Uncertain whether the newcomer is friend or foe, it would be unwise to hastily seek assistance without further inquiry. As Yun Ling pondered her response, Xuanling had already raised her voice. "Are you disciples of the sword sect from Tianxin Peak? Do you know Bailey Sharon? Does the esteemed cultivator recognize me?" Came a clear and melodious voice, tinged with surprise, contrasting sharply with the earlier deep tone. Upon hearing this, Luo Ninghuan leapt up with excitement, exclaiming, "Cousin, I am Ninghuan from the Lianhu family. On your 5th birthday, I delivered a gift to you through my father. Do you remember? Ninghuan, my dear cousin, are you trapped inside? Have you sustained any injuries?" The man inquired, his gentle voice laced with urgency. 3 individuals? Cousin, Bailey Xiaoran. Yun Ling was left bewildered by Luo Ninghuan's animated exclamations. Meanwhile, Luo Ninghuan began directing the individuals outside the valley. "Cousin, quickly cut through the spiderweb at the entrance to rescue me and my junior sister. All right, wait a moment. Do not use fire. There are many yin-yin grasses in this valley. We must not harm them," she added anxiously. Rest assured. With a swift flourish, the long sword danced in the air, its blade razor-sharp. Before long, all the obstructing webs were severed one by one. Several ethereal silk spiders met their demise at the stroke of a sword. Their lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. The remaining spiders, witnessing this, hastily burrowed into the earth, scattering in all directions. Approaching from outside the valley were 3 individuals. And upon seeing the foremost figure, Yun Ling's heart stirred with recollections of yore. She recognized him. Chapter 28. Old tales of yesteryear. The resemblance between the aunt and niece was striking. Luo Ninghuan, now in her 20s, was of an age when one might marry in the mundane world. As a cultivator, she stood on the cusp of her prime, her spirit vibrant and youthful. Although her nature was inherently lively, her beauty was marked by an exquisite grace, her features akin to a painting, with delicate brows and enchanting charm that blossomed with time. Those who had glimpsed the illustrious Ming Li Zhanren upon Yuzhua Peak often remarked that Luo Ninghuan bore a striking resemblance to her aunt, particularly if she remained silent. The male cultivator striding towards them, sword in hand, possessed an upright figure, akin to a jade tree among orchids. Setting aside his distinguished jawline, a mere glance at his brows and eyes revealed a remarkable similarity to Luo Ninghuan, indicating an undeniable connection between them. He was none other than the illegitimate son of Ming Li Zhanren, the sole heir of the esteemed Bai Li swordmaster from Tianxian Peak, Bai Li Xiaoran. As Yun Ling observed this male cultivator, her mind drifted to various whispers of the past, evoking a sense of melancholy. He was indeed a child of destiny. His mother was a golden core cultivator of the Xuanling sect, while his father held the title of nascent soul swordmaster, a birthright that could easily be described as one steeped in privilege. Regrettably, his arrival into this world was marred by calamity. His mother perished soon after his birth, leaving his father, consumed by grief, to retreat into seclusion, neglecting the son he had left behind. It is said that Yun Ling's own entry into the Xuanling sect, under the tutelage of Ming Li Zhanren, bore a faint connection to this ancient tale. Rumor had it that Bai Li Xiaoran's father, Bai Li Shengyun, had once been a peerless swordsman, renowned for his extraordinary skills and celebrated for his tender heart. Attracting countless admirers, he reveled in the embrace of blooming flowers, accruing numerous debts of romance, until he encountered the ethereal Master Mingli, Luo Li. After their marriage, Bai Li Shengyun, who had reached the late stage of the golden core, found himself experiencing a perplexing loosening of his cultivation. Thus, he reluctantly bid farewell to his newlywed wife, embarking on a solitary retreat to strive for the nascent soul. Progeny was a formidable challenge for cultivators. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more arduous it became to conceive offspring. Perhaps it was truly a match made in heaven. Just as Bai Li Shengyun entered his seclusion, Master Mingli discovered that she was with child. She had to momentarily set aside her plans for travel, focusing instead on nurturing her pregnancy within the sword sect. This nurturing lasted 3 years, during which Master Mingli's belly swelled with life. As she approached childbirth, she received news of her master, Qingwei Zhenjuan, advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Contemplating that Yuzhua Peak was populated solely by female cultivators, she deemed it a convenient environment for the care of her newborn, while also allowing her to partake in her master's celebration. The esteemed Changming swordmaster, initially hesitant, found her reasoning sound and reasonable. Considering her exceptional cultivation and the presence of Shengyun's spirit beast, which was of late golden core stage. He deemed her journey to be safe and thus ceased his objections. Little did they know that this separation would lead to an eternal divide. The ethereal spirit bird, Xuanling Mountain, carried by Li Xiaoran, and, upon reaching the foot of the Shatters mountain, had already bled out its spiritual essence, losing its cultivation and on the brink of soul dissipation. The several nascent soul true monarchs of the Xuanling sect joined forces to cast spells in a desperate attempt to save Xuanling Mountain, preserving its life. The spirit beast, having uttered not a word, regressed into the form of a fledgling and fell into a deep slumber. Xingwei Zhenjiwen followed the trail of Xuanling Mountain, searching diligently. Hundreds of miles beyond Xuanling City, she discovered the lifeless body of Master Mingli. During the celebration years prior, her master had dispatched a multitude of disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands, making their traces elusive and leaving no clues behind. All hope rested on the awakening of Xuanling Mountain, that it might cultivate once more and regain its consciousness to unveil the truth. Such hope felt exceedingly tenuous. This calamity has become a mystery. Upon emerging from his retreat after achieving the nascent soul, Bai Li Shengyun discovered the unexpected addition of a son, while lamenting the loss of his cherished wife. Junior sister, this is our master's son, Bai Li Xiaoran, Luo Ninghuan said, pulling Yun Ling towards the male cultivator and interrupting her reverie. I am grateful for your assistance, senior brother Bai Li, Yun Ling expressed, bowing in thanks. Unlike Luo Ninghuan, she could not refer to him as her cousin, nor did she know how to address the son of her master. Noting that his cultivation surpassed her own, she opted for the respectful title of senior brother. It is an honor to meet you, senior brother Xiaoran, Yun Ling said amiably. Bai Li Xiaoran possessed an elegant demeanor, his speech and actions imbued with warmth and courtesy, which naturally endeared him to others. This encounter marked the first reunion between Bai Li Xiaoran and Luo Ninghuan since their childhood separation. Indeed, blood ties are difficult to sever, and soon they were engrossed in nostalgic tales from their youth, their rapport blossoming effortlessly. Yun Ling chose not to intrude upon their reunion and engaged in conversation with the other two sword cultivators. The male cultivator was named Qi Yuan, while the female was called Lu Zhenjun. Both were disciples of the esteemed Ji Zhou from the Tianshu Peak of the Sword Sect and were grandchildren of the renowned Chang Ming Sword Master. By the hierarchy of their sect, they were required to address Bai Li Xiaoran as junior uncle. All three were at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and had formed a team to embark on their expeditions, which had been smooth thus far. Recently, while traversing a steep cliff, they stumbled upon a pair of adult 7-star golden eagles and 5 fledgling chicks. The eagles had built their nest precariously upon the sheer rock face, with a bottomless abyss yawning below. The male eagle hunted nearby each day, while the female vigilantly guarded her young, never straying far, patiently awaiting the male's return with provisions. Though the three possess remarkable abilities, it is no trifling matter to confront two demonic beasts nearing the foundation establishment stage simultaneously. Even if they manage to entangle the two beasts, one of them must remain behind to secure the golden eagle hatchling. The 7 stars golden eagle is known for its exceptional intelligence, and during its nurturing phase, it exhibits even greater ferocity. Should they sense defeat during the capture, they would rather resort to mutual destruction than allow their offspring to fall into the hands of cultivators. As a sect that reveres the celestial powers of the stars, the Sword Sect has even named its 7 main peaks after the Big Dipper: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. It is easy to fathom the allure that the 7 stars golden eagle hatchlings hold for the trio. Thus, they retrace their steps, intent on seeking assistance. By fate's design, they fortuitously encountered Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan, ensnared by the celestial silk spider. Being both kin and individuals with a shared history, there was no need for mutual suspicion. With their presence as allies, it could not be more fortuitous. Cousin, junior sister Ling, the 7 stars golden eagle hatchlings are exceedingly rare and suitable as contract spirit beasts. There are 5 hatchlings in the nest. Would you both care to join us? Bai Li Xiaoran extended the invitation. Such an opportunity should not be missed. It is indeed our wish. Chapter 29. The 7 stars golden eagle beneath the azure skies. The heavens stretch wide and the clouds soar high. Above the abyss of immeasurable depth, a massive stone resembling a long spoon juts out from the cliff's edge, with the handle firmly grounded and the bowl suspended in midair. Within the bowl, a nest for birds and beasts is constructed, standing over 5 feet tall and 9 feet wide. In this nest rests a magnificent golden bird, its feathers varying in hue from neck to tail. The dark golden plumage on the bird's back formed 7 circles, arranged like the constellations of the Big Dipper. It was indeed the golden eagle of the 7 stars. At this moment, the male eagle was out hunting for food, while the female tended to their young. The fledglings, unable to fly, climbed along the walls of the nest, peering curiously with their fluffy little heads. "Shizhu, shall we proceed?" Qi Yuan inquired, casting a glance at Bai Li Xiaoran. Their group had been concealed within the crevice of the mountain for 2 hours, finally waiting for the male to venture out. After delaying for another half-hour, they surmised the male had flown far enough, marking the opportune moment to act. Agreed, Bai Li Xiaoran nodded, then turned to Yun and Luo, saying, "Cousin, junior sister Ling, we shall ascend to distract the female eagle while you swiftly retrieve the younglings and retreat. We will communicate later to regroup." Understood. The group utilized the shadows of the boulders to quietly approach the nest. Qi Yuan focused intently, his hands weaving intricate gestures, as a long sword emerged from the sword sheath on his back. Under Qi Yuan's command, the crimson blade shimmered with flecks of fiery spiritual power, darting toward the female eagle. True to the sword sect's flying sword technique, the assault was executed with remarkable speed. The female eagle, caught off guard, was unable to evade in time and was wounded on her left chest, blood gushing forth. She soared into the air, yet did not retaliate. Her dark, beastly eyes locked onto the group, emitting a series of piercing cries. "This is not good. She is summoning the male eagle. We must act swiftly." Lu Jinjin also summoned her flying sword, joining Qi Yuan in the attack. Unfortunately, the female eagle merely hovered above the nest, evading their strikes, fearing harm to the fledglings. The 2 individuals refrained from employing their more destructive abilities, resulting in a stalemate that lasted for the duration of a tea's brewing. The female eagle, seemingly aware of their intentions, directly nestled into her nest, shielding the young ones and refusing to emerge. Just as the group found themselves in a state of despair, a resounding cry echoed through the heavens, a high-pitched call from the majestic male golden eagle. This male, more robust than the female, spread its formidable wings, which measured over 2 yards in span. Ancient texts proclaim that the eagle encompasses the heavens, the vulture approaches it, and the hawk embodies it. The golden eagle soared above them, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out the sun. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of its wings, the feathers at its wingtips transformed into sharp blades that rained down upon them like a tempest of knives. In a flurry of urgency, Yun Ling swiftly summoned her cloud umbrella to shield both herself and Luo Ninghuan, while simultaneously conjuring a veil of obscuring winds to guard their surroundings. Luo Ninghuan, wielding the water sky rui, created a shimmering curtain of water encircling the group. Despite these defensive measures, the overwhelming might of the golden eagle, already at the nascent stage of foundation building, rendered their protective spells insufficient for long. Having remained passive until now, Bai Li Xiaoran finally took action. Unlike the other 2 sword cultivators present, who wielded their elegant swords, his weapon was a simple wooden sword, unadorned and devoid of any embellishments, resembling a child's toy. Yet, upon Bai Li Xiaoran casting his incantation, the once plain sword suddenly shimmered with a vibrant green hue, emanating a brilliant spiritual light as if it had come to life. The wooden sword surged forth with unstoppable force, aiming directly at the golden eagle. The eagle attempted to evade, only to discover that no matter how it twisted and turned, the wooden sword followed in relentless pursuit. The swift sword's left traces in the air, resembling a multitude of blades attacking simultaneously, rendering it impossible to discern between the sword's body and its shadow. A pained cry echoed as the majestic eagle suffered a grievous wound, its wings severed, crashing to the ground, unable to take flight for the foreseeable future. This was the essence of sword intent. Yun Ling gazed in astonishment at Bai Li Xiaoran's display. Though employing the same flying sword technique, his wooden sword appeared almost alive, imbued with a dense, natural aura. Having cultivated sword intent without yet establishing a foundation, he truly embodied the prowess of a disciple of the illustrious sword master Chongming. Seizing the moment, Luo Ninghuan summoned her wolf-tooth chain to ensnare one of the eagle's feet, while Lu Zhenjun rushed to assist her. These two seemingly delicate women exerted their strength to pull the colossal beast, preventing it from rising anew. The ground was soaked with the golden eagle's blood, its pungent scent lingering in the air. Fortunately, atop this lofty mountain, the chance of attracting other ferocious beasts was minimal. Unbeknownst to them, the female eagle had emerged from her nest, her cries of anguish piercing the air as she beheld her mate's dire condition. As the blade of Qi Yuan descended upon the male eagle once more, the female could no longer contain her fury. She soared into the sky, wings outstretched, hurtling toward Qi Yuan. If not now, when would she act? Amidst the chaos, Yun Ling seized the opportunity to dash into the nest of the 7-star golden eagle, where she discovered 5 hatchlings chirping eagerly at the nest's base. Swiftly, she gathered several of the younglings into her spirit beast pouch. Meanwhile, as Bai Li Xiaoran aided Qi Yuan in confronting the female eagle, the already downed male uttered frantic calls, using its unscathed wing to flap vigorously. Breaking free from the grasp of Luo Ninghuan and Lu Zhenjun, and escaping the wolf-tooth chain. Once upright, the male eagle's feathers transformed into a tempest of flying blades, sweeping across the landscape with relentless fury. In a flurry of panic, the crowd hastily summoned defensive artifacts for protection. With a powerful flap of her wings, she surged forward, a tempest carrying her feathered blades, heading straight for the nest. Yun Ling deftly evaded the strike with a swift leap, narrowly avoiding the plunge that sent the nest plummeting into the abyss below. Fortunately, she had already secured the young beasts within her spirit beast pouch. Otherwise, before they could even touch the ground, the fierce winds of the chasm would have mercilessly torn them apart along with their nest. This 7-star golden eagle was indeed as frenzied as the rumors suggested. Preferring a shattered fate to a preserved one, Yun Ling dashed forward, the female eagle relentlessly pursuing her, launching feathered assaults intermittently. Just as it seemed she would be captured, Yun Ling frantically sought refuge in a narrow crevice among the rocks. The fissure was so slender that only her petite frame could squeeze through. There was no way the robust eagle could follow. As anticipated, upon realizing her concealment, the eagle began to batter the rocks with its wings in a furious attempt to reach her. Before Yun Ling could revel in her temporary safety, she felt the rubble around her begin to cascade downwards. The female eagle, relentless and bloodied, continued its assault on the rocks. Driven by grief over its lost mate and offspring, yearning for destruction, just in time, Bai Li Xiaoran and his companions arrived, unleashing various spells against the eagle. Yun Ling, too, relentlessly unleashed her wind blade, attempting to slice at the eagle's figure, yet its bulk effectively blocked the entrance to her refuge. The stones surrounding her continued to tumble downward, until with a resounding crash, the mountainside collapsed. The entrance was sealed, and debris fell incessantly. With no other option, she was compelled to sprint deeper into the narrow passage of the crevice. Chapter 30. The abandoned altar. Yun Ling ran with wild abandon until the sound of crumbling stone faded into silence, at last halting her flight. She had finally attained safety. Unbeknownst to her, the narrow path she had traversed had widened into what could now be considered a corridor. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered several murals adorning the walls on either side of the passage. However, due to the passage of time, these artworks had faded and become fragmented, revealing only faint images of avian creatures and scenes depicting ancient rituals of celestial beings. The steps of the corridor descended in a series, and after walking for approximately 2 hours, she pushed open a door, finally arriving at a spacious chamber. This room was vast, dominated by a dilapidated circular platform at its center, flanked by a stone statue resembling a golden eagle. Along with the door through which she entered, the chamber boasted 9 interconnected doors, all currently shut tight. It appeared to be an abandoned altar, and she could not ascertain whether these rooms posed any danger. Xuanling resolved to first inform her senior sister of her safety. Before venturing into the Longyou secret realm, she had acquired 60,000 spirit stones from the 2 monks overseeing the area. The communication jade she held had cost her 59,999 spirit stones, a price set by the internal market of Xuanling Workshop. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of relief for her prudent decision, despite the initial financial discomfort it had caused her. She meticulously detailed her journey and the environment she now found herself in, assuring Luo Ninghuan not to worry and promising to reunite once she discovered a way out. After storing the communication jade, Xuanling embarked on her exploration. The 9 doors were identical, devoid of any distinguishing marks. She designated the door through which she entered as Door 1, labeling the adjacent one as Door 2, and so forth until Door 9. She commenced her investigation with Room 2. Room 2 was utterly vacant. Room 3 was equally empty. Room 4, once again, was devoid of contents. Room 5 was similarly barren. Room 6, too, was empty. Room 7 echoed the same emptiness. Despite having mentally prepared herself, each time she pushed open the door to the clean, empty room, a tinge of disappointment lingered. Indeed, the tales wherein protagonists encounter perilous situations and acquire magical weapons or miraculous elixirs are mere fabrications. Yun Ling resolutely opened the 8th door, only to be greeted by a rich, ethereal aura of water. This space, or rather, this cavern adorned with stalactites and stalagmites, defied the notion of a mere room. The inverted stalactites and upright stalagmites resembled a pair of hourglasses, filled to the brim with the spiritual liquid that dripped from the stalactites' tips, with some even spilling onto the ground. Such a waste. There were 36 stalactites of varying sizes, ranging from hundreds to thousands of years old, and the oldest among them was an astonishing 10 millennia. Yet, this ancient liquid comprised merely 10 precious drops, which Yun Ling joyfully collected into a jade vial. Subsequently, she endeavored to gather the spiritual liquid from other eras, but alas, her jade vials were insufficient. Reluctantly, she poured out the ordinary spiritual wine from her gourd to accommodate the century-old essence. As she busied herself, she sensed a fleeting white figure darting across from her. Silently, she continued her task, yet her instincts heightened in vigilance. Before long, the white figure approached her. Yun Ling swiftly seized a small creature attempting to pilfer her storage pouch at her waist. It was a snow-white monkey with golden eyes and a golden ring around its eyes, a golden-eyed spirit monkey. Squeaking in distress, the diminutive creature clasped its hands in a gesture of supplication. Its endearing, almost human-like demeanor tugged at Yun Ling's heartstrings, making her reluctant to let it go. "You shall remain in the spirit beast pouch for a while. Once I am finished, I will release you." She gently tapped the forehead of the small beast before tossing it into the spirit beast pouch. Each pouch contained 9 independent compartments, yet astonishingly, within a mere few hours, 2 of those spaces had already been occupied. Soon, she completed the collection of these spirit liquids and received a message from Luo Ninghuan, Bailey Shaoran, and the others. Based on her description, surmised that she might be descending from the mountaintop, prompting them to also venture down. Given that there were established chambers within the mountain, it was possible that there were entrances at the foot of the mountain as well. They resolved to search meticulously, advising Yun Ling to take care of herself and refrain from recklessness until they arrived to fetch her. In the event of danger, she was to remember to crush the talisman, as her life was of utmost importance. The entirety of their communication was filled with concern. Yet no one inquired about the juvenile 7-star golden eagle. Recalling that the young eagle had gone several hours without food, Yun Ling hurriedly summoned them from the spirit beast pouch. Fortunately, the young beasts appeared to be unharmed, their cries vibrant and full of life, albeit hungry. Unsure of what beast meat to feed them, as a wrong choice could lead to complications, she resorted to administering a few drops of centennial stalactite spirit liquid to each. Afterward, she returned them to the pouch and summoned the little spirit monkey. The abrupt change in environment twice left the small monkey trembling. Yun Ling gently patted its little head, soothingly saying, "Do not fear, I mean you no harm." Upon recognizing her, the little monkey scampered away. If it had been a golden-eyed spirit monkey, allowing it to escape would have been rather regrettable, as it represented an ancient spirit breed. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best. The ancient spirit breeds, upon leaving the long-used secret realm, could find it quite pitiable if they were unable to adapt well to the outside world. On Yuju Peak, there was a senior sister who cared for a light-bathing butterfly, also a spirit beast brought from this long-used secret realm. After the butterfly contract of Mu Guang, she had remained in a state of languor, relying solely on spiritual elixirs to sustain her existence, let alone engage in any form of cultivation. Yun Ling gazed at the 9th door before her, which corresponded to the distant portal she had encountered upon her arrival. Perhaps it was the exit. As she had anticipated, upon opening the door, she was met with yet another descending staircase. She proceeded down the steps, taking her time to admire the intricate, weathered murals adorning the walls. These murals depicted numerous mythical beasts, some of which she had encountered in the Compendium of Beasts, while others were entirely unfamiliar spirit species. A distinctive feature of these spirit beings was that they were all avian, and curiously, their flight direction was towards the west, leaving her to ponder its significance. Yun Ling speculated that this mountain might have once served as a place of worship for a certain sect thousands of years ago, subsequently abandoned, which explained the emptiness of the chambers. As she advanced, she noticed a small tail following her. "Ah, it's you. Why do you follow me?" It was the little white spirit monkey, this time unhidden. It ambled slowly to Yun Ling's front and pointed at her storage pouch. Could it be hungry? She recalled that she had consumed all the stalactite spirit liquid, and this little creature might be out of food. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she retrieved a jade vial and offered it to the little beast, saying, "You should leave. Don't linger here. Drink this on your way." The spirit monkey shook its head. Was it dissatisfied with the amount? Admittedly, it was somewhat insufficient. "Very well, then take this." She produced a large gourd filled with spirit liquid, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The little monkey nimbly leaped onto the gourd, sniffed it, and then climbed back down. It chirped excitedly while gesturing towards the gourd with its tiny paws. This truly is the largest gourd, filled with a century's worth of stalactitic essence, which one could savor for an extended duration. Do not be mischievous. There is no more to be had. Yun Ling feigned fierceness towards it. Unexpectedly, the little monkey pointed at the gourd and mimicked a gesture. With a sip, it theatrically poured the contents out, replicating the motion it had previously observed during her conjuring of the ethereal wine. A solitary monkey, amusingly imitating her earlier actions, elicited great delight. Surely, it cannot be as she imagined. Yun Ling produced a gourd of spirit wine and presented it before the golden-eyed spirit monkey. The little creature, with a sage-like demeanor, uncorked the gourd and began to drink with gusto. Chapter 31. The golden-eyed spirit monkey. The little spirit monkey drank heartily. Before long, over half of the gourd's spirit wine had vanished, leaving one to wonder how it managed to accommodate such a quantity. With a resounding thud, both the little monkey and the gourd tumbled to the ground, yet it cleverly used its tail to cork the gourd's opening. Yun Ling hastily picked it up to inspect, discovering it was merely intoxicated, nuzzling its small head against her hands. Without a hint of wariness, it succumbed to slumber. The warm, fuzzy sensation in her hands was utterly endearing. Concerned for the safety of the little spirit monkey left in this spot, she felt uneasy. Although no other beasts had been encountered within the mountain thus far, if she could enter, so too could the monkey, and it might attract the attention of other creatures. Cradling the little monkey, she descended the steps. At the bottom, she encountered a stone wall, covered in moss and marked by rust. It seemed that years of falling debris had concealed the entrance. Placing the little monkey aside, Yun Ling retrieved 2 explosive talismans from her storage pouch. After a couple of resounding blasts, cracks appeared in the wall, and with a few strikes of her artifact, stones cascaded down. At long last, the light of day has returned. The thunderous sound resonated painfully in the ears as the little monkey sprang into action. Climbing along the hem of Yun Ling's garment and clinging to her arm with an unwavering grip. "If you are unwilling to stay, then let us venture forth together." Squeak. Only within this mountain, where the clouds are deep and the whereabouts unknown, The dragon's blessing secret realm sprawls extensively, filled with mountains and dense forests, leaving Yun Ling uncertain of her location. With the realm open for a mere 30 days, today marks the 7th, and she cannot allow Luo Ninghuan and Bai Li Shaoran to squander their time searching for her. Senior sister, I am quite safe. There are countless mountains here, and I too am unsure of my position. Thus, I must continue onward. There is no need for you to seek me. Prioritize your training with senior brother Shaoran, and do not miss this splendid opportunity. We shall meet again when the realm closes. After conveying her message to Luo Ninghuan, Yun Ling set out alone, accompanied by a small tail. Little monkey, you mustn't wander off. Do you understand? If you do so again without a word, I shall not wait for you. Originally, Yun Ling had been gathering a spiritual herb when she suddenly realized the little monkey had vanished. Squeak. To her surprise, she found something new in the palm of her hand, a green spiritual seed, with a crescent moon at its embryo and tiny black specks scattered around it. This is the Star Moon Bodhi. While the Star Moon Bodhi holds little significance for cultivators, it is of utmost importance to the monks of Chonghua Temple. Among the 8 major sects, the monks of Chonghua Temple practice Buddhist techniques, cultivating a sense of Zen. This Star Moon Bodhi seed can aid them in elevating their realms, making it a rare treasure. Well done, little monkey. Can you find more such treasures? Cloud gently shook the wine gourd in her hand, inquiring if the golden-eyed truly possessed the rumored ability to locate treasures. She avowed that her intention was merely to test the little monkey's capabilities, and certainly not to deceive the. Indeed, the little, after taking a few sips from the gourd, hopped down and proceeded forward, turning its head to chirp at Cloud. Squeak, squeak, follow. Elated, she eagerly complied. The golden-eyed lived up to its reputation as a treasure-hunting monkey, having unearthed over 300 spiritual plants for Cloud in a mere fortnight, all of which were high-level and rare specimens. One day, as Cloud was in the midst of gathering a patch of flying flowers, it tugged at her sleeve, attempting to pull her away. All right, we're leaving. The little monkey clearly held these low-level spiritual flowers and herbs in disdain, often passing them by without a second glance. In its estimation, they likely qualified as mere weeds. Only upon encountering high-level spiritual plants would it pause, allowing Cloud to harvest them. Cloud followed the little monkey, advancing slowly. Suddenly, she overheard the sound of an altercation ahead. She seized the little, placing it in the pouch, and concealed herself behind a large boulder, observing the scene in secret. There were 4 individuals in the vicinity, judging by the attire of 3 of them. They were evidently disciples of the Thousand Sound Palace, 2 female cultivators and 1 male cultivator. The target of their censure was, in fact, Yinxing esteemed fellow cultivators. Yinxing remonstrated, as the purple auspicious fungus has already been acquired by me, it naturally belongs to me. Within the dragon's blessing secret realm, spiritual herbs and flowers abound. Why must you entangle yourselves with me? Would it not be better to seek other opportunities? He had chanced upon this 300-year-old purple auspicious fungus today and was overjoyed. Unfortunately, just after he had gathered the precious Zerutzi and before he could stow it away, he was discovered by 3 disciples of the Qianin Palace. These individuals boldly claimed that they were the first to uncover the purple herb and insisted on its immediate surrender. They were attempting to seize it, relying on their numerical advantage. How could he willingly relinquish this 300-year-old spiritual plant? He had no choice but to activate his swift escape talisman. Among the trio, 2 female cultivators had reached the consummate stage of qi refinement, while the remaining male cultivator was at the 10th level of qi refinement, like him. At this juncture, he found himself cornered. Brat, we discovered it first, so it rightfully belongs to us. How dare you attempt to flee? The leading female cultivator exclaimed coldly. Senior sister, do not waste your breath on him. Brat, you can either hand over the spiritual herb and leave, or you can shatter that talisman and exit this secret realm, declared another female cultivator from Qianin Palace, her demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Fellow cultivator, please surrender the spiritual plant. There remains a week before the secret realm closes. Why rush to leave now? The male cultivator added, his sincerity questionable. I will not comply, Yinxing replied resolutely. His journey in cultivation was to live more freely, not to cower like a turtle. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to make an effort. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. The leading female cultivator summoned a fiery red silk ribbon, aiming to bind Yun Ling with it. Seeing his fellow disciples in peril, Yun Ling was about to step in to assist when suddenly, with a rip, the fiery red ribbon was severed. Who dares to harm a disciple of the Xuanling sect? Came a melodious voice, revealing a figure with bright eyes and pearly teeth, clad in a crimson gown. It was she who had wielded a short sword to cut through the ribbon. Thank you, senior sister Qin. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Qin Fij from the sun-seeking peak, Yun Ling felt an immense sense of relief. Qin Fij harbored a certain discord with her senior sister, having previously engaged in a dispute regarding alchemy on Xuanyang Peak. Although their relationship had somewhat eased following the punitive measures in the medicinal fields, Qin Fij's profound cultivation and Yun Ling's competence suggested that intervention from her was likely unnecessary. She chose to remain discreet, biding her time for an opportune moment. However, the sudden appearance of Qin Fij altered the dynamics of the confrontation. Tension mounted among the 5 individuals, swords metaphorically drawn. With a frown, Qin Fij exclaimed, "Who lurks in the shadows? Step forth." Had they been discovered? Before Yun Ling could advance, another voice emerged. "This fellow cultivator possesses remarkable insight to have uncovered your presence." Chapter 32. The yellow bird behind the manted in the dense woods to the west. 5 figures emerged, clad in deep black attire, their faces concealed by silver shura masks, rendering their features unrecognizable. Had Qin Fij not called them out, Yun Ling would have remained oblivious to their proximity. Employing her observational technique discreetly, she discerned that 4 among them had attained the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. The leader, however, eluded any discernible cultivation level. A sense of unease gripped her. "We are disciples of Xuanling Palace. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" The female cultivator at the forefront of Xuanling Palace stepped forward, sensing the precariousness of the situation. The leader of the 5, idly manipulating an iron fan, replied nonchalantly, "Which sect, you ask? I cannot say." His voice was laced with a beguiling tone, tinged with mockery. "What brings you here?" Qin Fij inquired coldly, her delicate visage now touched by frost. The man leisurely folded his iron fan, a deliberate and measured action. A figure, grasping a fan bone, pointed towards the colossal rock where Yun Ling was concealed. After a brief pause, he pivoted the fan bone to indicate Yun Ling Dao, exclaiming, "For him." Yun Ling, taken aback, questioned, "Where have I offended you, esteemed friend?" The newcomers appeared menacing, and given their numbers, if their intent was indeed to seize the purple roué herb, he would willingly offer it up. Wishing not to implicate senior sister Qin, "No offense taken. You are quite admirable, and your fortune is even more remarkable." The dark-clad male cultivator chuckled, his demeanor exuding a sinister charm. Their group had other pressing matters. However, as the day for action had yet to arrive, they meandered through this secret realm, passing the time. During their wanderings, they encountered Yun Ling, a lad of modest cultivation, yet undeniably blessed with extraordinary luck. Throughout his journey, he had amassed an abundance of high-tier spiritual plants, as if they had deliberately flourished along his path, awaiting his harvest. While he regarded these mere spiritual plants with indifference, Yun Ling's profound fortune piqued his curiosity, prompting him to follow discreetly. This pursuit lasted 3 days until Yun Ling crossed paths with 3 disciples from the Xuanling Palace. Lurking in the shadows, surely a nefarious lot. They must be here to pilfer spiritual plants. No sooner had he spoken than the female cultivator of Xuanling Palace, at the 10th level of qi refinement, emitted a muffled groan and collapsed. "Sister Lu." The other 2 from Xuanling Palace rushed to check on her. "I dislike being insulted. Do you understand?" declared the male cultivator, who with a single wave of his hand unleashed some unknown spell, inflicting severe injury upon the female disciple. Such power was hardly characteristic of one at the qi refinement stage. "Having harmed my senior sister, I shall not let this stand," cried the male disciple of Xuanling Palace, lunging forward. Yet, before he could reach, another cloaked figure felled him to the ground. Junior brother, the female cultivator leading the Qianin palace, witnessing her companions continuously injured, was consumed by fury and directly summoned her magical artifact to charge forward recklessly. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Yun Ling cast 2 mist talismans. Yinxing and Qin Fij hesitated, contemplating whether to assist. In the blink of an eye, the mist rose, and the 2 were suddenly whisked away. Follow me. Do not speak. Several cloaked figures conjured their spells, and in an instant, the mist dispersed. Young master, shall we pursue them? One inquired. Never mind. It is unnecessary to stir up further trouble, he replied, recalling the image of Yun Ling, resembling a small beast hiding behind a stone, peeking out curiously, which couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. Finding an opportunity to create mist to rescue others, that young lady is quite clever. He turned to the 2 awakened individuals from Qianin Palace and asked, Did you conjure the talisman yourselves to escape, or shall I assist you? Yun Ling led Qin Fij and Yinxing swiftly, fearing they might be pursued. They ran for a full 2 hours before discovering a cave to rest. Fortunately, Qin Fij and Yinxing recognized her and fully cooperated in their haste. Otherwise, relying solely on her 2 legs to carry 2 living beings would not have allowed them to travel such a distance. Thank you, Senior Sister Yun, for your assistance, Yinxing said, bowing respectfully. Qin Fij awkwardly released her tightly clasped hand from Yun Ling's, a look of embarrassment on her face. Junior brother Yin, you are too courteous. We are all disciples of the Xuanling sect. It is only natural. Yun Ling waved her hand dismissively. Noticing Qin Fij's discomfort, she teased, Senior Sister Qin. I know you must be very grateful to me. No need for words of thanks. I will take it to heart. Qin Fij. Thank you. She eventually spoke, as if uttering her gratitude was not as difficult as she had thought. Yun Ling. Is this truly the imperious Qin Fij? The 3 of them had taken refuge in the cave for the better part of the day, and upon realizing that no pursuers were in sight, they began to relax. Where is Luo Ninghuan? Why isn't she with you? Qin Fij inquired. Her unexpected mention of her senior sister took Yun Ling by surprise. I became separated from her when we encountered a demon beast. I have sent a message to assure her safety and plan to reunite at the opportune moment. Oh, is there no one accompanying Senior Sister Qin? It stands to reason that Jinyan Jinren would certainly ensure her disciples provide protection, preventing her from being alone. Brother Yu Jing and I encountered several demon beasts, and during the skirmish, we inadvertently became separated and lost contact. Yu Jing possesses a communication jade bestowed by her master. Prior to entering the secret realm, they prepared everything except for marking their respective spiritual energy on the jade. Now that they are separated, they can only lament their oversight. Oh, there is nothing more disconcerting than an abrupt silence. The 2 who had no prior rapport struggled to find topics for conversation, finding it both arduous and awkward. Senior sisters. What do you suppose this is? Perhaps Yinxing discerned their discomfort and spoke to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. Previously preoccupied with their escape amidst the tumultuous emotions and the dim light of the cave, they had not taken a moment to examine their surroundings closely. As she conversed with Qin Fij, Yinxing, having nothing to occupy her, began to explore and stumbled upon something peculiar. Deep within the cave, a vast expanse of dark golden moss thrived, interspersed with clusters of tiny spores. Black gold moss. The spores of the black gold moss, imbued with a golden aura, when added in small quantities during the crafting of metal-based magical artifacts, not only enhance their potency, but also possess the ability to obscure one's consciousness for several breaths. In the era of ancient powers, practitioners would even combine the moss with the skin of the dreamless fish from the deep sea to forge garments capable of shielding one's mind. The dreamless fish is now extinct, and the black gold moss rarely appears in the Longyu realm. It is indeed a surprise to find it still thriving here. Sister Qin. Sister Yun, come quickly and help me pick some of these ripe seeds. They are truly valuable. Yinxing exclaimed as he produced a jade box, beckoning the 2 women forward. Yun Ling and Qin Fij hurried to assist him, and soon, the mature spores of the black gold moss were entirely harvested. Xing divided the more than 100 spiritual seeds into 3 equal portions, with each of the 3 present receiving 1. We are indeed fortunate, sisters. Who would have imagined such treasures could be found within this cave? He said with a beaming expression. It seems your luck is remarkable. You even managed to discover rare spiritual plants while fleeing for your life, Yun Ling remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xing. Qin Fij shared a similar sentiment, smiling as she added, we are merely basking in your good fortune. Indeed, Brother Yin is blessed. Even in a random cave for shelter, he uncovers spiritual plants. No wonder someone has been tailing him. Xing responded. Why bring that up now? Sister Qin, your words strike a sensitive chord. Chapter 33. Peak of fire clouds. Contemplating the sudden appearance of the group clad in black, Yun Ling found it quite perplexing. She inquired, Sister Qin, do you know who those individuals in black were? Qin Fij shook her head and replied, I am as bewildered as you are. I merely happened to pass by and chanced upon junior brother Yin being besieged by 3 individuals from Qianin Palace, which compelled me to intervene. During our standoff, I sensed someone lurking behind the rocky outcrop and cautiously inquired, unwittingly striking a chord that revealed the emergence of those 5 from the dense forest. That figure concealed behind the stones must have been you. Observing their actions and words, it appears their intentions extend beyond mere acquisition of spiritual herbs. If their goal were solely thievery, they could have seized the opportunity upon first encountering junior brother Yin. Why follow him instead? Surely it cannot be a strategy to fatten him up before striking? With 5 of them, such a protracted endeavor seems superfluous. Xing interjected. Sister Yun, does the phrase to fatten up aptly apply to me? You raise an intriguing point. What, then, is the true motive of this group? Yun Ling and Qin Fij exchanged puzzled glances. Lacking any clarity, Xing timidly raised his hand, stating, I believe I might possess a fragment of insight. A few days ago, after toiling excessively while harvesting spiritual grass, I took refuge in a small stone cave to meditate. Listen, who else has exhausted themselves from gathering spiritual herbs? Get to the point. Yun Ling and Qin Fij chimed in unison. Gujing Vine, a 3rd-tier spiritual herb, is commonly utilized during the foundation establishment phase. How many did you manage to collect before wearing yourself out? Who cares about your stamina? Truly, the comparison between individuals can be infuriating. I was cultivating in that cave when I suddenly overheard 2 cultivators conversing outside. They mentioned something about a young master and referenced Xuanling Mountain and Xuanling. After their discussion faded into the distance, I ventured outside for a brief glance, and I noticed they were clad in black garments. Xing spoke, producing the record of the dragon's favor, and said, Esteemed sisters, please observe. An elder has documented that the Fire Cloud Mountain lies at the very heart of this secret realm. Yun Ling pondered for a moment before declaring, I wish to journey to Fire Cloud Mountain and uncover its mysteries. What say you both? Do you wish to accompany me? The presence of those cloaked figures signifies peril. Yet, peril also heralds opportunity. Can one devoted to the path of cultivation hesitate in the face of unknown dangers? Qin Fij and Xing readily expressed their desire to join her, and thus the trio set forth together. Fortune tends to favor those who are prepared. Xing, meticulous as ever, had marked their route in the record with painstaking detail, while Yun Ling wandered freely, often losing her sense of direction. With Xing's guidance, they found themselves in the southwestern region of the Dragon's Favor secret realm, nestled within the Jade Luo mountain range. They pressed northeastward, determined to reach Fire Cloud Mountain within 4 days. To avoid encounters with the cloaked figures, they chose the more secluded and rugged paths. At twilight on the 4th day, they finally set foot on the territory of Fire Cloud Mountain, with less than 6 days remaining before the secret realm would close. Gazing upward, they beheld the summit shrouded in swirling crimson clouds, smoke billowing ominously. The essence of fire was palpable, radiating an unusual heat even at the mountain's base. As they ascended, the temperature intensified. Approaching the summit, Yun Ling and Xing had to envelop themselves in spiritual energy to withstand the searing sensation, while Qin Fij remained unaffected. At the peak, they encountered several fellow cultivators. Junior sister, It was Luo Ninghuan, and Bai Li Shaoran among others. Sister, brother Shaoran, esteemed friends, she greeted them. Upon receiving junior sister Ling's message, we hastened here and have arrived just in time. Bai Li Shaoran stood elegantly, garbed in white that rivaled the purity of snow, exuding a captivating grace. His gentle and refined smile drew Qin Fiji's attention. Junior sister, how did you come to ascend the mountain with her? Luo Ninghuan inquired softly, clearly referencing Qin Fiji. Senior sister, it is a lengthy tale. I shall explain it to you later. Shaoran, allow me to introduce you to our senior sister from Xuanling sect, Qin Fiji. This is our junior brother from Liuguang Peak, Yinxing. And here is Bai Li Shaoran from the Tianxian Peak of the Sword sect. The two individuals accompanying him are Lu Xinjin and Qi Yuan, also from Tianxian Peak. Yun Ling introduced, gesturing towards both parties. Due to Bai Li Shaoran's seniority, she refrained from addressing Qin Jinjin and Qi Yuan as senior siblings, opting instead for the term fellow cultivators. Qin fellow cultivator, Yin fellow cultivator. This is Lu Xinjin and Qi Yuan's greeting. Junior sister Qin, junior brother Yin. This is Bai Li Shaoran, who has ties with Xuanling sect. Senior brother Bai Li, fellow cultivator Lu, fellow cultivator Qi. This is Yinxing. After exchanging customary greetings with Lu Xinjin and Qi Yuan, Qin Fiji suddenly stepped forward. I pay my respects to senior brother Bai Li. She bowed gracefully, her brows furrowing like spring mountains, her eyes reflecting the depths of autumn waters. Her movements were lithe, her voice melodious. Yinxing, Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan. Beauty can be deceiving, even when that beauty belongs to a male cultivator. The group had never witnessed Qin Fiji display such girlish charm. Junior sister Qin, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Bai Li Shaoran replied, his demeanor unruffled, exuding remarkable composure. Clearly, accustomed to the varying charms of female cultivators, he remained unfazed in the presence of a beauty as radiant as Qin Fiji. Senior brother, do you notice anything unusual at the peak of Firecloud Mountain? Lu Xinjin inquired. I cannot discern any particular significance, he replied. If what Sister Ling has suggested is true, that group of individuals clad in black has indeed arrived at this location, there must be something amiss. However, until these black-clad figures reveal themselves, we remain oblivious to their intentions. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy, and we must exercise caution. The persistent heat in the air. Could it be that a treasure is about to emerge? The group deliberated for quite some time, yet found themselves at an impasse, ultimately deciding to set up camp halfway up the mountain. After all, the closing of the secret realm was imminent, and they had already gathered considerable rewards, allowing them a moment to recuperate. The intense heat at the summit was overwhelming, but the milder warmth at the mountainside enabled them to observe the changes at the peak from a distance, while also keeping an eye on those ascending from the foot of the mountain. On the following morning, Yun Ling and her companions awaited the arrival of a group of individuals, not the mysterious black-clad figures, but rather familiar faces, the brothers Yu Wuqian and Yu Wuxian, along with Zhong Li Bei. Are you also drawn here by the swirling clouds and smoke at the peak, Sister Yin? Upon exchanging greetings, Yu Wuqian and his companions expressed their curiosity regarding the group's presence at the mountainside encampment. Yun Ling recounted the earlier encounter with the black-clad figures once more. Surely, there cannot be any extraordinary treasures at the peak? Wuxian and I were hunting beasts at Xuanling Mountain, 1,000 miles away, when we noticed the unusual clouds from afar and decided to investigate. To our surprise, we encountered Sister Zhang Li at the foot of the mountain as well. I, too, was drawn here by the sight of the smoke and heat, Zhong Li added. Zhong Li Bei nodded in agreement. As the crowd engaged in conversation, several other cultivators arrived in succession. With so many voices mingling, it became inconvenient to continue their detailed discussion. They mutually agreed to look out for one another, promising to call out if anything arose before dispersing. Yun Ling gestured for Bai Li Shaoran to follow, and the two quietly made their way to a secluded spot. She set up a small isolation array to prevent prying eyes. Senior brother Shaoran, these are the juvenile 7-star golden eagles. Please select 3 for yourself. And also take some for Taoist Lu and Taoist Qi, she said, summoning the 5 young beasts from her spirit beast pouch. Having recently fed them with a century-old stalactite spirit liquid, the juveniles exhibited a vibrant sheen and had grown noticeably larger. Junior sisterling, what kind of demonic beast meat have you been feeding them? They seem to have grown quite a bit, Li Xiaoran remarked with delight. Observing the youthful creature's vitality had improved significantly since their discovery. It's the stalactite spirit liquid, she replied, pulling out a jade bottle. A century-old spirit liquid. Junior sisterling, how generous of you. Li Xiaoran exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his charm further enhanced. Even Yun Ling, who was not particularly inclined toward feminine thoughts, felt a slight warmth in her cheeks. He casually selected 3 of the juvenile beasts and unceremoniously took a jade bottle containing the century-old spirit liquid. Thank you, junior sisterling. Being able to nourish juvenile beasts with century-old liquid suggests you have had quite the fruitful journey. I am fortunate to benefit from it, he said. Currently, he had nothing suitable to offer her in return, so he resolved to repay her kindness another day. Have you considered forming a contract with these 7-star golden eagles? Li Xiaoran inquired. Yun Ling shook her head. The 7-star golden eagles are not particularly suited for me and Luo Ninghuan. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ninghuan also decided to sell the juvenile 7-star golden eagles. Although the 7-star golden eagle is indeed precious, what truly suits oneself is the finest choice. Yun Ling proceeded to hand over the remaining 2 young beasts to Li Xiaoran. Brother Xiaoran, is this young beast truly worth such a sum? The storage bag tossed over contained a staggering 80,000 spirit stones, a sum that seemed excessive for mere golden eagle cubs. This 7-star golden eagle is a rare contract spirit beast for the disciples of our sword sect, and it cannot be found within the spirit beast market. Li Xiaoran, understanding her concerns, reassured her, Sister Ling need not doubt my goodwill towards you. Then my sister and I are truly grateful to you, brother. As this exchange concluded, noon approached, and several waves of cultivators arrived. Those familiar congregated together to cultivate until the 29th day of the secret realm's opening. Excluding those who had hastily shattered their paper talismans to exit, nearly all the disciples who entered had gathered at Firecloud Mountain. Each sect and the alliance of gathering immortals maintained their distinct separations. Due to Li Xiaoran's influence, the Shin Spirit sect and the Sword sect were in close proximity. On that fateful noon, new developments emerged at the peak of Firecloud Mountain. As the smoke dissipated, more crimson clouds gathered, with flames faintly piercing through the summit. Several hours later, the roaring fire within the clouds began to scorch the mountain itself. The crowd felt the oppressive heat intensify. Fortunately, with Luo Ninghuan's water-based techniques, the discomfort was somewhat alleviated. As night fell, a spirit beast egg slowly rose amidst the blazing fire. The enormous egg shimmered with a golden glow, already displaying fine cracks, suggesting that a mythical beast was on the verge of hatching. Could it truly be, as the cloaked figure claimed, the birth of the fire-perched phoenix? The fire-perched phoenix. The time has come for the phoenix of fire to emerge. The legend is indeed true. A voice rang out, exclaiming, "The phoenix of fire?" To witness the manifestation of the phoenix of fire is a fulfillment of a lifetime, truly a life well spent. In an instant, the summit of Huiyun Mountain was abuzz with excitement, as the crowd gasped in astonishment. Fragments of the eggshell began to fall away, revealing one of the phoenix's wings, resplendent in brilliant hues of fiery gold. Junior brother, who has dared to attack my junior brother? Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as a male disciple of Chengdu's sect collapsed to the ground, clutching his fallen comrade and shouting in despair. The fallen disciple lay lifeless, devoid of any breath. Before anyone could react, cries for help erupted all around. In mere moments, over 100 lives were extinguished, transforming the mountaintop into a veritable scene of carnage. This was a sudden and ruthless assassination. Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan, and Yu Wuchan instinctively drew closer together. A few members of the Sword sect, led by Li Xiaoran, joined their ranks. Among this chaos, trust had evaporated, aside from their familiar companions. No one could ascertain if their fellow disciples remained allies or if they had become executioners. All friends, exercise utmost caution, Li Xiaoran commanded. The group formed a defensive formation, and clarity began to emerge amidst the turmoil. The assailants, though still clad in the uniforms of various sects, wore silver masks that obscured their identities. It was unmistakably the same group of dark-clad individuals encountered previously, albeit with altered attire. Who would have imagined they had infiltrated the 8 great sects in the gathering of immortals? Or perhaps they were always among them. Did you craft talismans to escape? Or will you leave your lives here? Ponder that well, taunted one of the newcomers with a wicked grin. It was indeed the leader of the cloaked figures that Yun Ling had encountered. Dressed in black, wielding an iron fan, and wearing a silver mask. He retained the same appearance as on that fateful day. He stood nonchalantly behind the silver-masked assassins, leisurely waving his iron fan, as if he were merely enjoying a scenic view rather than engaging in murder. No matter how exquisite the treasure, it is rendered meaningless if one lacks the life to enjoy it. Previously, several cultivators had shattered their talismans and fled for their lives. Upon Yun Ling's inquiry, more cultivators, unable to withstand the intimidation, transformed into fleeting shadows and scattered. To capture the ringleader first is of utmost importance. Yet, some cultivators, undeterred by superstition, banded together to assault this leader. However, before they could approach him, they were swiftly dispatched by those positioned before him. This group possessed formidable skills and powerful artifacts, particularly the leader, whose depth of ability was inscrutable, making him exceedingly difficult to confront. "We must retreat," Li Shaoran declared. The other sect members also began to withdraw. The cloaked figures remained motionless, as both sides awaited the inevitable moment of confrontation. At the zenith of the final day, at noon, the golden giant egg finally shattered completely. The fire phoenix had emerged. Chapter 35. Heavy casualties scorching, an unrelenting heat. The fire phoenix had fully emerged from its shell. Aside from the masked figures, all present raised their artifacts to shield themselves from the searing heat, simultaneously bracing for the impending battle. Yun Ling also summoned her cloud umbrella as a precaution. In this critical moment, the fire phoenix suddenly spread its fiery wings and soared into the sky. It raised its head and opened its eyes. The crimson orbs glowed with boundless fury, and Yun Ling felt as though the flames within those eyes were poised to incinerate her very soul, provoking a sense of retreat within her. With a resonant cry, the fire phoenix heralded the onset of chaos. The searing heat vanished in an instant, replaced by an enveloping chill that bore an irresistible pressure. Truly, it was the ancient divine beast, having just emerged from its shell. It could unleash a celestial technique, an expanse of ice stretching for miles. She found herself rendered immobile, as did all present, including the masked figures. The sole exception was the leader among them, clad in black, who now approached the fire divine wand with a demeanor that was anything but frivolous. His steps were measured, and even through the mask, one could sense his utmost caution. As a divine beast from ancient times, the fire divine wand not only possessed the bloodline of the azure wand, but also inherited the powers of the phoenix. It was born with 2 extraordinary abilities. The first, the vast icy expanse, had already been exhibited. The second was the 100 days of soul incineration. This ability allowed it to emit flames that could sear the consciousness of cultivators. Even the slightest contact would result in burning, and for those at the infant soul stage, should they unwittingly fall prey, their souls would inevitably be incinerated within 100 days. How much more so for these nascent chi cultivators? The crowd remained paralyzed, their eyes fixed on the black-clad man as he drew nearer. Most regretted not shattering the talismans, having fallen into such dire circumstances. Why had they coveted this divine beast, forgetting the peril it could unleash? This black-clad figure continued his advance, imperiling not only himself, but also endangering their lives. All present held their breath, anticipating the second extraordinary technique from the fire divine wand, hoping it would incinerate the man into oblivion. Yet, they knew they could not escape from the impending fate. A propitious day, a splendid moment. The noble Mu rejoices in the presence of the sovereign. With a longsword in hand, adorned with jade ornaments, the melodic chime of precious stones resounds. On a jade mat, the exquisite offerings await. Let us present the fragrant delicacies. The essence of orchids steams above, as the liquor flows in fragrant cups. The sounds of the zither echo into the vastness. In a graceful manner, the figure in black began to chant an ancient melody, his voice soft and soothing, akin to the recitation of a profound incantation. The fiery phoenix, initially poised for action, gradually relaxed under the spell of his song. As he completed the third verse, a solitary tear fell from the phoenix's eyes, and in that instant, the icy bindings were lifted. At that moment, the figure in black cast a jade ring, ensnaring the phoenix's neck, and swiftly retreated. The events transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers were left unable to pursue. "Withdraw," commanded the masked individuals, scattering in all directions. Yun Ling employed her ethereal steps, deftly ensnaring the last assailant with her autumn silk ribbon, only for him to hurl his talisman, causing the ribbon to shatter in response. Just as he was on the verge of escape, Bai Li Xiaoran's sword arrived in the nick of time, striking him in the chest. "Quickly, unmask him and reveal his identity," shouted Yu Wuxian. As Yun Ling's hand reached for the mask, the figure abruptly transformed into a puddle of black water, consuming the mask in its corrosive embrace. Fortunately, Bai Li Xiaoran swiftly pulled her away, leaving the safety of her hand uncertain. Startled, Yun Ling exclaimed, "The forbidden technique of black water transformation." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Luo Ninghuan grasped Yun Ling's hands, pulling her aside. That was perilous. The existence of such forbidden techniques is grave. We must promptly inform our elders. Yu Wuchun pondered solemnly. The secret realm is on the verge of closure. We must depart hastily. Bai Li Xiaoran's expression darkened. One by one, the group crushed their talismans, transforming into beams of light as they departed. Just as Yun Ling was about to break her talisman, she suddenly heard Yin Xing calling her name. "Yun Shiji, come quickly. There are 2 pieces of heavenly fire spirit crystals here. Let us each take one." It was at that moment that Yin Xing had unknowingly approached the place where the fire god Phoenix had hatched. After a brief search, he managed to find 2 pieces of the crystals. Yun Ling recalled her own initiation experience. However, that fateful day when their village was visited by the master uncle seeking disciples, he happened to be a miser. In his relentless pursuit of rewards, he scoured the vicinity and ultimately discovered her, the overlooked gem. With a sense of helplessness, she thought perhaps this was what they referred to as the destined person. Unceremoniously, she took 1 piece of the heavenly fire spirit crystal and forcibly prevented Yin Xing from continuing his search, shattering the talisman to exit the Longyu secret realm. Upon leaving the secret realm, Yun Ling made her way to the meditation area of the Xuanling sect, intending to report the matter of the cloaked figure to Master Ming Xuang. However, Master Ming Xuang gently shook his head at her, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, she sat beside Luo Ninghuan. "There may be great upheavals. Let us first meditate and observe the unfolding events," Luo Ninghuan conveyed to her quietly. Until the very moment the Longyu secret realm closed, no other cultivators emerged. Master Ji Quan's expression was as dark as the waters. Prior to entering the realm, there had been 900 individuals from the 8 major sects and the Gathering Immortals Alliance, with 100 from each sect. Such losses were not typical. Historically, no more than 100 had perished in the Longyu secret realm. Master Lu Bao was nearly on the brink of bloodshed. The Longyu secret realm was merely intended as a simple trial for these elite disciples in the Qi refinement stage, a reward seemingly delivered to their doorstep. Although formidable demonic beasts resided within, the presence of talismans rendered it relatively safe. Yet, to their astonishment, the Spirit Control sect suffered a loss of 68 elite disciples, the highest casualty rate among all sections. 68 disciples, 68 elite disciples. The heart of Master Lu Bao ached like a knife wound. A conspiracy. He suspected that this was a plot against his Spirit Master sect. Not only did Master Lu Bao harbor such thoughts, but the Golden Core Masters of other sects did as well. Who exactly were those cloaked figures? Why had they appeared in the Longyu secret realm? Master Zhichuan. Master Zhichuan. The assembly of masters surrounded Master Zhichuan, pressing him with questions. Just as he found himself at a loss, 2 figures descended from above. "Young friends, please remain calm." The voice resonated like a deep bell, commanding attention. It was the Sword Sovereign of Eternal Clarity. Chapter 36. The sword sovereign of eternal clarity, the foremost figure, donned a long robe of bright yellow, with a golden crown adorning his hair. He resembled a drawn sword, exuding an aura of sharpness. I pay my respects to the sword sovereign of eternal clarity. This was a nascent soul master, and the crowd bowed in unison. There is no need for such formalities, the sword sovereign replied. He was the leader of the sword sects Tianxian Peak, and also the master of Baili Shaoran. Following him was a golden core master, clad in the robes of the sect leader, who must be the current head of the sword sect, known as the Flawless Sword. Yuanxia. Greetings to all esteemed masters, Yuanxia said, performing a respectful bow. As the leader of the sword sect, he was obligated to address the significant events occurring within his domain. What a graceful youth, Yun Ling thought to herself, casting a glance at him. Master Yuanxia indeed possessed an ageless charm, his appearance strikingly handsome amidst the disheveled golden core male cultivators, making him stand out like a jade among stones. However, at this moment, no one cared for his looks. Their focus lay solely on the unfolding crisis. Master Yuan, you must provide us with an explanation. Esteemed colleagues, upon receiving the message from junior brother Zhichuan, I recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly summoned Uncle Master Changming to accompany me. Other elders of our sect are also en route. The casualties among the disciples during this trial have been devastating, which is certainly not the desire of our sword sect. All of us, from the highest to the lowest, are deeply pained by this news. Yuan Xia bore a solemn expression. Your sword sect's disciples emerged unscathed, while our other sects suffered considerable losses. How do you intend to account for this? Inquired a representative from Qianing Palace. Although the presence of the Yuan Ing sword master was nearby, such disrespect was deemed necessary given the gravity of the matter concerning their own sect. Yuan Xia was aware that upon receiving the communication from Zhichuan, he would inevitably face such inquiries, especially considering the significant losses suffered by other sects while the sword sect had only 2 disciples fall, with no additional casualties. At this moment, the sword sect had become the focal point of scrutiny. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of the leading sect, it is likely that the assembled masters would have resorted to violence. Dear friends, I understand your suspicions regarding our sword sect disciples masquerading as others and committing these heinous acts against your young friends. I hereby take an oath. Our sword sect adheres to principles of integrity and would never engage in such treachery. There must be some hidden truth behind this. To swear an oath is one thing, but how can you assure us that it was not one of your own disciples who acted upon greed? Retorted a furious master. Our other sects have suffered immensely, while your sword sect has barely faced any losses. What do 1 or 2 casualties truly signify? Can the substantial losses of other sects unequivocally implicate the sword sect? Countered a member of the arriving sword sect disciples. Is it not possible that someone else is framing us? After all, even a vicious tiger refrains from consuming its own cubs. To frame someone unjustly, is it truly worth sacrificing the elite disciples cultivated over many years? With the divine beast before us, such temptation renders the loss of a few disciples trivial. Perhaps even a clever ruse. The entrance to the Longyou secret realm lies within your sword sect. None of us were aware that the fire-perched divine phoenix was soon to descend. As the guardians of this realm, how could you possibly be ignorant? It seems to me that you have orchestrated this entire affair for your own gain. You speak baseless accusations. Yun Ling was taken aback. It turns out that the once ethereal golden core true persons, when embroiled in a war of words, are equally extraordinary. Everyone, please remain calm. I have gathered information from the disciples regarding the actions of the cloaked figure. I have already informed the Yuaning true lords of the major sects and the leaders of the Gathering Immortals Alliance. Shortly, the esteemed elders from your respective sects will arrive to discuss this matter. The esteemed Changming sword master intervened to quell the incessant bickering and continued. Although the Longyou secret realm is under the stewardship of our sword sect, it is well known that 9 keys are required to unlock it. Aside from the one held by our sect, the remaining 8 are safeguarded by each of your factions. Our sword sect was unaware of the emergence of the fire-perched divine phoenix. Today's events are undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. It would be prudent to wait for the arrival of your elders, and together we shall investigate before reaching any conclusions. Concern breeds chaos. The leading cultivators, initially furious over the casualties among their disciples, fell silent. Prior to uncovering the truth, their earlier indiscretions were indeed unbecoming of golden core true persons. Before long, several Xuanling true lords hurriedly emerged from the teleportation array. The Changming sword master summoned his life-bound sword, Gangming, which expanded majestically, hovering above the heads of the assembly. The Xuanling true lords soared upon their swords, engaging in deliberation. They must have set up a barrier formation, for Yun Ling heard not a single word. Half an hour later, the Xuanling true lords descended one after another. 2 Xuanling true lords from the Xuanling sect arrived, the Dongwang true lord of Xuanyang Peak and the Kangyi true lord of Xianqing Peak. Approaching the disciples of the Xuanling sect, they cast a discerning glance and discovered, as true Master Jin had conveyed, that 21 disciples had perished, their expressions grim. True Lord Dongwang waved his sleeve to halt the disciples' reverence and spoke in a solemn tone. Open your storage bags and spirit beast bags for my inspection. In the realm of cultivation, scrutinizing another's storage bag is deemed an act of provocation, akin to declaring war. Yet, in this instance, it was employed to verify their innocence. Moreover, as they were Xuanling elders of their own sect, it was somewhat acceptable despite its impropriety. The disciples of the Xuanling sect promptly unfastened their storage bags and spirit beast bags to present them. When it came to Yun Ling's turn, she distinctly felt true Lord Dongwang's gaze linger upon her for a moment longer, infused with a hint of admiration. Perhaps he deemed her journey fruitful, especially with the assistance of the golden-eyed spirit monkey. Soon, all disciples from various sects had completed their inspections. There were no masks, no black garments, nor any traces of the Qi Huashan Wan. Not a single clue remained. Even the Changming sword master wore a solemn expression. He suspected that the dark-clad figure was among these disciples, deliberately summoning the elders from other sects to facilitate the investigation. To his dismay, not a single shred of evidence could be uncovered. He harbored suspicions of potential concealment, but could not articulate them, fearing that it would exacerbate the discord. At this moment, the nascent soul, true monarch of the Yuling sect, could no longer contain his wrath. He spoke candidly, Taoist Changming. I have followed your suggestion and examined the disciples within my sect, finding no discrepancies. Other sects have conducted their investigations as well, uncovering not a trace of wrongdoing. Given the substantial casualties suffered by the Yuling sect, you must provide a reasonable explanation. This is the territory of the Sword sect, and I suspect that your disciples have facilitated the escape of the Qihua Wan. Taoist Hanlu responded. Every sect has faced losses in this incident. While the numbers may vary, the Sword sect is not without its own casualties. This matter requires thorough investigation. Even if the Yuling sect has suffered the most, it is likely due to the lack of skill among your disciples. How do you intend to conduct such an investigation? He continued. The Chengdu sect, renowned for its focus on physical cultivation, has produced disciples whose physical prowess surpasses that of their counterparts in other sects during the Qi refinement stage. Consequently, their losses were minimal, with only 15 casualties. Other sects echoed this sentiment. The Qihua Divine Luan is exceedingly precious. They all harbored suspicions that the Sword sect was behind these events, yet lacked any evidence. This is the domain of the Sword sect, and it is likely that all traces have been meticulously erased, leaving no reason to linger here for a fruitless inquiry. Aside from the Yuling sect's refusal to depart without an explanation, the other sects expressed their intent to leave. Even the esteemed sword master Changming could not restrain such a multitude, despite his lingering suspicions that the cloaked figure was among them. The members of the gathering of immortals had entered the teleportation array prior to the Xuanling sect. Young Taoist, it seems our paths shall cross again, echoed the voice of the cloaked figure. Chapter 37. A veil of mystery that smiled transformed an otherwise ordinary face into one imbued with vitality. It was him. Yun Ling gazed at the shimmering light screen as the teleportation array was activated. Before the figure vanished, he smiled and brushed aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead. In the midst of his jade-hued hair, a spot of crimson glimmered. Was the Qihua Xinluan concealed within this headpiece, thus remaining undiscovered? Just as Yun Ling pondered this, Luo Ninghuan grasped her hand and stepped into the teleportation array together. The crowd dispersed at the sound of their voices. "Two true lords, I have matters to report." Yun Ling called out to the departing True Lord Dongwang and True Lord Songyi. After a moment of hesitation, considering the many fallen cultivators involved, she resolved to inform the elders of her sect about her knowledge. "But does this concern the Qihua Shenluan?" True Lord Dongwang inquired. Yun Ling nodded solemnly. "Come with us." True Lord Song Yi took Yun Ling's hand, and with a flicker of divine power, they felt as if they merely took a few steps before stepping into the inner chamber of the leader of Xianqing Peak. At that moment, all the Yuanying true lords of the Xuanling sect were present. Under the weight of their combined pressure, she nearly faltered. Fortunately, True Lord Song Yi quickly reacted, his sleeve radiating light to shield her from much of the oppressive force. The Yuanying true lords then regained their composure, and as their internal energy calmed, she felt somewhat better. "Linger, are you aware of the peculiarities surrounding the Longyu secret realm?" True Lord Qingwei asked first, as it was more appropriate for her, a disciple of Yuzhu Peak, to inquire. Yun Ling steadied her thoughts and began to recount the encounter with the cloaked figure in the Longyu secret realm. "You say you heard a voice identical to that of the cloaked figure, and that person is within the Jushin alliance?" The true lords of Xuanling sect exchanged glances. They had previously believed that this matter was orchestrated by the Sword sect for the sake of the Qihua Shenluan, but upon hearing Yun Ling's description, it seemed the cloaked figure was indeed a member of the Jushin alliance. Thus, it was highly probable that the Sword sect had been wrongfully implicated. "Upon the summit of Huiyun Mountain, I beheld a figure clad in black who absconded with the fire spirit phoenix, utilizing a jade ring of exquisite beauty. The cultivator, too, adorned his hair with a jade crown, which bore a striking crimson hue reminiscent of blood." Yun Ling elaborated, expressing her skepticism that the fire spirit phoenix could not be found within the spirit beast pouch, suggesting it was never concealed therein, but perhaps nestled within that very crown. What manner of treasure could elude the scrutiny of several nascent, true monarchs in plain sight? Could it indeed be the legendary Bailuo heavenly ring from ancient times? True monarch Horde of the eastern extremity rose from his jade seat. The Bailuo heavenly ring is an artifact of ancient prowess, employed by mighty beings to cultivate spirit beasts, far surpassing the efficacy of modern spirit beast pouches by 1,000-fold. It serves not only to contain demonic creatures and objects, but also to ensnare humans and cultivators, rendering the capture of demonic beasts considerably more manageable. Spirit beasts within such an artifact could cultivate at an accelerated pace. Such treasures have long been lost to the annals of time, no longer extant. Could it truly be that the Bailuo heavenly ring has resurfaced? "Yes," Yun Ling acknowledged, taking her leave. "Brother Song Yi, Brother Dongwang, were you present at that time? Did you catch any glimpse of the Bailuo heavenly ring?" inquired True Monarch Shishan of Liuguang Peak. True Monarch Song Yi shook his head, stating, "I merely glanced hastily at the disciples of other sects and did not discern anything unusual. I was preoccupied with inspecting the disciples' storage pouches and spirit beast bags, and the thought of such a treasure never crossed my mind." True Monarch Dongwang concurred. Indeed, the adept in formations, True Monarch Shishan, astutely navigated the discourse, illuminating the uncertainties surrounding this matter. "I am inclined to believe that the Sword sect may indeed be innocent. As the foremost sect, it would be beneath them to engage in such underhanded tactics. I suspect foul play and baseless accusations," asserted True Monarch Dongwang. "It is also conceivable that the Sword sect, in order to evade suspicion, may have deliberately allowed this figure in black to infiltrate the gathering of immortals, prompting Yun Ling to uncover the truth and inform us, thus leading us to doubt the gathering of immortals under the guise of diverting blame." Although such statements may have been uttered by the True Monarch Xylan in a bid to challenge True Monarch Dongwang, they possess a semblance of reason. True Monarch Dongwang shot him a glare, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Both of the elder brothers presented valid points, as noted by True Monarch Qingwei. "Our Xuanling sect has suffered the loss of 21 disciples, While the Yuling sect has experienced the demise of 68, other sects have also incurred significant losses. The 8 major sects have all sustained severe injuries, and it would be unwise to allow this incident to breed animosity and incite conflict. We must promptly inform the other sects of this lead and also notify those from the gathering of immortals so that we may collectively identify this individual in black. Proposed true monarch Kangi. The gathered Yun Ling true monarchs all nodded in agreement. If this indeed pertains to the gathering of immortals, the matter is far more complex than the mere contest for the Chihua divine phoenix. With so many high-level masked figures and that unfathomable figure in black, where have they originated, and what schemes do they harbor? It is essential that we ascertain this information as soon as possible. Should the Billow Ocean Ring truly have manifested, it would also be intimately connected with the demonic beasts of the Western wilderness. The implications are vast and intricate. Could it be that the Dragon Yu realm, which has enjoyed stability for tens of thousands of years, is on the brink of upheaval once more? The Yuling sect, regarded as the least prominent among the 8 major sects, has endured under the pressure of other sects for millennia, showcasing its resilience and adaptability. While the other sect members have long since dispersed, the individuals from the Yuling sect remain in the forbidden grounds of the Sword sect, reluctant to depart. The ever-bright sword master gazed at his companion, the Taoist Han Lu, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This esteemed true monarch Han Lu had dragged him from discussions of the history of the 8 great sects to the opening of secret realms, and then to the mythical Chihua divine phoenix. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn as he began lamenting the difficulties of cultivating disciples in the spirit-taming sect. He started off complaining about the distribution of pills upon entry and the acquisition of spirit beasts. The ever-bright sword master had already promised 1,000 bottles of elixirs and 1,000 spirit beasts to compensate for the losses suffered by the spirit-taming sect. Yet true monarch Han Lu continued to prattle on, seemingly intent on extracting a larger sum from him, suspecting that his sword sect might be culpable. This dignified nascent soul, true monarch, resembled a common street vendor, haggling with him in front of his disciples, unafraid of losing face. Fortunately, a timely message from the Xuanling sect rescued the ever-bright sword master from this predicament. Taoist Han Lu, look at the transmission. There is new intelligence on this matter. Upon seeing the message in his communication jade, true monarch Han Lu suddenly waved his long sleeves and, accompanied by his remaining disciples, stepped into the teleportation array. The ever-bright sword master was left bewildered, having never denied his obligations. Why the haste to depart? Chapter 38. The spirit beast Jew. Since that day when she had meticulously reported her observations, no further news had emerged. Yun Ling chose not to dwell on it any longer, allowing the elders of her sect to address these troubling matters. She had far more pressing concerns. Each time she recalled the Chihua divine phoenix unleashing 1,000 miles of ice. She was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness that surged from the depths of her soul, leaving her haunted. It was a power she could not hope to rival, igniting within her an unprecedented determination to cultivate with fervor, driven by the desire to become stronger. On this particular day, as she diligently practiced her cultivation, the golden-eyed spirit monkey within her spirit beast pouch began to stir restlessly, yearning for freedom. The intense commotion forced her to cease her cultivation. Squeak, squeak. Spiritual liquor. Little monkey, what do you intend to do? Squeak, squeak. The foolish creature, the spiritual liquor. Yun Ling retrieved her last remaining vial of spiritual liquor and offered it to the monkey, which sniffed it and pushed it away with its paw. Squeak. Not this kind. This is spiritual liquor. Why won't you drink it? Squeak. Not this kind. It is too inferior. The little monkey displayed a look of disdain. Yun Ling yearned to continue her cultivation, yet the monkey remained obstinate, refusing to drink and persistently causing a ruckus. The little spirit monkey rolled its eyes and squatted to the side, observing her. Believing it had finally quieted down, Yun Ling resumed her practice. However, mere moments later, the mischievous monkey suddenly bit her finger. Yun Ling opened her eyes, slightly irked, only to see the monkey's finger smeared with her blood as it pressed it to its own forehead. With its big, watery eyes fixed on Yun Ling, It seemed to ask, "Do you wish to form a pact with me?" She was taken aback. She had initially planned to inquire whether the monkey would accept her as its master after establishing her foundation. Squeak. You were so foolish. Only through a pact can you understand. Watching the monkey nod vigorously, Yun Ling swiftly formed a seal and established a blood contract with the golden-eyed spirit monkey. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. With my blood and your wisdom, life and death intertwined, our paths to immortality forever linked. Spiritual liquor. Spiritual liquor. I demand spiritual liquor. As soon as the pact was sealed, a childish voice echoed in her mind. Yun Ling responded, "Is there not liquor within this jade vial? I do not want this. It tastes dreadful. I desire something else. Then let us venture to the market, and I shall procure it for you." Fearing that the golden-eyed spirit monkey's appearance would attract too much attention, Yun placed it in her storage bag, eliciting a shriek of displeasure. "What name would you like? I can't keep calling you little monkey, can I?" The little monkey pondered this question all the way, yet remained undecided. "You've been clamoring for spirit wine. How about agio?" The little monkey, agio, nodded in agreement. Yun arrived at a shop in Xuanling City, specializing in spirit flowers, spirit fruits, spirit wines, and other miscellaneous items. Slightly opening the spirit beast bag, she approached the counter displaying spirit wines, allowing agio to choose for itself. This esteemed cultivator has a discerning eye. This pear blossom white, mulberry leaf green, and peach bloom are all our proprietor's prized creations, favored by many cultivators. As expected of a treasure-seeking monkey, agio chose only the most exquisite items, causing Yun considerable financial distress as she paid the spirit stones. She wondered how many days these few bottles of wine would last agio, lamenting the expense of raising a spirit beast. Esteemed cultivator, does your shop sell jade slips that teach the art of winemaking? She inquired casually. Indeed, esteemed cultivator, behold this introductory jade slip for winemaking. 100 spirit stones each. And will include 5 sets of basic spirit wine ingredients for practice. Esteemed cultivator, you may purchase it and peruse its contents. The shop assistant diligently retrieved a jade slip from a storage bag, evidently accustomed to cultivators' sudden whims to learn winemaking. I'll take one. Winemaking bore some resemblance to the art of essence refinement. Their difficulty lay in the extraction of essences. Essence refinement primarily involved extracting from spirit herbs, while winemaking involved extracting from spirit flowers and spirit fruits. The former placed the essence in spirit water, while the latter placed it in distiller's yeast. With a solid foundation in the art of brewing, Yun Ling found the craft of winemaking to be remarkably effortless. After completing 5 basic spirit brews, her interest in the art of fermentation blossomed. She then ventured to the Xianqing Peak Scripture Pavilion to meticulously replicate numerous brewing recipes and embarked on a shopping spree in the market for spiritual flowers, fruits, and brewing yeast, intent on undertaking a grand endeavor. The spirit beast, agio, observed its master diligently engaged in the winemaking process with great satisfaction. Days passed in the bliss of brewing and the enjoyment of fine spirits. 6 months later, Yun Ling officially attained the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Her fellow disciples, who had miraculously escaped from the Long Yu secret realm, including Qin Fij, Yu Wuchen, and Zhongli Bei, were all in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. She had received the foundation establishment pill and the divine ability jade token from the Tianqing Pavilion. The divine ability jade token could only be exchanged for secret techniques at the scripture pavilion after one reached the foundation establishment stage. Before preparing for her foundation establishment, she wished to visit Gujing Village. Setting off alone, she initially traveled swiftly aboard the ebony boat with Yu and Lin Fei. Returning, however, she leisurely floated back on a flying talisman. Anxious at the outset, she now felt an air of tranquility. The mountains, the scenery, and the people remained unchanged. Yet her state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. Upon arriving at Gujing Village, she was greeted by the sight of curling smoke, signaling the time for dinner. It had been 10 years since their hasty farewell. She quietly descended into the Yun family courtyard, gazing at the familiar swing beneath the ginkgo tree, feeling a twinge of homesickness. "Who are you, and how dare you enter without knocking?" A young woman, styled in a manner reminiscent of a matron, pushed the door open, cradling a white heart cabbage, bearing a striking resemblance to the young Yun Ling of yore. "Little Lien, it is I, Yun Ling," she called softly. "Elder, sister," Yun Ling exclaimed in astonishment, dropping the cabbage, which rolled to rest at Yun Ling's feet. Originally, a mere dust-clearing spell could have resolved the matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, she was reluctant to employ any form of magic. Before long, her parents emerged from the house, utterly at a loss as to how to address her. Father, mother. Or perhaps she would be the one to extend the greeting first. Having reached the age of discernment, her parents bore the marks of time upon their faces. Despite having lived free from illness and misfortune in this village for many years, with two disciples of the immortal path emerging from the Yun family, their standing in the village had markedly changed. Even her father's decision to arrange a marriage for Yun Ling met with no dissent. Encouraged by the village chief, a man from the neighboring village, bearing the surname Jiang, was welcomed into the Yun family. He and Yun Ling had since welcomed a son, Yun Xiang, who had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. This adorable little one, with his cherubic charm, affectionately called her aunt, evoking a sense of endearment. Yun Ling gently tapped his forehead, casting a spirit-testing spell. "Sister," Yun Ling said, visibly anxious. "He lacks spiritual aptitude. Such a pity." Yet, the 4 bystanders breathed a collective sigh of relief. In Chapter 39, 2 cranes soaring in the sky, it was revealed that Yun Xiang possessed no spiritual gifts. The members of the Yun family found more joy than sorrow in this outcome. For ordinary folk, the greatest aspiration lay in family unity and a life of tranquility. Perhaps this was for the best. How many could truly ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation? The path of cultivation was fraught with ceaseless peril. Indeed, the divide between the celestial and the mundane was stark. A decade had passed, and this family, once familiar to Yun Ling, now felt strangely distant. Memories of times gone by had dissipated with the passage of time. They regarded Yun Ling with a mixture of fear and estrangement, devoid of any sense of closeness. She had left them with 3 vials of dispelling elixirs, capable of curing ordinary ailments with just a single dose. In the realm of cultivation, the most inconspicuous and humble pill, often overlooked, holds the essence of a celestial elixir for mere mortals. Bidding farewell to the anxious members of the Yun family, she followed the stream upstream, intent on uncovering the mysteries of ancient Tree Village. For years, this village had lingered as an obsession deep within her heart. Without a glimpse of it, she could not find peace to establish her foundation. The meandering stream was not long by Yun Ling's standards. She strolled leisurely to its source, where the crescent moon hung delicately above the willow tips. A village lay nestled beside the spring of water, enveloped in profound silence. In this tranquility, only the gentle murmur of the flowing stream could be discerned. As she approached the village entrance, an unseen force of spiritual energy repelled her. A barrier had been set in place. She circumnavigated the village, searching in vain for a breach. This was an advanced isolation enchantment, the origin of which remained a mystery. With her current level of cultivation, she could not hope to dismantle it. It seemed that the secrets surrounding the disappearance of the villagers would remain elusive for the time being. After casting one last glance at the desolate village, she turned to leave. Previously, she had refined numerous pills for her cultivation, including 3 foundation establishment pills. One was bestowed by the esteemed Master Ming Ying, while the other 2 were rewards from her sect. Originally, she was to receive only one, but due to the significant losses incurred by the Xuanling sect in the Long Yu secret realm, each disciple was granted an additional pill. Whether as a reward or a means of alleviating their worries, she was content to save the surplus for Yunjin. Having concentrated her mind and energy for a month, she consumed the foundation establishment pill, initiating her foundation building process. As the pill dissolved upon her tongue, she channeled her spiritual energy to unlock its potent effects. The foundation establishment pill truly deserved its reputation as the pinnacle of pills for the Qi refinement stage. Yun Ling felt an inexhaustible force emanating from the elixir. Drawing upon this power, she continuously absorbed the surrounding ethereal winds, concentrating all her spiritual energy in her lower abdomen. just as a towering edifice rises from the ground. Establishing a foundation is indeed the first step on the path to enlightenment. Only after successfully laying this foundation can one soar through the skies with their vessel, exploring vast seas and seeking opportunities to refine their immortal form. Following the guidance of the Dragon's Favor Cultivation Manual, Yun Ling diligently absorbed the spiritual energy into her lower abdomen, waiting for it to condense into droplets, where the essence of humanity becomes the vessel, and the spirit becomes the water, signifying the successful establishment of her foundation. However, she appeared to encounter a dilemma. The spiritual energy she had gathered was dissipating continuously, preventing her from making a decisive breakthrough. Upon opening her eyes and investigating, she discovered that her storage bag seemed to be siphoning off her spiritual power. The white orb she had long forgotten in the corner was now rolling about within her storage bag, absorbing her spiritual energy. What is this object? Yun Ling extracted it from the storage bag and set it aside. At this moment, she was poised to unleash her full potential. If she were to halt her absorption of the spiritual energy now, her attempt to establish a foundation would certainly fail, with dire consequences. Yet, the spiritual energy she was trying to absorb was continually drawn away by this white orb, rendering her efforts to transform spirit into liquid futile. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely swallowed another foundation-building pill. With the fearless boldness of youth, she was aware of the terrifying power contained within 2 such pills. This force surged wildly within her body, relentlessly drawing upon the surrounding ethereal winds, as if it sought to burst her apart. At that moment, others from the Xuanling sect atop the various peaks observed something extraordinary occurring above Yuzhu Peak. The sky was adorned with clouds that formed the silhouette of a single white crane, while the other half remained elusive. Was someone on Jade Washing Peak attempting to form a core? A disciple questioned. Indeed, this is a manifestation of core formation. But I have not heard of any master uncle preparing for it. Aren't such manifestations typically radiant with golden light? This is merely a cloud, which is rather different. Could it possibly be a manifestation of foundational establishment? Throughout history, only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals have been graced with colorful clouds at the time of foundational establishment. I speculate it is either Sister Yun or Sister Luo. Look, the clouds do not seem to be dissipating. Could it be a sign of failure? A young cultivator pointed at the undulating clouds in astonishment. At that moment, the clouds above Jade Washing Peak shifted quietly, hovering indecisively between dispersing and remaining. Just as the crowd was engulfed in speculation, the clouds gradually faded away. Alas, it is unfortunate. We do not know which sister has failed in her foundational establishment. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and countless clouds converged above Jade Washing Peak, abruptly forming 2 white cranes. The twin cranes soared through the air, adorned with colorful clouds. Their harmonious cries echoing, and ethereal lights danced around them. The entire Xuanling sect was in an uproar. Traditionally, manifestations of core formation, including those of foundational establishment, have featured a single auspicious beast. Never before had there been a pair. Yun Ling remained oblivious to the discussions outside, too consumed by her own experience. With her last ounce of strength, she finally transformed spiritual energy into liquid, undergoing a metamorphosis. She had successfully established her foundation. The power she now possessed was incomparable to before. Upon opening her eyes, she found the white sphere had vanished, replaced by a creature resembling a small duckling. Entirely a soft yellow, akin to the ducklings found in the mundane world. Mother. A child's voice resonated within her consciousness. Yun Ling. What is happening? Mother, thank you for aiding my emergence. That voice was delicate and timid. Could it be you? She lifted the small beast and realized that, unbeknownst to her, a spiritual bond had formed between them. Could it be that the blood from her previous injury had stained this white orb, which it then absorbed? Indeed. Fei Fei had been in slumber until awakened by Mother's blood. I had been absorbing spiritual energy diligently to break free from my shell. You are named Fei Fei? MHM. The little demon beast nodded fervently. Without delving into Yun Ling's inexplicable melancholy over acquiring a contracted spiritual beast, She noticed that Master Ming Ying's communication jade had received numerous messages within mere moments, all pertaining to the colorful clouds above Yuzhu Peak. Upon reaching the entrance of Yun Ling's cave dwelling, she felt the ethereal and clear spiritual energy. A slight investigation revealed that the occupant's aura had transformed. Indeed, it was Yun Ling who had successfully established her foundation. She nodded in satisfaction and departed quietly. Upon arriving at Luo Ning Huan's cave dwelling, she discovered that Luo Ning Huan was also at a critical juncture of foundation establishment. After searching fruitlessly for messages from her junior brother Jinyan, she took the initiative to send him a note. It is I, Yun Ling, a disciple of Yuzhu Peak, who has successfully established my foundation, manifesting the auspicious cloud imagery of the twin auspicious cranes. If I have disturbed your serene cultivation, I hope for your understanding. Chapter 40. Sword cultivator Gu Soon. In just a few months, she had contracted 2 spiritual beasts, both demanding and hungry younglings. Yun Ling felt quite overwhelmed. Thus, after spending 2 months within her cave to stabilize her cultivation, she prepared to venture out for training. With herself and 2 beasts, all requiring cultivation, it was imperative to secure sufficient spiritual stones. Before departing from the sect, she first visited Master Ming Xian's cave, coincidentally finding her present within the sect and not out. Ming Xinjianren is the 3rd disciple of Qing Luo Xinjuan. Although Qing Luo Xinjuan has passed away, Ming Xinjianren can still be regarded as a nephew of Qing Wei Xinjuan, thus establishing a connection with Yun Ling. Upon seeing Yun Ling produce the Qindan Xiaoyi, a look of gratification appeared on Ming Xinjianren's face. Realizing that Yun Ling sought the individual who pinned this Qindan Xiaoyi, she shook her head with a hint of regret, stating, I have been unable to send any messages to him. If it were not due to some restrictive enchantment in a secret place, then he must have already perished. The last time he communicated with me was over 80 years ago. He merely mentioned that he was searching for some spiritual water on Xuanling Mountain, and since then, there has been no word from him. I visited Xuanling Mountain a few years ago, yet did not encounter him. Yun Ling stood to take her leave, intending to venture to Xuanling Mountain in search of fortune. Should you discover any news about him, do remember to inform me, Ming Xinjianren called out to her, her voice tinged with melancholy and her gaze reflecting nostalgia. Very well, I shall remember, Master Mingxin, Yun Ling replied with a nod. Observing Ming Xinjianren's demeanor, it was apparent that there must be a poignant story connecting her to that individual. Xuanling Mountain is situated far from the Xuanling sect, near the territory of Danxia Valley. She utilized the teleportation array from Xuanling City to arrive at Danxia City, under the jurisdiction of Danxia Valley, spending 500 spiritual stones. Subsequently, she purchased a map of the surrounding mountains of Danxia Valley from the market in Danxia City. Exiting Danxia City, she headed westward towards Xuanling Mountain. She summoned her elegant wings, leisurely soaring towards her destination. These elegant wings, a newly acquired magical artifact, were significantly more expensive than the popular ebony boats of the Xuanling sect, albeit offering a slightly increased speed. Most importantly, their value lay in their exquisite appearance. As the ethereal wings unfurled, they resembled 2 delicate butterfly wings floating gracefully behind her, shimmering with a captivating violet light. The pursuit of beauty is an innate human desire, and even as a cultivator, she remained no exception. Yet, due to her lack of proficiency with the flying artifact, her journey progressed at a leisurely pace. After half a day, she had yet to reach the vicinity of Xuanling Mountain. While passing by an unremarkable hillock, she noticed a flickering spiritual light, indicating that a duel was underway. She retracted her artifact and concealed herself in the shadows of a towering tree to observe. The man in green wielding a long knife was unmistakably a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core, while his opponent, a sword cultivator clad in white robes, was evidently at the late stage of foundation establishment, a disciple of the sword sect. Regret washed over her for having halted, as her presence had already been detected the moment she landed. The icy, lifeless glance from the Golden Core cultivator hinted that once he dispatched the sword cultivator, she would be next. As the two engaged in their fierce contest, she considered fleeing, yet the allure of the spectacular confrontation held her captive. Remarkably, the sword cultivator, despite being at the late foundation establishment stage, matched the Golden Core cultivator blow for blow. Amidst their back-and-forth exchanges, spells and sword techniques soared, casting a dazzling display of light and shadow. Despite the imminent danger, she found herself rooted to the spot. Ultimately, reasoning that it was unwise to linger in such a perilous situation, she summoned her ethereal wings and soared away at full speed, covering 100 miles in mere moments. Glancing back, she observed that the two combatants had ascended above the hillock. The Golden Core cultivator was enveloped in a shimmering aura, a golden hand-like manifestation hovering before him as he relentlessly commanded his artifact to assault the sword cultivator. The latter, gripping his long sword, was now drenched in blood. His once white robe transformed into a vivid crimson. The sword cultivator grasped the silver longsword, entirely unperturbed by the manifestation of the Golden Core cultivator's attack, and resolutely struck towards his opponent's body. In an instant, the clash of magical artifacts erupted in a dazzling display of spiritual light between the two. After several breaths, the brilliance subsided, revealing the Golden Core cultivator's severed head and body. The sword cultivator lay quietly on the ground, his breath faint and barely perceptible. In the distance, several points of spiritual light flickered, approaching rapidly. The commotion from the duel had surely drawn the attention of other cultivators. Yun Ling surmised that these individuals were likely hoping to seize an opportunity. Without hesitation, she seized the storage bag of the deceased Golden Core cultivator and swiftly lifted the male cultivator, departing at great speed. Given the past alliance between the Sword Sect and the Xuanling sect during the Long Yu Secret Realm, along with the favor owed to her senior brother, Xiaoran, she resolved to assist this fellow disciple. She flew towards Xuanling Mountain without encountering any other cultivators, safely taking refuge in an abandoned cave. Setting up a barrier at the entrance, she examined the sword cultivator's injuries, only to discover a grave situation. Despite his formidable prowess, having slain a Golden Core cultivator in the early stages with his foundation establishment late-stage power, he now lay with severed meridians and devoid of spiritual energy. His frail meridians could not even absorb spiritual energy, let alone the medicinal potency of elixirs. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, even a celestial being could not have saved you. Yun Ling muttered to herself. She hastily administered several types of elixirs into his mouth and poured a flask of spiritual wine down his throat. A little spirit creature in her pouch fidgeted anxiously, eager to assist. Don't be stingy. I've prepared so much for you. Share a bit with others, she reassured, with a hint of playful reprimand. Ajio, with hands on her hips and head held high, appeared quite irate. At this moment, the advantages of the spiritual medicine crafted through the Qin Lian method became evident. There was no need to utilize spiritual power. The medicinal properties would dissolve on their own. This was precisely suitable for someone whose meridians were entirely severed. Every 3 hours, she administered a pill, and after 3 days, the sword cultivator finally awakened. It is curious that disciples of the sword sect often possess a strikingly handsome demeanor, and this individual was no exception. Even with his eyes tightly shut, one could sense his features resembling a jade crown, elegant and refined. However, when he opened his eyes, they sparkled like the stars, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Yet, aside from his ability to move, he still resembled an ordinary mortal. The severance of his meridians could not be remedied by merely a few simple pills. It required the cultivator to gradually restore them using spiritual power. Alas, he was devoid of any spiritual energy. You saved me, he stated with certainty, not as a question. Yun Ling nodded and introduced herself. I am Yun Ling, from the Xuanling sect, Yuzhu Peak. She handed him the day's supply of pills and spiritual wine. These may have a slight effect on your injuries, she admitted, though it will indeed be minimal. A clever cook cannot create a meal without rice. Currently, the only pills she could refine were those of the qi refining stage, alongside 3 types from the foundation establishment stage. She lacked any other formulas. This was also the reason for her venture to Xuanling Mountain, hoping for a stroke of luck. Gu Sun, Yuheng Peak of the Sword Sect, he replied, his voice clear and calm. devoid of the weight one would expect from someone gravely injured. As Gu Sun consumed a handful of pills and sipped the spiritual wine leisurely, he made no mention of his own condition. Yun Ling, feeling somewhat embarrassed to broach such a heavy topic, decided to distract herself by letting a Jew out of her spirit beast pouch. The creature was nearly gnawing a hole through the pouch. "It is you." The male cultivator suddenly spoke, not addressing her, but rather directing his words towards a Jew. Chapter 41. A Jew's old acquaintance. Do you know each other? Yun Ling gazed at the peculiar duo, astonished. A Jew, who had been frolicking moments before, now looked up with its adorable eyes towards Gu Sun. Upon recognizing Gu Sun's visage, it trotted to the side and squatted facing the mountain wall, offering no response to any inquiries. Its previously vivacious demeanor seemed to have vanished, leaving Yun Ling perplexed. "It is angry," Gu Sun asserted, then turned to her and inquired, "You discovered it in the Long secret realm, did you not? If so, then I have not mistaken it." The pair of elongated phoenix eyes, profound and captivating, momentarily entranced Yun Ling. "Indeed, 60 years ago, I too ventured into the Long secret realm. At that time, it was no larger than a fist, pleading for liquor. We shared a journey together. However, when the secret realm sealed, it went astray. I never anticipated encountering it again today," he remarked nonchalantly. Though his words were few, a vivid image materialized in Yun Ling's mind, a white-clad cultivator wielding a long sword, anxiously awaiting the arrival of a small beast beneath the sparse stars and bright moon. As the moon ascended to its zenith, nearing the witching hour, the gate to the secret realm was on the verge of closure. With a resigned sigh, the male cultivator crushed the talisman and departed. After his exit, a young beast rushed in, clutching a spirit plant, only to find that the male cultivator had long vanished from sight, just as Yun Ling was becoming lost in her own poignant musings. The male cultivator cleared his throat with a light cough, disrupting her reverie. "Indeed, my dear companion, your innate talent is truly remarkable. 60 years ago, you were merely at the chi refining stage, yet now you have ascended to the latter stages of foundation establishment. It is nothing short of admirable." She complimented him, alleviating some of the earlier awkwardness. "It is said that the advancement of sword cultivators is exceedingly arduous, yet your progress has been astonishingly swift. You are not lacking either," Gu Sun remarked with a sidelong glance. At barely 20 years of age, he had also reached the foundation establishment stage, not lagging behind by much. Yet, he felt weak. After just a few sentences, he was already plagued by incessant coughing. Before Yun Ling could retrieve the spirit water for him, a Jew had darted to Gu Sun's side, producing a flask of her treasured spirit wine. The fragrance wafting from the flask revealed it to be the most expensive spirit wine she had purchased at the market, Peach Blossom, a small flask priced at 800 spirit stones. Yun Ling thought to herself, wasn't she supposed to remain indignant? "Gigi, you drink. Gigi, it's delicious," the spirit beast a Jew urged, holding up the small wine flask, growing anxious when Gu Sun did not take it. Its intention was clear, to encourage him to partake. Yun Ling translated a Jew's insistence. The two of them, one human and one beast, savored the wine together, finding joy in the moment. "A Jew, whose spirit beast are you, truly?" she inquired with a hint of jealousy. In the past, when she had requested a mere sip from the little monkey, it had refused. Yet today it was so generous with Gu Sun. In the days that followed, thanks to a Jew, Yun Ling began to lower her guard and apprehensions towards Gu Sun. One day, she resolved to attempt the refinement of those 3 foundation establishment pills, believing they might aid in his recovery. "Do you know the technique of refinement?" Gu Sun questioned, having previously noted the unique appearance of the pills she had given him, which melted upon contact, and now, witnessing her distinct method of alchemy, he was certain. "You understand this refinement technique?" Yun Ling exclaimed, a blend of surprise and joy illuminating her expression. In recent days, she had found nothing at Xuanling Mountain, and her spirits had begun to wane, unaware that Gu Sun was indeed knowledgeable about the matter. After all, he too was a disciple of the Sword Sect. How had she not thought to inquire with the Sword Sect members earlier? Gu Sun narrated eloquently the tale of the one who penned this formula for the Qindan, a man named Lu Zhizhou, known by the moniker Xingzhou. He was a disciple of the Jade Balance Peak of the Sword Sect, renowned throughout the sect as an eccentric. Despite being a sword cultivator, his swordsmanship was mediocre, and his magical abilities were exceedingly weak. However, his profound expertise in alchemy and formations was unparalleled. Even before achieving the Golden Core stage, the formations he devised could ensnare cultivators at the later stages of the Golden Core. It was unclear from whom he had learned the art of Qindan, but his alchemical skills were remarkable. The saying goes, success and failure both stem from the same source. His obsession with formations and the path of Qindan led to a lack of interest in the cultivation of martial prowess. After barely forming his Golden Core through the use of elixirs, his progress stagnated. For centuries, he remained at the initial stage of the Golden Core until he perished in Yun Mountain. He did not disclose who had caused his downfall, appearing almost as a fool. The elders of the Sword Sect were well aware of this incident and had previously come to Xuanling Mountain to investigate, yet they failed to locate this hidden abode. The matter was left unresolved for 80 years, with no suitable disciple available to continue the investigation. If it had been a transmission of sword techniques, not even a year would have passed before the disciples of the Sword Sect turned Xuanling Mountain inside out. Alas, it was the inheritance of formations and Qindan that remained elusive. The members of the Sword Sect held little interest in the art of alchemy. They rarely relied on elixirs for advancement, preferring to cultivate through the comprehension of sword intent. Occasionally, a disciple might delve into alchemy, but such individuals were few and far between, typically possessing innate talent for the craft. Many sword cultivators, however, did study the path of formations to facilitate their mastery of the Sword Sect's ultimate sword formations. However, a mere acquaintance with the subject suffices. There is no need for deep immersion in the intricacies of formations. Should one forsake the essentials for the trivial, it would only hinder the path of sword cultivation. Gu Sun, as a sword cultivator, advanced at an astonishing pace. His master feared that during his attempt to reach the Golden Core stage, his insufficient comprehension might adversely affect his success. Acknowledging Gu Sun's commendable proficiency in formations, the master sent him to Xuanling Mountain, hoping that through this journey, he might discreetly seek the location of the fallen immortal Xingzhou. This aligned fortuitously with Yun Ling's own purpose for the expedition. After a discussion, they resolved to explore Xuanling Mountain together. After all, even the Golden Core masters of the Sword Sect had yet to locate that hidden abode, possibly due to protective formations. Although Gu Sun currently lacked any spiritual energy, his understanding of formations remained intact. With his presence, they need not fear missing any crucial details. The distance from the Sword Sect was immense, rendering Gu Sun akin to a mere mortal, incapable of utilizing the teleportation array. The turbulent energies within would obliterate him. The three foundational alchemical formulas she possessed were futile against Gu Sun's injuries. The only viable course of action was to locate that hidden abode. Failure to do so would imply that Gu Sun had little hope of recovery, relying solely on existing medicinal pills to sustain his life. Should they succeed in their search, even if they did not find a remedy for his severed meridians, there would surely be other foundational formulas available. Discovering an appropriate formula and refining it could potentially allow him to gradually nourish his meridians, offering a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, after half a month of searching Xuanling Mountain, they had yet to uncover the hidden abode. To prevent Gu Sun from succumbing to despair, they fortuitously encountered and vanquished a flying demon beast. In an effort to lift his spirits, Yun Ling recounted her experience of witnessing the fire phoenix at the Xuanling Mountain within the Longyu secret realm. Chapter 42. The Master of Sailing. Upon hearing this, Gu Sun suddenly inquired, "Do you know why that Golden Core cultivator sought to hunt me down?" "Why?" Yun Ling asked. Her curiosity piqued. Until now, engrossed in the pursuit of the Master of Sailing's cave, they had not broached this subject. Yun Ling thought to herself, "How foolish of me to raise such a topic. It seems that the events that transpired in the Longyu secret realm have ceased to be a secret within the Longyu realm. I wonder how the elders within the sect have addressed her report." Given Gu Sun's predicament, the outside world likely attributes the incident to the Sword Sect. The truth remains elusive, and only when the phoenix of rebirth reappears will the answers be revealed. With the conversation dwindling, Gu Sun, not one for many words, fell into silence as they continued their leisurely stroll through Xuanling Mountain. It was not until they reached the edge of a serene little lake that Gu Sun paused, his gaze lingering on the water's edge, where traces of an array could be discerned among the scattered stones. Please wait a moment. I shall make some calculations. Be cautious. Suddenly, a hairpin hurtled toward them from a distance, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Oh, you little girl, how fiercely you protect your beloved, came a sultry voice, oozing charm. On the mountain path appeared a pair of cultivators, a man and a woman. The male was at the late foundation establishment stage, while the female was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The one who had just launched the attack was the woman in the purple attire. "Rume," exclaimed the male cultivator beside her, visibly displeased by her compliment towards another man. "Jinggu, do not be angry, though he may be handsome. You are the most important person to me," the female cultivator cooed, clinging to the male while her eyes remained fixed on Gu Sun. Suddenly, upon hearing someone refer to Gu Sun as a paramour, Gu Sun maintained an expression of calm, while Yun Ling felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet this was not the moment for her shyness. The newcomers were menacing, resembling a pair of wicked mandarin ducks. "Fellow Taoists, we are disciples of the Xuanling sect and the sword sect," they proclaimed. "We happen to be passing through and are about to take our leave. We hope you will facilitate our departure." Yun Ling suppressed the inexplicable surge of anger within her and spoke in a solemn tone. "Little girl, you claim to be a disciple of the Xuanling sect, and I believe you. However, this individual beside you, carrying a sword box yet devoid of any spiritual power, how can you assert he is a disciple of the sword sect? Surely, you have not been deceived by his handsome appearance?" A mocking laughter escaped the lips of the female cultivator as she collapsed into the embrace of her male counterpart. "Rume, why bother engaging them in conversation? Just kill them," the male cultivator uttered with a sinister tone. It was evident that negotiation was futile. Yun Ling summoned her elegant wings and hastily took flight with Gu Sun. The two adversaries were more powerful than her, and with Gu Sun completely drained of spiritual energy, confronting them head-on was unwise. The disparity in strength was daunting, and with an additional companion, the Fei Yang step would prove ineffective. "Little girl, why are you fleeing?" The female cultivator, known as Rume, struck her with a resounding slap. Bound by the celestial ties, Yun Ling struggled to break free but was caught off guard by the force of the blow, crashing against a rocky outcrop. The taste of blood filled her mouth as pain coursed through her body, igniting her fury. With a fierce determination, she tore apart the celestial ties and wielded the Yun Luo umbrella, charging towards the female cultivator. The male cultivator, noticing her intent, immediately brandished his long blade to obstruct her. Though Yun Ling exerted every ounce of her strength, she could barely hold her ground. Meanwhile, the cunning female cultivator seized every opportunity to launch surprise attacks. Before long, Yun Ling bore several deep gashes, exposing bone, inflicted by the cunning woman's hairpin, with blood flowing profusely. The young girl obediently surrendered her storage bag. "You shall perish, and I will send your beloved to accompany you." The female cultivator chuckled nearby, distracting her. Perhaps the male cultivator, infuriated by his inability to swiftly eliminate this novice, felt a deep frustration despite his late-stage foundation-building prowess. He relinquished his long blade, directing a strike towards Gu Sun by the lake's edge. Yun Ling, unable to intervene in time, exerted all her strength to perform the soaring step, shielding Gu Sun just before the blade could reach him. The blade pierced through flesh, a pain that resonated to the core. Yun Ling, before her eyes closed, she beheld Gu Sun, panic-stricken, embracing her. How captivating even his startled gaze was. With those star-like eyes. "Rume, the lake bed is strewn with jagged rocks. That girl wouldn't have eloped with anyone, would she?" "Brother Jing." As soon as those two fell into the water, we followed suit. How could they escape so swiftly? Surely, there must be something peculiar among the rocks at the lake's bottom where they are hiding. But we have searched thoroughly and found no trace of them. "Brother Jing, that girl unmistakably hails from a prestigious lineage. She must possess treasures. Let us wait on the shore. I am not worried about them not emerging. Agreed. Yun Ling awakened from the agonizing pain. As she sat up and opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a middle-aged male cultivator's corpse before her. Startled, she jumped up, only to collapse to the ground again due to the excruciating ache in her back. It was unbearable. This must be the remains of Master Xingzhou. Just as Gu Sun's words fell, a jade box materialized before the corpse of Master Xingzhou. A strange, aged male voice resonated. Since you have managed to break the stone formation in the heart of the lake and found your way here, you must possess remarkable wisdom. Your sincere act of kneeling before me signifies that you are my successor. The techniques of the formation and the essence of the medicinal pills contained within this jade box are the culmination of my centuries of diligent effort. You must cherish and study them earnestly. Never allow this legacy to be severed. This is the art of echoing voice. To my astonishment, by mere chance, you have indeed discovered the resting place of the esteemed Master Xingzhou. Yun Ling, filled with joy, reached out, eager to touch the jade box. However, she gasped sharply, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting the wound on her back. You should first tend to your injuries, Gu Sun remarked with mild exasperation as he observed her. Yun Ling nodded vigorously, hastily retrieving a healing pill from her storage bag and consuming it. After meditating for 3 hours, her wound showed some improvement, though full recovery would take several days. The cultivation at the late foundation stage was indeed far superior to that of the early stage. This was not even the full force of the male cultivator's strike. She had sustained considerable injury. Had he unleashed his full power? She wondered if she would still be alive. Noticing her pause in healing, Gu Sun gestured for her to open the jade box before her. It would be best if you opened it, as you are the one who broke the formation. Thus, this inheritance naturally belongs to you. If convenient, please allow me a glimpse of the essence of the medicinal pill techniques, she humbly suggested. It requires spiritual energy to unlock, Yun Ling responded. Considering the visitor's cultivation level, the jade box opened effortlessly. Inside, there lay a jade pendant, 2 slips of jade tablets, and a storage bracelet. Yun Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. This storage bracelet was of exquisite quality. In the market, it could fetch prices ranging from 500,000 to over 1 million spirit stones, depending on its capacity. In this world, the art of alchemy is a rare skill, primarily due to the scarcity of the precious stone known as Qianchanjiu, often referred to as the space stone, which is nearly unattainable. One can only hope to find it by chance in the realm of dragon spirit. The 2 jade slips were easily divided. Yun Ling acquired the technique of Qindan, while Gu Sun obtained insights into array formations. Gu Sun pushed the remaining jade pendant and storage bracelet towards Yun Ling, stating, "These are all yours. All I ask is your assistance in healing my injuries." Chapter 43. Azure Seas and Blue Fields. Such generosity was anticipated. As the two traversed Xuanling Mountain, they encountered numerous spiritual plants and mythical beasts. No matter how rare, he displayed not the slightest flicker of interest in his eyes. Moreover, he bore no visible storage pouch, suggesting he possessed other forms of spatial treasures. Setting aside the true nature of the jade pendant, the fact that he unhesitatingly bestowed upon her such a valuable item as the storage bracelet only solidified Yun Ling's previous conjectures. Without hesitation, she marked the now ownerless bracelet with her spiritual energy and began to examine it closely. The storage bracelet belonging to the revered Master Xingzhou was indeed an eye-opener for her. She suspected it belonged to someone with a penchant for cleanliness. This bracelet boasted a spatial capacity of over 100 cubic units, meticulously divided into 3 distinct sections: materials from mythical beasts, spiritual plants, and medicinal pills, all organized with remarkable precision. Every material sourced from the beasts and plants was arranged in ascending order of rank, further classified according to the 5 elemental attributes of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, truly a testament to meticulousness. Most astonishingly, within the medicinal section, 5 racks held innumerable small compartments, each arranged according to the stages of cultivation: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. aside from the empty shelves for the transformation stage. The shelf for the nascent soul stage contained only a scant few spiritual herbs, while the other 3 shelves were densely packed with jade vials. This place resembled a veritable repository of elixirs. Concerned for Gusun's injuries, Yun Ling began to search the Foundation establishment shelf for any suitable medicinal pills. This shelf was brimming with jade vials containing spiritual herbs, some of which bore rather obscure names. Perseverance bore fruit, as she indeed found what she was looking for. The elixir was called Mi Ling Dan, nestled among the lesser-known medicinal pills. Although it lacked the potent healing properties of the renowned Foundation establishment elixirs like the Healing Saint Pill or the Yuan Dan, which required cultivators to channel their spiritual energy for healing, its efficacy was moderate. However, it excelled in its gentle potency, allowing it to nourish the meridians without the need for spiritual energy assistance. Given Gusun's current condition, it was a fitting remedy. At this moment, Gusun was gasping for breath due to the continuous strain he had endured, though he maintained a fade of strength. His ashen complexion revealed the fragility of his state. Without a second thought, Yun Ling handed the entire vial of Mi Ling Dan to Gusun, urging him to take one. It was unwise to treat him with such unguarded trust. Yet, she never considered that Gusun, once healed, might turn against her. Whether labeled as being misled by beauty or deemed naive, she believed that a person with such serene and clear eyes, even if not inherently virtuous, would never harm their savior. Meanwhile, as those 2 cultivators lingered by the lakeside, Yun Ling and Gusun decided to remain in the cave beneath the lake. Gusun devoted his days to recuperation while diligently studying formations in his spare time. Yun Ling acquired the jade slip containing the art of the Qindan, cherishing it as a precious treasure, immersing herself in relentless study. The synergy between the 2 was remarkable, and occasionally, a Jew would engage in playful antics to alleviate their boredom. Thus, they spent 3 months at the bottom of the lake, enduring the time with relative ease. Recently, Gusun's injuries showed significant improvement. The Mi Ling Dan had successfully mended his severed meridians. Although still fragile, he could finally gather some spiritual energy. With the intake of other more potent healing elixirs, recovery was imminent. The pair of wild mandarin ducks lingering by the lakeside remained unwilling to depart. Recently, they had acquired a boat from an unknown source. For the past few days, they had been reveling on the lake, indulging in wine and merriment, all the while playing melodies that were quite disconcerting. One day, the sound of strings and woodwinds abruptly ceased, leading Yun Ling to believe that the 2 had lost interest and ended their revelry early. However, her concerns were unfounded. Before long, the sounds of fabric tearing and the gentle calls of Brother Jing and Sister Ru, accompanied by heavy breaths, filled the air. Yun Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And even Gusun, despite his steadfast composure, felt a warmth creeping into his ears. As Gusun was in a critical phase of healing, she cast a soundproof barrier to prevent him from being disturbed by their dissonant tunes. Having nearly comprehended the art of Qindan, she was left with the task of personally refining the elixirs. Since her storage bag lacked sufficient spiritual herbs, she intended to search her storage bracelet for suitable specimens. To her surprise, in the compartment for spiritual herbs, she discovered a jade slip. It seemed she had overlooked it while engrossed in examining the medicinal shelves. The jade slip, titled Song Hai Lan Tian Planting Technique, commenced with a sacrificial refining incantation. The following sections detailed methods and precautions for planting spiritual herbs, far surpassing the existing techniques known in the Longyu realm. This is evidently an ordinary jade slip. How could it possibly contain a ritual for cultivation? Yun Ling tapped her forehead and suddenly recalled the transparent jade pendant within the jade box. She had studied it for quite some time without discerning its nature, nor was she able to store it within her storage bracelet. Considering its exquisite craftsmanship, she decided to wear it as an ornament. Could it be that? She grasped the jade pendant, squeezed out a drop of her spiritual blood onto it, and attempted to perform the ritual according to the incantation. To her astonishment, she succeeded. Within the pendant lay a small spiritual field, which, perhaps due to neglect, had allowed most of its spiritual plants to wither, while a few resilient species clung to life, struggling to grow. No wonder the jade slip was named Xuanling Tian planting technique. This pendant turned out to be a portable medicinal garden, aptly named Xuanling Tian. Yun Ling laughed with unrestrained joy in her heart. The value of a portable medicinal garden is immeasurable, but for an alchemist, possessing one is akin to gaining wings. Rare and elusive spiritual plants, if nurtured from seedlings within, can be harvested at will when needed, fresh and untainted, making the extraction of their essence significantly easier. Furthermore, certain spiritual plants require specific maturation conditions, such as the purple phoenix flower she discovered on Xuanling Mountain, the primary ingredient for refining foundation-building pills. The purple phoenix grass is unremarkable, blooming only once every 100 years, and its blossoms last merely 6 hours, making the purple phoenix flower exceedingly rare. This scarcity is why foundation-building pills are so costly. Now, with the Xuanling Tian at her disposal, how could she possibly miss the blooming season? This journey to Yun Mountain has proven to be invaluable. However, it was not long before her smile faded. She had celebrated her triumph too soon. The azure expanse of the ocean nurtures spiritual flora through the emission of ethereal energy from its formations, thereby achieving the goal of cultivation. At this moment, the formation at the center of the medicinal garden, comprised of 5 mid-grade spirit stones representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, has already lost its luster, appearing on the verge of depleting its spiritual power. Should these spirit stones exhaust their energy, the formation will cease to function, resulting in the demise of all these spiritual plants. Although the term mid-grade spirit stone merely adds 2 words to spirit stone, the energy contained within is as disparate as heaven and earth. Presently, a single mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones. As a mere early-stage foundation-building cultivator, she lacks the means to sustain this portable medicinal garden with such an extravagant number of spirit stones. What a predicament! In Chapter 44, Fugitive Lovebirds, Yun Ling, undeterred, rummages through her bracelet, yet aside from a few elixirs, she finds no trace of even half a mid-grade spirit stone. It dawns upon her why the esteemed Master Xing Zhou could squander a promising hand and ultimately meet an inexplicable demise. Truly, he is an oddity, a personage of peculiarities. One wonders why he did not prepare additional spirit stones to maintain the formation within the azure expanse. Forgive her indiscreet remarks. After all, Master Xing Zhou is akin to a mentor to her. Alas, it seems that all her mentors are departed souls. What a peculiar fate she possesses. With her hands supporting her chin, she gazes longingly at Gu Sun, sighing deeply. Now, all she can do is wait for him to recover from his injuries before they can escape, though she is uncertain how long that will take. She hopes that the formation within the azure expanse can endure until she can sell these elixirs in exchange for spirit stones. The thought of mid-grade spirit stones gives her a headache, and she furrows her brow, pinching her nose in a grimace. Unexpectedly, Gu Sun, who has been meditating to heal, suddenly opens his eyes. What is this? He appeared to be puzzled. Merely boredom, nothing more. Rest assured, I shall take you out within 2 months, he assured her. That is not what I meant. Yun Ling wished to clarify, yet found herself at a loss for words. As she observed Gu Sun once more closing his eyes in meditation, she fell silent. Gu Sun was indeed a man of his word. 2 months later, on the very day Yun Ling received a message from Luo Ninghuan, he proclaimed that he could lead her out of this lake. Once we are outside, you need not intervene. I will handle everything. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon exiting the cave, she discovered that their refuge had been nestled amidst the towering boulders at the lake's bottom. The thought of parting ways with Gu Sun upon their exit left her with a sense of wistfulness, and she pondered whether he felt the same. Be cautious. Do not lose focus. In her moment of distraction, she misstepped, nearly losing her way within the stone formation. Gu Sun grasped her wrist, guiding her safely from the lake's depths. The pair of cultivators from earlier still lingered by the lake's edge, waiting. The male cultivator, referred to as Brother Jing, appeared to have grown impatient. With a good-natured tone, he remarked, "Rumei, let us depart. It has been quite some time, and since we have seen neither of them, they must have escaped. There is no need for us to waste any more time here. Brother Jing, please be patient. I feel they are still at the lake's bottom. You must trust me. Look, the girl has emerged. As the male cultivator turned his back to the lake, the female cultivator faced it directly. The moment Yun Ling and Gu Sun surfaced, she caught sight of them. No sooner had he finished speaking than he brandished a dark long knife, swinging it towards Yun Ling amidst the flickering flames and the bright light of the electric stone. Yun Ling barely had the chance to discern how Gu Sun executed his strike before a gleaming silver sword pierced through the chest of the male cultivator, leaving behind a hollow void. The male cultivator gazed incredulously at his wound, collapsing to the ground in a thunderous thud, devoid of life. This marked Yun Ling's first close encounter with the prowess of a sword cultivator. In her usual pride, she boasted of her swift magical techniques. Yet in comparison to Gu Sun's swordsmanship, she felt utterly ridiculous. Young master, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant. Just grant me a chance to live, pleaded the female cultivator, known as Ru Mei, as she witnessed her beloved fall victim to a single strike and comprehended the dire situation, kneeling in desperation. She was quick to adapt to the shifting winds. Hand over your storage bag, and I shall allow you to join your beloved in the afterlife, Gu Sun stated matter-of-factly. The familiarity of his words nearly elicited a chuckle from her. She had not anticipated such a humorous side to Gu Sun. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, the female cultivator understood that escape was no longer an option. She hurled several talismans, invoking her flying artifact in a frantic bid for survival. Yet, Gu Sun denied her that opportunity. After evading the explosive talismans, he pursued her with his silver sword. The female cultivator was struck in the back, letting out a wail before plummeting from the sky. Thus, this pair of wild lovebirds, having shared deep affections over the past few days, met their fate together in the netherworld. Gu Sun did not claim their storage bags, and Yun Ling unceremoniously accepted them. She had already benefited considerably from Gu Sun throughout this journey. However, she was not one to be insatiable. She had prepared a storage bag of her own, filled with numerous medicinal pills essential for Gu Sun's future use. As the day of parting approached, she handed him a storage bag. Dear Gu Dao, although it is well known that sword cultivators seldom rely on medicinal pills for advancement, this bag contains various healing elixirs. Take it for unforeseen circumstances. Gu Sun did not decline. Upon accepting the storage bag, he found a vibrant, multicolored spirit pearl nestled in his palm. This is the Mist Valley Pearl, he elucidated. It is crafted from the branches and flowers of the Mist Valley. I have inscribed numerous array-breaking techniques within it. Over the past few days, I have also incorporated the array-breaking methods left by the esteemed Xingzhou. Should you encounter array obstructions in the future, you may channel your spiritual energy into it. Perhaps it will aid you in dispelling the formations. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she protested. Yin Dao, I sincerely thank you for your assistance in my healing. This serves as a token of gratitude. Do not refuse it, Gu Sun insisted solemnly, presenting the pearl before her. Reluctantly, Yun Ling accepted it. Gu Sun nodded in acknowledgement. In the market, she managed to gather a mere 500,000 spirit stones after selling all her materials, which allowed her to exchange for 5 medium-grade spirit stones. She had initially hoped that selling some of her elixirs would suffice, yet was taken aback when she discovered that the Xuanling Pavilion refused to accept them. Her elixirs, including those from the esteemed Xingzhou, bore a distinct appearance compared to conventional spirit pills. The attending disciple, unable to make a decision, summoned the Golden Core Steward, recognizing her as a true disciple of Yuzhu Peak. The steward felt it inappropriate to refuse outright and suggested that she place some of her elixirs for consignment within the pavilion. He mentioned that should any cultivators find them favorable after consumption and desire more such spirit pills, they would inform her. Given the rarity of knowledge surrounding the art of Qin Dan, this arrangement was both reasonable and prudent, and Yun Ling consented. However, this left her with less than 10,000 spirit stones to her name. Among the esteemed foundation-building cultivators, she was indeed the only one in such a state of poverty. Upon departing from the market, A sudden thought struck her regarding the marvelous utility of the Migu pearl, prompting her to soar towards a mundane village outside the city. She wished to ascertain whether this pearl could dismantle the barrier surrounding the ancient tree village. With her newly acquired wings, it did not take long for her to reach the village. To her astonishment, she discovered that the barrier at the village entrance had vanished. Cautiously, she ventured into the village, treading along the overgrown path, ever vigilant and fearful of any unforeseen occurrences. Upon reaching the very heart of the village, she found herself before a dilapidated ancient well, where, to her surprise, stood a fellow foundation-building cultivator. This individual turned out to be a familiar face to Yun Ling. Their eyes met, both filled with astonishment. How could he be here? Junior sister Ling, he called out. Senior brother Xiao, what brings you here? Yun Ling inquired. The cultivator before her was none other than Bai Li Xiaoran. Since their parting in the Long Yu secret realm, he too had attained the foundation-building stage. Junior sister Ling, what brings you to this place? Bai Li Xiaoran countered with a question instead of answering. Did you break this barrier, senior brother Xiao? Yun Ling pressed on, her curiosity piqued by Bai Li Xiaoran's unexpected presence. Bai Li Xiaoran shook his head, revealing a jade talisman from his palm. I used this talisman to temporarily disable the formation, allowing me to enter. Sensing Yun Ling's confusion, he elaborated. After I reached foundation building, I visited the Xuanling sect to pay my respects to the esteemed Qing Wei Zhenjun. This barrier was set by her, and knowing I would come here to investigate, she lent me this talisman for a short while. Yun Ling was left even more bewildered. After all, the ancient tree village was merely a mundane settlement. Why would her revered ancestor set up a formation here? And what was the reason for senior brother Zhao's visit? Bai Li Xiaoran let out a soft sigh, inquiring if Ling, his junior sister, was aware of the rumors surrounding his birth. Ling nodded. The commotion surrounding his arrival was so profound that, aside from those in seclusion, the entire Longyu realm was well aware of it. Even as a junior cultivator, she often overheard tales of those events from 2 decades past while resting in tea houses. The rumors were indeed true. Xiaoran's tone was somber, imbued with sorrow. Before Ling could respond, he continued, revealing that while the tales spoke of his mother's tragic death outside Xuanling City, the truth was that she had perished here, in this ancient tree village, right before this very well. Only a handful of individuals were privy to this fact. The esteemed Qing Wei Zhenjun had set up a formation and refrained from disclosing the location of his mother's demise, wishing to prevent outsiders from intruding and disturbing the remnants of this place. Over the years, they had tirelessly pursued the perpetrator, and he implored Ling to keep this matter confidential. Xiaoran, do you know where the villagers of the ancient tree village went all those years ago? She pressed on eagerly. 20 years ago, at the same time, the villagers had vanished. Could it be related to her master's demise? Xiaoran shook his head, confessing his ignorance. By the time Qing Wei Zhenjun arrived, the village had already been deserted, and they suspected that the murderer had taken them away. At his words, Ling staggered a few steps back, her heart sinking at the thought that the villagers might have met with misfortune. Sister Ling, what is your connection to the villagers? Do you have any mortal relatives among them? Xiaoran queried with concern, having been aware of her background. Brother Xiaoran, you should know, she replied with a melancholic smile, that although I hail from the ancient well village, I am not of its people. I am merely an orphan who was found. My adoptive father once told me that when he found me, there were no missing children in the surrounding villages. I was likely one of the residents of Old Tree Village. For many years, I have been on a quest to find them, only to discover that their disappearance is somehow connected to my master. With this revelation, Yun Ling felt compelled to unveil the truth. You mentioned that my master met a tragic end here. Could it be that those villagers are also gone? All my years of cultivation, it appears, have been in vain. As this thought crossed her mind, a deep sorrow overwhelmed her. Bai Li Xiaoran, unaware of Yun Ling's true heritage, felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, Yun Ling remained unmoved, contemplating the possibility that they may have simply been taken away and discarded in the realm of beasts, utilizing others to carry out their malevolent deeds. Ordinary people are often powerless, incapable of aiding cultivators in any significant way. while it may seem inconsequential for a cultivator to slay a few mortals. Excessive bloodshed could provoke formidable nightmares during their ascension. Perhaps that individual, fearing the repercussions of such nightmares, resorted to alternative methods of murder. No, that individual is a demonic cultivator. They are unafraid of nightmares. Bailey Xiaoran exclaimed, his usual grace momentarily faltering. A demonic cultivator? Yun Ling lifted her gaze, fixing him with a penetrating stare. He, too, seemed to realize his blunder and sighed, stating, the Xuanling true lords who once aided the ethereal goose discovered remnants of demonic energy at its wound. My master and Qingwei true lord conducted a thorough investigation, uncovering that the demon lord Bai Lu had reportedly appeared near Xuanling Mountain, though no concrete evidence was found. Bai Lu, the demon lord? This name was unfamiliar to her, as she had never shown any interest in demonic cultivators. Bailey Xiaoran was acutely aware that he had divulged too much information. Yun Ling was no outsider, so he decided to lay everything bare. The demon cultivators resided in the North Sea, seldom appearing within our long spiritual vein, which made it understandable that she was unaware. This Bai Lu was a demon cultivator at the nascent soul stage, referred to by the people of North Sea as the Floating Pagoda Demon Lord. The demon sect comprises 4 factions: the Qimei Palace, the Wang Liang Camp, the Xianming Hall, and the 10,000 Blood Cult. He is one of the 3 halls of Xianming Hall, the master of the Floating Pagoda Hall. Have the masters never sought him out? Bailey Xiaoran shook his head. He has been in closed-door cultivation in the North Sea for many years. Even my father could not locate him. Furthermore, our spiritual cultivators and demon cultivators made an agreement tens of thousands of years ago to regard the Ming River as a boundary, each respecting the other's territory. Without solid evidence, the Sword Sect and the Xuanling Sect cannot recklessly take action. Shall this matter remain shrouded in ambiguity? No, Bailey Xiaoran declared with unwavering resolve, his voice firm. I will not allow my mother to perish in vain. It is imperative to uncover the true culprit and exact vengeance. For her sacrifices in bringing me into this world shall not be in vain. Junior Sister Ling, you must remain steadfast. If your kin are indeed from the ancient tree village, they may be waiting for your rescue in some hidden place. Do not lose heart. You must continue to cultivate diligently and strive for advancement. Only by attaining the Golden Core stage can you cross the Ming River and journey to the North Sea. You are right. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoran. I shall remember the name of Demon Lord Bai Lu. Junior Sister Ling, let us make a pact. Once we both achieve the Golden Core, we shall venture to the North Sea together in search of the truth. Agreed. Yun Ling and Bailey Xiaoran clasped hands in solemn oath. Recalling the message from Luo Ninghuan, she inquired, Brother Xiaoran, during your visit to the Xuanling sect, aside from paying respects to our esteemed ancestor, do you also intend to visit the Luo family at Lianhu? The Luo family at Lianhu is the maternal family of Bailey Xiaoran, and according to customary etiquette, it is indeed appropriate to pay them a visit. Sister Ling, would you care to accompany me? He proposed with a smile. That is precisely my intention. Chapter 46. The Luo family of Lianhu. Luo Ninghuan's ancestral family, the Luo clan, is situated not far from Xuanling Mountain. Among all the families associated with the Xuanling sect, it ranks as a family of considerable stature. The Luo family has long resided alongside Lianhu, producing numerous esteemed cultivators, though it has also endured centuries without a single child born with a promising spiritual root. After millennia of fluctuations, they have finally established their roots in Lianhu, becoming a dominant force in the realm of cultivation there. The lake is named Lianhu due to the unique properties of its waters, which are exceptionally conducive to the growth of a rare spiritual lotus known as the 9-turn green lotus. When cultivated in other waters, this lotus requires a century to produce seeds, yet in Lianhu, it takes merely 60 years. The seeds produced by this spiritual lotus possess the ability to calm the mind and stabilize one's spirit, serving as a key ingredient in the elixirs used for mending spiritual injuries. They can also be consumed directly to achieve a tranquil state of mind, offering boundless benefits. Wealth often stirs covetous hearts, and given the extraordinary nature of this spiritual herb, Despite the Luo family's allegiance to the Xuanling sect, they inevitably attract envy from other clans. As Yun Ling, Luo Ninghuan, and Bailey Shaoran passed by Lianhu, they bore witness to a minor commotion. Lianhu, though not expansive, measures roughly 100 miles in circumference. As the season approaches for the lotus seeds to mature, although the breathtaking scene of 100 miles of blooming lotus flowers is not visible, the endless green lotus leaves that touch the sky and the elegant emerald stems standing tall present a captivating sight. At this moment, two small boats glide upon the lake, each occupied by several cultivators in the qi refinement stage. The two parties, separated by a span of 3 zhang of water, engage in a heated dispute. "You little thieves, have you come again to pilfer the lotus seeds from my family? Return them at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." A voice calls from the left boat, presumably belonging to the patrol of the Luo family on Lotus Lake. "We merely came to admire the scenery. Who claims we have plucked any lotus seeds? Do not slander us with false accusations," retorts a cultivator from the right boat, his demeanor nonchalant, suggesting a refusal to admit guilt. "We saw you from afar harvesting. Your denials are futile. Hand over your storage bags for our inspection," they demand. "What if I comply, and you find nothing? What then?" replies the cultivator, his eyes darting, likely contemplating some underhanded scheme. "Should we find no seeds, we shall apologize and escort you on your way. Indeed, there is treachery afoot." The cultivators on the right boat hastily unfasten their storage bags and toss them towards the left boat. While the attention of the individuals on the left is diverted to the bags, the four quickly conceal the lotus seeds within their sleeves. Naturally, Yun Ling and her companions observe this act of theft. Luo Ninghuan swiftly leaps into action, seizing the 4 individuals from their boat and hurling them to the lakeside. "Return the lotus seeds you have hidden within your sleeves, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise," she threatens ominously. The most skilled among the 4 cultivators possesses merely the 8th layer of qi refinement. Upon realizing they stand before a foundation establishment practitioner, they immediately produce the lotus seeds from their sleeves. "Senior, please spare us. We shall never dare to repeat this." Several individuals hastily departed, one of them tripping and falling as he retreated, which was rather amusing. Among the members of the Luo family on the ship, one was a cousin of Luo Ninghuan. Unfortunately, she possessed the 5-element root talent, which meant that even if she joined the Xuanling sect, she would only serve as a menial worker. Thus, she opted to cultivate within her clan. Now, she has attained the 6th level of qi refinement and has taken on the duty of patrolling Lianhu Lake. The Luo family, having endured a legacy spanning millennia, boasts a considerable number of members, with the Luo residents sprawling extensively, built around the lake. Except for one area shielded by a cliff, the houses nearly encircle Lianhu Lake. The group that just left had also sneaked into the lake from that cliff, with 2 guests traveling from afar. The Luo family shines with newfound glory. The clan leader need not be overly courteous. Consider us as the younger generation. Yun Ling, having become a disciple of Master Mingli, can naturally be regarded as a junior of the Luo family, not to mention by Li Shaoran, the biological son of Master Mingli. It seems Luo Ninghuan had communicated in advance, welcoming them were the current clan leader, Luo Zhuji. He has lingered in the late foundation establishment stage for 200 years, unable to attain the golden core, and has thus chosen to cease his cultivation to focus on managing the Luo family and nurturing new disciples. The parents of Master Mingli have long since passed away. Luo father and Luo mother are also disciples of the Xuanling sect, one at the late foundation establishment stage and the other at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Due to their limited talents, their hopes of advancing are slim, so they have placed all their aspirations on Luo Ninghuan. Upon witnessing her successful foundation establishment, they were naturally overjoyed. "Shaoran, greetings to uncle and aunt." Li Shaoran stepped forward to pay his respects. "Ah, it's you, Shaoran. How time flies. We parted ways hastily back then, and look at you now. Grown so much and having established your foundation. Splendid, splendid. Indeed, blood is thicker than water." Mr. Luo joyfully patted Bailey Shaoran on the shoulder, his face beaming with delight. After greeting Uncle Luo and Aunt Luo, Yun Ling also stepped forward to pay her respects. "Who might you be?" Mr. Luo inquired, his gaze uncertain as he looked at his daughter. "Father, mother, this is my junior sister, the disciple of my aunt, Yun Ling," Luo Ninghuan introduced. "I have long heard of Miss Yun from Huaner, knowing her to be exceptionally talented and possessing remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. Today, upon meeting her, I realized that Miss Yun's beauty surpasses even her extraordinary skills," Aunt Luo praised. "You flatter me, Aunt," Yun Ling replied modestly. After a round of pleasantries, Yun Ling and Bailey Shaoran were settled in the guest courtyard of the Luo family, Junlan Courtyard. This arrangement was made not only because of their deep sisterly bond, but also to give her a chance to visit the Luo residence and familiarize herself with the surroundings. Should she wish, she could become a venerated elder of the Luo family. Furthermore, the time of the century was drawing near. In about a month, the lotus seeds in the lotus lake would reach maturity. They requested her assistance in guarding against potential intruders. The ripening of the 9-turned Qinglian seeds would undoubtedly attract a number of nefarious individuals. Recently, quite a few qi refining stage cultivators had arrived, merely as scouts. However, on the day of maturity, many foundation establishment stage cultivators would seek to partake, and perhaps even golden core stage masters might appear. Although the Luo family had a golden core elder to oversee matters, this elder was advanced in years and had not made an appearance for many years. The family feared for his safety and was reluctant to send him out to confront threats. After all, the presence of a golden core master significantly enhances a family's deterrent power. Thus, when the young Mingli Jinren met with misfortune, it dealt a heavy blow to the Luo family. Fortunately, the birth of Luo Ninghuan brought forth a prodigious talent, bearing a striking resemblance to her aunt, and becoming the new beacon of hope for the Luo family. It is reasonable to assume that the members of the Luo clan treat her with great esteem, almost as if she were a distinguished guest. Each day, she is lavished with exquisite meals, ethereal tea, divine fruits, and celestial wine, rendering Yun Ling exceedingly content. She has comfortably engaged in her cultivation within the Junlan courtyard for an entire month. On the day when the 9-turned spirit lotus seeds reached maturity, the momentous occasion had finally arrived. As dawn broke, all members of the Luo family gathered by the lotus lake, poised and prepared. The seeds of the 9-turned Qinglian mature once every 60 years, and the successful harvest is vital for the Luo family's cultivation resources over the next 6 decades. Each seed commands a price ranging from 150 to 180 spirit stones in the marketplace. For a foundational cultivator like Yun Ling, this may not hold significant value, merely serving as a useful component for alchemy. However, the abundant lotus lake, with its vast expanse, can yield thousands of seeds during each harvest. While it may not always produce such bountiful quantities, one can expect at least 8,000 seeds on a good day. Thus, on this day, prior to the completion of the seed gathering, all manner of beings, both ordinary and extraordinary, would undoubtedly arrive. The Luo family was well prepared for a formidable confrontation. At that moment, a massive flat-bottomed boat rested at the center of the lake. Numerous smaller boats, each manned by a qi refining cultivator, dotted the lake's surface. Yun Ling and Bailey Shaoran ascended to the flat-bottomed vessel alongside Luo Ninghuan, where 12 foundational cultivators awaited, including the clan leader, Luo Fu and Luo Mu. "We shall trouble our 2 young friends today," announced the Luo clan leader, stepping forward. The several cultivators behind him also nodded in greeting to the 2. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Amidst the pleasantries, with a creak, the first ripe lotus pod fell gracefully, hanging from its verdant stem. This unsought descent, devoid of wind, symbolized the maturation of the 9-turned Qinglian seeds. A young cultivator near the pod promptly used spiritual scissors to harvest it, discarding it onto the flat-bottomed boat. A member of the Luo family was responsible for receiving the pod and placing it into a storage bag. As the light of day grew brighter, more and more lotus seeds ripened. The Luo family members busied themselves with gathering and collecting, while those patrolling the periphery of the lotus lake remained vigilant. The occupants of the flat-bottomed boat stood on high alert, holding their breaths in anticipation. Yun Ling, too, felt an involuntary tension rising within her. At the stroke of the Qin hour, 3 cultivators arrived, riding flying artifacts, hovering in midair above the Lotus Lake. "Luo clan leader, it's been a while," said the middle-aged man at the forefront, clearly acquainted with Luo Zhuji. They were the 3 brothers of the Zhang family, who had advanced in cultivation since their years apart. "To what destination do you head?" Luo Zhuji responded with utmost cordiality. "We are merely passing through," suddenly feeling somewhat parched. "We intended to trouble the Luo clan leader for a cup of water, but it seems today the Luo family is bustling with activity. Our timing is indeed unfortunate." "Not at all. The Luo family wholeheartedly welcomes you 3, Luo Zhuji replied. "However, our tea is rather coarse and cannot compare to the exquisite sweetness of the Zhang family's Minghua spring water. I fear you might find it unpalatable. Yet, these lotus seeds have some flavor. I offer them for your tasting, and I hope you will not disdain them." Luo Zhuji spoke with utmost respect, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Having said that, he took 10 lotus pods from the hands of the disciple responsible for receiving them and personally soared into the air to present them to the leader of the group. The leader seized the lotus pods with enthusiasm, stowing them away in his storage bag, and laughed heartily. "I truly apologize for the disturbance, Brother Luo. I shall visit Minghua Spring another day and personally brew tea for you." "Grandfather, why are we giving them lotus seeds? There are only 3 of them. And with so many of us here, what is there to fear?" Luo Ninghuan questioned, her confusion tinged with anger. It was evident that those 3 had come to take advantage of the situation, and it was infuriating to see her grandfather so subservient. "Child, be cautious with your words," Yun's father interjected swiftly, noticing that Luo Ninghuan was about to continue. This was her first time participating in the harvest of the spiritual lotus seeds. Aware of her youthful exuberance and indignation in such circumstances, the clan leader patiently explained, "Ninghuan, although only those 3 brothers have come, the Zhang family of Minghua Spring has produced many capable cultivators, nearly on par with our Luo family. Countless families outside covet our Lotus Lake. But they are deterred by our connection with the Xuanling sect and the presence of our Golden Core Elder. Giving away a few lotus pods might avert a conflict. If we were to insist on fighting and inadvertently injure them, we would provide them with a reason to unite against us. In that case, our Luo family would likely suffer even greater losses. Grandfather, why don't we seek help from the elders within the sect?" "Ninghuan, remember that relying on others is not a sustainable solution. We must strive for self-sufficiency. While we are affiliated with the Xuanling sect, we must also learn to stand on our own and cannot rely on the elders to resolve every situation. If this situation persists, the members of the Luo family shall perish in tranquility." Before Luo Ninghuan could respond, 7 cultivators descended from the sky over Lian Lake. The fragrance of lotus wafted through the air, enchanting and refreshing, confirming that the patriarch of the Luo clan was indeed harvesting lotus seeds once again. "So many lotus seeds have stirred my appetite," the foremost female cultivator remarked, her cultivation having reached the late foundation establishment stage. Among the remaining 6, 1 also stood at the late foundation establishment stage, 3 at the mid-stage, and the last 2 at the early stage. After many years, Sister Yu remains as radiant and captivating as ever, and her cultivation has advanced as well. I have yet to congratulate my sister. A small token of my appreciation. I hope my sister will not disdain it." The patriarch of the Luo clan presented a specially prepared storage bag. "Patriarch Luo, is this how you choose to send me off?" The female cultivator glanced at the storage bag and smiled. "In light of our past, I shall not hold it against you. However, my younger siblings behind me have accompanied me through arduous travels and are utterly exhausted. Sister Yu, you jest. This is your portion. The other friends' gifts are here as well." Luo Zhuji produced another storage bag. "Luo, you are indeed considerate. May I inquire if that junior of yours, Ninghuan, is present?" The female cultivator suddenly inquired. "Sister Yu, what do you mean by that?" Luo Zhuji responded, somewhat vexed. Despite his usually placid temperament, hearing mention of Luo Ninghuan, particularly at this peculiar moment, stirred a hint of anger within him. Was providing lotus seeds insufficient? Must they now resort to threatening with a junior? "I am here. What instructions do you have, senior?" Luo Ninghuan stepped forward, her face displaying indignation. To her astonishment, she realized these were cultivators from the Qin family. Having assisted your Qin Fige, you still endeavor to seize the spiritual lotus seeds. How brazen! Yun Ling muttered inwardly. Young Master Luo, I shall take my leave now. Do not fault me for failing to forewarn you, but as I arrived, I espied numerous cultivators lurking upon the adjacent peaks. I know not what they were deliberating, but you ought to exercise caution. With these words, the female cultivator named Qin Yu, accompanied by the Qin family, gracefully departed. The Luo patriarch wiped the perspiration from his palms, exhaling a sigh of relief. The Qin family has always been arduous to deal with, yet this time it passed with such ease. It seems the junior of the Qin family is on amiable terms with Huaner, Luo Ninghuan. I am at a loss as to what madness possessed Qin Fige to even praise her to the elders of her house. Subsequently, several more groups of cultivators arrived. Whether explicitly stated or merely implied, the Luo family presented each with storage bags, all filled with the prepared spiritual lotus seeds. No major disputes arose, and all transpired with an unexpected smoothness. Yunli's vigilant heart began to ease. Though the withered lotus laments its declining charm, its verdant dreams linger about your embroidered pouch. It was now dusk, and withered lotuses lay scattered about. The lotus pods in the lake had been mostly harvested. Judging by the expressions of the Luo family cultivators, it seemed the harvest had been quite bountiful. Those in the lake had also lowered their guard, engaging in casual conversation. Senior sister, this is my first time witnessing the harvesting of spiritual lotus seeds. I never realized how arduous it was for fifth grandfather and the others, Luo Ninghuan said. Her head bowed and her fingers fidgeting, her tone filled with sorrow. She had spent the entire day watching the patriarch feign cordiality and force smiles towards the cultivators of other families, which had been a profound shock to her. Today she realized that the cultivation resources which were once delivered to her with mere words were, in fact, incredibly hard to come by. No one from her clan had ever mentioned this to her. Senior sister, focus on your cultivation. If you become powerful enough, others will think twice before daring to confront you, Yun Ling consoled her. In truth, the sights and sounds of the day had profoundly impacted her as well. Within the Xuanling sect, her status as a true disciple shielded her from competition. The only past contention had been with Qin Fige, a rivalry that had long since faded into obscurity. She seldom interacted with others, either encountering cultivators who sought to rob her, only to be vanquished in return, or remaining in solitude. Little did she know that the cultivation world was fraught with such intricate relationships. One who appeared intent on thievery spoke in grandiloquent terms, while another, fully aware of the other's intentions, sought to offer flattering words to ease the tension. Managing a family was truly a formidable task, and she began to harbor a measure of admiration for clan leader Luo. However, her deepest gratitude remained with the Xuanling sect, which had accepted her as a disciple of Yuzhu Peak. Otherwise, given her temperament, and as a rogue cultivator without the backing of a sect, she might have perished before even establishing her foundation in this ruthless cultivation realm. While lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a cultivator hovering above Lian Lake, a figure she had not seen arrive. Cloaked in a flowing robe with white hair crowned by a violet headpiece, he emanated a fierce wind and an aura of authority. Clearly, he was a golden core cultivator. Esteemed elder, we apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? For a foundation establishment cultivator, petty squabbles were commonplace, and it was rare for a golden core cultivator to seek trouble over a mere handful of spiritual lotus seeds. Above the realm of golden core, any cultivator who comes to vie for treasures is considered a formidable adversary. As the protective sect of the Luo family, the Xuanling sect will not stand idly by and will certainly offer assistance. The sudden appearance of a late-stage golden core cultivator above the Lotus Lake raises questions about their intentions, undoubtedly drawn by the treasures within. The golden core cultivator pronounced the word treasure with significant weight. Does the Taoist from Sanshan desire these spirit lotus seeds? Very well, very well. Zhu, do present them promptly. Luo Huasheng, the golden core elder of the Luo family, emerged from the cabin, having already recognized the identity of the visitor. Sanshanjinren, this bag contains 1,000 spirit lotus seeds. I hope you will graciously accept. Luo Zhuji reverently offered the storage bag towards the guest. However, the Sanshanjinren disregarded it entirely, coldly scoffing. It seems you intend to pull a fast one. Aching, bring that fellow here. No sooner had he spoken than another Foundation establishment cultivator soared in from behind. With a thud, the cultivator cast down a person from the flying artifact, who was bound with an immortal binding rope around his waist. The Foundation establishment cultivator named Aching wielded the rope and hoisted the individual from the water. "Father, save me! Save me!" the man cried out. "Juner!" exclaimed the Luo patriarch in shock. How could Uncle Jun be in their hands? Luo Ninghuan murmured softly nearby. It turned out that the individual was indeed Luo Jun, the son of the Luo patriarch. A few days prior, Yun Ling had happened upon two sweeping servants gossiping in Junlan Garden, speaking of this very young master, Luo Jun. After realizing the hopelessness of his own advancement, the Luo patriarch had taken several concubines. In his courtyard resided 7 enchanting maidens, and it was presumed that he harbored intentions of begetting children, aspiring to sire more descendants of the Luo family endowed with spiritual roots. However, it was unfortunate that the first 6 maidens collectively bore 8 children, none of whom possessed any spiritual roots. The patriarch of the Luo clan remained undeterred, attributing this misfortune to the maidens' lack of spiritual roots. Consequently, he expended a considerable amount of spirit stones as a bride price to marry a female cultivator from a diminutive family of practitioners in the outer seas, who possessed 5 spiritual roots. This wife did not disappoint him. She indeed bore him a child endowed with spiritual roots, and that child was Luo Jun. Although this son only possessed 4 spiritual roots, the patriarch was nonetheless pleased, for he had a child capable of cultivation. Thus, he indulged him, nurturing a personality that was both overbearing and navi. In the past, Luo Jun wielded power in the clan, likely incurring the ire of certain individuals. Upon discovering this, the patriarch dispatched individuals to search for him, but to no avail. He felt a sense of urgency and anxiety. However, with the maturation of the spirit lotus seeds at hand, he had no choice but to temporarily suspend the search. Little did he anticipate that Luo Jun would be brought to his doorstep bound. "Friend from the scattered mountains, what is the meaning of this? Why have you bound a descendant of the Luo family?" Master Luo inquired in a grave tone. "Luo friend, this junior has offended me, and you must compensate me with treasures from your lotus lake. How many spirit lotus seeds do you desire?" Master Luo questioned, suppressing his fury. How could a mere chi refining junior offend a golden core master? This is clearly an excuse for extortion. Are you still pretending to be ignorant, Luo friend? Aching, show this brat a taste of reality. Upon hearing this, Luo Jun was utterly astonished, crying out frantically, "Father, elder, please save me. Give him the 9-turn lotus heart. Save me." All present, except for the scattered mountain master and the cultivator named Aching, were taken aback. The 9-turn lotus heart is an extraordinary variant of the 9-turn blue lotus, nearly impossible to find in the present age. One could only obtain it through sheer fortune in the dragon spirit realm. This precious heart could be refined into a spiritual medicine that enhances the chances of forming a nascent soul, and countless golden core cultivators coveted it. Had the Luo family ever possessed the 9-turn lotus heart? Never had such a notion been heard before. Yun Ling noticed that Luo Ninghuan wore a confused expression, likely unaware of this matter either. The Luo family did not possess such treasures. Why would the scattered mountain master heed the wild claims of a child? Just as Luo Zhan's words fell, before the scattered mountain master could respond, Luo Jun shouted something that left the gathered crowd in astonishment. "I am not lying. I have seen the clan leader's manual belonging to my father. The 9-turn lotus heart lies at the bottom of this lake." Chapter 49. The lotus at the bottom of the lake. Luo Zhu's furious voice erupted. "Unfilial son, in your desperation to survive, you dare to utter such nonsense. Be quiet at once." Luo Jun, seeing his father's denial, quickly added the time he had spied and even involved his mother, proving to be a reckless and thoughtless second-generation heir. Yun Ling cast a sympathetic glance at the clan leader, feeling pity for him in having such a son. Luo Zhu gazed at his son with a complex expression filled with anger, disappointment, resolve, and a hint of reluctance. He spoke in a grave tone. Since this unfilial son has offended the master, feel free to deal with him as you see fit. Father, no. Please save me. Mother, where are you? It seems that you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Aching, take action, the cold voice of San Shan echoed. San Shan, please hold on. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly, Master Luo interjected. Elder, there is no need to concern yourself with this insolent child. Master Luo shook his head at Luo Zhu, clearly aware that the intruders were targeting the 9-turn lotus heart. Given the circumstances, why sacrifice another life of a Luo family disciple? He proceeded to engage in a discreet conversation with San Shan. The two exchanged luminous thoughts without uttering a word, communicating through secretive sound transmission. Yun Ling surmised they were negotiating. At that moment, a woman stumbled out of the Luo residence, appearing to be around 100 years old, yet possessing only the cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Husband, you must save our child, she cried, collapsing to the ground. Mother, please, urge father to rescue me. Luo Jun, upon seeing her, shed her previous despondency and called out vigorously. Husband, Juner is our flesh and blood. You cannot turn a blind eye to her plight. I implore you to save her. The woman wept profusely, throwing a fit, entirely disregarding the precarious situation at hand. The Luo family disciples exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting embarrassment at the matriarch's public display. Yun Ling shook her head inwardly. It appeared Luo Jun had inherited her mother's lack of wit, bearing no resemblance to her father's intellect. It must have been quite challenging for the Luo patriarch to manage this mother-daughter duo. Luo Zhu felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, barely able to contain his rage. Before he could utter a word, the tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted into chaos. The tide surged tumultuously towards the center of the lake, and the flat-bottomed boat had already sunk halfway, with water gushing in relentlessly. Everyone, take to your flying artifacts. I shall seize this vessel, Lord Luo shouted. Yun Ling hastily summoned her graceful wings and ascended into the air. At the lake's heart, a lotus flower began to rise slowly. It towered above the ordinary 9-turned blue lotus, its leaves not the usual green, but rather a delicate shade of azure. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a chill that accentuated the enchanting allure of the swaying lotus. This was indeed the extraordinary variant of the blue lotus spoken of by the immortal of scattered mountains, the 9-turned lotus heart. At this moment, the lotus petals were partially open, nearing maturity. In less than an hour, it would fully bloom. The secret that the Luo family had concealed for a millennium could no longer remain hidden with the emergence of the 9-turned lotus heart. As a variant of the 9-turned blue lotus, it had been nurtured underwater from cultivation to maturity, only surfacing when the flower was ready to bloom. Once plucked, the entire plant would wither away. Where variants had appeared before, the likelihood of their recurrence was high. Yun Ling sighed softly. Perhaps this lotus lake would not know tranquility in the future. Just as the immortal of scattered mountains was engaged in a clandestine discussion with Lord Luo, he suddenly shouted. 10 beams of colorful light rushed forth from a distance, hovering behind the immortal of scattered mountains. It appeared they were well prepared, indicating that the immortal had never intended to conclude this matter amicably. See, what I said is true. The 9-turned lotus heart truly exists. I am not deceiving you. Luo Jun, still unwilling to concede, cried out, only to be unceremoniously thrown into the water by a Qing, not resurfacing for quite some time. At this moment, no one had the leisure to attend to him. Luo Zhuji solemnly commanded, activate the formation. 12 foundation-building cultivators from the Luo family, wielding array flags, swiftly maneuvered through the air, swiftly establishing the 12 celestial star formation, which enveloped the entire surface of the lake. The 12 celestial star formation is a condensed version of the 28 constellation formation. This formation can impede the movement of those within its bounds, while those bearing array symbols remain unaffected. As the night sky unfolded, the stars began to rise. When the stars reach their zenith, and the star essence is abundant, the power of the formation will intensify significantly. The 10 foundation-building cultivators summoned by Master Sinshan were mostly at the later stages of foundation building, showcasing formidable strength. Upon his command, they all summoned their magical artifacts to launch an assault. Yun Ling, Luo Ning, and Bai Li Xiao ran exchanged glances after receiving the array symbols, then stepped forward to confront the enemy. Master Luo and Master Sinshan, wary of inadvertently harming the 9-turn Lotus Heart during their duel, had tactfully retreated to engage in their battle from a distance. With the array symbol in place, Yun Ling instantly felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through her, and her magical prowess was enhanced beyond her usual capabilities. As a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation building, she found herself facing a male cultivator at the later stage. Being a cultivator of the wind spiritual root, her movements were inherently agile. And with the aid of the formation, the male cultivator's actions were considerably hindered, granting her a decisive advantage. However, she soon encountered a significant dilemma. After establishing her foundation, she had been preoccupied with searching for Master Xingzhou at Xuanling Mountain, neglecting to acquire the magical artifacts suitable for her cultivation stage. Although she had faced the fateful pair at Xuanling Mountain, the situation had ultimately been resolved only after Gu Sun had recovered from his injuries. Consequently, she had only just realized her own shortcomings at this moment. The opponent posed no threat to her, yet she found herself equally incapable of inflicting harm upon him. The 1,000 Ghost Needle and other magical artifacts had been wielded effortlessly during her chi refinement stage. At this moment, the incoming adversary suffered only minor injuries, incapable of inflicting any significant harm. In contrast, Luo Ninghuan and Bai Li Xiaoran, working in concert, had already vanquished one foe. Luo Ninghuan wielded a newly acquired primary weapon, a staff of celestial azure. The pen she had previously used during her chi refining period now served as an auxiliary tool, gracefully hanging at her waist. Bai Li Xiaoran brandished the long sword, the same wooden blade he had encountered in the Longyu secret realm. However, its aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once dull and blunt, it now gleamed with a sharp radiance, vibrant and resplendent. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed an arm from the opponent before him. The unfortunate soul let out a cry as he plummeted from midair into the lake, thrashing about until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 50. Once again, the Golden Core. It seems imperative to procure a suitable weapon before undertaking further trials. Otherwise, one risks becoming mere prey when confronted with peril. Currently, the battle involving the 2 Golden Core practitioners remained indecisive. Over the Lotus Lake, the confrontation among Foundation establishment cultivators evidently favored the Luo clan. Observing this, the Scattered Mountain practitioner suddenly shouted, "You ran, my friend. Lend me your aid. Let us share the 9-turn Lotus Heart." No sooner had his words echoed than a female cultivator approached, gracefully alighting upon the head of a crimson carp. Another Golden Core practitioner. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned in a green dress with red fish motifs. The vivid colors enhanced her allure. She chuckled lightly. "You old rascal. How did you know I was here enjoying the spectacle? Have you been lurking about, hoping to partake in the spoils? Why complicate matters? You assist me, and I shall share the 9-turn Lotus Heart with you." The Scattered Mountain practitioner, momentarily distracted, replied, "Who said I wished to partake in the spoils? However, it was merely my beloved fish desiring the lotus seeds from this place, and I came to procure a few to satisfy his cravings. Little did I know that you, old fellow, had brought so many people here to seize the treasures of the Luo family. Are you not afraid of the Xuanling sect seeking retribution? I had been lurking on the neighboring mountain for an entire day, and the members of the Luo family only offered lotus seeds to visiting cultivators. If they had a Golden Core cultivator from the Xuanling sect to protect them, why endure such humiliation? You and I shall together pluck the 9-turn Lotus Heart and depart. Can the Xuanling sect truly pursue us across 1,000 miles? Upon hearing these words, Master Yuran pondered briefly and acquiesced. However, I fear you may betray me. So it must be I who retrieves the 9-turn Lotus Heart. Master Sinshan, growing impatient with her hesitance, remarked, "Do as you wish. You are simply overthinking this." Seeing his agreement, Master Yuan waved her long sleeves, striking one of the individuals holding the formation flag with a moon-white ribbon. The member of the Luo family spat blood and fell into the water, gravely injured. Uncle Jiao, Luo Ninghuan hurried into the water to rescue him, bringing him to the lakeside. Suddenly, the 12 celestial star formation lost a participant, rendering the formation incomplete and collapsing. The remaining 11 flag bearers were violently shaken by the power of the formation, their breaths becoming erratic. Other cultivators seized the opportunity, inflicting considerable harm upon them. The tide of victory had shifted in an instant, as the might of golden core cultivators is indeed formidable. A mere flick could alter the very fabric of existence. Just as Master Yuan prepared to unleash her second lethal strike, Master Luo rushed in urgently to intercept her spell. Unfortunately, in his haste to protect, he neglected his own defense, allowing Master Sinshan to capitalize on the moment and deliver a heavy blow to his back with his magical artifact. Lao Zhenren staggered a few steps, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and said, "The 9-turn lotus heart is yours to take. But do not harm the younger generation of the Luo family. No matter how precious the treasure, one must possess life to enjoy it." What a pity for this spiritual artifact that has guarded the Luo family for a millennium. If you had spoken thus earlier, we could have avoided this. Sanshan Jinren retorted angrily. If Luo Huaxing had surrendered sooner, he need not have contended with Yuran. He had long forgotten that without Jinren Yuran, he would not have been able to secure his current position. At this moment, beneath the moonlight, the petals of the 9-turn lotus had fully blossomed, revealing a deep blue core, radiant and resplendent. The 9-turn lotus was ripe. "Sanshan Daoyu, I shall now pluck it. You must protect me," declared Yuran Jinren, soaring toward the 9-turn lotus and reaching out to grasp it. Suddenly, a silver-long sword slashed toward her hand. Had she not evaded swiftly, her wrist might have been severed. Who dares to ambush me?" Yuran Jinren exclaimed in alarm. "I wondered who it was that dared to harm a member of the Luo family here. It turns out to be you two old relics," a familiar feminine voice resounded. Two more golden core Jinren descended upon the lotus lake, Ming Ying Jinren and Ming Shuang Jinren. The long sword that had attacked was none other than Ming Shuang Jinren's treasured weapon, the Duanyan sword. "Greetings, esteemed martial uncles." Yun Ling and the others bowed respectfully. Upon hearing their address, the members of the Luo family realized that the two golden core Jinren from Yuzhu Peak had arrived, and they joyfully exclaimed, "Greetings, Jinren. Ming Ying Jinren and Ming Shuang Jinren have come. Splendid. Esteemed friends, you have finally arrived," Lao Jinren said, stepping forward to offer a respectful bow. "Upon receiving a message from Taoist Luo, my junior sister and I hurried along, hoping to arrive in time. It turned out that Master Luo had secretly sent a message seeking assistance from Yuzhu Peak. Lu Sanshan, is your family unable to procure even a single spirit herb in Danxia Valley? Must you venture into the realm of my Xuanling sect to seize spirit plants? Shall I speak to the leader of Danxia Valley and request a bit more charity for your family to spare you the embarrassment of being humiliated in public?" Master Minjing scoffed. Upon seeing two golden core cultivators arrive to aid the Luo family, Sanshan realized that the 9-turn lotus heart was beyond his grasp. He bore no resentment, instead clasping his fists and stating, "Today, my considerations were inadequate. I hope the two esteemed masters will not take offense." Having spoken, he summoned his flying artifact and departed without casting a glance at his companions. Those Foundation establishment cultivators scattered like birds and beasts. Master Minjing called out to the retreating Master Yuran. "Yuran, I have always known your taste in men to be rather poor, but little did I know your judgment in choosing partners is even more dismal." Suddenly, Master Mingshuang's sword flew forth, piercing the koi fish beneath Yuran's feet. "Ah, fish! It was greedy and ought not to have remained," Master Mingshuang uttered, her tone as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. "To strike a chicken to scare the monkeys. Delightful justice." Master Mingshuang's intervention was formidable. When she chose to act, she did so with overwhelming force. Yun Ling assumed that Master Yuan would be driven to desperation after losing her spirit beast. To her surprise, Yuan gritted her teeth and resentfully summoned her flying artifact, fleeing in haste. Such a lack of backbone. With all adversaries having retreated, the members of the Luo family collectively exhaled in relief. Master Luo approached the center of the lake and reached down to pluck the 9-turn lotus heart, causing the lotus plant to wither instantly. He presented the blue lotus heart from his palm to the esteemed Ming Ying, expressing his gratitude for their visit, which ensured the safety of the Luo family. He humbly requested that Ming Ying accept the 9-turn lotus heart to alleviate the impending crises facing the Luo clan. The matter of the 9-turn lotus heart was destined to circulate in the future, and should the Luo family remain at Lian Lake, unforeseen troubles would inevitably arise. Luo Huaxing remarked with a smile in his eyes, casting a glance at Luo Ninghuan. Once Ninghuan attains the golden core, I shall be free from worries, and I will certainly endeavor to test my abilities. The transition from the late golden core stage to the nascent soul stage was no trivial pursuit, despite meticulous preparations. The risks of failure and demise loomed large. Thus, until the Luo family was fortified with a second golden core cultivator, he could not embark on the path to forming a nascent soul. Elder Ninghuan will strive diligently in her cultivation, achieving her golden core as soon as possible, Luo Ninghuan declared with unwavering determination. Xiao Ran, bearing half of the Luo bloodline, affirmed, the affairs of the Luo family are my affairs. Should there be any way in which Yun Ling can assist the Luo family, I shall not hesitate. Chapter 51, A World Apart Indeed. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from the youth, Luo Huaxing said with a sense of relief, observing the three before him and nodding appreciatively. At merely 20 years of age, their current prowess was truly formidable. The saying, disasters linger for a millennium, held true. You too must have endured a taxing journey. Please, do visit my humble abode for a cup of tea, Luo Huaxing invited warmly. Upon concluding his words, he summoned the fiery spirit cat. The fiery spirit cat, Ming Ying's spiritual beast, was known for its remarkable speed. Upon its arrival, it promptly crouched low, evidently accustomed to its role as a carriage driver. Ming Ying gently leaned against the fiery spirit cat, and Yun Ling obediently followed suit. The fiery red spirit cat exudes an enchanting fragrance. As she drew closer, she felt the cat's fur, soft and warm to the touch. With a graceful leap, the spirit cat ascended, floating effortlessly in the air, evoking the sensation of lying upon a cloud. Yun Ling mused that this spirit cat seemed to be created solely for the enchanting Ming Ying. Both were strikingly beautiful, imbued with a hint of languor, a pair seemingly crafted by the heavens themselves. Ming Ying observed her dazed disciple with a mixture of exasperation and affection, shaking her head in disappointment. To call Yun Ling foolish would be an understatement, for she displayed remarkable cleverness in combat. Yet, at times, her obliviousness could leave one speechless. Fortunately, her resolute nature and diligent practice had led her to successfully establish her foundation, proving her master's enduring concern for her was not in vain. With a gentle poke on Yun Ling's forehead, Ming Ying remarked, now that you have successfully established your foundation, why have you not paid a visit to your grandmaster? Sneaking off for solitary training without so much as a word? Recently, the sect leader inquired about you. All the disciples who have established their foundations have already gone to the scripture pavilion to exchange for secret arts. Why do you linger? Yun Ling sheepishly replied. I forgot. Indeed, she had completely forgotten. After her successful foundation establishment, she was startled by Fei Fei and became preoccupied with thoughts of the elixir formula. Later, upon receiving a lead from Ming Xin, she hurried out in search of opportunities, completely neglecting the mystical jade token within her storage pouch. Ming Ying chuckled softly, tossing her a storage pouch. This is a magical artifact prepared by your master after you became my disciple. It has been kept safe with me all these years. As for Huan's share, I bestowed it upon her on the day she established her foundation. You certainly dashed off quickly. It seems I must personally deliver this to you. Master, I apologize. At that moment, I was preoccupied with the formula for the Qindan technique. As soon as I had a lead, I hurried off and neglected to share the good news with you and the esteemed seniors. I was in the wrong. She felt a deep sense of shame. The Qindian technique. Might you have made any progress on this occasion? The esteemed Master Minjing inquired curiously. She had learned from Du Ruo that Yun Ling was studying alchemy, but was unaware that she was delving into the Qindian art. The term Qindian technique was one she had only encountered fleetingly in ancient texts. It was unexpected to hear it from Yun Ling's lips today. Indeed, I discovered the fallen cave of Master Xingzhou and unearthed records of the Qindian technique, along with numerous Qindian formulas. Master, look. This is a pill I crafted using the Qindian method. She retrieved a vial of spirit-nourishing pills from her storage pouch and presented it to Minjing for inspection. The hue of the pill was indeed distinct, exuding a richer aura of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Master Minjing took one and consumed it, eager to assess its efficacy. Master Yun Ling could not intervene in time. Aside from Luo Ninghuan, this was the second individual to partake of her refined pill without a trace of hesitation. Gu Sun did not count, as he was aware of the Qindian technique. Moreover, he had needed such pills to heal his injuries at that time. In her heart, Master Minjing embodied the image of a true mentor. Master, how does it feel? She inquired with anticipation. Although she was well aware of the properties of her own pill, she longed for external validation. The moment it entered, it transformed, brimming with spiritual energy. Master Minjing nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. I initially thought you were merely trying to spite Qin Fij when you claimed you wanted to study alchemy. However, it appears you have indeed crafted something remarkable. Very good. Master, could you kindly communicate with the steward of Xuanling Workshop regarding the collection of my elixirs? I have exhausted all my spiritual stones. And should these elixirs fail to sell," she hesitated, her voice faltering. "Without spiritual stones, I cannot procure the materials necessary to brew spiritual wine," which leaves Aji quite irate. Lacking spiritual stones, I am unable to acquire the magical artifacts essential for foundational cultivation, rendering my combat abilities rather passive. Without spiritual stones, I cannot purchase the spiritual flora needed to refine other miraculous elixirs, and Fei Fei cannot thrive. Alas, without funds, I find myself at an impasse. Thank you, Master. With your intervention, my elixirs might finally find buyers. Realizing that the esteemed Zhenren Minjing had arrived at the scripture pavilion on Xinxing Peak with Yun Ling, she advised Yun Ling before leaving. Utilize the talisman of divine communication to exchange for secret techniques, then visit our master. Should our master offer you guidance, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. Under the guidance of the elder in charge of the pavilion, Yun Ling ascended to the 5th level of the scripture pavilion. However, she was permitted entry only into the small chamber housing the secret techniques. The other chambers were beyond her current qualifications, unless she were to one day assume the position of Peak Master. All the selections are before you. Choose as you wish, the elder remarked, only to realize his oversight. But you arrived last, so there are no options left. This is the last remaining one. Take it, and let us descend. Yun Ling silently grasped the jade slip on the table and followed him down the stairs, exiting the scripture pavilion. The slip bore an enchanting name, A Step Away from Heaven. Had she known that the selection of secret techniques was limited to 1 out of 10, she would have arrived much sooner after her foundational cultivation. Now, having received this leftover choice, she found herself filled with regret. With a heavy heart, she made her way to the pavilion of the esteemed Qingwei Zhenjuan. Disciple pays respect to the ancestor. May the ancestor be well. There is no need for excessive courtesy. How did the Lianhu Luo family fare in their quest for the spirit lotus seeds? The esteemed Qingwei Zhenjuan inquired, his expression imbued with kindness. It went relatively well. Yun Ling recounted the incident involving the scattered mountain master attempting to seize the 9 turns lotus heart. Qingwei Zhenjuan sighed deeply, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as he said, "Alas, if only Mingli had not departed so early. Otherwise, with 2 golden core cultivators guarding the Luo family, others would think twice before daring to encroach upon them." Chapter 52. Umbrella named Yuqing. Yun Ling nodded in agreement. How unfortunate for that Master Luo, who now hesitates to cultivate a nascent soul. Linger, should the Luo family encounter difficulties in the future, if you have the capacity, do offer your assistance. It would fulfill the bond of mentorship between you and Mingli. Rest assured, Master Ancestor, this is a duty I am obliged to undertake. Qingwei Jinjuan nodded in approval before inquiring, what did you choose from the 5th level of the scripture repository? I arrived too late. And the only remaining item was a jade slip named A Step Away from Heaven's Edge, Yun Ling replied, slightly embarrassed. Little did she know, Qingwei Jinjuan chuckled and said, I was present when the 10 kinds of secret techniques were selected as rewards for the competition. At that time, I sensed that A Step Away from Heaven's Edge would be particularly beneficial for your cultivation. It seems fate has indeed intertwined your paths. Remember to cultivate diligently. Your spiritual root is remarkably compatible with it. So that is how it is, Yun Ling mused silently, realizing that the selection of these 10 secret techniques had likely been tailored to suit each individual. Each person had chosen a technique that aligned with their own strengths, thus leaving behind the jade slip that Qingwei Jinjuan deemed fit for her until the very end. What about the magical artifact I instructed Minjing to give you? Qingwei Jinjuan suddenly inquired. Yun Ling busily retrieved the storage bag given by the esteemed Ming Jinren. The esteemed Qingwei Jinjuan took out an umbrella-shaped magical artifact from within, stating, Huaner's spiritual root is akin to Ming Li's. The materials for her artifact were those I had originally prepared for Ming Li, thus requiring little effort on my part. When you apprenticed years ago, I crafted this umbrella for you, believing it to be suitable at the time. However, it now appears rather ordinary. Coincidentally, not long ago, I chanced upon a piece of fengqi wood. I shall take this umbrella to Dongji Jinjuan for a reforging, which will be adequate for your use during the foundation establishment stage. Once you have achieved the golden core, I shall seek out new materials for you to reforge it anew. Do ensure you cultivate diligently. Thank you, Master, Yun Ling exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. How could she allow her master to expend materials and go out of his way to forge an artifact for her? She recalled the piece of Qi Ling jade. Master, this jade was a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Perhaps it could be offered to Dongji Jinjuan as a token of appreciation for his efforts. Qingwei Jinjuan accepted the Qi Ling jade, casting a glance at it, and chuckled. To offer Qi Ling jade as a token of appreciation, you are indeed generous. Very well, I shall deliver it along with the umbrella. Once you have sufficiently honed your skills, it will not be too late to embark on your journey of trials. Yes, I take my leave, the disciple replied. After departing from Qingwei Jinjuan, Yun Ling proceeded to the administration hall of Yuzhua Peak. Anticipating that the steward of the hall had received a message from Ming Jinren, she promptly stated her purpose, allowing her to retrieve the elixirs and settle the account in spirit stones. This transaction represented the sale of all elixirs from the Qi refinement stage at 90% and those from the foundation establishment stage at 50%. She retained a 10% share of Qi refinement elixirs, more than sufficient for Yunjin's needs. The golden core elixirs crafted by Xing Zhou Jinren remained untouched, for she deemed it prudent to sell them only when funds became scarce. The profitability of alchemy is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder that the seniors at Xuanling Peak are largely affluent. As Yun Ling departed, the steward of the affairs hall hurriedly made his way to Master Ming. Master, as per your instructions, I have procured all the elixirs from junior sister Yun Ling. Oh, is there anything amiss? Master Ming raised an eyebrow. 600,000? Such a substantial sum. The steward promptly presented the storage bag for Master Ming Ying's inspection. It appears that Yun Ling has amassed a considerable quantity of elixirs during her time away. It is improbable that she could have concocted so many foundational cultivation elixirs in such a brief period. Not to worry, should Yun Ling seek you again, simply accept whatever she offers. Ming Li returned the storage bag to the steward, gesturing for her to depart. However, the steward remained rooted in place. Do you have further business? Master Ming inquired, puzzled. Master, may we consider distributing these elixirs as rewards for the disciples of Yuzhu Peak? I believe these potions surpass the ordinary in quality, she said, somewhat hesitantly. That is certainly permissible, Master Ming replied with a smile. However, The quantity of elixirs produced by Yun Ling alone cannot sufficiently meet the demands of all Yuzhu Peak disciples. You will still need to acquire the standard elixirs from the sect leader. Yes, I see I have been short-sighted. The steward wiped the sweat from her brow, chiding herself for her momentary lapse in judgment. I shall take my leave. Just as Master Qingwei had articulated, this secret technique was indeed tailored for her. After practicing the within reach, beyond the horizon technique, she can teleport to the side of her target in a brief moment. The greater her cultivation, the farther she can traverse. With her current foundational cultivation level, she can cover a distance of up to 10 zhang. Primarily, the swiftness of spiritual energy correlates directly with the speed of its manifestation. Thus, the frequency of training with the wind spirit root offers significant advantages. For instance, if Luo Ninghuan were to cultivate this technique, it would require 5 breaths to reach her opponent's side, whereas she would only need 3. In the realm of cultivators, 2 breaths suffice to cast a spell, potentially determining the outcome of a battle. A month later, the esteemed Qingwei Zhenjuan summoned Yun Ling once more. Yes, thank you. Master Ancestor, Yun Ling expressed sincerely, bowing deeply. Upon returning to her cave abode, she rummaged through her storage bag and discovered 50,000 spirit stones, likely a gift from the illustrious Minjing Jinren. Additionally, she found a long sword artifact, entirely forged from sharp gold, exceptionally keen. She surmised that it was prepared by Ming Shuang Jinren, who had a profound affinity for the sword, seldom employing any other form of artifact, embodying the dedication of a sword cultivator. Qingwei Zhenjuan had specially requested Dongji Zhenjuan to craft this umbrella for her, its body adorned with varying shades of deep blue, exuding an air of elegance and simplicity. The handle was meticulously fashioned from wind-perching wood, a spirit tree that, while botanical in nature, harbors an exceptionally potent wind spirit energy. The canopy was crafted from the hide of a 4th-tier demon beast, the Wind Chaser. With a navy handle, a sky blue canopy, and pale blue ribs, it was ingeniously refined into an artifact by Dongwang Zhenjuan, resembling a piece of exquisite art. Notably, both the tip and the end of the umbrella concealed a short blade made of sharp gold, capable of being launched or utilized in conjunction with the umbrella itself, possessing unparalleled sharpness. When unfurled, it served as a defensive artifact. When closed, it transformed into a double-edged weapon, versatile for both offense and defense, much to Yun Ling's satisfaction. She proceeded with great care to begin the ritual of refinement, discovering to her astonishment that the umbrella could autonomously absorb spiritual energy. The piece of spirit jade must have been refined within, not merely a token of the arduous efforts of the Eastern Extreme, true monarch. The care bestowed upon her by her master and senior disciples has always been subtle and unspoken, akin to the gentle nurturing of nature, never explicitly stated. This sentiment is etched in her memory for eternity. On the summit of Yuzhua Peak, the sky is a serene azure, and the delicate rain glistens as it blesses her with the kindness of her mentors. This umbrella shall henceforth be named Yuqing. Chapter 53, Spring Planting. Autumn Harvest. Yun Ling devoted 2 months to successfully refining the Yuqing umbrella and the Ruijin sword. These 2 magical artifacts are now intricately linked to her spirit. Yet their true potency remains to be revealed in the crucible of battle. Thus, she was eager to embark on a journey of practical experience. Following the teachings of the esteemed Minjing Jinren, she first approached Qingwei Zhenjuan and Minjing Jinren to express her desire to venture forth. Both of them nodded in approval and offered a similar counsel, advising her against acting alone. It would be prudent to seek companionship among her fellow disciples. Should Luo Ninghuan have concluded her affairs with the Luo family, it would be splendid if she could accompany her. Yun Ling graciously accepted their advice. But before seeking out Luo Ninghuan, she had one more matter to attend to. Master Mingxin, please do not grieve too deeply, Yun Ling gently reassured. She then visited Mingxin Jinren and shared the details of her discovery regarding the remains of Xingzhou Jinren, recounting everything in meticulous detail. After a lengthy silence, Mingxin Jinren, clearly heartbroken, finally spoke softly. The Tao is devoid of sentiment. I had anticipated this outcome. It is a lamentable loss for his talent to vanish from this world. Her words were steeped in sorrow. Afterwards, she inquired, "Have you managed to uncover his Qingdan technique? Is there any progress?" Master Mingxin gazed at her with appreciation, saying, "As long as you are determined, it is sufficient for you to promote the art of Qingdan in the future. You have been cultivating for some time now, but are you prepared to embark on your journey for experience?" Upon seeing Yun Ling nod, she pondered for a moment before continuing. "I recall that Xingzhou once mentioned that to refine high-tier Qingdan, one requires not only potent spiritual water, but also profound spiritual energy. He had searched far and wide for the heavenly water spirit pearl without success. A few years ago, I came across a piece of information regarding a Kanglan heritage pearl that was rumored to have surfaced in the depths of Kanglan Sea, specifically around the Chaofan Islands. If you have the opportunity, it would be worthwhile to visit there. Thank you, Master Mingxin, for your guidance." When Master Xingzhou fell, he left no words for Master Mingxin. Yet she understood his ambitions, cared for his whereabouts, and sought the spiritual treasures he desired. The goddess's intentions were aligned with the prince's dreams. Yet the outcome seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Upon arriving at the Luo family's estate, Yun Ling found them diligently planting 9-turn Qing lotus in the Lian Lake. Over the course of these past few months, they had meticulously selected the spiritual seeds, which had now begun to sprout. 1 grain sown in spring yields a harvest of 1,000 in autumn. The Luo family was bustling with activity, all in preparation for the harvest 60 years hence. Bailey Xiaoran and Luo Ninghuan were also among those lending a hand. Not to mention, Bailey Xiaoran had transformed his previously elegant demeanor. Rolling up his sleeves and exposing his arms, wading through the muddy waters of the Lotus Lake. Meanwhile, Luo Ninghuan was carefully planting the 9-turn Qi lotus with utmost seriousness. Having matured significantly since the incident with the 9-turn lotus heart, she focused intently on her task. "Senior sister," Yun Ling called out, extending her hand to take over a task from a nearby member of the Luo family, distributing the sprouted seeds to Luo Ninghuan by the lake's edge. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Upon rising, Luo Ninghuan was delighted to see her and inquired with a joyful smile, "Ling Shimi?" Bailey Xiaoran also greeted her. "How has the Luo family fared in recent months?" Yun Ling expressed her concern, having been troubled since the unexpected emergence of the 9-transformed lotus heart, worrying for the safety of the Luo family. "It is well, with Elder Ming Shuang presiding. No mischievous intruder dares to intrude," replied Luo Ninghuan. "That is reassuring. Do not worry, Ling Shimi. The 9-transformed lotus heart may not manifest again, and if it does, it would be after a millennium. By then, the 3 of us will have surely formed golden pills, and we shall not fear any thieves," Bailey Xiaoran asserted confidently. "Indeed, Brother Xiaoran speaks truthfully," Yun Ling responded with a smile. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the smiles on their faces, creating the most picturesque scene at Lian Lake. Originally, Luo Ninghuan had intended to invite Yun Ling and Bailey Xiaoran to embark on a journey of cultivation together. Yet the matter concerning the Luo family's harvesting of spiritual lotus seeds had delayed their plans. Now that the affairs were settled, the journey of cultivation was promptly set in motion. Yun Ling spent another night at the Junlan courtyard of the Luo family. On the day of their departure, the clan leader of the Luo family personally saw them off and gifted Yun Ling 100 spiritual lotus seeds. Although the gift had been concealed, Yun Ling still noticed the clan leader's darkened brows and the scratches on his cheeks. Intrigued, she could not refrain from inquiring about the matter during their journey. To her surprise, Luo Ninghuan burst into hearty laughter and recounted the story, showing no signs of remorse for having peered into the clan leader's manual, nor any shame for potentially betraying her family's secrets out of fear for her own safety. The clan leader felt a sense of shame within the clan due to this incident, compounded by his son's disobedience and his wife's complicity in his mischief. Indeed, the clansmen have long revered him for his unwavering dedication to the tribe, never casting blame. The clan leader is akin to a candle burning at both ends, fatigued in body and even more so in spirit. In a fit of anger, disregarding Luo Jun's injuries, he confined him to a quiet chamber for self-reflection. This morning, upon hearing of the incident, the clan leader's wife, without hesitation, approached him and playfully scratched him, catching the clan leader off guard for a brief moment. Coincidentally, they were in the midst of bidding farewell, leaving him to mask his surprise as he accompanied them. Thus it was revealed. After Luo Ninghuan finished her tale, she added, "Junior sister, one must be discerning when seeking a partner. Otherwise, encountering such unreasonable individuals is truly lamentable." Yun Ling nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, one should marry a virtuous spouse. A wise wife brings fewer troubles, and a filial child brings peace to a father's heart." Beside them, Bailey Shaoran observed in amused silence. These two young ladies, discussing gossip with utmost seriousness, engaging in matters of marriage and courtship, especially involving their own clan leader. What a sight. It's hard not to chuckle. Yun Ling exuberantly procured a substantial assortment of spiritual plants, intending to use them for crafting elixirs. Of course, under Ajio's urging, she also acquired numerous spiritual flowers and fruits for brewing wine. Recently, Feifei has shown little interest in learning or cultivation, merely maintaining a faint trace of spiritual energy. Strangely enough, she quickly grasped how to drink, having learned from Ajio, and occasionally requested spiritual wine. The two spiritual beasts, while not particularly helpful, have taken to consuming spiritual stone wine. Fortunately, she is now able to sell the refined elixirs at Yuzhua Peak, which provides a sufficient supply of spiritual stones. As long as the medium-grade spiritual stones in the formations of Tsang Hailan Tian are not replaced too frequently, she can barely manage to get by. It's a bittersweet existence. Who would have thought she would be the first to arrive at the teleportation array? After half an hour, Luo Ninghuan hurriedly arrived, having procured a considerable amount of materials for talisman crafting. She proclaimed her ambition to create numerous talismans during their journey, aspiring to become a master of the art. The two waited for a full 2 hours before Bailey Shaoran finally made his appearance, looking disheveled and far removed from his usual image of a refined young noble. They were both taken aback. Chapter 54. The city of Tianhai. Luo Ninghuan stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. "Cousin, what has happened to you?" Bailey Shaoran wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he replied, "Cousin, the market of your Xuanling sect is truly filled with hidden talents." Luo Ninghuan. "Yun Ling, Brother Shaoran, you rarely venture out for training, do you?" she inquired. "Fortunately, I had previously been with my fellow disciples from the same peak. This is my first time venturing out alone, accompanied by both of you," Bailey Shaoran chuckled. "No wonder you fell into such an obvious trap without realizing it. Thankfully, your skills are commendable, and you returned safely." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ninghuan added, "Cousin, in the future, it would be best not to venture out alone. You must stick with us." Yun Ling couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. The Longming Sword Master had indeed protected Bailey Shaoran rather well. Beneath his gentle demeanor lay an apparent naivety about the world. He was even more innocent than his senior sister. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. The distance from Xuanling City to the city of Tianhai, governed by the Tianhai Pavilion, was quite substantial. The trio spent a considerable time in the teleportation array before finally arriving. Fortunately, with their enhanced cultivation, the journey was not overly arduous. Come. The most detailed sea charts of the Kanglan Sea are here. Do not miss this opportunity. Seeking mystical beasts and spiritual plants, effortlessly embarking on a treasure hunt. Upon stepping down from the teleportation array, they encountered a Qi refinement stage cultivator selling maps for an astonishing 30 spirit stones. However, the detailed description of the maritime conditions rendered it worthwhile. After Yun Ling purchased a copy, she reminisced about her previous experience buying maps in Danxia City and chuckled to herself, noting that selling surrounding maps near a teleportation array seemed to be a unique feature of every city. Nevertheless, for those who had journeyed from afar, it proved to be quite convenient. The trio, being newcomers, were uncertain of their destination. Luo Ninghuan suggested they seek out a beast-catching team to join them and venture out to test their luck at sea, a notion she had often heard from her seniors at Yuzhou Peak. Distinct from the division of Xuanling City into eastern and western cities, and Danxia Valley into southern and northern cities, Tianhai City is segmented into 5 major regions: southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, and the central area. The central region serves as the administrative hub of Tianhai City, resembling a crossroad that connects the four main avenues, effectively partitioning the city into 5 distinct areas. The southeast region houses markets, tea houses, and inns, while the southwest is a zone for chi refinement stage cultivators. The northwest is designated for foundation establishment stage practitioners, and the northeast caters to the golden core stage masters. Of course, these regulations are not enforced but are customary, facilitating the ease of navigation for all. As for the Xuanling stage true monarchs, they can go wherever they please. Such esteemed individuals are always welcomed as honored guests. Yun Ling and her companions headed straight towards the northwest. Upon arriving at the recruitment area, they were met with a bustling scene, teeming with activity. Numerous cultivators stood before wooden signs displaying tasks, destinations, and the required cultivation levels. Yun Ling and her companions were all at the initial stage of foundation establishment, thus unable to undertake challenging tasks or seek out spiritual plants. They focused their attention on hunting missions, eventually discovering a task that required the capture of 20 yellow lionfish. The notice indicated that upon completion, each participant would receive 10,000 spirit stones. Yun Ling had read about the yellow lionfish in the Monster Beast Chronicles. It was a third-tier beast predominantly found near Xinglua Island in the Kanglan Sea. Standing before the mission board was a foundation establishment cultivator, who, upon hearing by Li Xiaoran's gentle call, promptly opened his eyes. "Are you interested in the yellow lionfish hunting task?" he inquired, his tone laced with a hint of pleasure, likely due to the sword box visible behind by Li Xiaoran. For who in the Longyu realm was unaware of the formidable prowess of sword cultivators? Bai Li Xiaoran smiled and replied, "Indeed. My 2 junior sisters and I noticed you were seeking companions. Might we have the fortune to join you?" "Certainly. With you and your junior sisters, we will have 5 members," he responded. "However, the yellow lionfish is quite cunning, and we will need at least 6 cultivators. Would you be able to wait a day or 2 while I find another companion, and then we can set off?" "That is perfectly agreeable. My name is Wang Yishui. May I ask for your name?" "Bai Li Xiaoran. This is Yun Ling, and this is Luo Ning Huan," Bai Li Xiaoran introduced. "Feel free to explore the area or rest at an inn for a day or 2 while you await my message," he suggested. Bai Li Xiaoran nodded and, after exchanging spiritual energy marks on the sound transmission jade with Wang Yishui, took her leave with Yun Ling and Luo Ning Huan. 3 individuals ventured to the inn located in the southeastern region to secure accommodations. The inn in Tianhai City appears to be a monopolistic enterprise of Tianhai Pavilion, operating as the sole establishment of its kind. The inn's name is rather self-explanatory, Tianhai Inn. It seems that Tianhai City, being a hub for numerous cultivators, has elevated the prices of accommodations, and the rooms themselves are particularly diminutive, small enough to resemble pigeon coops, with a rather feeble spiritual aura. After spending a night there, Luo Ninghuan expressed her discontent, asserting that she would rather camp in the wilderness, as any cave would be preferable to this place. Fortunately, by midday the following day, Wang Yishui conveyed news that the last cultivator had been recruited, inviting the 3 of them to convene in the city. Upon their arrival, Wang Yishui and his companions were already awaiting them. "Bailey Daoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is my senior brother, Zhang Yihua, and this is Daoyu Zhaoyang." He continued, "This is Daoyu Bailey Xiaoran, Daoyu Luo Ninghuan, and Daoyu Yunling." Upon seeing the 3 of them, Wang Yishui greeted them with a warm smile, initiating introductions. Considering the task of capturing 20 yellow lion beasts would require ample time, it was prudent for them to familiarize themselves to ensure effective collaboration during the hunt. Wang Yishui's senior brother bears a rather distinctive name, Zhang Yihua, likely bestowed by the same master. Zhang Yihua is also a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. After nodding in acknowledgement to the 3, he fell silent, presumably a reflection of his naturally reticent demeanor. However, many cultivators in the Longyu realm share such temperaments. Often engrossed in their training and lacking in conversational skills, a fact that Yun Ling found unremarkable. In contrast, the cultivator named Zhao Liang exhibited a notably enthusiastic disposition. particularly towards Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan. He revealed his identity as a disciple of the Spirit Master sect and inquired about the backgrounds of her fellow sisters, displaying a touch of eagerness. The group was not composed of haughty individuals. Their temperaments were rather amiable, engaging in pleasant conversation. They exited the city and made their way to the harbor. Chapter 55, setting sail as they stepped through the eastern gate of Tianhai City. A refreshing sea breeze greeted them. Contrary to the fierce winds rumored, this breeze was gentle, carrying a hint of briny freshness that invigorated the senses. This was Yun Ling's first encounter with the Kanglan Sea. Countless vessels lined the coast, some towering with multiple decks, presenting a magnificent sight, while others were modest in size, barely measuring a yard in length. The most common were those ships with 3 to 5 decks, capable of accommodating around 50 to 60 rooms, making it feasible to embark on a journey with 60 cultivators aboard. Wang Yishui, familiar with the surroundings, led his companions to the vessel management office at the dock to reserve tickets for their departure to Xinglua Island. Fortune favored them, as a ship was scheduled to sail the following day towards Xingming Island, with planned stops at Xingyun and Xinglua Islands for a day, allowing them to disembark at Xinglua Island. However, when it came time to pay for the voyage, Wang Yishui hesitated, standing there awkwardly. After a prolonged moment of indecision, and sensing the impatience of the ticket-selling cultivator, he timidly voiced his request. Esteemed friends, I find myself somewhat financially challenged of late. Might I trouble you to cover the fare for now? I shall reimburse you once my task is completed. According to the rules of Tianhai City, the initiator of the task was responsible for covering the costs of the ship and accommodations. The fare to Xinglua Island was 800 spirit stones per person, totaling 4,800 spirit stones for the 6 of them. How could Wang Yishui, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, find himself in such dire straits? The crowd regarded him with skepticism. His face flushed crimson as he waved his hand in protest, exclaiming, I assure you, it is not my intention to evade responsibility. The truth is, my senior brother recently had a whimsical notion to forge a certain magical artifact, which resulted in us exhausting all our spirit stones without success. Consequently, we accepted a task from our sect to hunt the Huangshi beast on Xinglua Island in order to earn some spirit stones. Zhang Yihua, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the situation. Li Shaoran smiled gently and remarked, No matter, we shall cover our own expenses. The group then proceeded to pay for their passage. However, when it was Wang Yishui's turn to settle the fare, he, with a deeply embarrassed expression, spoke once more. The fare has increased. It was originally 700 spirit stones, and I had only prepared 1,400 spirit stones, which suffices for myself and my senior brother's tickets. Might any of you esteemed friends lend me an additional 200 spirit stones? I promise to repay you double. The crowd was taken aback. Must it be so arduous? Will this mission even proceed smoothly? Yun Ling stepped forward, offering 200 spirit stones to cover the difference, stating, You need not repay me double. She recalled her own times of hardship, well aware of the struggle a single spirit stone could pose to a valiant individual. On their way back, a man named Zhao Liang suddenly spoke up. Wang Daoyu, I have a question that has been weighing on my mind. I hope you do not take offense to my inquiry. Please, feel free to ask, Wang Yishui replied. Indeed, your words resonate with me. I surmise that during the beast hunt, we might encounter other demonic creatures, yes? Selling them could potentially help us gather some funds? A blush crept across Wang Yishui's face as he spoke uncertainly. The others could only wish him good luck. Early the next morning, Yun Ling and her companions arrived at the Kanglan Sea dock. This was their first voyage, and fearing they might miss their departure, they had come well in advance. After presenting their cabin tickets to the steward, a junior cultivator guided them to the docking point. The vessel, marked as Xian No. 8, boasted 5 decks and was of modest size, operating on a route near the coastal Star Island. Yun Ling's ticket displayed Xian 8 on the front and Wu 6 on the back, while the others bore numbers beginning with Wu as well. As they were the last to secure their tickets, they found themselves in the lowest tier of cabins, having likely grown accustomed to maritime ventures. The ship's quarters were remarkably clean and meticulously arranged. On the deck, several junior cultivators in the chi refining stage sat attentively, ready to heed the passengers' commands. As the hour passed, a cultivator at the bow called out, "Shin number 8, setting sail." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yun Ling heard the sound of flowing water beneath the cabin floor, signaling the vessel's slow departure. After about an hour, the ship began to pick up speed, presumably having left the harbor and now navigating the vast Kangland Sea. Board in her cabin, Yun Ling summoned Fei Fei and a Jew from her spirit beast pouch, allowing them some fresh air and companionship to help pass the time. However, it wasn't long before a knock echoed at the door. "I want to go outside too," a Jew protested loudly. "Be good and stay put," she gently coaxed. "No, I want to play outside." Her eyes are strikingly conspicuous. "What if someone were to take a fancy to you and seize you for a feast?" she warned him. A Geo's golden eyes are indeed quite eye-catching. Should a discerning cultivator recognize it as the golden-eyed spirit monkey, they might harbor thoughts of murder and spirit snatching. While she claimed not to fear such encounters, they would certainly be a nuisance. However, she would still feel trepidation in the presence of high-ranking cultivators, such as those at the Golden Core stage. Upon opening the cabin door, she was surprised to find Wang Yishui. "Friend Wang, what brings you here?" Yun Ling inquired, her brow furrowed with suspicion. The propriety of gender interactions was not strictly observed among cultivators, yet in this confined space, it felt somewhat inappropriate for a man and a woman to share a room. Wang Yishui, being a gentleman who valued decorum, recognized the awkwardness of the situation and refrained from stepping inside. "Thank you for your generous lending of spirit stones yesterday, my friend," he said with a smile. "I managed to procure this from my senior brother as a token of my gratitude." "What is this?" The box he presented was square and exuded the fragrance of agarwood. After speaking, Wang Yishui swiftly departed. The palm-sized wooden box, which was a rich yellow hue, possessed an antique charm. Upon lifting the first layer, she discovered a beautifully embedded glazed mirror, reflecting a clear image of herself. The inner walls of the 3 layers and the bottom of the box were lined with an unknown animal's soft fur, divided into several compartments presumably for organizing jewelry. This small cosmetic box was exquisitely crafted, although it could not compare to the delicate artistry of mortal artisans specializing in box making. It exuded a sense of antiquity and elegance that even she, who was not fond of adornment, found difficult to part with. Remarkably, this modest cosmetic box also employed spatial techniques in its crafting. In today's world, the number of craftsmen skilled in this technique has dwindled. Yet Zhang Yihua remains a master of the art. Yun Ling was engrossed in her ornate box when a series of knocks resonated from outside the cabin. Chapter 56, Starry Cloud Tea House. This time, it was Luo Ninghuan. "Senior sister O," she wailed dramatically, rushing towards the bed within the room, where she collapsed. Her expression filled with sorrow. "What troubles you, junior sister?" Yun Ling inquired, catching the little creature that tumbled off the bed. The small being, originally drowsy on the bed, had been startled by Luo Ninghuan's sudden movement, resulting in a clumsy fall. "Senior sister, I think I'm seasick," Luo Ninghuan lamented. Yun Ling replied, "But you possess a water spirit root. Indeed, it is not to say that cultivators with such roots are immune to seasickness. In truth, after cultivating, practitioners enhance their senses and can manage their conditions, thus avoiding such afflictions, though it seems that her constitution is rather unique." Yun Ling rummaged through the elixirs left by the esteemed Master Xingzhou, hoping to find something to alleviate seasickness. She merely sought to explore, suspecting nothing would be available. Yet, to her surprise, in the section designated for rare elixirs in the Qi refinement period, she discovered a vial of spirit medicine called Windwave Soother. Upon consulting the records of the Qindan technique, she realized it could indeed remedy the afflictions of Qi refinement cultivators suffering from motion sickness, be it from riding on boats or teleportation arrays. Truly, Master Xingzhou's eclectic pursuits have led him to become a distinguished alchemist. The Windwave Soother proved to be effective even for foundation establishment practitioners. After taking it, Luo Ninghuan felt considerably better. It was then that she noticed the creature in Yun Ling's hand. Was that a duck? She exclaimed in astonishment. Have you really contracted it as your spirit beast? Upon seeing the surprise in her eyes, Yun Ling could only nod helplessly. Senior sister was aware of Ajio's existence and held a great fondness for it. Whenever it was just the two of them, she enjoyed playing with Ajio and even declared her intention to find a cute spirit beast of her own. However, Ajio's striking appearance made it difficult for Yun Ling, whose strength was still lacking, to keep it hidden. This sentiment was wholeheartedly shared by Luo Ninghuan. Fei Fei was a first encounter for Luo Ninghuan, and her reaction was entirely predictable to Yun Ling, as she herself had been quite taken aback at the time. Alas, what was done. A duck was a duck, and she would simply care for it. After observing Fei Fei for a considerable time, Luo Ninghuan confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed a little yellow duck. She gazed at Yun Ling and, with a sigh, remarked, "Junior sister, you must miss your home in the mortal realm dearly. Is that why you contracted a little yellow duck?" Yun Ling found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Luo Ninghuan assumed her silence was due to deep nostalgia and refrained from further inquiries. Feeling the discomfort from her seasickness had dissipated, she took Yun Ling by the hand and led her from the cabin to the deck to admire the endless expanse of the ocean. At that moment, the ship was sailing at full speed, with the sea breeze gently caressing them. The salty scent of the sea was much stronger here than at the city gates. The water was calm and tranquil, and in the distance, numerous islands and perhaps reefs could be faintly seen, though they were too far away to discern clearly. The deep blue sea stretched infinitely, rendering the ship and its passengers particularly minuscule, a testament to the wondrous power of nature. About half a month later, on that bright morning, the ship docked at Xingyun Island. The captain informed them that they would remain on the island for a day, setting sail again the following morning at dawn. Numerous cultivators disembarked from the ship, eager to explore the majestic Xingyun Island, the largest island in the vicinity. The island boasts an abundance of inns and bustling markets, thriving with prosperity. Besides Wang Yishui and Zhang Yihua, Yun Ling and her companions also stepped onto the shore, intending to witness the splendor of this maritime paradise. Esteemed friends, are you here to participate in the half-moon gathering on Xingyun Island? Zhao Liang inquired after disembarking. What is the half-moon gathering? Yun Ling asked with curiosity. Zhao Liang smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. Forgive me, I forgot that you have traveled from afar and may be unfamiliar with the many islands of the Kanglan Sea. Xingyun Island is the largest in this maritime region, frequented by numerous cultivators. Hence, the island's grandest tea house, the Xingyun Tea House, hosts a small auction every month on the evenings of the 1st and 15th days, commonly referred to as the half-moon gathering. Cultivators may consign their treasures for auction here. Today happens to be the 15th. I intend to attend, and I wonder if you would like to join me? Yes, let us go together, Luo Ninghuan exclaimed eagerly. Yun Ling and Bai Li Shaoran nodded in agreement. Having made the journey to Kanglan Sea, they could not miss such an opportunity to partake in an auction. After all, Xuanling City rarely hosted auctions, while the islands of Kanglan Sea held them frequently, occurring once every fortnight. Truly, this is a paradise for cultivation and experience. As the sky was still bright and the commencement of the gathering at the hour of Yu was some time away, the group decided to disperse and explore freely, planning to reconvene at the Xingyun Tea House at the hour of Shin. Of course, Bai Li Shaoran was to accompany Luo Ninghuan to prevent any untoward incidents akin to those that had transpired in Xuanling City. Along the roads of Xingyun Island, stalls set up by cultivators were abundant on either side. Amidst a myriad of stalls, an array of goods dazzled the senses, many of which were unfamiliar to Yun Ling. However, the predominant offerings were materials derived from marine beasts. As she meandered through the marketplace, she found no spiritual plants suitable for alchemy. Occasionally, she encountered some on smaller stands, yet the prices were daunting. Particularly, the fire attribute spiritual plants were shockingly priced at 10 times that of the Xuanling workshop. In contrast, materials from demon beasts were remarkably affordable. Purchasing in bulk often resulted in generous discounts, proving to be quite advantageous. It seemed that the spiritual plants available in the Kanglan Sea were rather scarce, which explained the inflated prices of elixirs in this region. She ambled and paused, absorbing knowledge as she observed her surroundings, and even procured several commendable qi refining artifacts suitable for Yun Ling. Although the artifacts she replaced were quite decent, the disparity in their spiritual roots rendered them unsuitable for Yun Ling. While browsing near the artifact stall, she noticed a stand laden with various spiritual fruits. The unique geography of these islands was exceptionally conducive to the growth of such fruits. After her exploration, she had amassed quite a collection, intending to craft a wider variety of spiritual wines for a Jiao and Fei Fei. Yet, the fruits at this particular stall were unfamiliar to her. A Jiao clamored excitedly from within the spirit beast pouch, insisting that she must purchase them, claiming that Fei Fei was eager to taste them, and he too was somewhat curious. Unable to resist the whims of these lively companions, she approached the stall to inquire about the price. "Excuse me, do you know how much these fruits cost? I am curious as my spirit beast wishes to sample their flavor." The vendor, instead of answering, posed a question in return. "I'm not sure. I merely find them intriguing and wish to know, as my spirit beast is keen to try them." As she spoke, she revealed Fei Fei, who was peering out curiously. In truth, the vendor was equally perplexed about the identity of these fruits, having stumbled upon them inadvertently on an overgrown island. 3 days have passed without anyone inquiring a word. Finally, when someone did come to ask, the response was equally vague, merely because that duck-like spiritual beast was hungry, which was truly frustrating. 300 spiritual stones, and you took all 60 of those fruits. He was unwilling to squander any more time. "I do not know, my friend, but 150, it cannot be any less." The cultivator assumed she was attempting to haggle and interrupted her directly. "I wish to inquire where you found those, for if my spiritual beast has finished its meal, I shall seek some more." She smiled and replied, "Star Dream Island, a small isle in the southeast." The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating her question to pertain to this. Chapter 57. The half-month gathering. As twilight descended, Yun Ling ceased her wandering and made her way towards the Nebula Tea House at the heart of the island. Along the way, she encountered Luo Ninghuan and Bai Li Xiaoran, both returning with their harvest, and the three proceeded together. Upon their arrival at the Nebula Tea House, Zhao Liang was already waiting at the entrance. He approached them, lowering his voice, and said, "It is your first time here. Follow my lead. Please refrain from speaking for a moment, lest you be recognized when bidding during the auction." With that, he guided Yun Ling and the others to the front of the tea house. At that moment, a considerable number of cultivators were also awaiting entry. Zhao Liang quietly explained, "Upon entering, each will be led to a separate private room. If one attends alone, they will occupy a room by themselves. If several friends come together, they may opt to share a room." When it was their turn, a young attendant in the Qi refinement stage approached and inquired, "Are you here to attend the half-month gathering? Is it just for one private room?" Upon Zhao Liang's nod, he retrieved an iron token and 4 ebony iron masks from his storage pouch. He handed them to Zhao Liang, stating, 500 spirit stones. "You may enter. A guide will escort you." After Zhao Liang paid the spirit stones, he and Yun Ling stepped through the grand entrance. Instead of ascending the stairs, they veered right into a secluded corridor. At the entrance of the corridor stood several cultivators, one of whom stepped forward and extended a hand towards Zhao Liang, inquiring, "Please, fellow cultivator, present the private room's iron token." Zhao Liang clenched the iron token in his palm, shielding it from the gaze of the other cultivators, and swiftly revealed it for the man to see. The individual nodded in understanding and led them through the labyrinthine passage to the elegantly designated room known as Flower 13. This measure was taken to prevent those who had failed to acquire what they sought from resorting to lethal means for theft. The Flower 13 room exuded refinement, its furnishings adorned with wisteria motifs, from the tables and chairs to the wall cabinets and screens. Even the teacups on the table were embellished with delicate wisteria patterns. Particularly striking was the grand wisteria relief sculpted at the window, with vines elegantly serving as a support for the windowsill, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. As they sipped the spirit tea provided by the Nebula Tea House, they engaged in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of the appointed hour. When the hour arrived, and everyone had donned their iron masks, Zhao Liang gently tapped the window, swinging it open. In the center of the tea house's grand hall, a circular platform had been set up, upon which rested a long table. A female cultivator, adorned in a flowing scarlet gown and at the late foundational stage of cultivation, gracefully ascended the platform. With a warm smile, she addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, thank you for your patience. Today, I shall preside over this half-month gathering, and I hope for your generous support. As soon as her voice fell, numerous previously closed windows swung open in response. To everyone's surprise, today's host was none other than the illustrious Fairy Hongni, suggesting that a rare treasure was at hand. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhao, do you know why they say that when Fairy Hongni arrives, treasures follow? Luo Ninghuan inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. I have attended a few of these auctions before, but they were hosted by different cultivators. This is my first encounter with Fairy Hongni. I have only heard rumors about her, Zhao Liang replied. Surely you are aware that the Tianhai Pavilion governs the outer seas, divided into 12 islands. Fairy Hongni is the eldest disciple of the current lord of Xingyun Island, deeply favored by the island master Su Qinghai, and she oversees many of the island's affairs. The Xingyun Tea House is one of her assisted ventures. It is said that whenever there is a particularly unique treasure at an auction, she will personally host it. Beyond that, I am not informed, he continued. Just as he finished speaking, Fairy Hongni produced a shimmering azure sword from her storage bag and began her explanation. Esteemed guests, the first item up for auction is a sword-shaped magical artifact, entrusted to us by a master craftsman from our Tianhai Pavilion. He refers to this sword as the Zhanshui Jian, crafted primarily from the spine of a fourth-tier magical beast, the sea spirit leopard, supplemented with half a tael of rare marine essence and meticulously refined over the course of 3 months. The starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones. With that, she grasped the long sword and waved it gracefully through the air. The sword's radiance was striking, truly a remarkable weapon. While the spine of a fourth-tier magical beast is not particularly difficult to acquire, the marine essence is indeed a rarity. It appeared only in the most vibrant aura of water essence, a mere fragment commanding an impressive value. The addition of half a tael for the forging of this sword could indeed be deemed a grand gesture. The opening item at this auction proved to be remarkably extraordinary, piquing Yun Ling's curiosity for the subsequent offerings. 35,000 spirit stones, 36,000 spirit stones. Periodically, cultivators called out bids until one particular cultivator declared a price of 50,000 spirit stones, at which point the bidding ceased. 50,000 spirit stones surpassed the market price by a significant margin. Typically, such a sword would fetch around 40,000 to 45,000 spirit stones. Even Luo Ninghuan casually called out a bid of 40,000 spirit stones during the auction. However, she possessed a flowing sword gifted by Master Ming Xuang, which surpassed this Zhan Shui sword by a notch, thus her bid was merely for amusement. Does any friend from the Hua Sanya Pavilion offer more than 50,000 spirit stones? The enchanting Fairy Hong and I queried thrice, yet no one raised a higher bid. Very well. This Zhan Shui sword shall belong to the esteemed guest from Hua Sanya Pavilion. Upon her declaration, a cultivator promptly retrieved the Zhan Shui sword and delivered it to the Hua Sanya Pavilion. Once the individuals inside settled the payment of spirit stones, the transaction was naturally completed. The subsequent item for auction was a spirit herb, its verdant leaves adorned with scattered white blossoms, exuding a rich fragrance. This was the fragrant roué grass, aged 300 years, should one find other spirit herbs of corresponding age. It could be refined into a rejuvenating pill with an efficacy nearing 200 years. Yun Ling initially intended to compete for it. However, the competition was excessively fierce. Several female cultivators bid without hesitation, until a fairy ultimately secured it with a bid of 80,000 spirit stones. The fragrant silk grass is indeed not uncommon, however. This particular specimen boasts an impressive age of 300 years. If one were to find it in Xuanling Square, it would typically fetch a price just above 50,000 spirit stones. It is evident that when women become embroiled in competition for items, they act without regard for the consequences. Nevertheless, it is also time for me and my senior sister to prepare our rejuvenation pills. While they are still in the bloom of youth, endowed with cultivation prowess, they will not age like mortals. Yet, a century hence, the situation may differ. Although they may not develop gray hair, their skin will inevitably undergo changes. Who does not desire to maintain eternal youth? I too share this yearning, Yun Ling mused silently. The subsequent auction items failed to capture the attention of the four of them until the eighth item was presented. Chapter 58. Green Ting Serpent Egg. This is a deep green beast egg. The enchanting fairy Hong and I smiled and remarked. Some friends seem rather disinterested in the preceding auction items. However, this one deserves a closer look. This is the egg of the Green Ting Serpent. You should all be aware that the adult Green Ting Serpent is a 7th-tier beast, possessing the strength of a late-stage gold core cultivator. The Green Ting Serpent is known for its cunning and treachery. Our predecessors at Tianhai Pavilion expended considerable effort on Sea Emperor Island to procure 2 juvenile eggs. Oh dear. I accidentally revealed the 9th auction item as well. With a playful glint in her eyes, she continued, the starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones. Anyone wishing to acquire a spirit beast with late-stage gold core strength should not let this opportunity slip by. The Green Ting Serpent is also elegantly referred to as the Green Jiao Dragon, characterized by a prominent, deep green crest adorned with horns. It is said that they have the potential to transcend the confines of 7th-tier beasts and ascend to become 8th-tier beasts, transforming into Jiao Dragons. Numerous cultivators have begun to call out prices, and even Zhao Liang has made a move. Taoist Zhao, I encountered your demonic beast the other day. Its prowess is remarkable. Why do you still wish to acquire this juvenile egg for another contract? Yun Ling inquired. She had previously seen Zhao Liang's spirit beast, a blackhorn tiger. Zhao Liang, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had nurtured his spirit beast to the 2nd tier, possessing the strength of the initial foundation establishment stage, indicating the care he devoted to it. Should he contract another juvenile egg, while it might mature to possess the strength of a late golden core stage? Demonic beasts grow slowly, and their cultivation is no small feat, consuming vast resources along the way. She particularly felt that Fei Fei and Ajio were a pair of gluttonous beasts, consuming without growing. Zhao Liang, however, chuckled, Taoist Yun. You may be unaware that within our sect, there is a spirit beast belonging to a nascent soul true monarch, this green serpent, which ascended to an 8th-tier demonic beast. The green flood dragon, a few years back. We fortunate disciples who have witnessed it are filled with envy. I have become acquainted with several of you, and I trust your characters. Moreover, this is not a great secret. So I shall speak plainly. Our spirit tamer sect cultivators can learn a secret technique after reaching foundation establishment, allowing us to temporarily draw upon the power of our contracted spirit beasts. Unlike disciples from other sects, who typically only contract 1 or 2 spirit beasts, we seek to acquire more companions after our foundation establishment. Ah, I see. Yun Ling nodded in understanding. At that moment, the bidding for the juvenile egg of the green serpent had reached 150,000 spirit stones, with others incrementally raising the bids by a few thousand. Zhao Liang, evidently earnest in his desire, gritted his teeth and called out a bid of 200,000 spirit stones. It is likely that some cultivators, thinking there was still another opportunity, chose to forego bidding. Others may have found themselves financially constrained, while some weighed the value carefully and concluded that it was not worth such a hefty sum of spiritual stones. Ultimately, Zhao Liang, with great satisfaction, paid 200,000 spiritual stones to secure the green tongue snake egg, the 9th item for auction, which was the 2nd green tongue snake egg. Stalled at 150,000 spiritual stones, with fewer voices calling out and the bids dwindling in value. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Isn't this green ting snake capable of becoming a green flood dragon? I once saw it at the Spirit Tamer sect. It was quite imposing. I cannot believe this egg is so inexpensive." As soon as those words were spoken, bidding resumed fervently. Yun Ling harbored deep suspicions that this speaker was a plant from the Xingyan tea house, as the intent was all too evident. However, the cultivators present were unconcerned with such matters. At this point, the bidding for the egg had reached 220,000 spiritual stones. This esteemed friend from the Snow Six Chamber has bid 220,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? This is the final egg, which could potentially grow into a green flood dragon. The fairy Hong and I added fuel to the fire with her cheerful remarks. The cultivators in the chamber began to bid with even greater fervor. In the end, a cultivator from the Hua Shi chamber secured the green Ting snake egg for 280,000 spiritual stones. Zhao Liang at the table was beaming. Having spent an additional 80,000 spiritual stones compared to his own first purchase, he felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Zhao Daoist, you truly possess an eye for quality, Luo Ning praised with a smile. Both Yun Ling and Bai Li Xiaoran also congratulated him warmly. Do the esteemed friends know what this final auction item is? The fairy in red pointed at a jade box on the long table, teasing the crowd. Fairy in red, cease your delay and reveal it to us, called out a cultivator, his tone a mixture of jest and urgency. The fairy in red gradually opened the jade box, presenting it to the assembly and inquiring, do you all recognize this elixir? The pill, somewhat sizable, shimmered in a vibrant green hue, interwoven with delicate strands of snowy white, radiating a gentle azure glow. Inhaling its fragrance, one cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, is that the longevity pill? This revelation aligned with Yun Ling's own conjecture. Although she had refined her fair share of elixirs, her experience was still limited, and she could only make educated guesses based on the records. To her surprise, it indeed was the longevity pill. Indeed, this is the longevity pill. The snowy strands signify its age. This is a centennial longevity pill, declared the fairy in red with firm conviction, her demeanor serious. The crowd erupted in excitement, murmuring among themselves. Such a longevity pill was rare. It was already a formidable challenge to locate one with a 50-year maturity, let alone this remarkable centennial specimen. No wonder it served as the piece de resistance of this half-month conference, with an opening bid set at 500,000 spirit stones. As the fairy's words settled, the cultivators fervently began to bid, each incrementing the price by 10,000 spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones, announced a cultivator from the elegantly appointed room designated as Moon 1. Upon his utterance, the bidding in the adjacent rooms beginning with wind, flower, and snow ceased immediately. Within the moon room sat golden core true persons. It was imperative not to offend them. Zhao Liang quietly elucidated the situation. Now I understand. In the private chamber of the first moon, a senior offered 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Should there be no higher bid, the longevity elixir would rightfully belong to. Even the tone of Fairy Hongmi carried a hint of reverence. 110,000. A cultivator in the second moon's chamber interrupted Fairy Hongmi's words, raising the bid. 120,000. 150,000. 160,000. 180,000. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and fierce. Throughout the Nebula Tea House, aside from the two competitors, the other chambers fell into a profound silence. Some even discreetly closed their windows, wary of witnessing the lively contest between the two golden core realms, fearing that upon leaving the tea house, the eventual loser might recognize them and exact vengeance, leading to an unjust demise. Zhao Liang, a seasoned veteran, skillfully closed the window halfway, leaving a narrow gap to peek outside, though it was difficult to discern the individuals within. Meanwhile, seated in the first moon's chamber, the star-plucking reel was seething with rage. If not for the necessity of adhering to the rules set forth by the island master within the Nebula Tea House, he would have stormed into the second moon's chamber and torn that individual to shreds to vent his fury. Indeed, he recognized the person bidding against him in the second moon's chamber. That individual had not made any effort to disguise their voice, deliberately making it clear who was competing against him. This suit Song Yue was acting with intent. The juxtaposition of the star-plucking reel and that Song Yue reel would lead any first-time listener to assume they were brothers, even if not. One would certainly think they were fellow disciples, or at least companions in the same sect. Regrettably, the outcome is quite the opposite. They are not brothers, and to label them as enemies would be a slight exaggeration. The backstory is rather lengthy, beginning with the selection of the location for the Tianhai Pavilion. The sect of the Tianhai Pavilion was established upon the Dragon's Vein, known as the Dragon's Crest. Yet the surrounding mountains are treacherous and devoid of any spiritual peaks or resources. Thus, they, like the neighboring Spirit Tamer sect, sought cultivation resources from the Kanglan Sea. Given that the Spirit Tamer sect is the weakest among the 8 major sects, the control of the entire Kanglan Sea rests firmly in the hands of the Tianhai Pavilion. The immortal families allied with Tianhai Pavilion predominantly reside on various islands throughout the Kanglan Sea, with powerful clans occupying the larger islands while the weaker ones inhabit the smaller ones, starkly illustrating the principle of survival of the fittest within the cultivation realm. Thousands of years ago, the Kanglan Sea was rife with chaos due to frequent disputes over island territories. The allied immortal families began to disregard the commands of the Tianhai Pavilion, leading to the emergence of regional lords who sought to monopolize the cultivation resources on their respective islands. In response, the then leaders and elders of the Tianhai Pavilion devised a brilliant strategy. The governance of the 12 major islands would be decentralized. They partitioned the islands within the Kanglan Sea into 12 distinct territories: Xingyun, Yu, Biquang, Tianzhan, Jimeng, Penglai, Fengzhong, Yingzhou, Songlong, Lanfeng, Minglan, and Tianxiu. Each major island was assigned a lord, who was granted the authority to manage the adjacent smaller islands while being required to offer a specified quantity of cultivation resources to the Tianhai Pavilion each year. Should the annual supply of spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and other resources fall short, they would need to compensate with spirit stones. Nonetheless, the Tianhai Pavilion has shown a degree of benevolence, establishing a reasonable quota that allows the families who ascend to lordship to reap considerable benefits. The island's leader is typically chosen from the most powerful families in the vicinity, to prevent any single family from monopolizing power. A certain elder of the Tianhai Pavilion ingeniously devised a plan to rotate the island leader every 50 years, ensuring that the leader hails from the second most powerful family nearby. Under the long-standing oppression of the foremost family, there exists no true second family. Rather, it is merely a puppet propped up by the Tianhai Pavilion. This presents a rare opportunity for the surrounding clans, as seizing it could lead to significant growth and development. After millennia of leadership changes, each major island now boasts 2 or 3 formidable cultivation families. Although these families are all disciples of the Tianhai Pavilion and do not rival each other in power, they manage to hold each other in check. Thus, the Tianhai Pavilion enjoys enduring stability. On the Dream-Weaving Island, the Shin and Su families stand as the 2 dominant clans. For 1,000 years, these 2 families have been vying for supremacy, with victories and defeats on both sides, fostering deep-seated grudges. The struggle for the leadership of Dream-Weaving Island has intensified, with Shin Zhaixing and Su Songyue engaging in relentless skirmishes since the inception of their cultivation journeys. Aside from sparing each other's lives, they have employed every conceivable ruthless and underhanded tactic, inflicting considerable losses upon one another. Logically, it is merely a familial contest for the island's leadership. Why must they publicly display such animosity? The answer lies in the history of their mothers. Years ago, Shun Zhaixing's mother, Shun Qianyao, and Su Songyue's mother, Su Qingqing, were already at odds due to familial matters. Fate brought them both under the tutelage of the same master while they were cultivating in the Tianhai Pavilion, and, rather melodramatically, they both fell in love with their senior brother. This led to frequent disputes, prompting their senior brother to retreat into seclusion to train. In a twist of fate, he tragically lost his life during his journey, leaving both of them unaware of whom he truly cherished. From that moment on, their hearts became entwined in an inextricable knot. You sought a son-in-law, and I too sought one. You bore a son, and I likewise bore a son. You named your son Zhaixing, while I called mine Songyue. The moon conceals itself for you, yet I wonder how you shall pluck the stars from the heavens. With 2 rival mothers of such fervor, how could their sons not clash in their encounters? 2 centuries have passed, and now both have attained the status of golden elixir realms. Yet they still delight in thwarting each other, offering no respite to their rival. Indeed, Zhaixing, the golden elixir master, intends to bid for this longevity elixir, while Songyue, the golden elixir master, fervently raises the stakes to seize it for herself. 2 million spirit stones. Zhaixing lamented bitterly. An elder in his family had long lingered in the late stages of the golden elixir, with no breakthrough in sight. As the sands of time dwindled, the need for a century-old longevity elixir became dire. The elixirs available in the market were merely 50 years old. Consuming the first would extend one's life by 50 years. But the effects of the second would diminish by half, and the third would yield the same result as the second. Beyond 3 doses, no further benefits could be gained. Naturally, one would desire something superior, and this century-old elixir was precisely what he needed, for a more aged elixir was beyond the means of the Shin family. The Lord of Xingyun Island had some acquaintance with his mother and, knowing that the Shin family was in search of a longevity elixir, discreetly conveyed word of this opportunity at the auction. His mother then dispatched him, instructing him to secure the elixir at all costs. What should have been a straightforward endeavor was complicated by the leak of information, culminating in the unexpected emergence of Su Songyue, akin to a heroic figure from folklore. The price of the precious elixir soared far beyond its intrinsic value, driven by the fervor of bidding. However, he could not afford to lose. If he were to be defeated by Su Songyue, his mother would undoubtedly erupt in fury. 200,000 spirit stones constituted his entire fortune for the day. Should Su Songyue persist in her bidding, he would be compelled to pawn his magical artifact at the Nebula Tea House to settle the cost of the longevity pill. Fortunately, after he called out his bid, silence enveloped the neighboring area. Before long, a startled exclamation from Su Songyue pierced the air. "Oh dear. I rushed out today and forgot to bring my spirit stones. No more bidding for me. How fortunate I realized it early. Otherwise, what would I do if I won and had no money to pay?" Shen Zhaixing nearly choked on his own indignation. He had anticipated that Su Songyue was being deliberately mischievous. At last, it was over. Yun Ling silently exhaled in relief. The undercurrents between the 2 golden core cultivators had been palpable. They both sensed the oppressive atmosphere, holding their breaths in anticipation, afraid to make a sound. This reminded her of the time at Xuanling Mountain when Gu Sun, with the strength of a late Foundation establishment cultivator, had actually slain a golden core practitioner in the early stage, albeit at the cost of his own meridians being shattered. Zhao Liang had already changed into a different outfit behind the screen, and Yun Ling and the others followed suit, altering their appearances as well. Just as they stepped out of Nebula Island, they found themselves caught in a calamity. Chapter 60. The calamity of the fish in the pool. The reason Yun Ling and her companions altered their appearances before leaving the Nebula Tea House was primarily for Zhao Liang's sake. After all, he had successfully bid for the egg of the green-scaled demon snake, which would surely attract the envy of others. As fellow travelers and allies, they had to cooperate to avoid unnecessary trouble. Little did they expect that upon stepping out of the Nebula Tea House, they would find themselves ensnared in the deadly trap set by the star-seizing master. Zhaixing, the adept, expended an exorbitant sum, doubling his expenses, merely to acquire the elixir of longevity at the auction. The more he pondered, the more discontented he grew. Disregarding the regulations of Xingyun Island, which forbade internal strife, he emerged from the tea house and set a lethal formation. This formation was derived from a fragmented ancient star map he had recently refined, showcasing considerable power. Even if he could not vanquish Su Songyue, he could at least catch him off guard. The pretty boy was particularly concerned about his appearance, and thus, Zhaixing aimed to strike at his face. After a brief wait, he observed Su Songyue descending the stairs with an air of nonchalance, poised to exit the establishment. Zhaixing unleashed the 1,000-mile Star River formation. However, to his astonishment, 4 reckless individuals hastily barged in just before Su Songyue entered the formation. Before he could expel them, Su Songyue had already arrived. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and ensnared both Su Songyue and the 4 intruders within the formation. "Shen Zhaixing, you may trap me, But why involve these four young comrades? Release them at once. Su Tsungyue remarked, playing with the golden embellishments on his cuffs, a gentle smile adorning his face. Release the formation so you can take advantage of the situation? Do you take me for a fool? Zhaixing retorted, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed. I stake my father's life as a guarantee, Su Tsungyue replied earnestly. Nonsense. Your deceased father met his end due to his flirtations, and was swiftly dispatched by your mother, the mantis. Zhaixing spat, utterly unconvinced by his words. Su Tsungyue, undeterred by the insult, feigned a sigh and said, Since you doubt me, I shall have to burden these four young comrades. At this moment, Yun Ling had summoned her ethereal wings, while Luo Ninghuan had conjured her flying artifact. Baili Shaoran stood upon his sword, and Zhao Liang was carried by his black-horned tiger. As the four of them distanced themselves from the river below, the waters of the 1,000-mile Star River array were perilous. To touch them would result in the consumption of a cultivator's spiritual energy. Only the Zhongyue real person floated effortlessly above the river, seemingly unaffected. The Zhaixing real person, casting spells from the outside, caused the river's waters to surge into towering waves, splashing wildly and leaving Yun Ling and her companions in disarray. Even the Zhongyue real person summoned his flying artifact, soaring into the air to evade the tumult. Haha, how long can you endure? He bellowed, clearly impressed by the formidable ancient array. Yun Ling, however, felt an alarming sense of foreboding. Indeed, with a wave of his hand, the Zhongyue real person sent her tumbling to the riverbank, commanding, What lies before you is the heart of the array. You must all descend and shatter it. As his palm descended, Yun Ling could only invoke the wind veil to shield herself, her jade-green umbrella still unactivated, as she found herself submerged in the water. Such swiftness. Fortunately, it seemed that the Zhongyue real person harbored no ill intent towards her. His aim was solely for her to disrupt the heart of the array. And she emerged unscathed. Junior sister, Ling, fellow Taoist Yun. The other three shouted in unison, their faces etched with anger as they glared at the Zhongyue real person. What do you stare at? What can you do to me? This river will consume your spiritual energy if you do not assist her in breaking the array. You shall witness her energy deplete and perish. When the time comes, I shall decide which of you will descend. The Zhongyue real person smirked, his expression laden with malice. Luo Ninghuan and Baili Shaoran had already retracted their artifacts and stepped into the lake's waters. The three of you indeed share a bond of loyalty. The real master Tsungyue let out a cold snort, closing his eyes to ponder deeply. He must remain vigilant against Shun Zhaixing's covert attacks. Yun Ling exerted herself to dismantle the heart of the formation within the river, yet her efforts yielded little success. Meanwhile, Zhaixing the real master was reinforcing the power of the formation from outside, causing the river to draw away their spiritual energy at an increasingly accelerated pace. If this continued, it was likely that their spiritual energy would be depleted before the formation could be dispelled, leaving them unable to survive within its confines. As Yun Ling contemplated this, without any action taken, she received a communication from Zhao Liang. Yun Taoist, this situation is unsustainable. Perhaps we should confront this real master Tsungyue head-on. After all, fate governs life and death. Indeed, a person of extravagant resolve, displaying considerable fortitude. Yun Ling exchanged glances with the other three, blinking in unison. In the next instant, they simultaneously summoned their magical artifacts and leaped into action. Unfortunately, before their attacks could land, real Master Tsungyue had already sensed their movement. He unleashed his life-bound treasure, the crescent moon hook, sending the four of them flying back with a furious shout, "You seek your own demise." The moon hung high in the sky. He then bellowed, swinging his crescent-shaped blade toward them. The group understood that a lethal strike from a golden core real master would be akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Thus, they all activated their most potent defensive artifacts. They had braced themselves for injury before engaging in battle. As the saying goes, when one is the knife and the other the fish will struggle before it enters the pot. At that moment, however, Zhaixing the real master directed the river's waters to cascade down upon Su Tsungyue. Interrupting his assault, and siphoning off some of his spiritual energy. Yun Ling and her companions managed to withstand the force of the impending attack, despite being a somewhat diminished lethal strike. The power of the Golden Core cultivator could not be effortlessly resisted by a mere assembly of several Foundation establishment practitioners. Yun Ling felt her heart surge with turbulent energy, and only after consuming a spirit-enhancing pill could she stabilize her breath. My 4 young friends, assist me in dealing with Su Tsangyue, and I shall reward you handsomely, proclaimed the Star-Gathering Master, witnessing Su Tsangyue's predicament with a hearty laugh. We do not wish to be embroiled in the conflict between the 2 esteemed cultivators. We kindly request the Star-Gathering Master to allow us to depart, Bai Li Sharon replied solemnly, refraining from accepting Shen Jiaxing's proposal. Then I must trouble you to wait a moment longer. As soon as the words left the Star-Gathering Master's lips, he summoned the full force of the formation. A tempestuous torrent erupted within the array, and even Su Tsangyue dared not underestimate it. He invoked his defensive artifact to prevent the waters from touching him. Yun Ling struggled to activate her flying artifact, evading the deluge above, and fortunately, her speed was exceptional, allowing her to avoid most of the inundation. Luo Ninghuan and Bai Li Shaoran managed to endure, albeit barely. The most unfortunate was Zhao Yang. He was reluctant to summon his spirit beast, relying solely on his flying artifact to navigate the chaos. Yet he still became significantly drenched, his spiritual power diminished by more than half. He could only sustain himself through relentless consumption of spirit pills. If this continued, before the duel between the 2 Golden Core Masters reached a conclusion, they might meet their demise here. At that moment, another Golden Core Master suddenly appeared on the horizon. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, he quelled the tumultuous waves surrounding Yun Ling's star-gathering friend. It would be wise to retract this formation. Cooperation brings prosperity, does it not? Chapter 61. The Hunt for the Yellow Lionfish. Upon the arrival of the guests, Master Jiaxing promptly dispelled the formation, approaching with a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the Lord of Xingyun Island. It turned out that the enchanting Hongmi Fairy, witnessing the confrontation between the 2 Golden Core practitioners, feared for the innocent bystanders and had hastily conveyed a message to her master. Given her status, she could not resolve the matter herself. It required the direct intervention of the island's lord. The Lord of Xingyun Island, a seasoned practitioner in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, appeared dignified with long white brows and beard, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and ethereal grace. As the formation dissipated, Yun Ling and her companions found themselves unceremoniously on the ground, while Master Tsangyue let out a cold snort, standing silently to the side. In light of the long-standing friendship between my old self and the elders of the 2 young friends, I kindly ask you both to refrain from further conflict on the island. Instead, let us retire to a modest chamber and share a cup together, shall we? The Lord of Xingyun Island smiled warmly. Please do not take offense, esteemed Island Lord. It is my impudence that has led to this situation. I shall take my leave now and return another day for your hospitality, Master Jiaxing replied, summoning his flying artifact and darting away like a shooting star toward the island's edge. Seeing him depart so abruptly, the Lord of Xingyun turned to Master Tsangyue and inquired, Young Master Tsangyue, will you not stay for a cup of tea? Master Tsangyue clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and shook his head. I dare not impose upon the Lord of Xingyun. I must also take my leave. With that, he took his leave. Thank you for your kind offer. But we 4 must set off for Xinglua Island tomorrow, so we will not trouble you further, Bai Li Shaoran politely declined. The Lord of Xingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. Very well then. Should you return to Xingyun Island in the future, I shall ensure you are treated to the finest tea and water. Thank you, Island Lord. We shall take our leave now. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Master of Nebula Island, it remained uncertain whether her spiritual energy could sustain her until the formation was breached. Throughout the entire conflict, the 2 Golden Core realms showed no concern for the lives of the 4. In the face of overwhelming power, they were akin to mere ants, trampled underfoot. With their spirits dampened, none of them ventured onto the deck to admire the scenic seascape along the journey. It was not until the seventh day that the ship finally reached its destination, Starry Island. Upon disembarking, Wang Yishui inquired, "Have you all prepared the water-separating pearls? If not, they are available for purchase in the island's market." Seeing everyone nod in affirmation, he led the group directly towards the nearby islets. The yellow lionfish, aptly named, possessed a lion's head and a fish's tail, along with 4 limbs. They thrived both in the ocean and on land, although they preferred to roam the terrestrial realm, retreating to the water only for breeding or hunting. The abundance of a delicacy known as the starlight clam beast, which flourished in the pristine waters of Starry Island, was the primary reason these creatures inhabited the area. The principle of mutual existence and conflict governed all life, with the exception of certain unique beasts, such as the fire god phoenix encountered earlier. Typically, ordinary magical creatures adhered to this law. The group spent merely a day on this islet named Starlight before they spotted a yellow lionfish. "Be careful, do not let it escape," Wang Yishui shouted. Despite their numbers, the initial collaboration proved challenging. Unfamiliar with each other's techniques, they allowed the beast to find an opening, plunging into the sea to escape. Yun Ling immediately dove in pursuit. The disciples of Tianhai Pavilion indeed possess remarkable skills in crafting magical artifacts. This water separation pearl is not only lightweight and affordable, but it also proves to be exceptionally effective. When she donned the pearl and entered the water, a mere infusion of spiritual energy caused the seawater to instinctively part a foot around her. There was no need to expend additional energy to conjure a protective barrier. The exhilarating sensation of pursuit was truly delightful. The yellow lionfish, classified as a 4th-tier demonic beast, possessed nearly mid-foundation strength, thriving in its aquatic domain. It twisted and turned through the coral reefs, initially confident it could easily elude the pursuing Yun Ling. However, a quarter of an hour elapsed, and the female cultivator remained closely on its tail. Frustrated, the fish halted, raised its front limb, and conjured a water arrow aimed at Yun Ling. Yun Ling intended to summon her jade-green umbrella for defense, but in a moment of inspiration, she decided to test the untried technique of 1,000 miles in an instant. With only 7 to 8 zhongs separating her from the yellow lionfish, she summoned her sharp gold sword and, in the blink of an eye, was already behind the beast. Before it could comprehend her sudden disappearance, she swiftly severed its throat with one decisive strike. After the yellow lionfish managed to escape, her companions entered the water in pursuit, though none could match Yun Ling's swiftness, arriving just in time. The demonic beast had grown complacent, relying on its dominion over the water and lacking vigilance. "Yun Daoyu, your speed is indeed impressive. No matter how I chase from behind, I cannot keep up," she humbly remarked. With several of them present, it appeared their mission would soon reach fruition. Wang Yishui expressed his delight, stating that the yellow lionfish was not abundant in numbers, and during their time on Starlight Isle, they could capture a few every few days. The requirement of 20 would soon be fulfilled. On this day, while pursuing a yellow lionfish, Zhao Yang inadvertently struck down a nest of red venom bees. Although these bees were merely a first-tier demon beast and the group initially paid them little heed, a multitude of the insects emerged from the nest, buzzing incessantly and proving quite bothersome. Yun Ling, finding it excessive to use her jade blue umbrella or the sharp golden sword against them, recalled the long-forgotten Qianyu needle from her storage bracelet. Though she had already established her foundation and her strength surpassed that of the Qi refinement stage, the ordinary materials used in the crafting of the Qianyu needle limited its potential, allowing it to only split into 9 strikes. The needles traversed 9 paths, and soon, the ground beneath her was littered with the corpses of red venom bees. After they successfully vanquished the yellow lionfish, Zhang Yihua, who had been unusually silent, suddenly inquired of Yun Ling friend Yun, "May I ask if this needle-shaped magical artifact was purchased from the market in Xuanling City?" Yun Ling nodded and replied, "Indeed. I have named this needle Qianyu. It is one of my most significant magical artifacts from my Qi refinement days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yihua nodded and said, "This is also the artifact I crafted during my Qi refinement period that I am most satisfied with." "You are the one who forged this artifact, Zhang Daoist?" Yun Ling asked, astonished. Zhang Yihua affirmed, "Indeed, it was I who crafted it. Regrettably, the materials used at that time were subpar. Now that you have established your foundation, it is no longer suitable. Could you possibly replicate the method of splitting this needle to forge an artifact suitable for the foundation establishment stage?" Yun Ling inquired. The Qianyu needle was the artifact she wielded with utmost proficiency, unparalleled in its effectiveness. Its splitting strikes had repeatedly granted her the upper hand in battles. She had searched numerous markets, yet had found no comparable artifact for the foundation establishment stage. To my surprise, I encountered the very person who forges it today. Fate is indeed enigmatic. Chapter 62. The Gathering Storm. Zhang Yihua remarked, "This is certainly feasible. However, pray, do not hesitate to speak. But what difficulties do you face?" Zhang Yihua shook his head, saying, "The act of forging is not arduous for me. The challenge lies in procuring the requisite materials. Some are elusive, while others are rather expensive." Upon hearing this, Yun Ling felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Esteemed friend, could you provide me with a list of the necessary items? Once I have acquired them all, I shall seek your assistance in the forging process." Within 3 days, a young attendant from the inn hurried to inform them that a large ship adorned with a deep blue flag had arrived at the dock. The people of Kanglan Sea universally regarded the deep blue, akin to the color of the ocean, as a symbol of good fortune. Yun Ling and her companions hastily made their way to the dock and immediately spotted the vessel. This ship, bearing the inscription Heavenly Number 7, boasted 36 decks, its colossal frame nearly engulfing the entire bay of the dock. Such grand vessels typically do not anchor at a small island like Xinghua Island. So the reason for its presence here today was a mystery. Did you not see the flag at the bow? The monk responsible for welcoming passengers at the stern retorted with impatience, refusing to answer their query. Had this been someone with a fiery temperament, they might have rolled up their sleeves to confront him. Fortunately, Wang Yishui, true to his name, had a temperament as gentle as water, making him not easily provoked. Yun Ling surmised that he had likely sold the materials over the past few days. Hence he readily paid the 6,000 spirit stones for the fare. In truth, all of them had prepared to cover the cost of the journey themselves. The longevity of a cultivator's life often thickens their skin. Unexpectedly, Wang Yishui would rather sell the materials from the demon beasts at a loss than allow them to front the expenses, which indicates he is not the type to possess a thick skin. These two brothers are indeed worthy of befriending. The cabin of this ship is considerably larger than when they first embarked, making the price of 1,000 spirit stones seem reasonable. Throughout the journey back, Yun Ling remained devoted to her cultivation, never stepping outside her cabin. The massive ship number 7, having returned from the outer seas, undoubtedly carried many golden core cultivators on board, so it was wise to stay put. This sentiment was shared by others as well. Aside from Zhang Yihua informing her of the materials needed for artifact refinement, even Luo Ninghuan did not pay her a visit. The large vessel sailed steadily, pausing at Xingyan Island for half a day, allowing cultivators to disembark for trading or acquiring items, perhaps due to the unpleasant experience from their last visit to Xingyan Island. The group unanimously chose to remain aboard. Yun Ling kept watch over Fei Fei in her cabin. The little creature had been consuming an unknown fruit purchased at Xingyan Island daily for 10 days and had since fallen into a deep slumber. Had it not been for Ajio, who also nibbled a bit without any adverse effects, she might have suspected the fruit was toxic. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, she had forbidden Ajio from partaking further. On this day, she checked on Fei Fei again. Aside from being unresponsive in its sleep, its breath remained steady, and its spiritual energy seemed to have strengthened somewhat. "Do you know what has happened to Fei Fei?" she asked Ajio. "It's asleep," he replied, glancing at Fei Fei and then back at Yun Ling, puzzled by her urgency. "Sleeping helps it grow," he added after a moment's thought. "Grow?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it possible that the little yellow duck has transformed into a large duck?" To be honest, she had long ceased to expect any assistance from Fei Fei, treating it merely as a pet. A duck is a duck, small and endearing, and the longer she gazed at it, the more charming it seemed. However, what if it were to grow larger? It wasn't that she disliked little Fei Fei, but taking it out would undeniably attract too much attention. While Yun Ling pondered the future of Fei Fei, the boat began to sway violently. She hurried out of the cabin and discovered that numerous cultivators were rushing out as well. Joining these practitioners, she made her way to the deck. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a whip sliced through it. On the deck stood a mid-foundation establishment female cultivator, clad in a red dress, brandishing a whip that gleamed with a cold light. She was mercilessly striking a row of 8 kneeling cultivators before her, all of whom were at the late foundation establishment stage. A mid-foundation establishment practitioner whipping those at the late stage? Before Yun Ling could voice her confusion, the surrounding crowd began to provide explanations. Ah, it's Lin Miaozhu from Zhuiyue Island punishing her subordinates again. Truly ruthless. She is renowned as the fierce female immortal of the Kanglan Sea. Even for subordinates, such public humiliation was excessive. These were late foundation establishment practitioners, after all, and some respect should be accorded. There were few in the Kanglan Sea who could afford to show her any deference, as she was the daughter of a nascent soul true monarch and the sister of the island master of Zhuiyue Island. Not to mention late foundation establishment cultivators. Even golden core cultivators of humble lineage would not easily disregard her face. Though strikingly beautiful, the fierce expression on her face diminished her allure by half. "Zhuer, such rudeness is unbecoming," suddenly interjected a golden core cultivator standing beside Lin Miaozhu. Lin Mingjue gazed at his niece with considerable vexation. Zhuer had indeed been spoiled by her father and cousin, cultivating her sharp temperament, and despite her age, she still lacked discernment. When outside, she seemed to think she was at home, boldly uttering all manner of offensive remarks. The ship swayed once more violently than before. Chapter 63, White Frost Butterfly Fish. The vessel's oscillations became increasingly pronounced, as if a tempest were brewing. It is important to note that these ships are equipped with specialized protective shields, ensuring a remarkably smooth voyage. Such conspicuous disturbances were simply inconceivable. His expression grew grave, his voice imbued with a solemnity that was unmistakable. "Third uncle, it must be that they carelessly leaked information, causing these white frost butterfly fish to pursue us. You must impose severe punishment upon them." Lin Miaozhu continued to shout loudly. "Elder, it was not my subordinates who divulged this. Rather, among those kneeling, a younger cultivator, disregarding his companion's attempts to silence him, argued, it was Miss Hu. During her outing at Xingluo Island, unilaterally opened the spirit treasure mirror, allowing the essence of the young white frost butterfly fish to escape, thus prompting these adult white frost butterfly fish to track us down. Shifting blame and attempting to implicate me? Lin Miaozhu raised her whip once more. At that moment, the ship lurched violently again, nearly causing her to fall, but her third uncle swiftly caught her. "Zhuer, this is not the time for discussion. Cease this foolishness." Lin Mingjue admonished sternly. "Quickly, rise and ensure the protection of the young lady." The white frost butterfly fish. Legendary 6th-tier beasts with the bloodline of the ancient white dragon fish, dwelling solely beyond Bihua Island, off the coast of Bikuan Island. Are they truly beneath this very vessel? The crowd erupted in astonishment, with numerous foundation-building cultivators in a state of panic. Among them were several golden core masters who responded to the call. How could one let slip such a rare opportunity to forge a connection with the nascent soul, true monarch of Zhuiyue Island? The vessel had come to a halt, and the white frost butterfly fish, which had been lurking beneath the surface, began to emerge, surfacing gracefully. This was Yun Ling's first encounter with the living white frost butterfly fish. She had only seen them in bestiaries and had never laid eyes on them in the markets. Their pure white bodies, adorned with wings reminiscent of butterfly wings, showcased scales that shimmered even whiter, forming intricate frost flower patterns that were breathtakingly beautiful. Alas, at this moment, their eyes glinted with a palpable intent to kill, fixating on everyone aboard the ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There were precisely 9 white frost butterfly fish. Among the 6 golden core masters on the vessel, including Master Mingjue, they were outnumbered. Unbeknownst to them, Bailey Xiaoran and Luo Ninghuan had approached Yun Ling's side. He whispered, "Remember to protect yourself. If a fight breaks out, We shall withdraw. Yun Ling nodded. With these 6 golden core masters present, it was best for them, the foundation builders, to refrain from joining the fray. It was likely that even if they did participate, they would not reap the rewards of victory. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. As the fish group had effectively halted the large vessel, they initiated their attack. Several white frost butterfly fish soared into the air, launching icy arrows at the ship. Activate the defensive array, quickly. Master Mingjue urged those at the bow responsible for controlling the ship. The helmsman, seasoned from years of experience, promptly activated the defensive array and engaged the ship's mechanisms. Countless sharp spikes erupted from the vessel's hull in an instant. These sharp cones are undoubtedly specially crafted magical artifacts, imbued with the chilling power of ice. Several frost butterfly fish, unable to evade swiftly enough, were pierced by the pointed tips, their crimson blood staining the surrounding waters a deep red. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks, yet it was ultimately the disciples led by the esteemed Mingjue who held the upper hand. The blood of the frost butterfly fish further tainted the sea's surface, while the scent of iron permeated the air, growing increasingly potent. Not far away, a few low-tier demonic beasts began to swim closer, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Esteemed colleagues, we must conclude this swiftly, lest the stench of blood attracts a multitude of beasts, declared Mingjue. No sooner had he spoken than he soared from the vessel, brandishing a golden spear to strike at a nearby demon fish. The golden core cultivators aboard followed suit, leaping from the ship to engage the frost butterfly fish in direct combat. The Foundation establishment cultivators gathered on the deck to observe the golden core practitioners casting their spells. When suddenly an unexpected calamity struck, a fissure abruptly appeared in the massive ship's hull, and as everyone scrambled to evade, dozens of ice blades erupted from the vessel's bottom. A few cultivators were caught unawares, brutally cleaved in two by the icy projectiles, their entrails spilling forth gruesomely, a sight most repugnant. With the ship compromised, seawater gushed in relentlessly, causing it to sink at an alarming rate. All aboard were compelled to summon their flying artifacts, ascending into the air. Not only were there 9 frost butterfly fish demons, but the largest had been lurking beneath the ship. At this moment, it finally broke the surface, its wings unfurling as it leapt from the water, unleashing a volley of ice arrows towards the Foundation establishment cultivators suspended above. Mingjue hurled a large drum, providing a shield against the oncoming ice projectiles. Amidst the resounding thrum of drums, he shouted, "Hurry and retreat. Zhuer, depart swiftly. And the Lin family must protect the young lady." His words resonated like thunder, awakening the crowd. Everyone urged their flying artifacts into action, fleeing with all their might. And Yun Ling was no exception. However, she soon sensed that something was amiss. She had resolved to fly towards Xingyun Island, a sanctuary teeming with golden core cultivators, where safety was assured. She did not harbor the delusion that Lin Miaozhu was pursuing her. After all, a frost butterfly fish demon beast was trailing behind her, undoubtedly in a frantic chase for its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, she veered to the right, prioritizing her escape from the perilous duo. To her astonishment, Lin Miaozhu continued to follow her despite her change in direction. As Lin Miaozhu fled, the frost butterfly fish demon beast pursued her relentlessly, and her household servants were struck down by its icy arrows, leaving her utterly alone. Had it not been for the astonishing speed of her bamboo leaf artifact, she would have long been devoured by the beast. In her desperate flight, she spotted a female cultivator ahead and hoped to surpass her with her flying artifact, believing that safety would soon be within reach. Yet, to her dismay, the female cultivator, despite being in the early stages of Foundation establishment, flew with remarkable swiftness. After a prolonged chase, Lin Miaozhu found herself thwarted and exceedingly vexed. Moreover, the female cultivator seemed to sense her intentions and abruptly changed course. Gritting her teeth, Lin Miaozhu persisted, employing secret techniques to accelerate her artifact. As she drew near, she struck with a whip, ensnaring the female cultivator and drawing her behind, delivering her directly into the clutches of the frost butterfly fish. Yun Ling seethed with indignation, Lin Miaoju's treachery was indeed profound, as she had plotted to divert the calamity from herself all along. As the frost-winged butterfly fish prepared to strike with its icy blade, Lin Miaoju was still 10 zhang away. She swiftly sacrificed half of her spiritual power to execute the technique of distant horizons, instantly appearing beside Lin Miaoju. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to summon her magical artifact. Yun Ling directly employed a gust of wind blade to propel Lin Miaoju in front of the frost-winged butterfly fish, returning the favor in kind. "Vile creature!" Lin Miaoju exclaimed in fury. Her reflexes were commendable. She conjured a cerulean shield to deflect the attack of the frost-winged butterfly fish. Simultaneously, she ensnared Yun Ling's delicate wings with her long whip, yanking her closer. However, she underestimated the might of a 6th-tier demon beast. The Greenwood Shield, although a superior defensive artifact, proved insufficient against the assault of a creature equivalent to a mid-stage golden core beast, given her mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. The icy arrow pierced through the Greenwood Shield, diminished in size due to the consumption of spiritual power, yet it still struck Lin Miaoju's lower abdomen directly. She fell unconscious, and with her, Yun Ling, ensnared by the long whip, plummeted from the sky. The frost-winged butterfly fish, unsatisfied with its initial attack, used its broad wings to slam Lin Miaoju against the rocky surface. The unfortunate Yun Ling was also caught in the gust of its wings, crashing heavily onto the same rock. Her breath staggered. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, having sustained considerable injury. The frost-winged butterfly fish descended slowly, its icy gaze fixed upon her. At this critical juncture of life and death, she suddenly heard a long, mournful cry from a demon beast. The echo of its wail seemed to slice through her consciousness with countless sharp blades, inflicting pain deep within her very soul. Yun Ling finally exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. After consuming a spirit-enhancing pill, she turned her gaze towards Lin Miaoju, who lay motionless on the ground. To her horror, she discovered that Lin Miaoju's head had struck the sharp edge of a rock, resulting in her untimely demise. This was not a place to linger. If anyone discovered that she had been in the same location as Lin Miaoju prior to her death, her family would undoubtedly come seeking answers, and she would find herself at a loss for words, embroiled in trouble. Yun Ling swiftly took Lin Miaoju's storage bracelet and ascended into the air, using her sharp metal sword to cleave the rock, allowing Lin Miaoju's lifeless body to sink into the depths of the sea. The Qingmu shield had shattered and was of no further use. The long whip, however, remained intact. Since Lin Miaoju had such a penchant for wielding a whip, it would remain with her, accompanying her in her eternal rest beneath the vast ocean. Among the countless wandering souls in these waters, she would not be alone. Had Lin Miaoju been solely focused on her own escape, her flying artifact, which was not inferior, might have granted her freedom. Yet, driven by malevolent thoughts, she had dragged herself down into the depths, and thus, her fate was sealed. Even the most favored of the heavens are not immune. The path of destiny is merciless, and with a single misstep, one may ultimately be reduced to dust. Having completed these actions, she paid no heed to her injuries, enduring the excruciating pain within her consciousness, and set forth at a rapid pace towards Xingyan Island. 3 days later, Yun Ling finally arrived at Xingyan Island. On that day, numerous cultivators escaped from the vessel known as the Tianzi No. 7, and the entire Xingyan Island was aware of the monstrous beasts launching a surprise attack on the ships at sea. The ship that Yun Ling boarded lingered at Xingyan Island for an additional 2 days before embarking on its journey again on the 3rd day. The voyage was smooth sailing, and her physical injuries had nearly healed. However, the damage to her spiritual awareness was more severe, requiring a precious elixir left by the esteemed Xingzhou to aid in recovery, while the remainder needed the gentle passage of time for full restoration. As soon as the cultivators disembarked, they found themselves encircled by over 100 practitioners who barred their passage. Observing their attire, it was identical to that of Lin Miaoju's guards. "May I inquire, fellow cultivators, why do you impede our progress?" one of the cultivators questioned. The true culprit behind the covert attack on Miss Lin? Could it be her? Yun Ling pondered privately. It is indeed her, the Lord of Zhuyu Island. I witnessed her fleeing in the same direction as Miss Lin on that day," exclaimed a cultivator in a brown robe, pointing an accusing finger at Yun Ling. "Were you truly in the company of Miss Lin that day?" inquired the esteemed Miolin. He bore a slight resemblance to Lin Miaozhu, yet his demeanor was notably more composed and restrained, lacking her ostentatious charm. Yun Ling did not overlook the icy coldness lingering in his gaze. "I did not accompany Miss Lin. However, I did encounter her being pursued by a frost butterfly fish," she replied in a low voice, deliberately omitting any mention of their previous confrontation. "The Lord of Zhuyu Island. It is common knowledge among all aboard the Tianzi No. 7 that Miss Lin possesses the extraordinary Xuanling treasure mirror, and it is also known that she has acquired a juvenile frost butterfly fish. Perhaps she was motivated by greed and intended to eliminate Miss Lin," the accusatory cultivator shouted loudly. "Since everyone is aware that Miss Lin possesses extraordinary treasures, you must also know this. You accuse me of being greedy, yet I could just as easily claim that you are the one crying thief. After all, you are at the late foundation establishment stage." Yun Ling scrutinized this cultivator closely and confirmed that she truly did not recognize him. Indeed, this female cultivator is merely at the initial foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly defeat the mid-stage cultivator, Miss Lin, who possesses numerous treasures? The other cultivators who had been on the same ship echoed in agreement. If this accusation fails, it will only lead to further trouble. As the tide of public opinion began to sway in his favor, the cultivator hastily declared, "Island Master, I am willing to swear the heart demon oath." I truly saw this female cultivator heading in the same direction as Miss Lin. The heart demon oath is the most significant vow for a practitioner. If one speaks falsely, it will lead to the emergence of a heart demon during their advancement, often resulting in failure. Generally, cultivators are reluctant to hastily swear such an oath. "Do you dare to swear the heart demon oath that you witnessed me killing Miss Lin?" Yun Ling retorted fiercely. The cultivator was momentarily speechless. He indeed had not seen anything. Glancing at the grim expression of Master Miolin, he suddenly said, "If you did not commit murder and theft, then show your storage treasure to Master Miolin." Yun Ling, seething with anger, countered with a mocking smile, "Are you trying to leverage your superior cultivation? If you do not see anything, will you kneel before me and call me any 3 times? You are being excessively arrogant." "Who is truly being excessive?" Master Miolin interjected suddenly. The accusing cultivator turned pale. What if not? Would he truly be compelled to kneel before this female cultivator in public? Chapter 65. An End to All Things. Indeed, it is a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice instead. His attempt to step forward and accuse was merely an endeavor to curry favor with the Zhuyu Island. Now, having been skillfully countered by this female cultivator, he found himself not only at odds with her, but also in an unfavorable position. I concede. With resolve, he gritted his teeth and declared. At this juncture, he could only firmly believe that Yun Ling had indeed taken sinister measures against Miss Lin, fully committed to this path of no return. Yun Ling regarded him with a disdainful smile, extending her storage bracelet towards him. How could he possibly know what Miss Lin's belongings resembled? He could only bow and address the esteemed Master Miolin. "I beg you, Island Master, to take a look." Just as Master Miolin was about to reach out to accept it, a blue wooden sword whizzed through the air, positioning itself before him, creating a barrier between him and Yun Ling. Who goes there? Around them, the cultivators promptly summoned their magical artifacts, anticipating danger. Baili Shaoran, a disciple of the luminary sword master from the Yuyuan peak of the sword sect, greeted Master Miolin. Luo Ninghuan, a disciple of the pure tranquility master from the Yuzhu peak of the Xuanling sect, also saluted Master Miolin. It was none other than Baili Shaoran and Luo Ninghuan who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "Senior sister, Brother Shaoran," Yun Ling called out. They were likely there to escort her, yet had stumbled into this scene, risking entanglement with the Golden Core Master. Baili Shaoran sheathed his wooden sword and stepped forward to perform the customary salute, inquiring in a solemn tone, "This individual is a true disciple of my mother, known for her humility and grace. May I inquire where she has offended the master, that the master feels compelled to inspect her storage treasures? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. My younger sister has tragically fallen, and my father is heartbroken, commanding me to uncover the truth of this matter. This fellow cultivator claims to have seen my junior sister on the day the Tianzi No. 7 ship met its demise, accompanying my sister. I must seek clarification. The Master Miolin spoke with a visage full of sorrow, his tone remaining relatively calm, likely out of respect for the Sword Sect and the Xuanling sect, which is also the intent of Bailey Xiaoran and Luo Ninghuan in revealing their backgrounds. Just because they were seen together, they hastily conclude that my junior sister is the perpetrator? Are the people of Tianhai Pavilion so quick to unjustly accuse the innocent? Luo Ninghuan scoffed. Just a verification should suffice to prove my junior sister's innocence. What is the harm in that? Even after invoking the name of Yun Ling's sect, Master Miolin remained unmoved, insisting on inspecting her storage bracelet. Upon hearing this, Luo Ninghuan became incensed, fixing her gaze on Master Miolin. There is no evidence for this matter. You people from Zhuye Island disregard the dignity of our Xuanling sect's true disciples. You wish to inspect? Have you even considered whether we, the Xuanling sect, consent to such an action? Her words resonated with conviction. For the sake of her sister, she would not endure humiliation, even if the opponent were a golden core master. You. Master Miaoling's expression darkened further. Yun Ling grasped Luo Ninghuan's arm, shaking her head in a gesture of restraint, signaling that she had her own plans and wished to prevent her from continuing. Senior sister, do not engage in further dispute with this island master. I am willing to prove my innocence. Once the verification is complete, should there be no belongings of my sister, Zhuye Island must apologize to me. Furthermore, Yun Ling pointed at the very cultivator who first accused her. He too must kneel and call me Annie 3 times. Yun Ling's countenance was resolute, unperturbed in the slightest. Fortunately, before she disembarked, she felt a premonition and recalled the frequent secretive actions of a Jew regarding the concealment of spiritual liquor. Inspired by this thought, she cleverly hid Lin Miaozhu's storage bracelet. Curiously, it is known that typically, a spiritual beast only develops a small magical pouch within its body upon reaching the 5th tier, corresponding to the initial stage of a cultivator's golden core. Yet, a Jew, possessing merely a 1st-tier cultivation, already possessed an independent space for the storage of items, which is indeed perplexing. She had never encountered such descriptions in any beast compendium. It seems that as a member of the rare ancient spiritual beasts, the golden-eyed spirit monkey harbors many secrets that remain unknown today. Yun Ling resolved to take decisive action. Should the esteemed Master Miolin refrain from publicly inspecting her storage bracelet today, under the pressure from the Sword Sect and the Xuanling sect, it is likely that he would covertly seek her out later. It would be far wiser to seize this opportunity to clear her name and avoid future entanglements. Yun Ling presented the storage bracelet to Master Miolin, urging him to scrutinize it carefully, as this would be a singular occasion. Her words carried profound implications. Indeed, in the future, should anyone from the moon-chasing island wish to conduct inspections again, whether they be golden core masters or nascent soul true monarchs, my Xuanling sect shall demand an explanation. The local tyrant, despite his higher cultivation, must not repeatedly insult others, as if other sects were mere trifles. Luo Ninghuan vociferously echoed, exuding an air of formidable authority. Her tone was laced with scorn, showing little regard for the identity of the moon-chasing island's master. Master Miolin, aware of his own shortcomings, chose to ignore her unruly remarks. He accepted Yun Ling's storage bracelet, examining it meticulously, casting a glance at Yun Ling with a hint of suspicion. Yun Ling speculated that he might have caught sight of the densely packed elixirs on the shelf. After a moment, Master Miolin returned her storage bracelet and simply stated, "There is nothing." The cultivator, upon hearing this, was struck with terror and exclaimed, "How can that be? She must be concealing other storage treasures on her person. It must be so. Search her, search her." In response, Master Miolin waved his long sleeves and sent him flying 30 zhong away. The man crashed against the dock and fell unconscious. Master Miolin was furious. It was this very individual who had adamantly accused Yun Ling of murder and smuggling, causing him to suffer humiliation in front of a crowd. Now, he was here insisting that she had more storage treasures hidden. Master Miolin had observed her closely. This female cultivator was dressed simply, her hair adorned with only a few ordinary ribbons, and aside from the storage bracelet, she possessed merely a spirit beast pouch at her waist. The only ornament she wore was a sky-blue pendant at her chest, featuring a small piece of translucent jade. Such pendants were incredibly inexpensive in the Kanglan Sea, something Zhu'er wouldn't even glance at. Everything about her was apparent, leaving no room for other storage treasures. Had he known he was so unreliable, he should never have listened to him from the start. It was I, Lin Miaosen, who acted carelessly and neglected my fellow cultivator. I take my leave now. With that, Master Miolin departed with his entourage. It was indeed rare for a golden core cultivator to set aside their pride and act with such decisiveness. This ability to be both flexible and resolute explained why he could inherit the position of Island Master. As the Lin family withdrew, the cultivator who had promised to call her Lady Yun Ling remained prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Uncertain whether she had truly fallen into a deep slumber or was merely feigning unconsciousness to evade this calamity. She pondered on the necessity of nurturing her spiritual awareness and broached the subject with her companions, sister, brother Xiaoran. Since we are inclined to spend more time honing our skills in the vast expanse of the Kanglan Sea, why not consider renting a small courtyard? The inn is rather crowded and noisy, which is not conducive to our cultivation. Moreover, I wish to refine some elixirs, and doing so here would prove rather inconvenient. Chapter 66. Renting a small courtyard. Luo Ning Huan clapped her hands in agreement. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. The rooms in Tianhai Inn are indeed rather cramped. I even fear that the noise from refining a magical artifact might disturb others. After bestowing the rewards of their task upon the trio, he reminisced about the events of that day with a sense of nostalgia. It turned out that after the ship was wrecked, the other cultivators fled in all directions. He, along with his brother and Zhao Yang, found themselves in close proximity and thus escaped in the same direction. As they journeyed midway, Zhao Yang suddenly suggested, "Why not seek a distant reef to take refuge on? Perhaps we might stumble upon some discarded corpses of demon beasts left behind by the Golden Core cultivators." He considered that since his brother was passionately devoted to artifact refinement, acquiring remnants of the frost butterfly fish would greatly benefit his practice. Wang Yishui readily concurred. As for Zhang Yihua, he had already identified a suitable reef for their refuge. The trio then observed the unfolding battle from a distance. The Golden Core cultivators, led by the esteemed Ming Zhu, had already slain 4 frost butterfly fish, establishing a dominant position. Unbeknownst to them, a horde of Chung Yaojin had emerged from the shadows. Attracted by the demon blood of the frost butterfly fish, which in turn summoned a swarm of golden sharks. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and the rapidity of the attackers. In a moment of inattention, the venerable Mingjue was momentarily hindered by the golden water arrows, allowing the largest of the white frost butterfly fish to seize the opportunity. With a powerful strike, the white frost butterfly fish ensnared him with its icy blade, momentarily freezing his form before utilizing its broad wings to drag him into the depths of the sea. Within the water, a multitude of gold-devouring sharks surged forth, ravenously tearing into both man and beast. Despite Mingjue's desperate attempts to escape, the white frost butterfly fish, in a bid for mutual destruction, clung to him with unwavering resolve. When he finally managed to extricate himself from the fish's grasp, he found himself encircled by the relentless sharks, who proceeded to rend him to shreds, bite by bite. Observing this grim fate, the other Golden Core cultivators hastily summoned their flying artifacts and fled. What transpired thereafter? Inquired Yun Ling, curious. The group continued to discuss various mundane matters related to their journey, and Li Shaoran broached the topic of renting a small courtyard. "Leave this matter to me," declared Wang Yishui, confidently taking charge. Within a day, he sent word that he had secured a courtyard and invited them to inspect it. They arrived at the location he had mentioned, Han Square, situated in the northern part of Tianhai City. Heian Square boasted over 100 small courtyards specifically designated for Foundation establishment cultivators to reside and cultivate. Similar accommodations were available in other areas of Tianhai City as well. Wang Yishui had procured the courtyard number 6 in Heian. It comprised 3 main rooms, with 2 additional rooms on either side, presenting a spacious arrangement. Most importantly, this courtyard was located at the heart of Heian Square, enhanced by a spirit-gathering array, ensuring an abundance of spiritual energy, making it highly conducive for cultivation. Naturally, such a prime location came at a considerable price. The steward in charge of the leasing, upon noticing their satisfaction with the courtyard, promptly quoted an annual rental fee of 50,000 spirit stones. Before Yun Ling and her companions could respond, Wang Yishui pulled the steward aside for a quiet conversation. Daoist Wang, since these individuals are relatives of Daoist Zhang, I must give him some courtesy. However, this courtyard has its set price, and with my qualifications, I can only reduce it to this extent, he said with a wry smile. A discount of 14,000 spirit stones. Was Daoist Zhang's reputation worth such a sum? Noticing Wang Yishui discreetly signaling her, Yun Ling surmised that the price was indeed reasonable and agreed to rent it for a year. As they prepared to pay, Bailey Shaoran eagerly stepped forward to settle the bill. Yun Ling chose not to contest him, planning instead to compensate her senior brother with some elixirs later, covering both her and her sister's rental fees. The steward signed a leasing agreement with them and departed after collecting the spirit stones. Wang Yishui remarked, "This individual previously commissioned my senior brother to craft a magical artifact, and he was quite pleased, thus fostering a good relationship. When we negotiated for this small courtyard, it was he who facilitated a significant reduction. Today, I merely hinted that you all are distant relatives of my senior brother, and he indeed granted us an additional discount. By the way, my senior brother and I are residing at number 15 Heian. You are all warmly invited to visit. We shall certainly receive you with open arms. Daoist Wang, you are too kind. We shall definitely pay a visit on another day. Today, we are in a rush, but in a few days. We hope to invite you and Daoist Zhang to our gathering," Yun Ling replied. Wang Yishui took his leave, mentioning that he would return with his senior brother in 2 days to celebrate their new abode. Although cultivators possess storage talismans that allow them to effortlessly transport their belongings, settling into a new residence still requires cleaning and organization before one can truly make it home. Yun Ling was the first to choose the West Wing, while Luo Ninghuan opted for the East Wing, leaving the main room for Bailey Shaoran. Naturally, the room on the eastern side of the main house, originally intended for entertaining guests, remained unchanged. The other rooms were adjusted according to their preferences, as they intended to reside there for a year, or perhaps even longer. Comfort was paramount. The most extravagant among them was undoubtedly Luo Ninghuan. She procured numerous shells of the xiazhu clam, covering the entire floor of her room, so that upon entering, one would be greeted by a sea of rosy light. Yet, she was not content with this alone. She proclaimed that when she ventured out for training in a few days, she would seek colorful pearls to hang from the beams, aspiring to transform her room into a crystalline palace. After a couple of days, Wang Yishui and Zhang Yihua came to celebrate their housewarming, presenting 3 exquisite white coral lamps. These lamps were specially crafted by Zhang Yihua. As night fell, the lamps could emit 7 different hues of light, allowing for a selection that delighted Luo Ninghuan immensely. Subsequently, Bailey Shaoran and Luo Ninghuan joined Wang Yishui and his companions in hunting fierce beasts. Meanwhile, Yun Ling, citing a need to refine medicinal pills, remained in the courtyard. Over the past 2 months, she had been refining simple pills while nurturing her spiritual awareness, and her injuries had mostly healed. One day, she planned to refine some more challenging pills to hone her skills, so she set out to procure the necessary spiritual herbs. Upon her return, she found a figure standing at the entrance of the courtyard. She regarded the newcomer with a stern expression and coldly said, "Please, esteemed one, step aside." This person was none other than the esteemed Miholan Jinren, whom she had encountered not long ago. At this moment, he had shed the resplendent attire of the island's master, abandoning the imposing demeanor he once bore. Clad in a long robe of jade green, He held an ancient tome in his hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a modest scholar. However, Yun Ling was too preoccupied to appreciate the profundity of the scholarly aura. She stood on guard, as if facing a formidable adversary. Could it be that he was already aware of Lin Miaozhu's demise and had come to confront her? Nevertheless, she forced herself to remain composed, reminding herself that she was not the one who had committed murder. If one were to assess the situation accurately, she was merely an unfortunate victim who had managed to escape. It was Lin Miaozhu who had initiated the conflict. She had only acted in self-defense, leaving no room for guilt. Yun Ling noted a subtle, almost imperceptible smile on his face. She regarded him with skepticism, sensing that his tone did not convey an intention to provoke. What was Lin Miaozhen truly scheming? Perhaps he was aware that his actions 2 months prior had been excessively reckless and disrespectful, and thus, Yun Ling's current indifference was justified. He rested his right fist against his chin, feigned a light cough, and then spoke willingly. I have come today, firstly to apologize to you, esteemed friend Yun, for my earlier indiscretion, and secondly, Yun Ling cut him off before he could finish, lifting her foot to depart. Her unreasonable demeanor incited a flicker of irritation within him. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he relinquished the airs of a golden core cultivator. Wait, esteemed friend Yun. Perhaps you might consider this token of apology. If it does not meet your satisfaction, you may leave at your leisure. He extended the tome before Yun Ling. The mere sight of the title, Qin Fong, inscribed on the cover, caused her to halt in her tracks. She lifted her gaze to him and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, esteemed master? On that very day, I examined your elixir and found it to be somewhat different. Its spiritual essence appeared remarkably pure. I surmise that you employed the ancient method of Qi Dan as described in the ancient texts. Am I correct?" His words were somewhat ambiguous as he alluded to the events of that day, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "Since you have expressed a desire to indulge my preferences, why not speak plainly? What is your purpose?" Yun Ling inquired directly. "I wish for your assistance in healing a friend of mine." It seemed he was not one to engage in idle pleasantries, and stated his intentions outright. "Please, do come in," said the master. The allure of the Qi formula was indeed potent, as their presence at the door attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Yun Ling invited Master Miao Lin to the main hall for a more detailed discussion. However, to Yun Ling's astonishment, Master Miao Lin's opening words revealed that his friend was a golden core cultivator. Surely, the master must be jesting. What capability do I possess to heal the injuries of one at the golden core stage? He fixed his gaze upon Yun Ling and said, "If her meridians cannot gather spiritual energy, they will dissipate. Over the years, she has sought the aid of countless alchemists, yet none have succeeded in healing her. I have perused numerous ancient texts and believe that the Qi Dan technique may hold a solution, which is why I sought you." Hope gleamed in his eyes. A golden core cultivator regressing to the foundation establishment stage? From his brief remarks, it was unclear what kind of affliction this individual suffered. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Ling replied, "I must first meet this person, and I must clarify that I specialize solely in Qi Dan and am not adept at healing injuries." A 10-day round trip between Tianhai City and Zhuwei Island? Even if he were a golden core cultivator, surely there would be no time for respite on the journey. What sort of person incited such urgency in him? Yun Ling gazed at his departing figure and curiously inquired, "Is this friend particularly important to you? Why has the esteemed Master Zhenren ceased to investigate the cause of Miss Lin's demise, opting instead to attend to his friend's affairs?" He sighed deeply, remarking, "She was merely the daughter of a concubine, relying on favoritism. She ran rampant on the island, her notorious reputation echoing across the vast seas. If she has perished, then so be it." His words, though devoid of warmth, betrayed a hint of regret. By the 10th day, Master Miolin had yet to make an appearance. After waiting an additional 2 days, Yun Ling began to suspect that he might not come at all. To her surprise, on the 13th day he arrived, weary and hasty, cradling a slumbering female cultivator in his arms. She refused to come, so I had no choice but to render her unconscious, he stated matter-of-factly. Yun Ling understood at last the source of his fatigue. He had forcibly brought her across the sea, a true testament to his efforts. She guided him to a room adjacent to hers, saying, "This is where I receive guests. It lacks a proper bed, but I shall fetch one." Before she could finish her sentence, Master Miolin produced a golden silk couch from his storage ring, carefully placing the unconscious cultivator upon it. The female cultivator frowned lightly, as if on the verge of awakening. Noticing this, Master Miolin turned to Yun Ling and said, "It would be a great favor if you could tend to her injuries. I would certainly reward you for your assistance." With that, he hurriedly departed, exhibiting an air of urgency, as if fleeing from a dire situation. After a moment, the cultivator on the couch slowly opened her eyes. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her expression tinged with a fleeting sadness that enhanced her delicate allure. "Dear friend, you are awake," Yun Ling greeted warmly, her smile infused with genuine hospitality. "Where is Lin Miaosan?" The female cultivator coldly inquired. "Ah, Miolin Jinren has already departed. He entrusted me with the care of your injuries." This cultivator was indeed beautiful, yet her demeanor was so frigid it could chill the very air. No wonder Lin Miaosan discreetly slipped away before she regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, she rose to leave, but Yun Ling hurriedly grasped her arm. "Fellow cultivator, I possess the art of Qin'an." The woman appeared skeptical, her expression remaining icy, yet her steps faltered. "Look, this is a pill I have refined." Yun Ling casually presented her a spirit pill. After a prolonged inspection, the woman murmured, "So Lin Miaosan did not deceive me. You truly can refine Qin'an. Since you are here, might you let me examine the extent of your injuries?" "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, her meridians displayed abnormalities. Every meridian was riddled with countless minute voids, continuously leaking spiritual energy. It was no wonder she could not gather spiritual qi, unable to return to the golden core stage, and her cultivation was evidently regressing. While meridian ruptures could be nurtured back to health with healing pills, the multitude of holes left behind posed a significant challenge. Even with the consumption of healing pills, the medicinal effects would dissipate. How could one treat such a condition? Which elixir could yield such results? Yun Ling fell into deep contemplation. Noticing her silence, the female cultivator softly asked, "Is it that you, too, have no solution?" Chapter 68. The Zhang clan's Ru Hua. Over the past century, I have encountered countless masters of alchemy, all of whom have expressed their impotence. Gradually, I have grown accustomed to this reality. For a century, this lingering ailment has gradually eroded my spiritual essence, causing my cultivation to plummet from the early stages of golden core to the late stages of foundation establishment overnight. Now, I find it difficult to even maintain the mid-foundation realm. I have long come to terms with this. My friend need not feel troubled. Though I claim to have accepted it, the desolation in my eyes cannot deceive those around me. Do not rush, dear friend. Take your time to rest here. Allow me to ponder what elixir to employ. I have an inkling that I have encountered a recipe capable of healing such injuries. Is what you speak of true? Are there truly such spiritual herbs? The female cultivator stood in disbelief, her previously dull eyes now alight with hope. Yun Ling nodded, suppressing the instinct to utter the word perhaps. To fall from golden core to foundation establishment overnight must have been a cataclysmic blow. To maintain a mid-foundation level of cultivation after a century of scattered spiritual energy, this woman must have exerted 100-fold more effort than the average person. With her unwavering resolve, I shall assist her. As she prepared to bow in gratitude, Yun Ling hurriedly helped her up, insisting that such a title as master was unwarranted. "I am Yun Ling, hailing from the Xuanling sect, Yuzhu Peak. Given that you are both my senior in age and cultivation, simply calling me Yun Ling will suffice." It seems she is aware that her injuries have a chance of being healed, and her spirits have lifted, evident in the slight smile in her words. With just a few sentences, no more were needed. Yet, from this exchange, Yun Ling gleaned knowledge of the Xuanling pill and the Tianyi pill. The Xuanling pill was already available on the shelf, but what was this Tianyi pill? The precious tome presented by Master Miolin contained over 60 recipes, most of which were for golden core and nascent soul practitioners, with many being recipes not recorded in the art of Qin'an, making them exceedingly rare. The records in the Qinfeng book do not mention the Lingdan of inheritance, but do document a remedy known as the Butian Dan, which can also address the ailment. Yun Ling speculates that it may simply be a case of different names for the same medicine. The spiritual herbs required for refining the Butian Dan can all be found in the market, albeit at a slightly elevated price. Moreover, the fact that she plans to forcibly refine a medicinal herb of the golden core stage with her foundation establishment cultivation may lead to a considerable waste of spiritual herbs. Considering the costs, she feels a pang of reluctance and decides to seek out the unsuspecting benefactor outside the courtyard. After all, this individual has been observing the situation within with their divine sense, so charging a fee for the voyeurism should not be excessive. Yin Daoyu is their hope? Upon seeing Yun Ling step out of the courtyard, Master Miao Lin hurried forward, his face filled with concern. There is hope, but she feigned difficulty. What troubles you? Please do not hesitate to speak. Master Miao Lin inquired eagerly. I was waiting for you to say that. Yun Ling then proceeded to inform him of the specific spiritual herbs she required, while also mentioning the challenges she faced in refining the pill, urging him to procure several more. Why not take the teleportation array to Xianxing City's market? There, not only are the prices lower, but the variety is also greater. She called out to Master Miao Lin's retreating figure. In light of his proactive attitude, she offered him a friendly reminder. Within a day, Master Miao Lin delivered a full 100 portions of spiritual herbs for Yun Ling's refinement of the Butian Dan. He mentioned that this 100 portions should suffice for the time being, as his disciples were still procuring more, and he would send additional supplies once they gathered another 100. Truly, the current island master of Zhuye Island is exceptionally wealthy. Zhang Ruhua, aside from inquiring about the name Lin Miaosin on the first day of her arrival, has not mentioned it again since. Even though she was acutely aware that the esteemed Master Miaolin was just outside, she continued to feign ignorance. Lin Miaosin, as a mere golden core cultivator, dared only to linger outside, never daring to step into the courtyard even once. This truly baffled Yun Ling, who secretly speculated about the nature of their relationship, which hardly seemed like that of friends. With Master Miaolin as her backing, Yun Ling began the arduous process of refining the heaven-mending pill. This elixir could only be refined during the golden core stage, and for her, the process was fraught with challenges. Fortunately, with an abundance of materials at her disposal, after wasting 32 precious spiritual herbs, she finally succeeded once, yielding 6 pills. Since declaring her intent to enter seclusion for alchemy a month ago, she had been eagerly anticipating Yun Ling's emergence. Once she did, she could consume the heaven-mending pill to fill the voids in her meridians. The healing process required considerable spiritual energy. Should her energy falter, she could take a pill to replenish it. If, during her recovery, her spiritual energy ran low, she could resort to the healing pill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruhua was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude to Yun Ling before preparing to enter her own seclusion. However, Zhang Ruhua shook her head gently, stating, I have intruded upon you, dear sister. I shall send word to my family to dispatch someone for my protection. Once they arrive, they will find a residence nearby and return to seek you in half a year. This was a clear indication of her preference to find someone anew rather than rely on Master Miaolin's guardianship. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Cave. 6 days later, Zhang Ruhua departed, carrying a storage bag filled with rare spiritual herbs, which were otherwise quite difficult to procure, demonstrating her generous spirit. However, this abundance may soon be a thing of the past. Only an outsider like her would remain oblivious to the recent rumors surrounding Zhuye Island. Whenever she was mentioned, the crowd would express their deep regrets. The two families had once been evenly matched, alternating as the island's leaders every 50 years, coexisting peacefully. However, 2 centuries ago, the Lin family produced a remarkable figure, the Mingfang true monarch. With a Yuanying true monarch at the helm, the Lin family firmly secured its position as the foremost family on Zhuye Island. Even with the rotation of the island's leadership, the Lin family's growth could not be stifled. Yet, after attaining the golden core, they faced a calamity that nearly claimed their lives. Though they survived, their golden core shattered, resulting in a regression of their cultivation. Yun Ling finally allowed herself to relax after days of being scrutinized by the golden core true monarch's spiritual sense, which, although not directed at her, was nonetheless unsettling. One day, while Yun Ling was perusing the city for suitable training tasks to stretch her legs, she suddenly received a message from Luoning Huan, instructing her to immediately head to Yingzhou Island to meet them, while also bringing along some restorative elixirs and healing potions. Assuming that she and Bailey Shaoran had sustained injuries during their training, Yun Ling hurriedly boarded a ship that very night. After 5 days, as she stepped off the dock at Yingzhou Island, before she could inquire about the situation, she was seized by Luoning Huan, who had been waiting outside the dock, and whisked away to a small island called Yingzi Island. Along the way, Luoning Huan led her through a series of twists and turns, wary of any potential followers. When asked about the matter at hand, she remained tight-lipped, only offering a mischievous smile, leaving Yun Ling utterly perplexed. Upon reaching Yingzi Island, Luoning Huan did not pause, dragging her into the water and plunging deeper into the sea. It was not until 3 hours later that they finally halted before a vibrant coral reef. Yun Ling soon discerned that the coral reef was enveloped in a barrier, accessible only to those possessing profound cultivation capable of forcibly breaking it. Without the specific formation techniques, entry was impossible. After navigating through the coral formations, turning left and right for half an hour, they finally arrived at a stone door. Before the door sat by Li Xiaoran, Wang Yishui, and Zhang Yihua, engrossed in meditation. Beside them stood 2 familiar cultivators, Yu Wu Xian and Yin Xing. "Senior Sister Yun, it is a pleasure to see you again," Yin Xing greeted as he approached. "Junior Sister Ling, after several years apart, I have missed you dearly." Yu Wu Xian, now successfully established in foundational cultivation, retained his exuberant spirit. "Yin Shidi, Yu Shixiao, have you both also come to experience the trials of Kanglan Sea? How is it that you all find yourselves here?" Yun Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued by their unexpected gathering. "This is a lengthy tale. I have truly suffered greatly," Yu Wu Xian lamented, his expression filled with grievance as he began to recount his woes. It turned out that after both Yu Wu Xian and Yin Xing achieved foundational success, they independently chose to venture to Kanglan Sea for training. One day, after Yu Wu Xian had slain a beast, he unexpectedly spotted Yin Xing being pursued by a monstrous creature. How could I ignore a fellow cultivator in peril? Without a second thought, he rushed to assist, only to regret his impulsive decision. The beast in pursuit was a 4th-tier monster, the El Shi Nying. Eventually, through their combined efforts, they managed to vanquish the formidable creature. Thereafter, the two forged a partnership for their journey. Rumors within the sect circulated that Yin Shidi was blessed with heavenly fortune. However, Yu Wu Xian felt otherwise, deeming him a harbinger of disaster. "Ling Shimi, allow me to share my plight with you. Throughout my journey with him, I have encountered numerous demonic beasts without even seeking them. They come to me unbidden, intent on devouring me. It has been utterly exhausting." Yu Wu Xian feigned sorrow as he spoke. "Brother Yu, not long ago, you did not express such sentiments. You even urged me to summon you for future endeavors, hoping to seize a stroke of fortune." Yin Xing rolled his eyes, exposing Yu Wu Xian's pretense of lamentation, which was, in truth, a veiled display of pride. "During our adventures, we squander much time searching for these beasts, with minimal actual combat. He revels in his gains while feigning distress." The assembled company expressed their reluctance to engage further with this individual. "Brother Yu, how is it that you and junior brother Yin find yourselves here, alongside my senior sister and Taoist Wang, and the others?" Noticing Yu Wu Xian's propensity to ramble without addressing the crux of the matter, Yun Ling decided to pose a direct inquiry. "This is his doing," Yu Wu Xian pointed at Yin Xing. "A few days ago, we were attempting to catch a spirit-extinguishing fish in this vicinity. For reasons unknown, he inadvertently attracted another, and we had no choice but to flee. To our surprise, the 2 fish pursued us relentlessly, leading us into this coral reef where we stumbled upon this hidden cave." He gestured towards the stone door. "Behold, this door bears 7 handprints, somewhat scattered. I surmise that it requires the simultaneous infusion of spiritual energy from 7 individuals to unlock it. As Brother Yu and I have yet to meet new companions in the Kanglan Sea, he suggested that we inquire about Sister Luo, who seems to be practicing in the same waters. To our delight, it turns out that Sister Luo, along with Brother Bailey and these two Taoists, are fortuitously also training near Yingzhou Island. Truly, what a serendipitous connection. Yin Xing continued, Chapter 70, The Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion. Esteemed friends, now that you have arrived, let us proceed to open the stone door. If we delay too long, I fear the Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion may vanish. Wang Yishui suddenly interjected. The Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion? Yun Ling appeared puzzled, having never heard of such a name. Wang Yishui nodded, saying, I surmise this is indeed the Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion. However, we shall only ascertain its authenticity once we enter. As you are not from our Kanglan Sea, you may be unaware of our legends. He chuckled lightly and continued. The Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion is said to be a treasure trove of an ancient immortal. After the immortal ascended, this place was left behind in the Kanglan Sea. It is rumored that every 100 years, the Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion materializes somewhere within the Kanglan Sea. If 7 cultivators find and open it within 7 days of its appearance, they shall receive the gifts of the ancient immortal. I always believed this was merely a legend. I never expected to witness it here, beneath Yingzhou Island. I owe my gratitude to this esteemed Yin Taoist, Wang Yishui said, bowing respectfully to Yin Xing. With 6 days having passed since the discovery and Yun Taoist's arrival, if this truly is the Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion, it could vanish at any moment. We should proceed to open it without further delay, lest we prolong our dreams into the night. Zhang Yihua urged. Even Zhang Yihua, usually taciturn, wore an expression of longing at that moment. Clearly, the Seven Treasures Spirit Mansion holds immense allure for the cultivators of the Kanglan Sea. Indeed, let us open it. I wonder what treasures await me within this spirit mansion. I can hardly contain my excitement. Luo Ninghuan chimed in with a smile. At the ancient stone gate, there were 7 handprints, and each individual chose one to place their hand upon, initiating the infusion of spiritual energy. After a while, Yu Wuxian called out to Wang Yishui. Is this method to open the door correct? Have you perhaps misremembered? As he swallowed a spirit pill, he continued to voice his confusion. My dear Yu, I merely relayed the legend for everyone to hear. Did you not suggest how to unlock it? You mentioned infusing spiritual energy into these handprints, did you not? Wang Yishui responded, astonished. Did I indeed say that? I was merely taking a wild guess, Yu Wuxian replied, bewildered. The others exchanged glances. Realizing the method was based on speculation, Yun Ling had already infused 30% of her spiritual energy, yet the stone door remained utterly immobile. After consuming a spirit pill, she tossed a bottle to each of the others. Her refined elixirs were notably effective for restoring spiritual energy. The attendees, having varying degrees of camaraderie with her from previous collaborations, accepted the bottles without hesitation. Upon her endorsement of the elixirs, they eagerly took them and consumed the spirit pills. Junior Sister Ling, how is it that you can concoct such potions? Why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known earlier, I would not have wasted my resources on those inferior pills outside. Yu Wuxian exaggeratedly praised her. The others nodded in agreement. Luo Ninghuan proudly declared, how could the elixirs crafted by my junior sister be of mundane quality? After some time had passed, with each person having infused half of their spiritual energy, the stone gate remained silent, just as they began to suspect that their method might be flawed and were on the verge of giving up. The gate erupted with a brilliant golden light, drawing them into its embrace. The shimmering sea surrounding Yingzhou Island reflected the golden light that illuminated the clouds above. What has transpired, Lord of Wuwang Island? A group of golden core cultivators gathered around the current Lord of Yingzhou Island, deep in discussion amidst the most radiant area of the sea. Wuwang Jinren shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. Perhaps we should descend together to investigate? The others nodded in agreement. Such a magnificent display of golden light could very well signify the emergence of a treasure, and the prospect of sharing in its bounty was indeed enticing. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, they could only witness a vibrant coral reef vanish in an instant. Could it be that the 7 treasures' true spirit manor has manifested? An elder Jinren murmured. This speculation prompted exchanged glances among the group. If it truly were the 7 treasures' true spirit manor, One could only wonder which 7 fortunate souls would gain entry. Having been swept up by the golden light, Yun Ling found herself alone, with the others nowhere in sight. Suspecting that a formation might be obstructing communication, she stowed her communication jade and began to explore independently. She discovered herself in a confined chamber, confronted by a solitary door. As she approached, a voice inquired, "If you were stranded on a deserted island with no means of departure, accompanied only by a freshly slain, still warm beast, what would you do? Is this some form of a test?" She pondered, racking her brain for any relevant knowledge from her readings, only to realize she had never encountered such a query before. Leaving her at a loss for an answer, she contemplated the beast, searching for anything of use. After some deliberation, she provided a haphazard response. The door swung open, revealing yet another door blocking her path, followed by a second question. After 3 days on the deserted island, you decide to venture out and discover what you most desire to find. Spiritual plants. Upon the door's opening, yet another door presents itself along with a question. Yun Ling is utterly speechless. She suspects that the master of this 7 treasures true spirit manor was either exceedingly bored in those days or possessed a rather peculiar sense of humor. Just listen to the questions posed. Once you discover your most sought-after treasure, what will you do with it? Who is the person you most wish to meet? After encountering this person, what will you bestow upon them? What do you cherish doing when not cultivating? What aspirations do you hold? The simplicity of these inquiries is entirely reminiscent of a trick played by someone rather than an ancient cave. After responding to the 7th question, the door opens to reveal a set of steps. Upon the steps lies a wooden box. She had scarcely picked up the box and taken a moment to discern its contents before she felt a jarring disorientation. In the next instant, she found herself transported to a barren little island, surrounded by desolation. Yun Ling was instantly alarmed. Could it be that she was truly abandoned here, as suggested by those questions? Fortunately, it wasn't long before Bai Li Xiaoran was also teleported nearby. She was not alone. Her heart began to settle slightly. Such is human nature. The presence of others alleviates fear. Soon, others were successively transported to this deserted island, each initially displaying expressions of astonishment. Wang Yishui consulted the sea chart and discovered that they were on a desolate little island remarkably close to Tianhai City, rather than the forsaken isle mentioned in the questions. What a false alarm! The hearts of the crowd, once elevated, were finally set at ease. The master of the 7 treasures true spirit mansion truly was an extraordinary individual. Chapter 71. Exchange of fortunes. Everyone's gaze fell upon the wooden boxes in each other's hands, curiosity stirring within them. However, inquiring about another's fortune might seem somewhat impolite, so they all refrained from speaking. Yet, Yu Wuxian could no longer contain himself and spoke first. The questions posed earlier were quite peculiar. I answered them rather casually. Now, having received this box, I wonder what treasures it contains. Why don't I open mine first? If you all do not mind, we might share our findings. The remaining 6 expressed their agreement, finding no harm in taking a glance. The fact that the 7 of them had gathered to unlock the 7 treasures true spirit mansion was indeed a matter of fate. Moreover, they could be considered friends, each possessing a certain understanding of one another's character, not being deceitful or treacherous individuals. Within the box, he discovered an ancient tome entitled Records of the Gluttonous Beast. After flipping through a few pages, he snapped it shut with a resounding clap. With lips pursed and a gaze filled with complexity, he looked at Luo Ninghuan, signaling her to open her box. "All right, let me be the second," Luo Ninghuan declared as she retrieved a jade slip from the box. "A talismanic celestial book," she exclaimed in surprise, her excitement palpable as she eagerly began to peruse its contents. Luo Ninghuan was already enamored with talismans, so the fact that the master of the 7 treasures true spirit mansion had catered to her interests by presenting this celestial book was truly astonishing. Seeing Luo Ninghuan receive her treasure, the others hastily opened their own wooden boxes. Bai Li Shaoran found a sword manual, the Azure Dragon Sword technique. Wang Yishui discovered a staff. Hualin Xing unveiled a golden longsword, its material shrouded in mystery. However, the sword emanated a brilliant golden aura. its shimmering light unmistakably signifying its nature as a gold attribute artifact, perfectly attuned to his spiritual roots. Zhang Yihua's usually expressionless visage was now adorned with a smile. This was all due to the jade slip in his hand, a compendium of artifacts. Upon seeing the title, Yun Ling understood that this jade slip was immensely beneficial for weaponsmiths. In comparison to others, the white magnolia in her grasp appeared rather mundane. This was a white magnolia crafted from spirit jade, fully bloomed with 9 petals of pure, translucent white, quite a sight to behold. Unfortunately, after contemplating for a while, Yun Ling remained oblivious to its potential uses. At that moment, Yu Wuxian's large eyes were wide open like copper bells. He glanced at the items held by the others and then at the tome in his hands, his expression one of incredulity. Why was it that others possessed formidable artifacts or coveted tomes, while he was left with mere recipes for cuisine, wine, and pastries? Zhang Yihua had materials suitable for crafting weapons. Luo Ninghuan had the blood of a beast for talisman drawing. Bai Li Shaoran was tasked with cleaning the blood from the sword. Wang Yishui was to place the beast into a storage bag for his senior brother. And Yin Xing was searching for additional beasts. Didn't we specify we needed warm beasts? That implies they just perished. Wouldn't you prefer roasted meat? Yu Wuxian expressed his confusion upon hearing their responses. The group fell silent. Wang Yishui sighed and slowly remarked, "Friend Yu, as a foundational cultivator, why do you still cling to such trivial desires like a novice in the qi refining stage? From the 7th layer of qi refinement onwards, aside from the fasting elixirs, spiritual tea, spiritual fruits, and spiritual wine, I have abstained from consuming anything else. Excessive consumption of demon beast meat leaves a residue of turbid energy in the body, necessitating the intake of cleansing pills to restore balance. Do you not find this quite bothersome?" He cast a reproachful glance at Yu Wuxian, deeply pained by the notion that a distinguished foundation establishment cultivator would still indulge in such earthly desires. Yu Wuxian, alchemy, swordsmanship, talisman drawing, artifact refining, seeking materials for artifact crafting, pursuing demon beasts. Yu Wuxian took a deep breath. Enough of the inquiries. He had dug his own pit and was now forced to leap into it. Observing the successes of others, a pang of anguish pierced his heart. It was entirely his fault for suggesting the exchange of opportunities in the first place. As he departed, he tossed the Taotai notes into Yun Ling's hands. "Junior Sister Ling, remember to invite me for a drink once your wine is brewed. My heart aches too much, so I shall take my leave first. Senior brother Yu, wait for me." As Yu Wuxian vanished into the distance, Yin Xing summoned his flying artifact to pursue him. "Everyone, should you require companions for your adventures, do not hesitate to call upon me and senior brother Yu. Is Daoist Yu all right?" Wan Yishui inquired hesitantly of Luo Ninghuan. Had he perhaps spoken too excessively? "No worries," Luo Ninghuan waved her hand carelessly. "I suspect he is merely feeling a bit under the weather. After all, he received a mere recipe. Haha." Her laughter was rather ungracious. "That is good to hear, very good." Wang Yishui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that his previous words had not inadvertently offended Daoist Yu, for that would have been quite unfortunate. After spending several days together, the two disciples wished to befriend their companions, Yu and Yin, and proposed to embark on future adventures together. As Yun Ling and Luo Ninghuan just bid farewell to Bai Li Shaoran as he stepped into the teleportation array, Luo Ninghuan received a message from the Luo family. "Senior sister, this is Lin Miaozhu's storage bracelet. Please take care of it." Just before her departure, Yun Ling discreetly took out a hidden storage bracelet from a jiu and stealthily slipped it into Luo Ninghuan's sleeve. "Junior sister," Luo Ninghuan exclaimed in shock, "have you truly committed murder and theft?" With a hot potato concealed within her sleeve, Luo Ninghuan dared not linger in the bustling teleportation array and departed, her mind rife with questions. Chapter 72. Who is the true culprit at the Sword Sect, Tianquan Peak, in the Changming Tower? "Junior brother, you have arrived," said Changming Sword Master with a warm smile. "I am unaware of the reason for your summons," replied the visitor, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Changming Sword Master gazed upon the frost-like hair of the individual before him, a sigh escaping his lips. "In a single night, His junior brother had not only become grizzled, but also lost half of his spirit. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Bai Li's sword master, Bai Li Xingyun. Junior brother, I have good news to share with you. Over the years, Changming's sword master had taken Bai Li Shaoran as his disciple, diligently caring for Bai Li Xingyun's spirit beast, the ethereal goose, in an effort to atone for his past transgressions. Nevertheless, he had always felt remorse for not doing enough to retain his junior brother. Look here, Changming's sword master said, summoning the artifact used to nurture the ethereal goose. The Ling pool. Lying within the vessel of the ethereal goose, its once somber, brown feathers have regained vibrancy, rekindling hues reminiscent of begonia blossoms. Senior brother? 2 years ago, I journeyed to Danxia Valley and procured a fire sun pill to nourish your ethereal goose. Recently, it appears to show signs of awakening. Thus, I summoned you to behold it. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Li Xingyun performed a deep bow before the Changming swordmaster. Without uttering another word, he began to channel spiritual energy towards the ethereal goose. Junior brother, why the haste? Waiting a little longer will surely lead to its awakening. You may inquire then. The Changming sword master attempted to intervene, urging him to pause. Senior brother, fret not. It is but a mere flow of spiritual energy. If it can awaken and reveal to me the identity of the one who murdered Liu, I would willingly sacrifice all my cultivation. Undeterred by the counsel, Bai Li Xingyun continued to infuse the ethereal goose with spiritual energy, prompting the Changming sword master to pace anxiously nearby. Yun Ling, after bidding farewell to Bai Li Shaoran and Luoning Huan, remained alone in her small courtyard to cultivate. Naturally, she did not forget to transmit a message to Luoning Huan, elucidating the cause of Lin Miaozhu's demise, while also mentioning the storage bracelet. Within the bracelet lay the spirit treasure mirror, sealing a young white frost butterfly fish, intended as her spiritual beast. Over the years, Luoning Huan had scoured various spirit beast markets, yet had not encountered a creature that met her approval. The aesthetically pleasing beasts were deemed too weak in spiritual power, while the robust ones were criticized for their lack of charm. This incessant scrutiny had hindered her from forming a contract. She hoped that this young white frost butterfly fish, both beautiful and powerful, would finally satisfy her desires. In recent days, Yun Ling has felt a fluctuation in her spiritual energy, sensing a potential breakthrough. Having been in Kanglan Sea for merely half a year, and with little substantial training under her belt, it seems premature for her to advance so swiftly. Consequently, she resolved to halt her cultivation temporarily and explore Tianhai City, seeking the materials listed on the refining equipment checklist provided by Zhang Yihua. During her leisure, she planned to concoct some elixirs, intending to stabilize her mental state before challenging the mid-stage of foundation establishment. On this day, after gathering the necessary materials for crafting a magical artifact, she sent a message to Zhang Yihua, inquiring whether he was at the courtyard of Haiyan Square. Coincidentally, Zhang Yihua was out procuring materials as well, and they arranged to meet at a tea house in Tianhai City. Yun Ling arrived early and awaited him. The tea house in Tianhai City was considerably livelier than the one in Xuanling City, with several storytellers taking turns to share intriguing tales. Just as she settled down and ordered a pot of spiritual tea, a storyteller took to the central round stage of the tea house. Master Qinyan, what fresh tales shall you regale us with today? As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by familiar patrons. The true name of this storyteller had long been forgotten, as he had spent years with another storyteller entertaining audiences with fascinating anecdotes, earning them the monikers of Master Qianyin and Master Wan Yu among the regulars. Their knack for vivid and engaging storytelling made them the treasured dual gems of the tea house, attracting a considerable clientele. Today, I shall share 2 delightful stories with you all. But remember, dear friends, do not skimp on my spiritual stones. The storyteller, known as Master Qianyin, waved his folding fan, teasing the audience with suspense. Speak swiftly, speak swiftly. When have we ever withheld our rewards from you? The crowd urged eagerly. You all must be aware of the tragic tale of the esteemed sword master Bailey, who lost his beloved wife 2 decades ago, right? The Taoist Qianyin cleared his throat and spoke. I thought you were about to share some fresh news. Why bring up an incident known to everyone from 20 years ago? Are you devoid of new stories? A tea patron candidly inquired, causing others to erupt in laughter. Yun Ling perked up her ears, attentively listening. Do not rush, dear friends. The Taoist Qianyan gently stroked his long beard. What I am about to recount is not merely an old tale. Do you know? The ethereal goose of Sword Master Bailey has awakened. The ethereal goose? Are you saying that the slumbering spirit beast has roused? I thought it had perished after escorting young Master Bailey. Someone asked in astonishment. The Sword Clan is affluent and influential. Acquiring a miraculous elixir is hardly remarkable. It is quite normal for it to be revived. Please do not interrupt. Continue, Taoist Qianyan. Have you uncovered the identity of the murderer of Master Mingli? Indeed. Do tell us, has the true culprit been found? Esteemed guests, allow me to recount the events in detail. It is said that the ethereal goose consumed a divine elixir sought by the esteemed Sword Master Changming. Upon awakening, it revealed to Sword Master Bailey the identity of the true culprit. Who is the true culprit? Someone could not restrain themselves from interjecting, only to be silenced by their companion. There are two culprits. One is an indistinct demon lord, and the other, you shall never guess. Suddenly, Taoist Qianyan snapped his folding fan shut. It is none other than the esteemed chieftain of the Qianin Palace. What a revelation! Yun Ling felt a chill in her heart. The one who had slain her master was indeed a member of the Qianin Palace. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Bai Li Jianzun ascended to Qianin Palace, and in a fit of rage, he cleaved half of the remote Fong Hall. The esteemed Jifan, having suffered the destruction of her golden core by a single stroke, was rendered a mere shell of her former self. Yet, she remained resolute, refusing to divulge the identity of the demonic lord with whom she conspired to commit harm. Although Bai Li Jianzun sought her life, he was thwarted by other Yuan Ing, true monarchs of Qianin Palace. At that moment, the sect of Jianzong and Qianin Palace were entangled in disputes, and it was rumored that Xuanling sect had also inquired into the matter without uncovering any clarity. Why did Jifan conspire with the demonic lord of Beiming to slay the revered Ming Li? After all, they were all from the esteemed Long Yu spiritual lineage. What was the motive behind such treachery? A young cultivator inquired. Ah, young one, you fail to grasp the essence of the matter, interjected another. These two female cultivators and one male cultivator. What could their motivations possibly be but unrequited love, leading to a vengeful act of murder? Indeed, the allure of male beauty can lead one astray. Bai Li Jianzun, with his strikingly handsome visage, has undoubtedly captured the hearts of countless female cultivators in his time, remarked a cultivator, half envious and half admiring. Taoist Qianyan, what is the second piece of intriguing news? As for that second matter, it has caused quite a stir. The ethereal yin revealed a secret that none could have anticipated. Taoist Qianyan sipped his tea, teasing the audience with suspense. Pray, do not keep us in suspense any longer. Speak swiftly, and I shall reward you, exclaimed another, as young attendants circulated with trays among the guests, collecting offerings for Taoist Qianyan. Many cultivators contributed 30 or 50 spirit stones, while some patrons generously tossed over 100 spirit stones, prompting Taoist Qianyan to express his gratitude with repeated bows. Yun Ling, too, displayed her generosity by tossing 100 spirit stones onto the tray. It seems that many of you are unaware that the ethereal goose has proclaimed that the illustrious Master Mingli was once with child, bearing twins. Is it truly possible? For cultivators, conceiving a child is no trifling matter. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous it becomes. How could a golden core master potentially bear twins? Surely, you jest. Rest assured, I speak not in jest. A fellow cultivator of mine is a disciple from the Qianin Palace, who witnessed with his own eyes the esteemed Jianzun Bai Li pressing the revered Jifan for the whereabouts of the other child. Jifan, resolute, refused to divulge any information, even at the cost of her life. It was only under the inquiry of her master, the esteemed Zijing Zhenjuan, that she reluctantly revealed that the second boy had been taken to the North Sea, although she was unaware of the precise location. Consequently, both the Sword sect and the Xuanling sect have dispatched their cultivators to the North Sea in search of the child. For those who are interested, it may be worth your while to seek him out as well. Should you succeed, the sword sect is certain to bestow generous rewards. The Taoist Qianyan chuckled, pointing towards a promising path to prosperity. The patrons within the tea house were engulfed in astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. Alas, with 20 years having elapsed, who can ascertain what the other child looks like? In this vast sea of humanity, where might one begin their search? My dear friend, why do you lack such adaptability? Since they are twins, they must bear a resemblance. Why not seek a child resembling the young master Bai Li? Ah, you speak wisely, my friend. Have you ever laid eyes upon the young master Bai Li? Describe his appearance, and perhaps we may even sketch it. So, it turns out that brother Sharon has a sibling? Yun Ling was equally astonished to learn that her master had once carried twins. Could it be that this child, along with the inhabitants of Gujing Village, has been captured by the nefarious demon Lord Bai Lu and taken to the North Sea, in the land of the Northern Abyss? A place that has long occupied my thoughts. Taoist Yun, I apologize for the wait. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yihua had already taken a seat at the table, interrupting Yun Ling's reverie. Taoist Zhang, you appear radiant. I surmise you have successfully procured the materials for crafting your artifact? She inquired with a smile. The two engaged in casual conversation, and once Yun Ling had handed over the materials, Zhang Yihua rose to take his leave. Before departing, he made a solemn vow, proclaiming that within 2 months, he would have the magical instrument refined. Yun Ling speculated that he had likely gained significant insights from that tome on artifacts. For today, he seemed invigorated and full of ambition. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to the unfortunate Yu Wuxian. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yun Ling set about brewing a spirit known as Zhu Yan Xiao. This recipe is one of the few in the Tao Tai Chronicles for which the materials are relatively easy to gather. It is said that consuming it can help one forget their sorrows and break into a smile, though the description may be somewhat exaggerated. It should be quite suitable for Yu Wuxian. The process of brewing Zhu Yan Xiao is rather intricate, rivaling that of concocting high-tier elixirs. Just as she began, Yun Ling discovered that her containers for storing the materials were insufficient. While searching through her storage bracelet for some empty jade boxes and bottles, she inadvertently stumbled upon a white magnolia, which concealed a secret. Upon lightly touching it with her spiritual energy, the 9 petals of the white magnolia shimmered with light, each petal automatically splitting into 9 jade cups resembling magnolia flowers. With a gentle application of her spiritual energy, the petals were formed into a complete white magnolia. 81 jade cups in total. It turned out to be a spatial vessel. The individual who crafted this artifact must have been an extraordinary master, employing the overlapping mechanism technique with unparalleled finesse. Upon realizing that she could utilize this exquisite flower vessel to refine elixirs, Yun Ling set aside her brewing endeavors and immediately commenced the alchemical process for the heaven-mending pill. She began by infusing the essence of purified spiritual herbs into these delicate vessels, arranging them in clusters reminiscent of petals, thereby merging their medicinal properties. Each petal encapsulated a distinct essence, and once the infusion of several essences was complete, she reassembled these petals into the form of a white magnolia, concentrating the final medicinal potency at its core before segmenting the elixir. Remarkably, only 6 portions of materials were expended, yielding a total of 8 elixirs. Henceforth, you shall be my alchemical furnace, and I shall name you by Lanzhan. With great delight, Yun Ling discarded the dilapidated alchemical furnace previously used for pill concoction into a corner. Initially, she felt a tinge of disappointment, as others possessed treasures that catered to their preferences, while her own was unremarkable, comparable to the rather plain Moon Wuxian. Little did she know that this humble vessel awaited her. The master of the 7 treasures' true spirit mansion indeed possessed great understanding. Numerous tasks beckoned her, including a journey to the North Sea region, which she was determined to undertake. Additionally, she sought to locate the villagers of the ancient trees. However, her own cultivation had hindered her progress. She discovered that each time she engaged in alchemical refinement, her mindset would attain a remarkable tranquility. Immersed entirely in the process, she would forget all uncertainties about the future and all feelings of anxiety. Thus, She devoted herself to both alchemical endeavors and cultivation within her small courtyard. When her spirit reached a state of ethereal clarity, she began to break through into the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. It was merely a modest advancement. Yet her preparations with spiritual herbs were thoroughly comprehensive. 3 months later, her efforts bore fruit, and she became a mid-foundation cultivator. After some contemplation, she resolved to personally deliver medicine to Crescent Moon Island. The surrounding waters of the island were home to a 4th-tier demon beast renowned for its remarkable speed, known as the Wind Chaser Beast. As she practiced the Tai-Yin floating wind technique, which emphasized swiftness, she had yet to thoroughly study her Fuyao step since her foundation establishment. She intended to seize the opportunity to train against this demon beast. However, before embarking on her journey to Crescent Moon Island, she needed to visit the management office in Haiyan Square. She and Wang Yishui were eager to procure some refining materials on Fengzhong Island, fearing they might miss her emergence from seclusion, so they had entrusted their magical instruments to a fellow cultivator at the rented courtyard, instructing her to retrieve them via message. The manager, recalling Yun Ling, promptly handed over the magical instruments upon her arrival, casually mentioning that the rental period for the courtyard was nearing its end and inquiring if she wished to extend her stay. Chapter 74. The dandy Yun Ling was uncertain when she might return from Crescent Moon Island. Haiyan Square had its own rules. If a cultivator's rental period expired without renewal, the courtyard would be leased to someone else. By the time Yun Ling reached Crescent Moon Island, her newly acquired magical instrument, a replica of the Qianyu needle she named Qianyu Yin, was already partially refined. Taoist Yun, you've had quite a journey, greeted a familiar figure, the gold core true person who had previously visited Tianhai City. I am honored by your presence, true person Qiyu, Yun Ling responded with modesty, quickly performing a respectful gesture. Despite the amiable facade, the individual's words were devoid of any reverence, instead dripping with condescension. How bold it was for a late foundation cultivator to show such disrespect towards a gold core true person. Intrigued, Yun Ling found herself curious about this individual's background. As a result, she merely cast a few glances at the man, who seized the opportunity to send her a flirtatious glance in return. Yun Ling, where did this dandy come from? After he spoke, he summoned a chessboard with a flourish of his sleeve, propelling Yun Ling forward at a swift pace. Master Qiyu, who was that individual just now, so brazenly disrespectful? Yun Ling inquired with curiosity. The man had indeed shown a lack of respect towards Master Qiyu, his demeanor quite arrogant. Yet, Master Qiyu chose to ignore him, taking no further action. A hint of desolation lingered in his words, pondering the rumors circulating about the prominent families of Zhuyi Island. Yun Ling fell silent. There is no need for concern, Master Qiyu reassured her. Then I shall not be too forward. This Lu Zichu is not a man of good character. Should you encounter him in the future, do not engage, and do not be deceived by his appearance. Yun Ling reflected quietly, realizing that Master Qiyu's warning bore a weight of experience. Such caution must have arisen from a significant cause, perhaps prompted by Lu Zichu's earlier flirtation. Regrettably, having been accustomed to the elegance of individuals like Bai Li Shaoran and the striking demeanor of Gu Sun, she had indeed overlooked Lu Zichu's looks, had it not been for Master Qiyu's mention. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your consideration for me as a junior leads you to share such insights, and I would never hold it against you. The residence of the Zhang family is situated on the western side of Zhuyi Island. In particular, the courtyard to which Master Qiyu led her was exceedingly simplistic, lacking the refinement of even the small courtyards in Haiyan. As Yun Ling lightly touched her pulse, she discerned that her injuries had largely healed, evidently. The elixir of heavenly restoration was indeed effective, allowing her to feel a sense of relief. My sister, weary from her journey, has come to find me immediately after her return from the closed door. It is my fault, indeed. I had intended to greet her warmly at the docks. Yet my uncle advised against my meeting anyone before the re-establishment of my golden elixir. I hope my sister does not hold it against me. Sister Yun is quite right. My sister has endured the hardships of travel and would fare better resting in the guest quarters. Zhang Ruhua, noticing the fatigue etched upon Yun Ling's face, guided her to a guest house for her to rest. Little did she realize that Yun Ling was wearied not solely by her journey, but also by the demands of polite conversation. In her previous exchanges with Luo Ning and others, she spoke candidly and directly. Now, in this dialogue, she found herself compelled to moderate her speech and observe numerous formalities, which left her somewhat ill at ease. Yun Ling rested in the guest house for just one night before receiving an invitation. It was an invitation from the Lu family, shimmering in gold. Chapter 75, Unfading Shadows. Yun Ling held the gleaming invitation in her hands, her gaze cast downward, rendered speechless. The note contained but a few words, stating that the spirit mist tea in the Lu family's spiritual plantation was ripe for harvest, inviting her to partake in its tasting. The signing was none other than Lu Zichu. Having just met him at the docks the day prior, she found it curious that this invitation arrived so swiftly. If she were to believe there was no ulterior motive behind this, she would be utterly naive. Yun Ling suspected the latter. Lu Zichu had clearly made a point to intercept her and Master Qiyu at the docks. Zhang Ruhua shared this sentiment, casting a glance at the invitation in Yun Ling's hand and saying, "Sister Yun, I sincerely apologize for entangling you in the affairs of our two families. I am unaware of who leaked the news of your healing, but should I discover the culprit, they shall face severe consequences. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Who divulged this information is of little consequence to Yun Ling. Very well, I shall certainly convey this. I have never wished for my sister to go to the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruhua quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She then altered her course, heading straight towards the heart of Zhuyi Island. At the center of the island, much like other isles, stood a multitude of shops and bustling markets, alongside tea houses and inns, all teeming with people and vibrant activity. Yun Ling strolled through the small stalls, purchasing various materials. She wandered through the market, selecting items here and there. Eventually, she slipped into the backyard of a shop and made her escape. Finally free from her pursuer, she hurried towards Zhufeng Island. The wind-chasing beast, true to its name, exhibited astonishing speed. After being pursued by this creature for merely 3 days, Yun Ling's Fuyao steps had improved significantly. Only through practical experience can one truly progress. On this day, Yun Ling found herself in pursuit of a wind-chasing beast. Indeed, after days of training, she had transformed from the hunted into the hunter, making remarkable advancements in her Fuyao steps. While the wind-chasing beast was classified as a 4th-tier demon beast, boasting a cultivation level equivalent to that of the late Foundation establishment stage, it excelled primarily in speed, lacking in offensive power. Yun Ling had already surpassed it in its area of strength, and now, upon seeing her, the beast fled in panic, no longer exhibiting the arrogance it had shown during their earlier encounters. The creature felt a twinge of despair. This wretched cultivator had pursued it for several days, and it was growing weary. Each morning, the individual appeared, only departing at sunset without engaging in combat, simply relentless in the chase. The wind-chasing beast ran and ran, suddenly realizing that its pursuer had vanished. Its eyes, as small as mung beans, narrowed into slits as it cautiously surveyed its surroundings, confirming that the person had indeed disappeared. With a howl, it dashed away in a blur, escaping into the distance. At this moment, if we do not retreat, when shall we? Upon discovering an unusual stir within the spirit beast pouch, Yun Ling casually sought refuge in a crevice among the colossal stones on the island. Inside the pouch, Fei Fei, who had been in a deep slumber, was now radiating an extraordinary glow, continuously drawing spiritual energy from the surroundings. "What has happened to Fei Fei?" she inquired of a Jew. "It appears to be on the verge of an advancement, yet it seems the spiritual power is insufficient." A Jew scratched its little head, expressing that it relished those fruits and suggested offering it some more. "Rest assured, those are harmless and beneficial for it." Yun Ling summoned the two from the spirit beast pouch. The luminous aura enveloping the little yellow duck intensified, yet it remained in slumber. After crushing the unknown fruit, she fed it to Fei Fei. Unconsciously swallowing it, Fei Fei's radiance surged, dazzling to the point of being blinding. The luminous essence transformed into an eggshell-like form, enveloping Fei, concealing its appearance within. Before long, it broke free from its shell once again. The down on the little yellow duck had shifted from a tender yellow to a subtle pale white, with just a hint of yellow remaining at the tips of its feathers. It had grown noticeably larger, and its wings had also significantly lengthened. Master, look! I can fly!" Fei exclaimed, flapping its wings and astonishingly soaring into the air. A flying duck? Fei is not a duck. It is a celestial crane, bearing the lineage of the divine beast, the auspicious immortal crane. Yun Ling regarded it with skepticism, though its spiritual power had indeed strengthened with this advancement. Its appearance seemed only marginally superior to that of a duck. At best, one might consider it a white goose. It appeared to bear little resemblance to a divine beast. Fei is truly neither a duck nor a white goose. As it matures, it will undoubtedly grow stronger and become a valuable ally for its master. The little creature wore a look of grievance, tears like pearls cascading down its cheeks. Yun Ling felt that the ability of spirit beasts to perceive their master's thoughts after the contract was somewhat troublesome. All right. You are the clear sky crane. Your master understands, so do not weep. I still await your assistance." Yun Ling hastily consoled. "Yin Daoyu." Suddenly, someone emerged from the nearby rocks. "Lu Daoyu?" Yun Ling exclaimed in astonishment. "I regretted not being able to invite you to my Lu family as a guest the other day. I never expected to encounter you here," Lu Zichu said with a charming smile. "As the saying goes, those fated will meet even from thousands of miles away. It seems we have quite the affinity, Yin Daoyu. Why is Lu Zichu here?" She had clearly shaken off her pursuers and had never mentioned her intention to practice on Wind Chaser Island. With so many islands near Moon Chaser Island, she could hardly believe he was merely wandering about. What scheme could the Lu family possibly be plotting? From a distance, she had noticed the vibrant spiritual energy emanating from this place, realizing it was due to her companion's spirit beast advancing in rank. Lu Zichu gazed intently. "So? It was your spirit beast that progressed." Thus, under his father's instruction, he sought to befriend this woman. His father had previously stated that if this individual could not be of use to the Lu family, they would act according to circumstances when necessary. After all, many disciples of the Xuanling sect, who came to train in the Kanglan Sea, ended up as fish food. Unexpectedly, this female cultivator not only possessed an ethereal beauty, but her spirit beast was also extraordinary, not to mention that peculiar white goose demon beast. This little spirit monkey by her side was truly one of a kind in the present Longyu realm, with pure white fur and golden eyes. The simian figure before me is undoubtedly the legendary golden-eyed spirit monkey described in ancient texts, known for its innate talent in treasure hunting. Alas, this golden-eyed spirit monkey has already recognized its master, making it impossible to forcibly slay it for its spirit beast. Once a spirit beast has been contracted, its chances of survival dwindle significantly upon its master's demise. Lu Zichu's eyes flickered with a newfound idea. "Friend Yun," he began, "not long ago, an elder in my family sustained some injuries. I have heard of your remarkable alchemical skills and wish to procure some spiritual herbs from you. I hope you might oblige." He inclined his body, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Chapter 76. The plot thickens. Yun Ling felt a surge of irritation at his overtly theatrical demeanor. She had not forgotten the deep-seated greed that had glimmered in his eyes when he had fixated on a Jew. It was evident he harbored ulterior motives. Yet he pretended to seek her company under false pretenses, treating her as though she were a fool. Did he presume that years of mingling in the world of flowers had rendered female cultivators devoid of wit, easily deceived by his trifling words? Lu Zichu's cultivation was evidently superior to hers. Should a conflict arise, she would be unable to protect the two little ones. Oh, as for his injuries, it seems he is unable to gather spiritual energy for a short period, thus hindering his cultivation. I wonder if you possess any suitable elixirs? Since he couldn't even muster a decent excuse, Yun Ling decided to be forthright. Regrettably, even after receiving the herbs, Lu Zichu showed no intention of taking his leave. Yun Ling remarked, Feel free to do as you wish." In the days that followed, Lu Zichu clung to her like an adhesive plaster, refusing to depart. Wherever she went, he followed, assisting her in her hunts. She sought a tranquil place to cultivate her spiritual energy, while he stood by as a guardian, which was indeed quite vexing. This man had somehow acquired a variety of spiritual flowers to present to her, each day showcasing a different bouquet for 5 consecutive days. The flowers were either woven into charming little baskets or crafted into elegant garlands, exuding a refined simplicity. To be honest, his craftsmanship was rather commendable, the floral arrangements more exquisite than those sold in the market. Observing that the spiritual flowers had failed to yield results, he began offering jewelry imbued with spiritual energy, only to be politely declined by Yun Ling. Today, he arrived with a new scheme, carrying a flask of spiritual wine. "Yun Daoist, I have procured a jar of spiritual wine. Would you indulge me in a modest cup?" Lu Zichu's face radiated a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, yet his eyes concealed a glacial depth. This female cultivator seemed rather oblivious to her own good fortune. He had already inquired about her origins, discovering she hailed from the mundane world, merely fortunate enough to be accepted as a true disciple by the Xuanling sect at Yuzhu Peak. With no family to support her, she nonetheless fancied herself extraordinary, adopting an air of false superiority. Despite his humble approach and repeated gestures of goodwill over the past few days, she remained unmoved. It was time for a lesson to be imparted. Lu Zichu retrieved 2 crystal cups from his storage ring, pouring the spiritual wine to a generous 8/10 full, and presented 1 cup to Yun Ling. "Yun Daoist, please. I apologize, but I am not adept at drinking." Yun Ling directly refused, no longer engaging in pretense. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and she would neither drink from his cup nor desire to do so. A soft chuckle escaped Lu Zichu as he downed the wine in 1 gulp, then nonchalantly released the cup, allowing it to fall to the ground. The crystal cup, as fragile as a cicada's wing, shattered upon impact, leaving only a scattering of remnants. It appears that the esteemed Taoist Yun has chosen to disregard the offered cup of wine, opting instead for the bitter draught of punishment. Yun Ling, with a graceful step, has already distanced herself by 100 paces. Lu Zichu, weary from days of feigned theatrics, has lost his patience and is now intent on revealing his true intentions. Although she has contemplated the possibility of using this moment to flee, she wonders about the future. Could she escape today, but not tomorrow, or the day after? She must endure the trials of the vast Kangland Sea. She cannot perpetually hide and evade her fate. If a battle is to be waged, then so be it. After all, it is merely the 3rd family of Jiyue Island. If she were to recoil solely due to their lineage, what purpose would her cultivation serve? Taoist Lu, I can only imagine the toll your performance has taken these past few days. I too have grown weary of this fade. Why not engage in a genuine duel? Leaving our fates to the heavens? Proclaimed Yun Ling as she summoned the jade-green umbrella, her voice ringing clear. Lu Zichu, with a mocking smile, retorted, "You, at mid-foundation, dare to speak of leaving fate to the heavens. How audacious." He continued, "Since you have chosen to disregard my courtesy, do not blame me for my lack of restraint." With that, he brandished his long sword and charged at Yun Ling. Despite his reputation as a dandy, he was indeed a formidable practitioner at the late foundation stage. His strength not to be underestimated. His assault was fierce, and his strikes were ruthless. Unfortunately, despite wielding a long sword, he was not a sword cultivator, and his speed fell short. Coupled with Yun Ling's remarkable footwork, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. With a sinister grin, he conjured a bronze bell, which hovered above them. Each chime of the bell resonated within Yun Ling, causing her spirit to waver and her steps to falter. After the 3rd toll of the bell, she had already been pierced 3 times by Lu Zichu's long sword, particularly the wound on her left arm, which had struck her meridian, causing an unceasing flow of blood and a stagnation of her spiritual energy. She shielded herself with her jade-green umbrella, retreating to the side to consume a healing pill. In her dreams, then she should not blame me for being ruthless. He smirked wickedly, decisively retracting his sword as he incessantly gestured with his hands to cast spells. The bell tolls grew increasingly urgent, resonating like thunder in Yun Ling's mind, wreaking havoc. This great bell was a sound-based defensive artifact, and the protection offered by the jade-green umbrella was of little consequence against it. She had no choice but to expend all her strength to counter it with her spiritual energy to maintain her stance. At that moment, her usually docile companion, Fei Fei, began to stir restlessly within the spirit beast pouch, causing her considerable anxiety. "Be good, stay quietly in the pouch. It is perilous outside. Master, please let me out. I have a way to deal with this bell's sound." It insisted fervently. Yun Ling was skeptical, yet she truly had no other recourse against the tolling bell. So she reluctantly released Fei Fei. Fei Fei soared towards the bell, its diminutive form dwarfed by the massive artifact, akin to a single drop of water against a vast pond. Yet, it was this single drop that instantaneously froze the entire pond. With a clear cry, Fei Fei silenced the bell, and Lu Zichu, connected to it, immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Fei Fei in astonishment, exclaiming, "Cranes cry in the 9 marshes, their voices heard in the wilds. What manner of spirit beast are you, that you can emit the call of a crane and shatter my god-destruction bell?" No longer wearing a playful grin, he turned his expressionless gaze towards Yun Ling, with his eyes radiating a cold, murderous intent. This woman must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, it would spell endless troubles. Chapter 77. To the bitter end, Yun Ling did not overlook the killing intent glimmering in his eyes. It seemed that this battle was indeed won to the bitter end. After a prolonged period without a vigorous confrontation, she was prepared to unleash her full might today. Observing that the extinction bell was of no use against her, Lu Zichu summoned a new artifact. "With my spiritual blood, I shall invoke the celestial obliteration, shaking heaven and earth, to vanquish the divine and subdue the immortal." With a flick of his fingertip, he activated the black short staff with his spiritual blood, forcefully plunging it deep into the ground. The staff emanated a surge of spiritual energy, manifesting a vast spiritual net that enveloped a 100-mile radius around Yun Ling in an instant. Aware of Yun Ling's exceptional footwork, Lu Zichu directly unleashed the celestial obliteration staff to ensnare her. Having resolved to kill her, he could not allow her to escape. He channeled all his strength into the staff, aiming both to prevent her flight and to isolate her spiritual energy. Intending to exhaust her within the confines of the spiritual net, being merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he was curious to see how long she could endure. To his astonishment, the celestial obliteration staff was indeed a spiritual artifact of considerable rank. Such artifacts required the cultivation of golden core to wield effortlessly. A foundation establishment cultivator would need to resort to blood sacrifice to manipulate it. Yet, Yun Ling was not one to yield easily. Armed with the jade-green umbrella and possessing the spirit-entering pill, she was confident that Lu Zichu could not overpower her in the short term. In this narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. She feared not. It remained to be seen whether Lu Zichu possessed more spiritual blood than her spiritual energy could sustain, and she was eager to find out. Lu Zichu intended to use this spiritual energy to confine Yun Ling, then employ spells to deplete her energy, believing that within half an hour, she would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Yet now, nearly an hour had passed, and Yun Ling consumed the elixir as if it were mere candy, brimming with spiritual energy, showing no signs of depletion. However, given the enmity that had formed, reconciliation was beyond reach. Since he could not afford to linger, he resolved to end matters swiftly. He summoned a weapon resembling an axe and entered the spiritual net, confronting Yun Ling head-on. With the suppression of the absolute heaven staff, Yun Ling's speed had diminished by at least half, and she had sustained numerous injuries. Yet she remained unfazed. Lu Zichu, losing his patience, engaged her in close combat, which played into her hands perfectly. All she needed was a single opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Soon, that chance presented itself. With a mighty force that could split mountains and shatter the earth, Lu Zichu channeled 70% of his spiritual energy, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Yun Ling. Unfortunately, the time he took to gather his power was excessive, and in that moment, Yun Ling seized the opportunity, depleting 60% of her own spiritual energy to execute the technique 1,000 miles in an instant. Appearing at his side and transforming her umbrella into dual blades aimed directly at his chest. Lu Zichu hurriedly attempted to evade, but alas, Yun Ling's speed was too swift. He narrowly avoided the sharp tips of the umbrella yet was brutally met with the rotating blade of the handle, severing his left elbow. With a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground, the light of the absolute heaven staff extinguished in an instant, and the spiritual net vanished without a trace. Having lost the initiative and sustained injury, Lu Zichu hastily affixed a teleportation talisman to himself, neglecting to retrieve his severed hand, and fled into the distance. Yet without the suppression of the absolute heaven staff, how could he possibly outpace Yun Ling? In mere moments, she caught up to him, thrusting her sharp golden sword directly towards him. Regrettably, although he still possessed the strength to summon defensive artifacts for resistance, his injuries left him somewhat disoriented, preventing him from achieving complete defense. As a result, Yun Ling's ethereal strike pierced through his throat, just as he believed that Yun Ling could not be allowed to survive. She too would not permit him to flee. Having offended her, he would face the consequences in full measure. She would not commit the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountain. She picked up the artifacts scattered by Lu Zichu on the ground, removed his storage ring, and summoned her elegant wings to soar towards the distant island. Star Dream Island, Star Dream Tea House. Have you heard? Lu Zichu, the sole son of the Wangxing master from the Lu family of Zhuer Island, was found murdered on Zhufeng Island. A cultivator inquired of his table companion, drawing the attention of several others nearby. What shocking news! Who could possess such audacity to slay the heir of the next island master of Zhuer Island? What kind of courage does one require for such an act? The perpetrator must be formidable indeed. Having slain Lu Zichu, they went further to dismember the body. It is said that when Lu Zichu was discovered, he was missing limbs, and the scene was gruesomely bloody. Others at the neighboring table also mentioned this incident. This is no ordinary murder for treasure. This is an act of vengeance. Indeed, what you say holds true. The Lu family has issued a bounty, actively pursuing a female cultivator named Yun Ling. I suspect this is a case of romantic retribution. It has long been rumored that Lu Zichu, relying on his prestigious lineage, would flirt with various female cultivators. Moreover, he was fickle, discarding his conquests shortly after his whims were satisfied, accumulating a great deal of romantic debts. Could it be that one of his former loves has come seeking revenge? However, the female cultivator's gruesome act of murder and dismemberment was indeed rather brutal. One might wonder if she bore resemblance to a malevolent specter. Furthermore, a cultivator speculated, I happen to possess her portrait. You may wish to take a glance. Should there be an opportunity to apprehend her, the Lu family would undoubtedly offer a substantial reward. As he spoke, the gentleman presented an image. In a corner of the tea house sat a solitary male cultivator, occupying a table with an air of tranquility, clad in a flowing robe of pale moonlight. Adorned with a silver hairpin of exquisite craftsmanship, his countenance was strikingly refined and handsome. He gently waved a folding fan depicting a landscape, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a jade-like gentleman, unmatched in the world. Upon glancing at the unremarkable visage depicted in the portrait, he silently chuckled. Indeed, he was none other than Yun Ling in disguise. On the day she took Lu Zichu's life, she understood that this matter could not be resolved lightly. The Lu family would undoubtedly seek her out, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Lu Zichu's father, the esteemed Wangxing Zhenren, might come seeking retribution. Thus, she embarked on a journey southward, eschewing any vessels, relying solely on her spiritual power to traverse aimlessly through the skies. Eventually, she resolved to reward her most loyal companion, the valiant Xingkong crane, for its pivotal role in vanquishing Lu Zichu. Hence, she made her way towards Xingming Island. On that fateful day, she learned from a vendor that the mysterious fruits originated from a small isle south of Xingming Island. She soared over the ocean for an entire month before finally setting foot on the land of Xingming Island. disguising herself. She sought refuge in this tea house for a brief respite. Previously, during their training with Bailey Shaoran, female cultivators often vied for his attention, flaunting their charms and casting flirtatious glances. There were even those bold enough to approach him with overt confessions of affection. Fortunately, the realm of cultivation does not adhere to the mundane custom of throwing fruit to celebrate. Otherwise, not only would Bailey Shaoran be in peril, but both of them would surely bear the brunt of such a fate. Luo Ninghuan, feeling quite indignant about this, deliberately purchased several sets of male Taoist robes and, along with Yun Ling, engaged in a whimsical charade of cross-dressing for several days. In this moment, she found herself somewhat grateful for her senior sister's earlier folly. Chapter 78. Wandering cultivators of the Western wilderness. There exists an illusionary art capable of altering one's appearance, yet those with superior cultivation can effortlessly see through such deceptions. Thus, the art of disguise proves far more practical. No matter how formidable one's prowess, it is impossible to forcibly wash away a person's visage or strip them bare to verify their identity. When questioned whether she truly killed Lu Zichu, she remarked that the Lu family is currently scouring the land for her, demanding retribution for his death. Nevertheless, she reiterated her unwavering loyalty to her benefactor, asserting that the portrayal was merely a ruse to mislead the Lu family. Yun Ling cast another glance at the portrait. The brows and eyes remained unchanged, as did the nose, yet every feature had been slightly altered, with position shifted just a tad. These minor adjustments rendered the likeness undeniably that of another individual. Zhang Ruhua crafted a false portrait of Yun Ling, successfully deceiving the Lu family while simultaneously safeguarding her own kin. Such a delicate and astute mind, adept at navigating the nuances of circumstance. Yun Ling spent an entire afternoon in the Star Dream Tea House, unnoticed by others. Yet she overheard numerous tales detailing her supposed cruelty and acts of dismemberment, leaving her with a profound sense of reflection. The accounts were so vivid and detailed that, had they not pertained to her own life, she might have believed herself to be a heartbroken demoness. Indeed, rumors are not to be trusted. The spread of misinformation is a perilous venture. She rose to pay for her tea and gracefully departed from the tea house, heading towards a few small deserted islands in the south. After several days of searching and scouring 3 desolate islets, she had yet to discover even a single one of those mysterious fruits. However, perseverance bore fruit, and she finally found what she sought. This deserted isle, much like the others, was overgrown with weeds and exuded a faint aura. Only a handful of nameless fruit trees stood, their branches adorned with those enigmatic fruits. Presumably, the ripe fruits had all been collected by a vendor, leaving only the unripe ones on the trees at present. She could not return empty-handed. She resolved to find a few smaller fruit trees to transplant into her own garden, so that in the future, when she desired to indulge, she would not have to journey so far to gather them. Lu Mingyan gazed in astonishment at the distant cultivator, who was wielding his sword as a hoe, perspiring profusely. Was he digging for trees? "My friend, why do you toil with this wild tree?" he inquired, noting the tree's weak spiritual energy, which clearly indicated it was not a high-grade spiritual plant. Her spiritual sense, honed from years of cultivating elixirs, was exceptionally sharp, and she had perceived his presence from afar. However, sensing no ill intent, she continued her labor without any guard. Despite the tree's small stature, its roots were quite substantial, and fearing damage to them, she refrained from using spells, making her task quite laborious. "Your eagerness to learn is commendable," he remarked. "I am Lu Mingyan. May I inquire your name?" Realizing that his approach might seem abrupt, he took a step forward, performed a respectful greeting, and introduced himself. "I am Gu Yuqing." The name Yun Ling can no longer be used for the time being. For some reason, she recalled the surname Gu and borrowed the name from the jade green umbrella. "Fellow Taoist Gu, my 2 senior brothers and I are resting on a nearby island, and we inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient cave dwelling. We are eager to explore it, but unfortunately, the formation at the entrance is difficult to decipher. We wonder if you would be willing to accompany us." Lu Mingyan conveyed their intent. The three brothers discovered the ancient cave dwelling during their training, but were hindered by the obstructing formation. They sought to contact their fellow sect members, but the messaging was somewhat slow, fearing that others might arrive first. Thus, they decided to find someone nearby. The eldest brother stayed behind to guard the area while he and the second brother went in search of assistance. While flying over this deserted island, he noticed someone unexpectedly chopping wood. Intrigued, he paused to observe. This individual possessed formidable cultivation, with clear eyes and a gentle demeanor, laboriously cutting trees for an unknown purpose. Such dedication to a cause must indicate a person of integrity, prompting him to extend an invitation. Fortunately, Yun Ling remained unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have laughed aloud, as it was indeed her spirit beast that was fixated on the trees. Nevertheless, she did not wish to miss out on the opportunity presented by the ancient cave dwelling. Upon closer inspection of Lu Mingyan, she discerned his initial foundation-building cultivation, marked by a sense of righteousness, leading her to believe he was not someone who would set traps for others. Very well, please lead the way, fellow Taoist Lu. Her prompt agreement took Lu Mingyan, who had been preparing persuasive words, by surprise. He guided Yun Ling to the entrance of the ancient cave dwelling, which turned out to be the very deserted island she had explored a few days prior. The steps leading to the cave were concealed within a massive boulder, explaining why she had not discovered it, and she wondered how the three brothers had come across it. Master brother, this is Taoist Gu. Taoist Gu. This is my master brother, Lu Mingyan introduced. I am Xuanling, a disciple of the Tianhai Pavilion. This master brother, surnamed Shi, possessed an upright demeanor, his face adorned with a gentle smile, suggesting he would be easy to get along with. At this moment, amidst the turmoil caused by the Lu family seeking her out, it was best not to mention the Xuanling sect. I am Gu Yuqing, a loose cultivator from the Longji spirit vein in the western wilderness. She casually stated her name and origin. After all, with so many loose cultivator families in the Longji spirit vein, who could possibly know every one of them? Especially not one like her, a foundation-building cultivator? Moreover, the vast expanse of the Kanglan Sea made it unlikely for her to encounter another loose cultivator from the western wilderness. The trio had scarcely waited for an hour when two more cultivators hurriedly approached. Master brother, junior brother, this is Taoist Yi. Taoist Yi. This is my master brother Shi Guanlin and junior brother Lu Mingyan. The brown-clad cultivator leading the way introduced himself first. He turned out to be Lu Mingyan's second brother, El Duan. The group stepped forward to pay their respects. Beside El Duan stood a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, possessing striking features. Though male, he had rosy lips and pearly whites. His complexion fairer than snow, surpassing even the beauty of many female cultivators. When he smiled gently, it resembled the splendid hues of a sunset as evening clouds gradually dispersed. I am Yi Ruhua, a loose